This is the flagship of Giants baseball. Double play! KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader.
Just an incredible victory for the Nuggets. This will be 5 consecutive road wins. They win both games 3 and 4 here in Miami. Now will take a commanding 3-1 lead here in these NBA Finals. The Denver Nuggets are 1 win away from their first ever NBA title. A spectacular performance on the road here in Game 4.
The 1-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. A fastball on the inside. And the Cubs take game 1 from the Giants. Swing. There's a drive into the gap, deep left center field. Hit well, way back there, and off the wall. That's the first hit for the Giants. Haniger into second. He'll stop there. Kyle Hendricks had a no-hitter going for 7 2/3 innings.
It is a moment that Brandon's experienced just about everything in his big league career, but he's been begging for years to do what he's going to do right now, and that is pitch.
Swing and a pop-up. First baseman Wilmer Flores into foul ground behind the coach's box. He's got it. And Brandon Crawford, it did not start promisingly. He walked the first hitter, gave up a single to the second hitter, and then he ran the table.
And that should do it.
Brandon Crawford makes his first ever pitching appearance, and the Denver Nuggets have a chance to win their first NBA title tonight. What's up, everybody? Happy Monday morning. It is Marcus Boucher, a.k.a. the Waterboy from the Murphy Mac Show, taking you up to 6 a.m. this morning with Overnight Dave behind the glass and wrapping up what was a pretty interesting weekend in the world of sports. Going all the way back to Friday night, where the Bay's own Aaron Gordon drops 27 points in Miami. The Nuggets win back-to-back games in South Beach and now head back home tonight to Denver, to their home court, to potentially win their first NBA championship in franchise history. To the Las Vegas Golden Knights, who I believe have their opportunity to win their first ever Stanley Cup after going up 3-1 over Florida this weekend. Hell, to everybody who went out to the Sonoma Racewaves this weekend to go watch DJ Diesel. Or if you were like me, going down to Sunken Diamond to watch Stanford and Texas play in the Super Regionals. Stanford blows a 5-2 lead on Saturday. Just to have this kid, Quinn Matthews, come back on Sunday night, throw a complete game, 150 pitches, 17 strikeouts, puts on one of the best performances in college baseball, and now Stanford and Texas are in a win-or-go-home elimination today down at Stanford at 5 p.m. But that's all getting you ready for the NBA Finals tonight at 5:30 also. So there's a lot going on in the sports world, but we also got to pay attention to what's going on with the San Francisco Giants, who got a good win yesterday on Sunday, 13-3. And I'm saying it's a win that saved the weekend. Because let's be honest, folks, it was looking pretty ugly Friday and Saturday. Going back to Friday night, where we were talking about the E40 drone show. Guess what? The E40 drone show got canceled Friday night. Kind of like, maybe some of the bats from the San Francisco Giants got canceled out by Marcus Strowman, who was on the bump absolutely dealing. We talked about Strowman last week and how he's been one of the best pitchers in the National League. Hell, might be starting for the NL up in Seattle at the All-Star game this year. And he also might be a guy on the trade block this summer for the Chicago Cubs. I think he would fit perfectly in this rotation for the Giants. He's out there dealing with his two-seamer split changeup. Got 13 ground ball outs on Friday alone. Strowman has been pitching like one of the best pitchers in baseball this year. So I said, okay, that's Friday night. You lose 1-3-2, close ball game, no big deal. But then you fast forward to Saturday, and there's Kyle Hendricks throwing a no-hitter through 7 2/3 of the game. And no disrespect to Kyle Hendricks. He's one of these crafty veterans. He's a guy that doesn't even hit 90 miles per hour anymore. And here he was, hitting the Giants into the 8th inning. Now, Mitch Haniger did break up the no-no, but still, the Giants put no runs on the board, and they end up losing on Saturday 4-0. Fast forward to Sunday's game, and look who's hitting leadoff for the Chicago Cubs. Mike Tauchman, that's right, the man that stole away Albert Pujols' home run and down in L.A. the season the Giants won 107 games, one more than the Dodgers. Mike Tauchman was a big part of that season, and here he was. Not only Sunday, leading off the game, hitting a double off the wall of John Brebbia after the Giants go back-to-back bullpen games Saturday and Sunday, but he was out here making fantastic plays in center field, saving the no-no by Kyle Hendricks, diving out on the warning track. Shout out to High Sock Mike Tauchman for still making plays after spending last season out in Japan or Korea, somewhere playing internationally. I was glad to see him back in the major league level for the Chicago Cubs. But getting back into this back-to-back bullpen game strategy, it did not sit well with me. And you guys know I'm someone who loves going out to the ballpark, catching some Giants games. But I looked at the schedule. I looked at John Brebbia being slated to start Saturday. I said, I'm going to pass on this one. I looked at John Brebbia being scheduled to start on Sunday, and I said, yeah, I'm pulling in Aaron Rodgers. I'm not going to San Francisco, Dave.
Not going to San Fran.
And I said, okay, this is what we're doing. Opener back-to-back days. And it really wasn't even the best results. John got into a little trouble both innings now. Got out without runs being scored. But how many times have we talked about it? All it takes is one bad inning, two bad innings, whether it's a Tristan Beck, whether it's a Jacob Junis, whether it's a Sean Manaea coming in as the bulk guy on Saturday for the last 4, 5, 6 innings, whatever it was. Hey, here's some rocket science. If he's throwing 5, 6 innings, why don't you just let him start the game? But hey, that's the Giants. That's this day and age of Giants baseball. And like I said, it was looking like it was going to be a frustrating weekend until the Giants came out and put up that 13 spot on Sunday, starting with Jock Peterson going oppo taco in the first inning, followed up by Jock, then putting one in the bay in the third inning. Splash hit number 101 on the career of Oracle Park, 6th overall for Jock Peterson, but he wasn't the only man to go deep twice in that game. Thairo Estrada, a man that we've been talking about maybe being a representative of the Giants at this year's All-Star game. Launches 2 home runs, has 4 RBIs. Him and Jock really carrying the team, both having, Jock 4 hits on Friday night, 4 hits on Sunday. It looks like his bat is finally getting hot. And hell, overall, the Giants had 15 hits, which kind of, makes you look past the 4 errors that they had in the box score also. But hey, the bottom line is they won on Sunday to save grace, to save them being swept by the Chicago Cubs. And then probably the best storyline of the season, hell, I don't know, for sure the weekend came when Brandon Crawford took the bump on Sunday. Something that he's been waiting to do now, 12, 13 years in his major league career after logging his 1600 game all at shortstop just last week. He gets on the bump for the first time ever with the Giants having a 10-run lead in the 9th inning. Now, it did start off with 6 straight balls as he walks the leadoff hitter, and I'm there sitting at my house like, oh, no. What do we say all the time on the leadoff spot? No free 90s. Leadoff walks always come back to hurt you. So here are the Giants sitting with a 10-run lead, and he lets up a leadoff walk. Then he lets up a single. I'm going, uh-oh. Are we going to get the bullpen hot? Is Brandon Crawford going to blow this game? But no. B. Craw gets the job done, then gets 3 straights out, even had a swing and a whiff. I was really hoping that he would get a strikeout, but I was just laughing my ass off on the couch. With Brandon Crawford confusing the hell out of StatCast, I mean, they had him throwing an 83-mile-per-hour fastball, then an 85-mile-per-hour changeup. Looks like he was dancing a couple two-seams up there. They didn't know what to call them. Next thing you know, they're flashing cutters and sliders and curveballs. Now, I will give him credit for snapping off the curveball, but I don't think Brandon Crawford is out there throwing 4 or 5 different pitches. But then again, this is the same StatCast that made up that sweeper pitch this year and told me that nobody throws two-seam fastball anymore and everybody just throws sinkers. So I'm going to take StatCast with a little grain of salt, but I will take the mile per hour from Brandon Crawford hitting 90 this weekend. We've been talking a lot about Casey Schmidt and how hard he could throw across a diamond. Shout out for Casey for getting charged with 2 errors on that one play on Sunday. He had half of the Giants' errors. But Brandon Crawford has always been one of those guys that can't hit 90 from across a diamond, not hitting 93, 94, like our guy Casey Schmidt. But I got news for you. If you can throw 90 from anywhere on the diamond, it's impressive. And for Brandon Crawford, who hasn't been on a bump, hasn't been on the actual mound for 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 years, maybe even longer than that. He spoke post-game about pitching in high school a little bit. He did say he did pitch in college. I wonder at UCLA if they let him get on the bump or not. I'll have to ask Murph about that later on this morning. But it truly was the scene of the weekend with all the dogs in the ballpark barking along and cheering on the longest tenured Giant in San Francisco history, Brandon Crawford, closing out the game yesterday, getting out number 27, and really giving the Giants some good vibes as they now start this road trip, kicking it off today against the St. Louis Cardinals, a team that has been struggling a lot this season, but has been playing better ball of lately. They called up their top prospect, Jordan Walker, and of course, they've got guys like Paul Goldschmidt and Nolan Arenado, so they're always a dangerous team to face. It'll actually be a really good pitching matchup today between Logan Webb and Matt Liberator, their top pitching prospect for the St. Louis Cardinals. But the good news is the Giants have Logan Webb, Alex Cobb, and Anthony DeSclafani lined up over the next 3 games, which is a blessing in disguise that we won't get any more bullpen games. But if Alex Wood doesn't return this week against the Dodgers, if Ross Stripling doesn't make his return, which is something I don't even know if I want at this point, we could be looking at more bullpen games against the Dodgers next weekend down in L.A. But first, we got to get you ready for tonight's Cardinals matchup, Logan Webb versus Matthew Liberator. And then we'll get into, the Brandon Crawford postgame sound of him talking about his 0.00 career ERA and what it was like for him on the bump. All that before we get into this NBA Finals Game 5 tonight and let you know whether or not the Heat mascot is going to be available after being knocked out and sent to the emergency room by Conor McGregor on Friday night. One hell of a story that Eric Spoelstra has responded to, Dana White has responded to, and maybe Conor McGregor might find himself in some legal trouble now after, again, knocking out Bernie, the Miami Heat mascot. So we can get into those storylines. We can even talk a little UFC 289. Amanda Nunes, the GOAT, makes her retirement this weekend after being Irene Aldana up in Vancouver, Canada. Great performance by the women's MMA GOAT, and she called it a career. So I wanted to shout out to Amanda Nunes. But yeah, shout out to everything going on this weekend. Giants winning 1 of 3. Not the greatest weekend, but a great story with Brandon Crawford. So why not let you hear some of that Brandon Crawford post-game sound? We'll let you hear from Gabe Kapler, Blake Sable behind the dish, and Jock Peterson on the Giants' big Sunday win to wrap up their home series before they head to St. Louis today. It's Marcus Boucher on a Monday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Swing, and there's a high drive in the left center field. Hit well. Way back there, and adios! Pelota! Jock Peterson plants one into the left center field seats.
Jock crushes one to deep right field. It is gone into San Francisco Bay. A splash homer for Jock Peterson. He's 2 for 2 with 2 home runs.
Here's Estrada. High drive to left. Half back. Out of here. He got into that one for number 8 on the season. Here's Estrada. He gets another one. Down the line. Out of here. His second of the game.
Where it's 1-1 and Matos swings and drives one deep to left, and Brooks goes back angled to his left. He's at the wall. He leaps and it's gone. And Luis Matos has done it again. He's homered in a second straight game. Luis Matos with his 5th home run as a River Cat. The 0-1 and a swing and a drive deep left center. Brooks and Wade are back. They keep going, and so does the ball over the wall, and it's the 2nd home run of the day for Luis Matos. Just incredible. It's his third hit of the game, and Luis Matos is setting the Pacific Coast League on fire.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Monday morning where we are checking in on the San Francisco Giants after their 13-3 win against the Chicago Cubs. Did drop a pair of games on Friday and Saturday, but as you heard on the rejoin, Jock Peterson hits a pair of bombs on Sunday. Thairo Estrada hits a pair of home runs also. But the third calls you heard were about Luis Matos, also hitting 2 home runs on Sunday. Now, the difference is Luis Matos is currently with the Sacramento River Cats, but the question is, for how much longer? It's something that we've been talking about for a few weeks now here on the leadoff spot. Hell, ever since I saw Luis Matos tear the cover off the ball down in San Jose with my San Jose Giants. And we've all been watching this kid thinking and wondering the same questions. When is he going to get the opportunity? And after this weekend, those questions are ramping up even more after he's hit 5 home runs in his last 5 games. In the 23 games that he's played with the Sacramento River Cats, he's hitting .396 with an OPS over 1,000. And this is all while he's the youngest player in AAA right now at only 21 years old. Shout out to Kyle Harrison, also 21 years old, and is also on the doorstep knocking to get into this rotation with the San Francisco Giants. And it's something that we talked about last week when Farhan Zaidi came on with Tolbert and Copes, and we were asking questions about this rotation and if there is an opening for Kyle Harrison, which, by the way, there is, but they're trying to develop him more and keep him down in AAA, and that's why we had back-to-back bullpen games with John Brebbia this past weekend. Now, when you look at Luis Matos, the problem is there's not really a clear opportunity for everyday playing time at this exact moment. But if you read deeper into those quotes from Farhan, he said if he continues to play the way he is at AAA, we're going to have to create a spot. And that is what I think we're eventually leaning towards. You look at the outfield, and no disrespect to anybody at the major league level, but a lot of these guys are platoon guys. Whether it is Slater or Yaz, I'm saying I'd take Luis Matos in center field today over both those guys, which is pretty lofty expectations for a kid that's 21 years old. But just like Patrick Bailey and Casey Schmidt, he's a kid that won a Gold Glove in the minor leagues. And if we're being completely honest with you, after seeing all 3 of these prospects down in San Jose, after watching them go throughout the minor league system, Luis Matos might be a better player than both Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey, which I know is going to blow some people's mind. But when you have that glove, and if you're swinging it the way you're swinging it right now, there's got to be a path to playing time. Whether it is trading a Michael Conforto or a Mitch Haniger at this year's trade deadline. Again, you look at someone like Conforto, who might be on pace this year to be the first guy to hit 30 home runs in a season for the Giants since Barry Bonds, which would be a nice little feat to check off your list. But you also got to remember, he's got a 1-year opt-out. So if he does go and hit 30 home runs this year, then his agent, Scott Boras, who we all know and love, is for sure going to be shopping him around this offseason looking for a bigger contract. So if you're able to get a return on investment on someone like Conforto or Haniger, open up a hole for Luis Matos to play every day, I'm saying sign me up, because this kid has nothing really left to prove at the minor league level before getting called up. We'll see if the Giants do make the call sometime this summer, but I do think it's going to come down to what happens at the trade deadline. Meanwhile, if you want to look at the other perspective, maybe the Giants trade him to go out and get a starting pitcher, maybe someone like a Marcus Strowman. But from what I've seen so far from Luis Matos, from the way he's pretty much dominated at every level in the minor leagues, and he's doing this at 21 years old, I would love to get this kid up to the major leagues with the other San Francisco Sour Patch Kids, Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey. But I know we focus a lot on the kids on this show. We should give some respect to the veterans, the guys that are going out there day in and day out for the last 12 to 13 years. And that man I'm talking about is Brandon Crawford. Because outside of Luis Matos hitting 2 home runs this weekend, outside of Jock and Thairo both having 2 home runs on Sunday, outside of the Giants losing back-to-back games and almost being no-hit by Kyle Hendricks and the Chicago Cubs, a team that's, 10 games under 500? And that's why I think this is a great story what Brandon Crawford did on Sunday. Giants scored 13 runs. But if they would have got swept by the Chicago Cubs, we would have been calling for people's head this morning. Then we really would have been calling for Haniger, Conforto, or Slater or Yaz to get traded so that Luis Matos can get bumped up to the major league level. And that's why, again, I was not feeling great Sunday morning going into Game 3 of this series against the Cubs after losing back-to-back games and seeing that John Brebbia was going to start back-to-back games as the opener. But it was a little bit nicer when the Giants have a dog at the ballpark day. You see all the dogs in the crowd, and the Giants did a great job of launching plenty of balls for the dogs to go play fetch. Jock Peterson putting one in the bay for splash hit 101. But again, I think the best story of the day has to be Brandon Crawford finally getting on the bump for the first time in his big league career. Something that he's been talking about a lot the last couple seasons. I know him and Brandon Belt have joked about it. Brandon Crawford actually spoke post-game about sending some clips and highlights to Brandon Belt to let him know what he did on the bump yesterday. And if we're being honest with you, he didn't look half bad. Hit 90 miles per hour on the gun, dropped in a couple curveballs, confused the hell out of StatCast on whether or not he was throwing change-ups or split fingers or if he was Kodai Senga dropping in a couple ghost forks. Whatever the hell Brandon Crawford wanted to throw yesterday, I was fine with him doing it because, like I said, after those first two games, after being dominated by Marcus Strowman on Friday night and almost being no hit by Kyle Hendricks on Saturday, the Giants needed some type of momentum, some type of vibe, I guess, in the clubhouse, something to get them going for this upcoming road trip in St. Louis and in L.A. So why not start this post-game rap segment with some sound from Gabe Kapler talking about why this was the correct moment to put Brandon Crawford in the game as a relief pitcher with the Giants having a 13-3 lead.
Just fun. Just felt like the right time to have a little fun. And, I know that, as you mentioned, he's been looking for that opportunity for a long time, and it felt like a good point because we could bring somebody in behind him if necessary. Not that we needed it, obviously, but could have had Tyler Rogers, get an out or two if necessary. And sometimes you don't have that kind of luxury. The whole idea is to have a position player cover an inning so that somebody doesn't have to pitch. So we weren't in a position where we absolutely had to do it, but it felt like the right time.
Yeah. And thank God Brandon Crawford actually got some outs. Because after watching his first 6 pitches, which were 6 balls in a row, after him allowing a leadoff walk and allowing the second batter to get a hit, I started thinking to myself, like, oh, this could go south real quick. And then what if the Giants somehow blew this game, would have allowed the Cubs to put up like a 10 or 11 spot in the 9th inning, and then they get swept? Then we really would have been calling for some heads this morning, but luckily that did not happen. Brandon Crawford settled in, and now he's over here bragging like he's an everyday pitcher. Hell, who knows? Maybe they'll start using him as an opener instead of John Brebbia. Here was Brandon Crawford yesterday, proving to the pitching staff that, quote-unquote, pitching isn't that hard.
I always give pitchers a hard time about it not being that hard. So I think I proved today that it's not. They probably don't love that I have a 0 ERA because I'll continue to give them a hard time about it.
Yeah, all right. I love the back and forth between the position players and pitchers. Every position player out there thinks he can pitch.
Give pitchers a hard time about it not being that hard.
Yeah, vice versa. Pitchers will say they can swing the bat. Look at Logan Webb, who's probably his favorite bragging moment. He's the last San Francisco Giants pitcher to hit a home run. And who knows if there'll ever be another one with the DH being implemented a couple years ago. Well, now Brandon Crawford gets to brag about having a 0.00 ERA. I will point out that his whip is a little bit higher after walking the leadoff guy. And I get it. I love the confidence of a Brandon Crawford. But I will point out he only threw 9 of his 20 pitches for strikes. So it's really not that easy, Brandon. But when you got Cubs players swinging out of their shoes against a reliever, and credit to Brandon for mixing up his pitches, dropping a couple curves, and hitting 90 mile per hour on the gun. Again, a moment that we all know that he's been waiting for 13 years now into his big league career. But apparently there was a little bit of a back and forth between Brandon Crawford and Gabe Kapler. Because as we mentioned in the first segment, Brandon Crawford just logged his 1,600 career game at shortstop, which I believe is fourth all-time for only playing one position behind guys like Derek Jeter and some of the greatest shortstops to ever play the game. So by doing this, Brandon Crawford actually broke his streak of consecutive games played at shortstop yesterday. Here was Crawford talking about dilemma on whether or not he wanted to live out his dreams of finally getting on the bump or if he wanted to keep that consecutive streak at shortstop games played alive.
I was a little bit torn. I've only played shortstop my whole career, so that was something I kind of thought about. But I doubt many guys have played only shortstop for 1,600 games and pitched one game. So on a list by myself there, I think.
Yeah, one of one. And here's something I actually thought about listening to Brandon Crawford, because I was surprised by this take. I was like, oh, all right, cool. Brandon Crawford finally got on the bump. This is something that he's always wanted to do. But you heard him say that he was torn to play a different position outside of shortstop. I don't want to rewind everybody to bad memories 6 months ago when I was supposed to interview, this guy named Carlos Correa on these very airwaves, who was penciled in to be this year's shortstop for the San Francisco Giants, which would have forced Brandon Crawford to either move to third base or to second base. So that, to me, was a little bit of a revealing line, because it sounds like Brandon Crawford does not want to play a different position. But those, again, are questions that we're wondering when you are looking at guys like Carlos Correa this offseason. I've heard people float out Tim Anderson with the Chicago White Sox as a potential trade deadline, or if we're talking about keeping in-house with a guy like Casey Schmidt and whether or not he's going to be a shortstop or a third baseman moving forward. A little telling right there that Brandon Crawford come out and said, I only want to play shortstop. But that wasn't the plan for the Giants going into the season. Now, of course, plans have changed, and Brandon Crawford's only hitting about 198 right now, so he might have to change positions if he wants to continue playing in this league. But the focus should be on what he actually did on the bump yesterday instead of the batter's box. And here was Gabe Kapler actually expanding a little bit on that back and forth conversation between him and Crawford and their decision to put him in the game.
I think he thought I was going to ask him to go into the game for a different reason other than pitching. I don't think he would have been thrilled about that in that situation. Hey, go play short for an inning for us. So we kind of talked it through, and he got loose in the cage and started to get excited about it. It was obviously a really cool moment for everybody in the stadium, including the dugout and all of us in the organization. It was fun to see him get that opportunity.
And that was probably one of the best parts, was just watching the crowd reaction. For the people who stayed late yesterday, not really late, it's an afternoon game on a Sunday, but Giants were up by 10 runs. There could have been people leaving to the parking lot, leaving to bar and Caltrain early. But for those of them that stayed with their dogs and all, got a little bit of a treat. Brandon Crawford on the bump. Remind me a little bit of the let Pablo pitch days of getting Pablo Sandoval on the mound. Now, I don't know if Crawford's got quite the array of pitches that our guy Pablo Sandoval did. But again, good moment, good kind of, way to save the weekend after losing back-to-back games. And I think everybody enjoyed it. Even the guy behind the plate, Blake Sable, who said Brandon Crawford was out here shaking him off. That's the thing I was worried. I was like, are they going to give Brandon Crawford pitch calm? Is he going to be calling his own pitches? Are they going to do any of that? No, Blake Sable was going old school, throwing down fingers. And Brandon Crawford had the nerve to shake him off. Here was Blake Sable post-game being interviewed by NBC Sports Bay Area, talking about what it was like watching Crawford on the bump from behind home plate.
I mean, it was really cool. I was coming down the steps to put my gear on, and it was just a few seconds before that. They're like, hey, cross pitch. And I was like, what? Okay, I guess so. So we went out there, and he shook me off I was just throwing down ones, and he shook me off to a sinker, and I was like, all right, I guess we're mixing right now. He shook me off to a slider, so I kind of embraced it after that, and it was really fun.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When you're up 10 runs, it's a lot funner. It's not fun when you have a position player on the mound when you're down 10 runs. But again, these are the new MLB rules that implemented it so that these opportunities don't happen as often, and that's why I didn't have an issue with it. And again, after losing back-to-back games to a team that's 10 games under 500, it was good to get some positive energy ahead of their road trip against St. Louis. And it was good to see the Giants' bats get hot. I mentioned Thairo Estrada yesterday, 4 RBIs, 2 bombs. Jock Peterson also went deep twice, went Oppo Taco in the first, and then put one into the bay later on in the game. Here was Jock Peterson talking about his big day and how it was cool to see Brandon Crawford get the 27th out of the game yesterday.
Yeah, he's been talking about it for a long time, and it's fun to see him out there having a smile. He's so competitive, and he threw the ball really well. I mean, I think his arm might hurt tomorrow, but that was one to remember and a huge checklist for him.
Yeah, tell Brandon Crawford to ice up, son. That wing's going to be feeling it a little bit tomorrow. Going to be interested to see if they have him back in the lineup today or if they do go with Casey Schmidt over at shortstop. Either way, cool moment in the career for Brandon Crawford, making his first ever pitcher performance, debut, whatever the hell you want to call it. Brandon Crawford will let you know he has a 0.00 career ERA. And we'll see if he has a future pitching or playing shortstop for the San Francisco Giants. While we're still wondering about the future of guys like Luis Matos, when he's going to get a call up to the big league level, Kyle Harrison hanging out in AAA. Did want to give a shout out to Reggie Crawford, who's with the San Jose Giants. Hit his first home run out in Visalia this past weekend also. Plenty of Giants baseball to talk about this morning, and we will continue to talk about them all week long with their upcoming road trip against the St. Louis Cardinals, and then this weekend down in L.A. against the blanking Dodgers. But on the other side, we got to get you ready for NBA Game 5 tonight, and the Denver Nuggets having an opportunity to close it out and win their first ever championship in NBA history. We'll let you know the status of their mascot and the mascot for the Miami Heat, who got knocked out on Friday by Conor McGregor, and whether or not he'll be in the building for Game 5 tonight. Let's talk Nuggets and Heat on the other side. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher on a Monday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Just an incredible victory for the Nuggets. This will be 5 consecutive road wins. They win both games 3 and 4 here in Miami. Now will take a commanding 3-1 lead here in these NBA Finals as they head back to a place that's one of the toughest places to win for a road team, back in the Mile High City in Denver. The Denver Nuggets are 1 win away from their first ever NBA title. A spectacular performance on the road here in Game 4.
All right, welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Monday morning. Thanks for joining us. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher with Overnight Dave behind the glass, getting you ready for Game 5 of the NBA Finals tonight in Denver, where the Nuggets will look to win on their home court and win their first ever NBA title in franchise history. And they're doing it as a 9-point favorite tonight. Vegas thinks highly of the Denver Nuggets. If we're being honest with you, I do as well. I think it's going to be pretty difficult for Miami to go into Denver, play at that elevation, win not only tonight, and then come back and win Game 6 and then Game 7. Yeah, that's a tall order to ask for. It's actually something that's only been done one time before, but we're not going to mention the 2016 Warriors and Cavaliers. No, we're not.
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. Thank you for saving me from going down that rabbit hole.
Shout out Oakland, California.
Instead, I want to go down the rabbit hole, or should I say mascot hole, that is this Conor McGregor story. Because, don't get me wrong, Game 4 was awesome for the Denver Nuggets. Watching Aaron Gordon, a kid out of San Jose, Midi High School, drop 27 points, be the player of the game. And so I was thinking to myself, like, ooh, I can't wait to show up Monday morning and start giving some praise to a local kid, Aaron Gordon, about his performance in the NBA Finals. But as I'm driving in this morning, there's one story everybody's talking about. Hell, I just went to go get some coffee during the commercial break. I look up on ESPN, CBS Sports Radio. They're all talking about the same thing. They're talking about the Miami Heat mascot, Bernie, being knocked out by Conor McGregor. Yes, former lightweight, former featherweight champion of the world, Conor McGregor, who is currently filming The Ultimate Fighter versus Michael Chandler, but doesn't have a fight scheduled anytime soon. So my first question was, what the hell was Conor McGregor doing at a Miami Heat game? He's got no connections to the city of Miami at all. Like, if the Heat were trying to get an MMA superstar out there, where was Jorge Masvidal? He's the guy that's the king of Miami. Where is Colby Covington? Where was Gilbert Burns? I don't know. The list goes on and on and on. Yeah, give me Derek Lewis. He's more of a Houston guy, though, Dave. Thank you for that. Always love dropping in a little Derek Lewis on the leadoff spot. But again, I was thinking to myself, I was like, maybe Conor McGregor's just out partying in Miami. And I don't want to get too much into the details about what Conor McGregor's been doing the last year or two, but hey, the guy likes to party. And you know, they like to party down in Miami. So you can draw some of those same connections. And there's people even accusing him of maybe, you know, doing something before going out there at halftime and facing off against Bernie, the mascot for the Miami Heat. And maybe you missed this clip if you're not on Twitter, if you're not listening to the national media talk about it. But apparently the Miami Heat thought it'd be a good idea to do this quote-unquote bit where their mascot Bernie comes out and challenges Conor McGregor to a fight. Now, we've seen this a couple times in the NBA before. Guys like Deontay Wilder, other big superstar combat sports athletes have gone out there and fought the mascot. But to me, my first problem is with the PR person from the Miami Heat. Like, who thought it'd be a good idea to have your mascot being knocked out in the NBA Finals? You know, kind of like your team is about to get knocked out by the NBA Finals. Like, it would have been funny if they would have like a fake Rocky, the mascot for the Denver Nuggets, come out looking like a dollar store mascot, and then he gets knocked out by Conor McGregor. But you're having your own mascot get knocked out, and that's only the first problem. Because the second problem is nobody told Conor McGregor it wasn't a real fight. Because here comes McGregor with an overhand left that connects, basically treating this mascot like he's a body bag. But Conor doesn't stop there. There's no Herb Dean to step in. There's no Big John McCarthy. Hell, maybe Mario Yamasaki was in the background because he was known for letting fights go long, Dave. Yeah, but then Conor countered Bernie, came back with the left, dropped him, but then does a follow-up shot. A little ground and pound. Like he's Dan Henderson dropping the H-bomb on Michael Bisping at UFC 100. And I'm thinking, Conor. So the series is 1-1. Yeah, I'm saying, Conor. It's looking like you maybe took this a little too far because after the game, there were reports from The Athletic that Bernie the mascot had to go to the emergency room. And of course, we don't want to joke about any injuries or possible concussions or anything like this, but you got to think about it. This was one of the greatest combat sports athletes on the world at a certain time. And Conor McGregor has to swallow defeat. Yeah, now Bernie's got to swallow defeat, Dave. And he's out here knocking out mascots left and right. Again, I don't know what's going to happen. Apparently, Miami has put out a report that Bernie's going to be ready to go for Game 5, but Game 5's up in Denver anyways. Curious to see if Donald Cerrone, who trains out there, or maybe Justin Gaethje, I know he trains in Denver, maybe he's going to square up with Rocky tonight, the Thunder mascot. Not the Thunder mascot, the Nuggets mascot. Which, oh, by the way, there was a story a couple weeks ago that he makes like $625,000 a year. What the hell am I doing hosting a morning radio show? I should be out here jumping off trampolines, getting knocked out by Conor McGregor at halftime. But now this story is now creeping into even beyond Friday night because Saturday night, UFC hosted their big pay-per-view event, UFC 289. Got to give a shout-out to Amanda Nunes, the Lioness. Hands down, you got to say the greatest female MMA fighter of all time. I was always a Chris Cyborg guy, but I saw her knock out Chris Cyborg. I saw her knock out Ronda Rousey. I've seen her beat pretty much every single woman in MMA's history, whether it was Holly Holmes or Valentina Shevchenko. She has just ran through the litter. And on Saturday night, she hung them up and retired. So you'd think that would be a big storyline for Dana White during the post-fight press conference. But no, here was Dana White, CEO of UFC, being asked about the Conor McGregor incident and if he's going to have any punishment for Conor before his next fight.
I don't know if you saw the kind of viral clip of Conor McGregor at the NBA Finals last night and how apparently that second punch sent the mascot to the ER or something like that. What do you make of that whole...
I saw the Deontay Wilder one, too. What's up with mascots wanting to get punched in the face by professional fighters? What do you expect? You want to get punched? I mean, what are those mascot things made out of, unless you're like the Golden Knights mascot. I wouldn't be, I don't even know what the hell he wears, but I'm assuming it's a metal helmet. I wouldn't have professional fighters punching me in the face if I was a mascot.
Yeah.
And doesn't seem like the brightest thing in the world.
No, it really doesn't. And I get it. They have these big-ass helmets on. But if I'm Sourdough Sam, I'm not squaring up with Andre Ward or Nate or Nick Diaz up at the Stockton brothers. This seems like a terrible idea. And it goes to the old saying, the more you blank around, the more you're going to find out. Well, guess what? Bernie the mascot was blanking around, and he found out from Conor McGregor that you don't want to step in the octagon, in the boxing ring, or even on the court in the middle of an NBA Finals game. But again, now Eric Spoelstra is being questioned about the Heat mascot. And I got to say, I've been loving these back and forth comments from Mike Malone and Eric Spoelstra this entire NBA Finals. This might be one of my favorite. Eric Spoelstra talking about Bernie the Heat mascot and how he is a perfect example of the Miami Heat culture.
It's the first time I've ever asked a question like this. What does it say about your mascot that he could take a punch from Conor McGregor, bounce back, and still be ready to go likely in the next home game?
That's the Miami Heat toughness that we're talking about. They should have been allowed to, take the first swing. Yeah. We won't reveal who that is, but he's tough. He can take a punch and get back up, and yeah, he's not going to miss any time.
That right there is Heat toughness. That's Heat culture. And I even love Spoelstra joking about it. He's like, I don't know who's in that mascot. We're not going to say who it is. Like, what is it supposed to be like some surprise? Like, what is it? Shaquille O'Neal is dressed up as Bernie the mascot? Is it D. Wade? Is it Alonzo Mourning? What is it? It might be Pat Riley underneath that mascot. I'm sure Pat Riley probably would have swung back on Conor McGregor. But again, I think this is one of the craziest storylines, whether or not there will be legal action for the mascot having to go to an emergency room because of a bit that went bad with Conor McGregor. But if we're being honest with you, this has kind of been a series that has gone bad for the Miami Heat. They're down 3-1, and now they have the ultimate test of trying to win a game up in Denver. Hell, I will say they are the only team who's done it this year, but I don't know if they're going to do it tonight and then come back home Game 6 in Miami just to come back for Game 7 in Denver. I don't see it happening. I think the Nuggets close it out tonight. Vegas has them as a 9-point favorite. That's a lot of points to be laying. Maybe I might sprinkle some money on Jimmy Butler and the Heat, because if we do know one thing is that they're better with their backs against the wall. That's why they kind of played with their food in the Boston Celtics last round in the Eastern Conference Finals. And as I mentioned earlier, they're the only team this playoff to win a game in Denver. My original prediction was Nuggets in 6, but I think it comes to a close tonight. Wouldn't be surprised if the Heat keep it close and cover that spread. But I think Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, and our guy Aaron Gordon are going to be hosting that Larry O'Brien trophy for the first time ever in Denver. That game's at 5:30, and it's almost the end of the 5:30 hour, which means it's time to make the connection with Murph and Mac on the other side. Wrap up your Giants weekend with Brandon Crawford on the bump and Luis Matos lighting the world on fire in AAA with the Sacramento River Cats. We'll get your hums and bums for you this morning with Murph and Mac on the other side. It's Marquise Boucher on a Monday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Hey, it's Gabe Kapler, and you're listening to The Leadoff Spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, fun leadoff show this morning. Shout out to Overnight Dave behind the glass. Shout out to Conor McGregor knocking out mascots. Shout out to Brandon Crawford taking the bump for his first ever pitching performance. And I got to give a shout out to the Stanford Cardinal do-or-die elimination game today against the Texas Longhorns after Quinn Matthews yesterday goes with the complete game, 16 strikeouts, throws 150 pitches, boys, in college baseball. Some great stuff going on at Sunken Diamond. And I might have to get out there tonight, but it might also interfere with Game 5 of the NBA Finals. So a lot to talk about this morning. And my guys Murph and Mac are in the studio. Murph, good morning. How we doing today?
Waterboy, I need you at Sunken Diamond. I need you there. Yeah, that makes me feel good when you're there.
There's a little bit of a difference. Game starts at 5 tonight for Stanford and Texas. NBA Final starts at 5:30.
Let's be honest, though. Which game is more appealing to you?
Honestly, it might be Stanford and Texas right now.
I don't know what's going on this year, but I'm dialed in this year to the CWS, man. I don't know if it's like, is there a national level of interest that's rising, ESPN's coverage, or is it just me?
No, I think the last couple of years, too, especially when we were dealing with the holdout, the strike, the back and forth with baseball last year, the lockout last year, I paid a lot of attention to guys like Ben Joyce, who was throwing 105 miles per hour for Tennessee, and now is pitching in the major league level for the Anaheim Angels.
Still throwing 105.
Still throwing gas. Yeah. I mean, you look at someone like Wake Forest, they hit like 9 home runs yesterday. They're the number 1 overall seed. There's a lot of really good college baseball going on right now.
I was all over that Stanford game, and I kept saying, man, how long is this guy going to go? Yeah. And he went 150.
He kept going and going.
Who does he think he is? Tim Lincecum throwing a no-hitter in San Diego?
Dude, they mentioned that on the broadcast yesterday. They're like, the last guy to go over 140 pitches was Tim Lincecum.
He was the last guy?
And then they're like, all right, last guy to get 150 pitches. They threw out another name that I forgot. Couldn't remember off the top of my head.
Who was the guy from the White Sox who threw a no-hitter with like a 150? God, what was his name? Anyway, there was somebody in the early 00s, mid 00s, guy threw a no-hitter throwing like 150. Anyway,
that's one hell of a way to wrap up your career. Last game he's ever going to pitch because he's a senior this year. Yeah. Probably going to be a top draft pick, at least first 2 rounds. Yeah. And Quinn Matthew wraps it up, 150 pitches, 16 strikeouts.
This is why we need you there, buddy.
Yeah, exactly.
All right,
I might have to be at Sunken Diamond tonight, but there's a lot of stuff going on with Giants taking on the Cardinals. Logan Webb versus this kid, Matt Liberator. That's a good pitching matchup, too.
Yeah. Well, as long as Brandon Crawford doesn't want the bump, right?
That's it. If Pete Craw's back on the bump.
I'll take it.
How about him hitting 90 on the gun?
Dude's got a rocket. Well, we've known he's had the strong arm all the time. It makes me think we get Casey Schmidt on the bump at some point, right?
That's the thing. Well, Paulie Mack will let you know. Check out my All-Star hose. It was on the mound yesterday with Brandon Crawford.
Sure was. All-Star hose.
Yeah. Well, good. We're all set.
Yeah, come on, man.
And it was nice to have, Brandon Crawford save the weekend after losing back-to-back games against the Cubs. But let's be positive on the Monday morning. We'll kick off your Murph and Mac show with some good vibes. You are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station, and the Murph and Mac show starts right now.
Oh, happy Monday, everybody, right? Come on, man. Attack that Monday. John Brebbia style. Brebbia's whole goal was to turn Mondays into positive days or Mondays into Fridays or Thursdays or whatever. But either way, happy Monday, everybody, as we head towards the summer solstice.
Oh, see? Now, I'm a summer solstice guy.
Yeah?
Yeah, sure.
Stonehenge and all that?
Yeah, you know what I mean? Hippie stuff is at play. Count me in.
Somehow I feel like the Grateful Dead are involved in the solstice.
We'll get some solstice going.
What were they this weekend? The Winston was going
Wrigley,
so crazy?
2 nights at Wrigley.
Oh, yeah, Winston was very excited.
Well, they were playing their asses off. They're really having a nice tour right now, and they're working their way out. The final stop will be right here at the ballpark. They're going to do 3 nights in July for their final 3 shows. But yeah, they did
Paulie Mack birthday show.
Damn right. That'll be the 3rd of the 3 is 7/16. But the 2 nights in Wrigley they just played, yeah, man, they were really playing well. And unfortunately, did the Cubs feed off that energy in their ballpark and then transfer it out here like a beam me up Scotty moment on Star Trek? Yeah, the bubbles. Yeah.
And interesting, a transfer of energy.
They're transferring energy.
Well, you were out there Friday night. I wonder how was the concert at Levi's Plaza?
Well, thanks for asking. It was great. Yeah. And thanks for everybody for coming out. It was great to meet all these listeners. A lot of cool people out there. The band, Fast Times, A lot of great 80s songs. They were a lot of fun.
Only one question.
Yeah.
Did they play Don't You Want Me Baby by Human League?
No, and I wish they did.
all
I'll
right,
tell you what,
all
I wish that they would have, because that's a great track.
Anyway,
I'll groove to that.
So these are these Friday concert series you're doing.
Yeah, but see, I got to tell you the truth. There was actually it was my first one of the summer. Creative Tony's hosted a couple. We'll do it again next month. We got Las Chicas coming out on July 28th. So
Las Chicas.
Yeah. It's a great way to kick off.
Were you decked out in Levi's?
I was totally decked out in Levi's, and I will be again on 7/28.
Head to toe, probably?
Head to blanket toe.
all
The
right.
only non-Levi item I was wearing were my Nike shoes.
So
outside of that,
ankle to head.
Yeah, dude. Outside of that, it was Levi's all the way. But anyway, but I got to say, yeah, just to get to your question, how was it? So it was great. 2 hours of great music. There's a bar. When I brought the band on stage, just as far as I'm concerned, this is happy hour.
Yeah.
We're kicking off happy hour right blanking now. So it's very festive. And then we all go inside. There's first of all, nice crowd on hand Friday night.
Really?
Yes, there was a nice crowd
Cubs brought him out, maybe?
Well, no, you know what I think brought him out? I'll say it in hushed tones.
Oh, the E40.
Bro, that I realized, I swear to God, that's when the energy changed.
That
That's
was
when
the
the
night.
whole energy changed. There was an announcement like, I don't know, was it the 5th? You guys help me out on the text
Was
line
it
if you're in the
6th or the
yard.
7th,
Yeah,
something like
it
that?
came late in the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we have to announce that there will be no E40 drone show.
Dude, I was ready for like the Who in Cincinnati, like a stampede, because there was definitely a festive buzz in the air. A lot of people were in the E40 hat.
Yeah.
They were giving those away. So people were really in the mood, and there was genuine curiosity. There were people talking all around, like before the game, during the game. What's the drone show going to be? Is it over the field? Where are the fireworks? Is that over the bay? So there was a lot of anticipation, and then to get that thing taken away, and then the Giants kind of tailspin.
Because the Giants were up 2-0.
It was all going great.
Yeah.
It was all going great. And then they
the
pulled
curse of the E40 drone cancellation.
And I should make the announcement just to back the Giants on how they handled it, because there really was a moment where the whole
I wonder what happened.
Were you out there, Marcus?
Did the drone malfunction?
Copes was out there. I saw Copes before the
Did
game.
E40 not get the playlist in time?
Copes, we never really got an explanation.
Was the playlist objectionable?
You know what I'm saying?
What's going on?
But then they decided that they would comp everybody in the yard a ticket for another game this
that's
summer.
nice, but when you're going back, there's no E40 drone fireworks.
Is it off the table completely?
I
Like,
don't
are they
know.
going to try to reschedule that?
Yeah, you got to comp. But you're saying the energy changed, though.
Big time.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. It's not even a riff. I actually mean that. Yeah.
Because they were up 2-0, and then right after that, they cuffed up a 3 spot and lost the game. They were coming home from that Denver series, and we were feeling great.
I know. This is what they do, though, man. This is why,
Gravitational pull.
And then Saturday.
Gravitational pull.
Dude, Saturday, at this point, just let him get the no-no. Just let him get the no-no.
Yeah, no,
I was
exactly.
actually feeling that guy. Now, he was an Ivy Leaguer. They said
Kyle
was
Hendricks from Dartmouth.
Princeton, Dartmouth. That's it, Dartmouth, yeah.
Up in Hanover, New Hampshire,
shout out to, I had a buddy who got a scholarship up there.
Playing what?
Playing lacrosse. He was
Dartmouth lacrosse.
Yeah, he was a defenseman.
That's the Stifler of Stiflers right there,
He was up
man.
there. He was a Stifler. No, so he was, I love that guy's composure, Hendricks. I love the way he handled himself.
And he's one of those guys who throws 88, 89, 90.
Dude, they said he didn't break 90 all day.
Yeah.
And
who does he think he is, Brandon Crawford?
Bro, there was such a flatline vibe to that game Saturday. Like when the Giants finally got the hit, I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh. I was hanging on to watch some history
Give me a
here.
no-no, right?
I know.
And then finally Sunday comes, and we can put a stamp on it to start your week.
Okay, man, thank you.
Jock leaves
Let's
the yard
go.
a couple of times, and Tyro leaves the yard a couple of times.
They're all doing it.
And we can even overlook a couple Casey Schmidt errors because he hit a couple doubles.
You know, he had to go high on that one
I'm
throw.
not usually a fan of the position player pitching. However, there's 2 exceptions. 1, Pablo Sandoval. 2, Brandon Crawford.
I'll buy that as well.
Those are the only 2
I'll buy
times
that
we
as well.
accepted. So they had some fun out there, and
Had a lot
Kai
of fun
Correa wound
yesterday.
up calling Rob Manfred last night. Manfred said, "What about the gravitational pull?" He said, "Why don't you just put it in the book, suit? Why don't you just put it in?" San Francisco Giants 13, Colorado Rockies 3. All right.
It's all good, baby. It's all good.
Okay, all right. Oh, wait. We got, I don't know. We got
baseball. Beautiful baseball.
The Giants.
What do we do?
Fun.
I don't know what's going on.
I'm kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
First gesture.
Not enough, not enough caffeine. I said the wrong team.
Oh, I didn't even
Kai
catch
Correa
it.
called it in. Manfred said, "What are you reporting? Incorrect scores?"
Take 2.
Manfred says, "I'm giving you one more chance, Kai." He said, "It's my bad, suit." San Francisco Giants 13, Chicago Cubs 3.
Here we go.
It's all good, baby.
Jeez.
It's all good.
All right, now we're good.
There it is. One more time, though. One more time through. One more time around the horn.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
The Giants. Fun.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
Runs are cool, man.
Clink, clink, clink.
I think everybody wins because we got to hear it twice.
You can do me a favor.
I was still thinking Rockies. My bad, guys.
Part of my Friday night depression, too, Murph, was not only watching the drone show get canceled, watching the game get away from the Giants, turns into an L, what started as such a great night. I also didn't see a single dribble of the Heat Nuggets, and not a single jump shot, not a pat, nothing. I didn't see any of it. I saw that the score was relatively close. Then I checked again, and they had like an 11-point lead late in the fourth. So I don't know what happened. Can you give me any notes on this?
Just
didn't see the game.
Here's the notes. The Denver Nuggets are better. That's the notes right there. All right. They have more players who are good at basketball.
Were you checking it out? Do you stop in?
I was in and out.
Yeah.
We were. I think I came in at the key time in the fourth quarter. The whole story of that game was that Jokic went to the bench with the fifth foul, and it was a close game. Everybody thought this is when the Heat were going to make their move, and instead, guys like Bruce Brown and Jamal Murray and Aaron Gordon refused, and they actually extended the lead with Jokic off the court.
Here's my question to you about the Heat. Do the Heat, in your estimation, let's say they lose tonight, Nuggets win the title, should the Heat, or do they need to add, like, a star player at the center of this whole thing?
Well,
or do they just keep
Tyler
building?
Hero and Victor Oladipo?
Yeah,
those guys will be back.
But do they need another big piece that?
Those would be the pieces.
Yeah,
and they'll be
that's really
coming back.
unfortunate. Yeah.
So, the question is, would you go into the Giannis Antetokounmpo story? Would it be a successful season for the Miami Heat, even if they lose?
That's a good question. If you ask Pat Riley, he'll say no.
Yeah,
those guys will say no. It's not.
Yeah, I got more nuggets for you about the Covenant.
I'm here.
Yeah.
That's why I showed up.
Well, first we got to leave the yard a couple times with your boy in Wrigley Field on guitar.
Yeah,
and vocal. Jock Peterson leads it off.
Man,
number 6.
He's looking good.
Bombs away. That one was left center field.
Yeah.
Then we go into the water. And by the way, I was on the road a lot yesterday, so I got almost the entire game on the radio. And we got to shout out the 5th inning when legendary Cubs broadcaster and friend of the program, Pat Hughes, sat in with John Miller for an inning.
Nice.
That was audio gold, by the way. We had 2 Hall of Famers going at it.
Kicking it around, right.
By the way, the comfort of a Pat Hughes voice alongside the comfort of a John Miller voice, the 2 most comforting voices you've ever heard there, unless you're talking Murph and Mac, right? Jock Peterson then goes into the water, number 7. Bombs away. And then here's a guy people they're saying all-star. I'm like, you do know Luis Ariz plays second base in the National League, right? Guy's hitting 400 or 399.
Yeah,
perhaps.
but our guy's doing pretty good.
Tyro Estrada, number 8.
No, with the quick bat now.
Bombs away. And we ain't done yet. One more just to put the cherry on top. Tyro Estrada, number 9. Bombs away.
That first one he hit, too, just mashed it halfway up the bleachers.
So if you go to MLB.com, if you go to MLB app, voting on the All-Star game is actually really easy and kind of attractive now. They have the ballot in a very readable form. And
attractive in what sense?
Well, let me show it to you. They got this.
I'm curious.
I know, right?
I want to see something attractive.
It's sexy is what it is.
Yeah.
So here's what, it gives you the ballot, and then it gives you every guy's stats. Like really, look at that, Paulie. For example, just look, you can kind of go through the first baseman. If you look at it, Lamont Wade Jr.'s stats measure
He's got numbers, man. He's got some numbers.
If you go by OPS, Alonso's at 872. Then you go down to Freddie Freeman's at 999. Goldschmidt's at 869. And then Matt Olson's at 844. And Wade's at 867. He's right there throwing haymakers with the big boys. Although I think Freddie Freeman would probably... Freddie Freeman's hitting 338 with 13 bombs and 44 ribs. Alonso's hurt. So that's a tough deal. But anyway, you get to the to second base. That's where we're at. I know we got to get here. But Luis Ariz, 397 with a 932 OPS. Then you go down to Estrada, 297 with an 843 OPS. So you still got to go Ariz as the starter, but maybe as a reserve.
Well, listen, I would have no problem with that.
You know, these reserves are weird, though, because you got to parse out team. You know, the Rockies got to get one. You know, the who else is bad? I was going to say the Pirates, but they're not bad. They're in first place. Who's in last place in the East right now? The Nationals. The Nationals got to get one. You know, it's just thinking National League only. Anyway, good way to save the weekend, guys. And we'll have to get into Brandon Crawford, too. That was fun with some riffs. Other things that went on, too.
What do you got?
We had the French Open. Anybody? That used to dominate our top 6 lives.
Anybody?
Top 6 lives.
French Open. Anybody?
Can you imagine?
No, it's pretty quiet out there with the French. I got to be honest.
Stanford. We got the red clay. Canadian Open guy ran in a 72-foot putt to win it.
I want to go back to your question. You asked Marcus in the opening segment, are more people watching the College Baseball World Series?
Yeah, do you feel
The answer is yes.
Okay.
I'm on board for the first time ever, and I'm not sure why. I think it's because Marcus has been talking so much college ball. A lot of times when I go in there during the break just to stretch and Marcus, what's up? He'll be like, dude, Stanford College, well, you got to watch Stanford. They're a wrecking machine. They got all these guys, they all mash. So you kind of got me interested. And then I was watching, I was checking in on Texas. Who were they playing? They were playing.
Well, Texas played Stanford last night.
Yes, I was watching Texas and Stanford. Thank you very much. To answer your question, I'm watching, so more people are watching.
College World Series.
Yeah.
Get on board.
Yeah.
All right, we'll say good morning to Marcus, get the guest list, start our Monday.
Come on, man.
And make sure we know who the Giants played yesterday. It was the Cubs. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You, Tony! Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Brandon Crawford got on the bump for the first time in his MLB career and pitched a clean inning in the Giants' 13-3 win over the Chicago Cubs. So to see the top highlights from Brandon Crawford's first pitching performance, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Well, it is a moment that Brandon's experienced just about everything in his big league career, but he's been begging for years to do what he's going to do right now, and that is pitch. So the Giants, with a 10-run lead, are going to use Brandon Crawford as their pitcher.
2 men on, 2 men out. The pitch. Swing and a pop-up. First baseman Wilmer Flores into foul ground behind the coach's box. He's got it. And Brandon Crawford, it did not start promisingly. He walked the first hitter, gave up a single to the second hitter, and then he ran the table. He came through in the clutch in his major league debut as a pitcher.
Yeah, man. I mean, like I said, position players pitching, generally, the Giants did a little too much of it, and so did Major League Baseball. So they instituted these rules now. You can only do it if you have like a 10-run lead late. So I would say the two exceptions, the ones that stoked me, Pablo Sandoval and Brandon Crawford doing it. Just remember we had a Brandon Crawford appreciation on Friday that the digital team wound up cutting up and putting on Instagram that got some traction, actually.
Good.
Because fans, like, reacted. They were like, yes, Crawford. Then you had the people out there, the Tonys out there doing their thing. But, dude, Crawford's 36 years old. The arm is as Crawford as ever.
I still enjoy watching him at shortstop, absolutely.
But, I mean, on the hill. He was in high 80s and even touched 90 at one point.
Yeah.
So shout him out. After walking the first guy and then giving up a bloop single. See, it's tough if you have to go give him the hook, right? You know what I mean? But he didn't have to because he got a fielder's choice grounder, a fly out to left, and a foul out to end the game.
Yep,
so
pretty sweet.
And then, did you see his line?
What's his line?
I've been, in his deadpan way, he said, for years I've been telling the pitchers that it's just not that hard out there, and now I just proved that it isn't. Oh, the big deadpan humor from Brandon Crawford.
I'm just glad it went well. Like, he didn't get lit up. He didn't get rocked.
He said he's going to lord his 0.00 ERA over them. He's gonna lord it
Why
over
not?
them.
He's earned the right.
And somebody asked, like, are you in a competition with Garrett Cole now, your brother-in-law? And he said, well, I have a better ERA.
Yeah,
than
that's
he
all
does.
I
So
know.
there you go.
My numbers are better.
A former pitcher who can appreciate it is the
Look at Boucher in
former
there.
Homestead High Mission Junior College and Sonoma State right-hander Marcus the Waterboy Boucher.
Look at my guy.
How'd you feel about seeing old 35 on the hill there, buddy?
I thought it was awesome. Like he said, it's something that he's been waiting for 13 years, and I love the post-game comments. Like, yeah, it's not that hard. It's not that hard. He only threw 9 out of 20 pitches for strikes, but like you said, he got 3 outs and didn't let up any earned runs. I thought it was a cool moment for Crawford.
And he shook off Sable a couple times.
Why
You know
not?
that?
Shake his ass off.
He mixed in a slider or two, and Sable said, oh, okay, so we're mixing.
Yeah,
That's
no, we're
what he
pitching
said.
now. Now we're pitching. You're throwing stuff.
Yeah, Crawford 20. What do we got here? Yeah, college. Where is it? God, it's hard to go through these box scores now and figure it out. Giants pitching. First pitch strikes, batters face. He threw 1 first pitch strike to the 5 batters he faced. God, now you get in a box score. Called strikes, swinging strikes, foul balls, and in-play strikes. Jeez. And in ground balls and fly. I haven't looked at a box score. Have you checked this out?
I didn't know they had that much information.
Yeah, so you now have a category where you get a called strike, a swinging strike, a foul ball, and an in-play strike. So I had 1 called strike, 1 swinging strike, 3 foul balls, and 3 in-play strikes.
I'm happy for Crawford, man. He deserves it. He deserves a little moment like that. You know, outside of Creative Tony, are there any other people in the anti-Crawford camp? Like, because remember, Brandon Belt was divisive. There were people on both sides. I don't even know if they, like, outside of Creative Tony, are there more like him? Or,
well,
I don't. Yeah.
If you go to that Instagram post and again, should you ever go to the comments at any point in life?
I try not to.
At any point in life,
comments.
Should you go to the comments?
Just don't. No. Why would you?
So I will say this. Sometimes if there's something funny out, like something kind of crazy, you'll get some funny, like, for example, the Zion Williamson porn star story. Some people will get some good one-liners off. You know what I mean? So you go to the comments for the good one-liners. Like, if there's like a wacky story out there and some people can get some riffs off, that's maybe when you go to the. Other than that, if you're going to the comments for somebody to assess something that's near and dear to your heart, you probably shouldn't. I had a situation last night where I was talking about a TV show with my family at my brother's birthday dinner.
Murph, shout out comments.
And I was offering an opinion that was unpopular at the table, and they told me, we might want to move on. Because I said I didn't like the same TV show as my brother and sister. And they were like, you know what, we'd rather not talk about that.
You know what, I think I've also I think I've just made a decision when I pivot into my next stage of my career, Marcus, I'm thinking about going hip-hop after I'm done with all the rock stuff, and my new name will be MC Comment. Not a bad handle, by the way. MC Comments in the house.
How do you feel like if somebody comes at you telling you how bad The Sopranos is? You know
I don't give a, who cares? Like, who is this guy? Like, what does he mean to me? I don't even know. First of all, I don't know who wrote it. I don't care what he wrote. I know it's. I like
the
it.
Attitude.
Yeah, like who gives it?
Are you sure you can brush it off that easy?
I don't even look at it.
What if it was a friend of yours who was telling you they didn't like?
Tell me The Sopranos again. I don't really care.
Well, you guys have this on the podcast sometimes, doesn't Shannon offer unpopular opinions?
I mean, well, it's a kind of a clash of generations. What's happening because he doesn't like our opinions, we don't like his, so we butt heads. You really shouldn't be saying that, man.
And how do you guys resolve
I get that all the time.
How do you guys resolve the conflict?
We just kind of turn his mic off and we just push our agenda through.
That's like not reading the comments.
yeah, totally.
So anyway, to answer your question about Crawford, there are a couple.
Okay,
if you go to the comments underneath, the vast majority are loving and positive and warm, and then there's others like he's hitting 188, get rid of him. He's done. He's cooked.
What's what they said about Bumgarner too when he started to decline a little? I'm like, I got enough goodwill.
They were kind of right, weren't they?
But I got love for Bumgarner till the whatever the nuclear war hits and there's nothing left. I'll still be standing there applauding Madison Bumgarner because if you didn't like 2014, I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I'm with you on that, buddy. I'm with you on that. By the way, I'm also with you on telling you we're proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group.
Of course.
Because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. You want to call the man, Greg O'Donnell, at 866-496-2300. Waterboy, for you, let's see. I'm trying to think of your age. 2012. Were you in high school in 2012?
2012, no, I was in junior college, sophomore year.
That's when Crawford debuted.
Mm-hmm.
So you've enjoyed the entirety of his career. And
yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, obviously, I didn't grow up a Giants fan like you guys did, but when I was in high school, college, like those years was the 2010, 2012, 2014. That's why I was such a fan of Tim Lincecum, Pablo Sandoval, all those guys. Those are the guys that kind of transformed me or moved me into being a Giants fan / supporter, Murph.
All right, so we're all in support. Nobody here is putting a negative comment down.
No.
By the way, I got a text from my buddy Daryl. Says, how come you're not talking about DJ Shaq Diesel up at Sonoma Raceway?
You know what? I asked Triple E. He seems like the kind of guy that would have gone up for something like that.
What do we got? Do we got any
I
information
haven't heard
on
yet,
this?
but I am curious. I would like to know.
We did get an update from our guy Mike Holler before the show yesterday that DJ Diesel was late and they had to move his set to after the race instead of before.
Okay, I'm glad you brought this up, and I want to ask Murph a question about this. So last night we watched the Matt Damon Ben Affleck movie Air about the whole Jordan thing.
I've been meaning to show that to the kids.
It's good. There's a few F-bombs here and there, but it's a good story. It's a really good story. I think they'd like the movie. See how they landed Jordan. Very interesting story. Here's something interesting about Shaq showing up late for his set. This is something I just learned watching this movie last night. So when they finally they're competing with Converse and Adidas. They're all warring to get Michael Jordan to sign as their shoe guy. And Matt Damon being like this genius guy with Nike, his whole thing was, forget about him just being on a stable, like on a roster of athletes. We're going to build the whole company around one guy. The whole line will be built around one guy. That's how they sold it. So when they finally get Jordan to come into the office for the meeting, Ben Affleck, who plays Phil Knight, he goes, listen, once you guys sit him down and welcome and his parents are there too. So, greet his parents, make them feel comfortable. He goes, I'm going to come in late intentionally. He was like setting it up before. They were having like a meeting about the meeting. And he goes, that way it'll seem like I'm so busy that I prioritize meeting with this kid, Michael Jordan. Like, I'm taking time out of my busy schedule. So it was a planned late arrival. And it kind of worked because they wound up signing him and everything worked out. Is that what Shaq is up to? Is he coming in on a planned late arrival?
Makes you look cooler?
Make his demand look, even more intense somehow? I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm throwing it out. Now that I watch the movie.
Rock stars, Axl Rose and all them, don't they appear late all the time?
Hours late, yeah.
And then there's the converse of guys like Springsteen and the Dead who show up on time.
Yeah. Or David Lee used to come on stage early, which was the best. Oh! Come on stage 2 minutes before the ticket says it was start time.
So I guess DJ Shaq Diesel did a post-game instead of a pre-game. What's he doing? Just spinning records?
Yeah. He spins records. People go crazy.
DJ Diesel, baby.
And according to Triple E, he's going to be at Outside Lands in August.
Nice.
Yeah, he
nice.
is.
So it's Shaquille O'Neal.
Like with a field full of kids going nuts.
Oh, yeah.
With
Is he
glow sticks.
scratching? What is he doing?
Yeah, so I know he's done like big shows at like nightclubs out in Vegas.
He does
and stuff,
festivals.
too.
Yeah,
exactly. He's all
really
over
does.
the place.
Yeah.
The talents of a Shaquille O'Neal.
You'd be shocked. I've heard some of the numbers what those DJs make, like the guys that are in demand. We're talking 6 figures and up a gig. Guys like that.
Well, I mean, you know
for
what?
one night, just playing records.
Once
Not
again,
a bad gig.
Leading candidate for the greatest current American, Shaquille O'Neal and Dolly Parton, like neck and neck.
Shaquille for president.
All right, let's go guest list on a Monday, June 12, 2023, 6/12/23. Now for our little town, that's it. No more school. It's all done. All
School's
ended
out
on
for
Friday.
summer. Yeah.
It all ended on Friday, and thank you guys for giving me that little family moment. I listened to you guys on my way, and I heard you guys talking to Howard Beck, which is cool and all. But then I had to get out of the car and go have a little family day. So appreciate that, guys. And now they're all, everybody's done. School's out for the summer, like
That's
you said.
it.
And
Yeah.
now it's...
Get out there and mow the lawn.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. Help your mother out. Do something with yourself.
Clean your
anything.
room.
Yeah, anything.
How about spend at least 30 minutes reading a
Put
book?
the PlayStation down and pick up a book maybe, I don't know, an hour a day.
It's a fight, though.
Oh.
The lure of the video
It's a
game
hell of a fight.
is strong to you
Hell
guys,
of a
Marcus.
fight.
Yeah, the lure of the video game.
Thank God we avoided that.
I mean, now we're at a point where kids are watching other kids play video
That's
games
correct.
on YouTube.
That's
correct.
no.
It's like video game Inception.
What are you doing? I'm watching a kid in Indonesia play Madden.
Yeah, this kid's watching this kid watch this kid play against this kid. Yeah, it makes no sense.
I don't get it.
Good way to spend the night.
It is what it is.
I had other things going on.
All right, start up at 6:50 this morning. It's your total weekend recall. Homes and bums, letting you know the winners and the losers from this past weekend.
Can't start the Monday without it, and it will happen shortly. 6:50.
And then that will be followed up by 7:35, our Monday Power Hour guest, of course, Mike Krukow, talking Giants baseball.
He's the best, and they were there all weekend long, and and salvaged one. So they're one game over 500, going out to St. Louis.
Here we go now with the stretch. We got some games now. Yeah.
Logan, actually, they have believe it or not, they have 3 starters going in this series.
That's a shocker.
What a shock!
Yeah.
I know.
Wow.
They're gonna go Webb, Cobb, DeSclafani Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then down to L.A.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, hopefully we get some arms in that rotation so we don't got to see back-to-back bullpen games in L.A., but we'll talk about that with Mike Krukow, 7:35. Maybe we'll talk about Brandon Crawford starting a game down in L.A. next week. He'll be our big hit today, I believe, at 8 a.m.
The fun
talking
vibes.
Crawford on the bump. Then we'll get into the cooler of content and then check into a man that used to take the bump for the San Francisco Giants, George Kontos, at 8:50 this morning.
Yeah, George. Let's go, baby.
And then we'll round it off 9:15 this morning, talking to the San Francisco Chronicle's own Scott Ostler, little NBA Finals and everything Bay Area
Well, he's
sports.
been writing a lot about the A situation. You know, the Vegas, the Nevada State Legislature is going to adjourn again or meet again today, and we'll see. When we last left them, they didn't have the votes. You know, I mean, listen, maybe it's all stalling, politicking, backdoor, whatever. They're going to get the votes because Vegas wants a Major League Baseball team. But I don't know. I can't predict it. Maybe they're going to say, "Nah, we want an expansion team instead of this." And then, you know,
instead of this
guys, the reverse boycott is tomorrow, and I have some interest because my kid is going with his buddy who's a huge A's fan.
Okay.
Shout out Henry P, who's a huge A's fan, and also was a great pitcher for our All-Star teams. For
The A's
several
fan
years.
in the North Bay.
Yeah,
It's an odd combo.
He texted the invite today. It was like a prom ask. He goes, "Do you want to go to the reverse boycott with me?"
Damn.
Yeah, and he's like, "Yeah." So I told him. He goes, "Should I go, Dad?" I said, "Yeah. I want boots on the ground."
Did he have to act out like a scene from his favorite movie and stuff, like, you know, or lay out some kind of floral thing? You know how, like, now you can't just
Prom,
ask somebody
yeah.
to prom. You got to put
Well, you know
on a
what the
show.
new thing is now,
you got to put
Paulie?
on a whole damn skit.
You know what's happened in the last couple of years? I'm witnessing.
I don't. I'm afraid to hear.
They're not even asking anybody out. They're just going in big groups now.
That doesn't surprise me at all. That's
it's no longer
kind of par for the course.
A few kids go one-on-one
Yeah.
date, but mostly not dates. Just huge, gigantic clumps. Going with no specific date.
Can I get a listen?
Listen. So what, are they just taking like a group photo for
Yes,
the prom picture?
I don't know. Photos.
Yeah.
Yes. It's all group photos.
Interesting.
You know what I mean?
Right?
Yeah, just
they're watching other people play YouTube,
and they're going in groups. Yeah, they're going in groups.
They're watching
Without
other
dates.
people
I
at
don't know.
prom dates.
Hugs and bums are coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
That's interesting.
to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
2 men on, 2 men out. The pitch. Swing and a pop-up. First baseman Wilmer Flores into foul ground behind the coach's box. He's got it. And Brandon Crawford, it did not start promisingly. He walked the first hitter, gave up a single to the second hitter, and then he ran the table. He came through in the clutch in his major league debut as a pitcher.
I was a little bit torn. I've only played shortstop my whole career, so that was something I kind of thought about. But I doubt many guys have played only shortstop for 1,600 games and pitched one game. So on a list by myself there, I think.
There it is, Brandon Crawford saving a weekend, really, because we're doing this show Sunday mornings. Not too much vibe.
No.
By the way, the tensions were spilling over into a Dave Fleming, Marty Lurie crossover on Saturday.
What tensions? Which ones?
Just the tensions of the Giants losing on Friday and about to lose on Saturday.
Well, about to get no hit.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Marty objected to the, in his own subtle, mellow way.
I object.
Was telling Dave, too many bullpen games, Dave.
I don't disagree with him.
But Dave pushed back.
Yeah, a lot of people are going to push back on that now, but I'm kind of with Marty on this one. I'd like to see a guy just go out there and do some work.
Dave was getting a little. Dave was like, I don't understand your argument. He goes, the Giants bullpen is the best. He goes, literally, statistically, is the best in baseball in the past month, and he even said, quote, by far.
Yeah.
He said, end quote. And then he said, so any argument that they're doing anything to the bullpen is moot. He said, because the bullpen's performing, and he said, so far, there's no problem with the bullpen games. And Marty said, keywords, so far.
Yeah.
It was fun. I was driving.
Time will tell.
I had one hand on the steering wheel and one hand on the popcorn. I was throwing the popcorn in the mouth.
Only time will tell.
By the way, Susan Schlesser joins Papa and Lund today at 11:30 to break down all the fun from Sunday and the problems from Friday and Saturday.
Oh, I think, Murph, that's the other thing. You missed Susan on Friday, too. Right?
I heard that too.
Because I think it was Marcus.
She sounded great.
Yeah.
And then I heard the start of Howard Beck, and then I had to go into my lovely little family event.
How did it all go, by the way?
It was adorable.
Did he get a little diploma?
Yeah, a little piece of paper.
You heard they got the diploma. They don't give you a real one anymore.
It's a little piece of paper. It was a great family day. And also, want to tell you that we are sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. And then, Paulie, a 5th grade graduation dance.
Now you're talking.
And now you got boys asking girls out. Now you got a situation.
Unlike the high school kids who go in groups.
Correct.
Without dates.
Correct.
See, the young guys got more balls than the older guys now. What's going on out there?
That is a true story. Yeah. Maybe that. Yeah. So anyway, that's what's going on. And then we talked to some of the chaperones. They're like, man, some of the kids are trying to sneak out. And
nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
5th graders.
Yeah. Let's mix it up now.
I don't know.
I'm just kidding. Don't listen to me.
Yeah. One other thing that happened before we get to the Brandon Crawford send. Joey Bart's officially in AAA.
Well, listen now.
As I'm talking to the
I know you're talking to A1 and 2. I know.
How are we feeling about this?
I'm feeling like the kid needs to show something. Patrick Bailey has came up, and he's outperformed him. He's took that job. Now Joey's got to show that he can rejoin the roster. It's simple as that.
Pat Bailey, you won't see him. He missed the whole weekend.
I know.
That's true.
I
This
know.
guy Sable.
Sable's become he's out there every time I turn around. Sable's out there.
I mean, he's turned out better than I thought.
Yeah.
And you don't hate his at bats. You know what I mean? You don't hate him.
No.
Now, you don't love him behind the dish.
Nah, you don't.
And they lost Friday and Saturday with him behind the dish. But, and then you see him in the box, you're okay with it. And now you're just waiting for Pat Bailey's neck to get right. What, he slept on it wrong or something?
Hey, listen.
Colorado slept on it wrong.
And then they say he took a foul ball off his mask and it aggravated it. So, but back to the happy stuff, and that is Brandon Crawford pitching. So just some fun stuff. Gabe Kapler. It's fun to have a lighthearted Gabe. Paulie, a lighthearted Gabe. He even tweeted.
I need more lighthearted Gabe. No, tell me.
That Jalen Crawford, Brandon's wife, tweeted out something about how great it was. And Kapler retweeted and wrote the pause at the end of the delivery, LOL. And he put a little laughing sideways, the sort of the diagonal laughing guy.
Yeah.
You know, the one who's kind of on his axis.
Does he have a tear coming out? He's laughing so hard. Yeah, I've seen that guy.
How about Gabe doing that?
Well, it's a start. It's a starting point.
So here's Gabe's reaction to asking Crawford if he wanted to pitch.
Okay.
I think he thought I was going to ask him to go into the game for a different reason other than pitching. I don't think he would have been thrilled about that in that situation. Hey, go play short for an inning for us. So we kind of talked it through, and he got loose in the cage and started to get excited about it. It was obviously a really cool moment for everybody in the stadium, including the dugout and all of us in the organization. It was fun to see him get that opportunity.
How about that? The chuckle from Gabe at the start. Can we get that little isolated laugh?
Solid.
What's does that enter the victory montage?
I need another
now?
one. I wouldn't object. I'll tell you that. Our victory montage is going to be about a minute and a half long soon.
Yeah, he wrote. So he retweeted a shot of Crawford's pitch. And Crawford threw a pitch and kind of froze after he pitched it. And he wrote LOL, the pause at the end of the delivery, and then the diagonal laughing guy. There it is. Lighthearted Gabe.
I need that so bad. That's good for me.
More Gabe here. Let's see. We got
him laughing.
And more Gabe on Kapler pitching here. Not that one. The next one. Okay. Cut F as in Freddie.
Yeah, man. That's good.
Yes, cut F. Yes.
Just fun. Just felt like the right time to have a little fun. And, I know that, as you mentioned, he's been looking for that opportunity for a long time, and it felt like a good point because we could bring somebody in behind him if necessary. Not that we needed it, obviously, but could have had Tyler Rogers, get an out or two if necessary. And sometimes you don't have that kind of luxury. The whole idea is to have a position player cover an inning so that somebody doesn't have to pitch. So we weren't in a position where we absolutely had to do it, but it felt like the right time.
All right, so everybody's happy. It erases the vibes from Friday and Saturday. And
Which is good, yeah.
Brandon Crawford's very dry, the dry humor. If Crawford was a comedian, he'd be Bob Newhart, right, Paulie?
Not bad.
Yeah, who would it be?
Stephen Wright.
Stephen Wright?
Yeah.
Who's a dry guy now? Nah, Mitch Hedberg? The late Mitch Hedberg?
Yeah.
Perhaps. Anyway, the point is he's very dry. And so here he is assessing his own performance.
Okay.
I always give pitchers a hard time about it not being that hard. So I think I proved today that it's not. They probably don't love that I have a 0 ERA because I'll continue to give them a hard time about it.
There it is again.
Oh, with the riffs.
And the overlap again, always in place.
Yeah.
Always in place with the overlap.
I've been a part of many of those.
Yeah, just throw it out there.
Stan Tim says, in the dugout store yesterday when Craw pitched, 90% of the pack store froze to watch the inning on TV like the moon landing. That's what he says.
Nice.
Stan Tim with the description of people.
Shout out the moon landing.
I guess I should have made it. Well, we'll see if it's a hum baby. We'll see if it's a hum baby because we're at that point in time.
Yeah.
The hum babies and the bum babies.
Oh, that's good music to my ears.
Are next. So the Total Weekend Recall gets your Monday morning started. Winners and losers next on The Sports Leader.
I think.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Monday morning. Yes. Monday morning, baby. Brebbia style. Remember Brebbia said I'm trying to turn Mondays into like a positive thing. So let's make it positive By finding the bum babies from the weekend.
Oh, man.
All right. So you know the deal. We've been doing it for decades, baby. The hums and the bums. And, of course, Hum Baby, as we all know, takes on added meaning with the passing of the great Roger Craig. By the way, I didn't see... I saw we have a Vita patch and a Gaylord Perry patch, but I didn't see a new Hum Baby patch on
That's a
on a sleeve. Did you guys see
call.
anything?
You know what? Now that you mention it,
I was kind of looking. And
boy, that's a no.
I don't. Am I just not looking right? Or
I didn't see one, but that's not to say.
I would have just.
Is it on the
cursive? I would have put Hum Baby on the sleeve. They didn't they? I think you were out rocking in Levi's Plaza with Fast Times, but I do believe before the game on Friday they did a tribute to him.
Oh no, I didn't. Yeah, I got in. The first inning was already underway by the time I made it inside.
You know, I was very proud coaching moment. So, you know, I call our kids the Hum Babies on the Giants, right? I try to teach them about Hum Baby mentality. I almost exclusively call them the Hum Babies. And a kid from the other team, from the Red Sox, who played in our league this year, came up to me at a swim meet on Saturday. He goes, Coach Brian. I said, yeah. He goes, I was watching the Giants game Friday night, and they did a whole tribute to a guy they called the Hum Baby. He goes, and I thought, oh, that's what Coach Brian's talking about right there. I was like, yes, kid, yes. He wasn't even on my team, this kid. So anyway, always preach Hum Baby.
It's
Whenever
kids like that that give me, that's kids like that give me hope for the future, Murph. I gotta tell you.
Anyway, we do have winners, we do have losers.
We got it all.
We rotate every week. This is the week Paulie finds some bums.
Yeah, I think I should.
Bum baby candidates. Paulie Mac, who are your losers from the weekend?
I'm glad you asked, and I like to start with just things I saw with my very own eyes, which is the Giants on Friday night. So if I could start right there for my first bum baby installment, because I was on hand. Murph mentioned it. I was out there at Seals Plaza before the game. Shout out to the Levi Summer Concert Series. Brought to you by the San Francisco Giants. Great band out there. Fast Times playing. We'll do it again.
Did they play the Romantics, What I Like About You?
Yes, they did.
I just had a feeling that would be something they would play.
And you want to know what? The place went nuts.
Why wouldn't you?
That song still works.
It's like a little peppy dance beat there.
There were, I got to tell you, there was like a very engaged and active crowd out there. They were like, it's always like this. First couple tunes, people are like feeling it all out. But then when songs like that started getting played.
Probably because the word was up and down the Embarcadero. They said there's some music down there in Seals Plaza.
It was a great time.
Yeah, but are they playing the Romantics, What I Like About You?
Well, the answer is yes.
I said, let's go.
The answer is yes. That's kind of what broke things open. They got a lot of people on the dance floor with that one. But no, the Giants, listen, let's just go back and then talk about Friday night a little bit. So we sign off Friday morning. We're high on the Giants. Yeah. They had just swept Denver. First sweep since May, I believe.
2 games over 500.
Yeah, man, exactly. Now, again, this was on the road in Denver. They were tied with that season high 2 games over 500. Lowly Cubs coming to town. DeSclafani on the hill. It's E40 fireworks drone night. There was a buzz I'm not kidding about this. There was a buzz in the yard. A lot of anticipation. A lot of people wearing the E40 floppy hat. So the vibe was, I saw E40 in the house, of course.
Was he there?
Oh, yeah. He was there. So it's funny, when I walked in from the concert, I was walking.
He threw out the first pitch?
Oh, yeah, he threw out the first pitch. Bounced it as well.
But you let E40 do whatever he needs to do out there.
Put E40 on the bump.
But when I walked, I guess there were probably a bunch of fans who had bought a special E40 package ticket that night. Maybe they had some kind of pregame thing out in Triples Alley. That's my guess. Because when I walked in, so the band stops playing at 7. I walked around to the media entrance where we like to go inside the yard. And I was going to go take the elevator up to the club level where I was going to be sitting. As I was walking down that hallway to get to the elevator, there was E40, and I'm not kidding, surrounded by probably, 40 to 50 Giant fans, all wearing the floppy orange hat. So I'm like, all right, this must be a special E40 package.
It would be appropriate if you surrounded by 40 fans. Right?
yeah, maybe it was. It probably was. Great call. But anyway, so the table was set. The vibe was great.
Yeah.
Everything's going well. The Giants are actually winning in the ball game. And again, thanks to everybody coming out and saying hi at Levi's Plaza. We did. We had a great time, but then the Giants cough it up. It's a 3-2 loss. Ryan Walker couldn't put out that fire, which actually DeSclafani started. But you want to know what the moment where everything changed and went downhill? Not a bit. I'm dead serious. We're sitting in the yard. Good ball game, beautiful night out there. All of a sudden,
ladies and gentlemen, we regret to inform you that the...
Did Rennell have to drop that bomb?
Actually, I shouldn't be doing the voice. You're right. It was Rennell.
So I felt bad that, I heard they canceled. I'm like, did Rennell had to bring the bad news?
There was like a gasp in the yard. There was because there was a lot of confusion.
It's not her fault it got canceled.
And you got to go face the firing squad now. I was like...
Don't kill the messenger.
Yeah, so it was kind of a downer, and then the Giants lost a handle on the game. So all in all, Friday night, which started great, turned into a bum baby night.
Nico Horner, who swings, and it's a base hit up the middle. That's going to tie the game. Suzuki's in, rounding third half. He'll come in to score, and the Cubs have gone ahead. It's 2-1. 152. He lines this one up the middle, base hit. One hop to Yastrzemski. 1 run is in. Going to third and stopping there is Horner. It's 3-1 Cubs.
1-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. A fastball on the inside. And the Cubs take game 1 from the Giants.
Continued competitiveness that comes out of Marcus every time he takes the mound. It's pretty impressive. Excellent command, control of a sinker-slider combination that can be really challenging, particularly for right-handed hitters. And some early solid contact between Jock and Yaz. A hard ground ball from Estrada, just not enough to really do any damage. You're going to have some games where you come out and you're not swinging the bats the way you want to, putting up crooked numbers like we were doing in Colorado, and you have one inning that doesn't go well and you lose a baseball game. You quickly turn the page and get ready for tomorrow.
Should we talk a little bit about Marcus Strowman, who pitched in that game and has a history with the Giants? That he and the Giants negotiated a possible free agent contract this offseason. It didn't work out, but Strowman went public with a tweet praising the Giants organization, like lavishly praising their organization. Let me find the exact tweet here for you guys.
While you're looking it up, Murph, let me ask you a question. When was the last time anybody lavishly praised you?
It's been a while,
I'm talking
brother.
lavishly.
It's been a while.
Not just praise, lavish.
2010 when everybody was feeling good about the World Series.
I'd say the truth, I could use a little bit of lavish praise.
It ain't happening.
Just to make me feel better.
He wrote that the Giants organization is headed for great, great things. The people from the top down are incredible. They're with it, man. I would love it at some point down the road to be a part of that team. Marcus Strowman wrote that, and guys, it's June 12th. There's a trade deadline coming up next month.
Oh, what do you want to come be a part of it?
Let's start the conversation.
Come on in. Let's be a part of it.
The conversation.
How about this
Be
summer,
like
Marcus?
Iguodala. Come on over.
Yeah, bring him in.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to be arguably starting the All-Star game up in Seattle. He's going to be one of the top guys, if not the number 1 target on the trade block this summer.
Who are you trading?
Joey Bart?
Well, here we go again.
Strowman. I don't think you're getting Strowman.
How about you throwing like a Bart?
Are you going
to Michael Conforto or Mitch Haniger?
I actually heard. Was it Susan said to you guys on Friday?
Go ahead.
I almost drove off the Golden Gate Bridge when she said you could potentially move Luis Matos.
No.
She said it to you guys on Friday.
But me, I'd rather
he hit 2 more yesterday, and then 1 more on Saturday.
See,
He had 3 this weekend.
I'd rather go and move Michael Conforto and open up a hole for Luis Matos to play at the major league level.
Conforto, he has an opt-out because I mentioned it to my... So I had 2 different people in my life. P1 Chuck was pounding me over the weekend.
Shout out P1 Chuck.
And my own son was crushing me over the weekend. Why are they calling up Luis Matos? I said, well, okay, who you benching? Who you benching? He goes, Yaz. I go, okay, you're benching Yaz. All right, well, that's a big move. Now Yaz is a good defender.
He is.
He's having a pretty good season. He's a veteran.
He is having
You're
a
sure
good year.
Matos is going to be the guy? And I said, what about trading Conforto? You can't trade Conforto. I'm like, well,
You can.
he's got a 1-year opt-out.
Yes, you can.
So he's going to have high value.
Yes. And he's putting up numbers right now, too.
This is something to think about.
Yeah, it is. It is something to think
something
about.
we will be talking about in the coming days.
Well, we'll do it, but not after we get through a few more bum babies, because I'm not done yet, Murph. Hey, how do you feel about me staying at 3rd and King? I hate to do that, but I'm going to double down, and I'll explain everything. So Giants on Friday night, bum baby number 1. You go home, you sleep it off, you say, okay, they canceled the drone show, change the energy, these things happen. We'll kind of reset things on Saturday. Beautiful sunny afternoon in San Francisco. Surely the Giants going to bounce back at home in front of a big Pride appreciation crowd, packed house it looked like on TV.
They were lined up for the jerseys.
Bro, lined up for the jerseys. The yard looked great on TV. I'm waiting there for my Fox broadcast. You got Cubs veteran righty Kyle Hendricks. Murph, Kyle Hendricks out here throwing like mid-80s and just stifling giant bats all day. Taking a no-hitter into the 8th. I got to be honest with you, it looked like he was going to get there. I mean, his pitch count was so low, the Giants could not see him for whatever the reason. He was just on it. And this is a bullpen game that went awry for Gabe Kapler. They wind up losing 4-0. They break up that no-no in the 8th. But there it is. They're back to 500 after that loss. That's the thing. You feel great after Denver. Ooh, look at the sweep. All right, now he's going to build on that. Nope. You drop the first 2 games of a 3-game set at home against the Cubs. That's the kind of team you got to beat, especially with the schedule coming up. In any case, is it the gravitational pull? That thought was in my head. It might be. I don't know how to explain it. At least they didn't get no hit. But all in all, Saturday, just a bum baby.
2-1 pitch. That one is hit to right center field and deep. Going back on the ball, Tauchman sprinting over, reaches out and makes a catch, and hangs on as he tumbles onto the warning track. What a play. Mike Tauchman, a full layout. 2-1 is hit to right field and pretty deep. Conforto going back. He's going to turn around. It is off the top of the wall and gone. It hit the roof of the wall. Morrell sprinting around to third and now gets word it was a home run, and he goes into his trot.
And here is Morrell, who hit a home run his last time, and he hits a hard ground ball up the middle and through. Past the dive of Estrada, base hit, and 2 runs will score. 4-0 Cubs. The pitch to the left-handed hitter struck him out swinging, and that was another changeup. Kyle Hendricks, he may be putting himself into the race for the Cy Young Award. 6 no-hit innings, and he's making it look easier. Swinging. There's a drive into the gap, deep left center field. Hit well, way back there, and off the wall. That's the first hit for the Giants. 0-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. That slider ended up in the zone on the outer third, and that's how it ends.
Well, there it is, Murph. It felt like a bum baby afternoon to me, especially after what happened Friday night. The Giants come out just flat as can be on Saturday.
Yeah, back at that point in time, Saturday night, back to 500 was a bummer.
It really was.
It really was. So this is who you are.
Yeah.
Right? The gravitational pull kept pulling. But let me ask you another question. Am I hearing, how was the Cub fan presence?
You know what? I've actually seen, well, at least I was in the club level on the third base side. Over there was pretty much all Giants, but I saw a lot of blue
they're down. They're 9 games under, even with this winning that series.
Cub Nation, they're out there. They always show up when they come to San Francisco. So there were.
I'm an idiot. I should have done the research before the show. Is Cody Bellinger hurt? He's not playing.
No, I don't know.
Hurt? Yeah, because I saw these guys in April at Wrigley, and Bellinger was out there, and they won, and Nico Horner had his walk-off, and Dansby Swanson, all that. But they have not had it going on until they got here. So,
but to your point, the Cubs do have a few Bay Area guys on the team, like Nico Horner, of course, from Oakland.
And where's Wisdom from?
Wisdom? That's a good Patrick Wisdom. That's a good question.
They say he's local.
I know Nick Madrigal is from Sacramento, I believe.
Is he one of those Elk Grove kids?
I think so. Yeah.
Not to be confused with the Madrigal, who's a friend of the Murph and Mac show. That's another Madrigal. What's his first name?
That's Al Madrigal.
Al Madrigal, yeah, friend of the program.
Oh no, Patrick Wisdom went to St. Mary's, but he's from Southern California. But he went to St. Mary's, so he's a St. Mary's Gale.
All right,
yeah.
But anyway, Murph, just bum baby, man, baby.
St. Mary's putting guys in the bigs.
Love it. Love it.
Don't sleep on that.
Go ahead and do it.
Yeah, buddy of mine's kid, forward Tam first baseman. Shout out Matteo Bellissimo playing over there.
Gale's ball.
I got you a little. Dude, Madrigal. I don't have a high school for him. It just says Sacramento. Darn it, trying to get his high school. Can't find it. Anyway,
all right. Well, I got time for one more bum baby. I'm going to get off the Giants now because it did look good.
Elk Grove. It was Elk Grove.
Look at you, man.
J.D. Davis.
You follow all the good players.
Got it. All right.
No more giant bum babies. 2 of the 3, I think, is enough. Murph, how do you feel about me veering off into like an uncharted territory where you've got I guess you can say like a retired like pro athlete knocking out a mascot? This is what happened over the weekend. I'm throwing it on the bum baby list. If you guys didn't see this, I'm not making this up. This actually happened. Conor McGregor, okay? He goes out to the Heat game, and he winds up knocking out the Heat mascot, Bernie. This guy, Bernie, in his big fluffy suit. Yeah. This guy goes down like a ton of bricks. He's laying. They drag him off by his feet. McGregor spraying stuff in his face, and then he has to actually go to the ER in real life. Like he looked like he got laid out. So it was bad enough. The Heat are out here losing Game 4 at home to the Nuggets. That was Friday night. But then you learn that this Heat mascot, Bernie, we mentioned, was actually sent to the emergency room for pain treatment. That's after Conor McGregor, UFC fighter Conor McGregor, in a prearranged stunt now to promote his pain relief spray.
Relief spray?
Well, that's what he was spraying on him when they were like dragging him off the floor.
What?
Yeah. He throws a left hook. This guy goes down. Bernie goes down, but then he's down flat on his back. He stands over him and just delivers like a Sonny Corleone. Bam!
Hit him again.
Direct hit to the grill.
Yeah.
Marcus, I'm saying even with a fluffy head on, you could still hurt a guy punching him in the face like that.
Well, that's why the mascot went to the ER.
Yeah,
exactly. Dude ended up in the emergency room.
I'm not sure what McGregor was thinking at that point. I mean, stand over this guy and just punch him right in the face one more time.
It's the follow-up shot, Paulie, because after he throws the overhand left, he goes down with a little ground and pound, and that's the one that looks like
a dirty shot.
Ground and pound.
Well,
in the UFC, you're allowed to hit the guy when he's down, right?
Yeah, unless like Herb Dean comes diving in to save you. Like the referee has to stop you, has to end the fight.
If he thinks the fighter's too vulnerable or something?
Yeah, exactly. If he can't defend himself, they'll stop it. But there's a lot of times where dudes do follow up with that last final shot.
In a maybe the most bizarro sound package of all time. By the way, he went to the ER and they treated him. They sent him home, so he's okay. I don't want anybody to think we're being too crass about this. So the Heat mascot, you're going to hear some sound here. Are you ready for this collection? You're going to get Dana White and you're going to get Spoelstra all talking Conor McGregor and Heat mascots.
I don't know if you saw the kind of viral clip of Conor McGregor at the NBA Finals last night and how apparently that second punch sent the mascot to the ER or something like that. What do you make of that whole?
I saw the Deontay Wilder one, too. What's up with mascots wanting to get punched in the face by professional fighters? What do you expect? You want to get punched? I mean, what are those mascot things made out of, unless you're like the Golden Knights mascot? I wouldn't be, I don't even know what the hell he wears, but I'm assuming it's a metal helmet. I wouldn't have professional fighters punching me in the face if I was a mascot. And doesn't seem like the brightest thing in the world.
It's the first time I've ever asked a question like this. What does it say about your mascot that he could take a punch from Conor McGregor, bounce back, and still be ready to go likely in the next home game?
That's the Miami Heat toughness that we're talking about. They should have been allowed to, take the first swing. Yeah. We won't reveal who that is, but he's tough. You can take a punch and get back up, and he's not going to miss any time.
Yeah, I got to give it to Spolster right there, being playful about that whole
Down
thing.
3-1, too.
Yeah, totally, but still finding time to riff. So, by the way, actually, Game 5 tonight in Denver. We'll be talking about that more in the show today. But, Murph, there you go. The Bum Babies are officially recorded. They're in the books as we speak. If you're just joining us, listen, the Giants on Friday night, I was out there. I saw it with my own eyes. It turned out to be a bummer of a night with the E40 drone show
By the way,
canceled.
just pause right there. There's a couple of listeners saying that Rennell left mid-game, and it was a male voice
I could have
that canceled.
sworn it was a man. Yeah, that's really weird.
So adding to the oddness of it all, yeah.
But I get it. There was confusion. I mean, I'm looking around here. There's a guy making announcements about cancel.
Ladies and gentlemen, the E40 drone show regrettably will not take place.
It was like, there was a big gasp in the crowd. There was a lot of confusion. Because it was confusion. Thanks, man. I was begging for it, and it was worth the wait. And then Giants on Saturday, bum baby of a showing, just top to bottom, almost getting no hit. And Conor McGregor knocking out the Heat mascot, Bernie. He's okay, kids. Don't worry.
What is pain relief spray, by the way? What is this? Is it
it's like a numbing agent, would be my guess.
Yeah, kind of like an icy hot spray, I guess, or something like that. Yeah.
You going to get it, Marcus?
No, I'm not going to get it. Why? Because McGregor knocked the guy out?
Yeah.
I'd say there's probably some other substance that McGregor was doing in Miami.
I understand.
Free advertising, right?
Some of that Scarface.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about,
I do.
Paulie.
Free advertising. We're talking about it.
Yeah.
Right? There you go. All right. Home babies on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
That's the Miami Heat toughness that we're talking about.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, everybody. Paulie Mack saying good morning. Hope you had a great weekend. Our friend Steve Moskowitz is going to join us now. We like to talk to Steve during the Murph and Mack show throughout the week. And a lot of times I come to Steve with a question that he can answer for all of us, really. So, Steve, I say good morning. Hope you had a great weekend. My question today is, what would you tell me and our listeners, because there's a lot of us out here when they're in a position where they want to pay their taxes, Steve, but they simply can't pay their taxes. What would you say to that?
Paulie, that's a real common situation. I'd say, don't worry about it. Just call us. We'll take care of you. And there's so many good options, whether we ask the government to let you just pay part or pay in monthly installments or get the penalties forgiven or just leave you alone until you're back on your feet. But don't stick your head in the sand. Don't ignore them or they'll do something bad to you. Let us take care of you. And in almost all cases, you don't have to talk to them, deal with them, have anything to do with them. And just think you can have a normal life and sleep the sleep of the innocent.
That's awesome. And that's what we all need is a better night's sleep. When you have somebody like Steve Moskowitz in your corner working for you, you'll achieve that. Have a conversation with Steve about your situation. Reach out and call him at 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, and visit Steve Moskowitz online for more information at moskowitzllp.com.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, hum babies, yeah. Winners, baby, winners. Let's shine a light, Paulie. Shine a light on the good things that happened over the weekend.
May the good Lord shine a light on you.
So many winners that I had to squeeze out a couple people. I wanted to put in that Stanford pitcher, Quinn Matthews, who's throwing 156
Way to go to work, kid. Way to go to work.
And a complete 17 strikeouts or 16?
16 strikeouts, man.
Yeah.
Nice.
Give him that. Also not making it was a Canadian golfer, Nick Taylor, who hold a 72-foot putt in a playoff to become the first Canadian to win the Canadian Open since 1954. And then what happened was, like, fellow Canadians were so happy. A golfer named Adam Hadwin, he's a Canadian golfer. He's a pro golfer. He wanted to win the tournament, but he didn't. He was so happy for his buddy. He ran onto the green to spray him with champagne, and a security guard thought he was an interloper and just trucked him. Trucked him on the green. This poor guy, he's a pro golfer.
That's great.
Buddy.
I got to see
he's
that.
He's like, woo! Kaboom! He gets laid out.
I got to see that.
It's tough.
That sounds awesome.
His wife reported that he's okay.
Just got blown up like a Ronnie Lott.
What do you give me for Adam Hadwin, the golfer, and Bernie, the Miami Heat mascot? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So anyway, so those were honorable mention, home babies.
You said he was going to spray him with champagne. Was he running with a bottle in his hand?
Yeah.
Incredible. I got to see it. Marcus, you've seen it?
Yeah.
I got to catch
hilarious.
it.
Yeah, he was mid-champagne spray and then just gets leveled. It's absolutely ear hole.
I mean, it's kind of a jarring contrast between like something that's so happy and celebratory met with such stark violence. You know what I mean? It's like it's just the mood changes immediately. He's like, yeah, boom, down he goes.
Put him on his ass.
All right, so those guys didn't make it. Those guys didn't make it.
Okay.
But what do make it is
funny.
Starting it off with Paulie Mac's bum babies on Friday and Saturday.
No good.
Tyro and Jock saving the weekend. Hum baby number one. That's right. The specter of a sweep by the Cubs was a rough way to start a Sunday. Thank goodness for Jock Peterson. Going 4 for 4 with 2 bombs, including splash hit number 101, 4 RBIs. And then here comes this guy. You want to talk about Farhan finds, man. You may complain about the team being 500, but Farhan will find a guy. Tyro Estrada, he got him for like a couple of bucks from the Yankees. He hits 2 more homers to burnish his all-star hopes. He could make it as a reserve. We'll have to see how this plays out over the next couple of weeks. But the Giants finally get 1 game over 500 in that gravitational pull war. A big 13-3 win that we'll put a stamp on. Phew, that would be the word. P-H-E-W, because he didn't want to get swept by the Cubs. And, of course, one added bonus was the Brandon Crawford relief appearance, which we'll talk about in the big hit today, because it was too much fun to see the old man, 36 years old, out there touching 90 on the gun at one point and putting the cherry on top of a hum baby win.
Swing, and there's a high drive in the left center field, hit well. Way back there, and adios! Pelota! Jock Peterson plants one into the left center field seat.
High drive to left. Half back. Out of here. High drive. Right field. Out of here. Into the water.
Swings it, drives one down the left field line. Toward the corner, it is gone, a home run. Wow, straight down the left field line. The second home run of the game for Tyro. Well, it is a moment that Brandon's experienced just about everything in his big league career. But he's been begging for years to do what he's going to do right now, and that is pitch.
Swing and a pop-up. First baseman Wilmer Flores into foul ground behind the coach's box. He's got it. And Brandon Crawford, he walked the first hitter, gave up a single to the second hitter, and then he ran the table. He came through in the clutch in his major league debut as a pitcher.
He threw the ball really well. I mean, I think his arm might hurt tomorrow, but that was one to remember.
I always give pitchers a hard time about it not being that hard. So I think I proved today that it's not. They probably don't love that I have a 0 ERA because I'll continue to give them a hard time about it.
The saltine dry wit of a Brandon Crawford. 20 pitches yesterday, 9 strikes, but he got it done. 1 inning, 1 hit, 1 walk. But Jock Peterson with the 2 big flies goes 4 for 4. He's up to 282. His OPS is over 900. So, I mean, when he's healthy, he rakes. You know, do you ever look at, I know, Paulie, you probably don't. You're not an advanced analytics guy. Waterboy, do you ever look at those StatCast pages where they exit velocity?
Yeah, I'll check them out every once in a while.
He's always up there on top exit velocity. Always. Like they do the daily leaders. I mean, Jock just hits balls. He hits baseballs hard. He's been doing it ever since his old man would show up at lunchtime at Palo Alto High and throw BP to him.
Why not?
Oh, his old man would just pull up and then sell things out of his trunk and
imagine that whole conversation.
Jock.
You want me to save you a seat in the cafeteria lunchtime? No, can't do it. I'm hitting balls with my dad.
Yeah. They said scouts used to come to his Palo Alto High lunchtime BP.
Yeah, Murph, he's been doing it since he took the water boy deep in high school.
He's out there mashing. He looks good.
Very good. He didn't have the peroxided blonde hair back then, did he?
I don't think so.
No bleach blonde hair.
Have you ever
Really
considered
short
that?
hair,
Marcus,
hair.
for you, would you make that move, a little peroxide?
We did it 1 year for like 11-year-old all-star team, but I didn't go all in. I went with like the fake spray stuff so it washed out. I didn't go permanent.
I'd like to see him do it like a David Bowie with his kind of pompadour thing he's got going there. You know what I mean? He could be like our new
you want some John Lund highlights?
How about a Paulie Mack? Has he ever done it?
No, man.
Okay, all right. No.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not coloring anything.
Jerry never did it. Bobby never did
totally.
it.
Exact. Thank you. You said it before I could. Yeah.
All right, so there's Hum Baby number 1, saving the weekend. Tyro, Jock, and Brandon. Hum Baby number 2, Paulie, we always say Friday night is where sports talk radio goes to die, but we have 2 items.
Now you could say that's where drone shows go to die as well.
Friday night, game 4 in Miami, Denver. Wow. Despite the powers of a Riley and a Spo and a Butler.
I know.
Too much Nuggets. What do you want? 108-95 was the final score. It was all about the fourth quarter execution by the Nuggets. Even though Jokic was off the floor with his 5th foul, Aaron Gordon and Jamal Murray and Bruce Brown and that whole crew took up the slack. With Gordon with 27, you had Bruce Brown with 21. Murray had double-digit assists. Guys, are you ready for franchise history? The Denver Nuggets have never won an NBA championship, and tonight they can do it in Denver. They quite likely will, but Spo says they're not dead yet. But either way, that was a big-time performance to go up there down to Miami and get those 2 wins after they lost game 2.
Yeah.
Everybody was concerned. So here it is, Hum Baby number 2, including a little Mike Malone and Eric Spoelstra after the game.
Murray gets away, kicks it out, Gordon, corner 3, puts it in. Aaron Gordon with a 3-pointer. Adebayo lost the handle. Jokic was right there. Here comes Gordon. Gordon to Caldwell Pope. Caldwell Pope, 3-pointer. Bang! From Tavius Caldwell Pope. Nails the 3, and it's a 14-point lead. Just an incredible victory for the Nuggets. This will be 5 consecutive road wins. They win both games 3 and 4 here in Miami. Now we'll take a commanding 3-1 lead here in these NBA Finals.
You know, I told the guys the first thing I said, we're not celebrating. It's a good win. We've done our job, but we're not celebrating like we've done anything yet. We know we're going to have to go home and turn off the TV, the radio. Don't read the papers. Don't listen to everybody telling you how great you are, because we haven't done a damn thing yet. We have to win another game to be world champions, and we're going to do that by simply taking it 1 quarter at a time. And we stay true to our identity. We'll give ourselves a great chance to do that.
I told the guys, feel whatever you want to feel tonight. That's fine. You probably shouldn't sleep anything tonight, any amount of time. I don't think anybody will. We've done everything the hard way, and that's the way it's going to have to be done right now again. And all we're going to focus on is getting this thing back to the 305.
The 305, man.
Listen to Spoelstra. How about Spoelstra going, you shouldn't sleep tonight?
Well, I told you the other day when we open up the mics, I said, Pat Riley's up right now. He's already diagramming stuff, breaking down film. So, no, I bet you they were very unhappy that they couldn't at least get one of the 2 on their own court. But it wouldn't. I mean, listen, he's right. This is what the Heat have been doing this whole postseason. They like to do it the hard way. Not making any calls for tonight. It's going to be a pretty steep mountain to climb. But don't count them out.
This is the Nuggets time, though. They're the hum baby, and this is the. And did you see Jokic? I saw Jokic with Malika Andrews last night on ESPN. Asked,
"What's he saying?"
She goes, "What would a championship mean to you?" And he said, "I can't even answer that question. We haven't won a championship."
See, he's saying all the right things.
I've done nothing. I can't. This question makes no sense to me because I've achieved nothing. I was like, all right, good answer. And then she said, "If you won a championship, would you buy another horse?" And he said, "Even if I lose, I might buy another horse." So classic Jokic, man, classic. All right, and let's go to hum baby number 3. And this was some controversy because there were those who said, why isn't Brandon Crawford on your hum baby list? And I said, well, I thought about it. And there were others who said, how come Stanford pitcher Quinn Matthews isn't on your hum baby list? And I said, well, he's going to make honorable mention. Why isn't the Canadian who made the 72-foot putt? I said, well, honorable mention. I said, because you know why? In honor of the dear and departed top 6 sports stories, where we used to spend 2 weeks highlighting the French Open. We take you through week 1 of the round of 64, the round of 128. In honor of the dear departed French Open, we got to shine a light on a guy who yesterday became the greatest Grand Slam champion in the history of tennis. We got to make him a hum baby. He was controversial during the pandemic, but you ain't stopping this dude on the tennis courts, man. Listen to this. Novak Djokovic makes hum baby number 3 because not only did he win the French Open, not only was it his 23rd Grand Slam title, passing Rafa Nadal at 22. He already left Federer at 20 in the dust and Sampras at 14 in the dust. He's now tied with Serena Williams, either gender.
Yeah.
And not only that, Margaret Court with her fake 24, because she used to rack up Australian Opens when nobody went down there.
Fake. Hey, by the way.
And he is now, by the way, he's going to Wimbledon next month or later this month as the favorite.
Are you like a Joker? I'm just asking, would you call yourself a Joker fan?
I would say I have a strong and healthy respect, but of the big 3, I always rooted for Federer.
Yeah, I like Federer too. Would you ever consider, if you and Candace were ever to have another kid late in life, would you consider naming the kid Novak Murphy?
Yes, I would.
Just for the regal nature
Named
of it.
after a former
Novak.
Yeah, exactly.
Novak, pass the pepper.
So anyway, the point is, how about this story? On Friday, there's a 20-year-old kid named Carlos Alcaraz.
Yes.
He's supposed to be the next great thing. He's going to take over tennis. So he played Djokovic in the semis. Dude, he had to tap out with a TKO on cramps. He said after the match that the cramps weren't physical as much as psychological. Novak was so intimidating.
Yeah.
This 20-year-old kid's supposed to be the number 1 player in the world, and he's like, he's staring across the net. He goes, you try doing it.
I got to try that next.
The guy made me cramp up just by looking at him.
Yeah.
How about that?
I got to try that next time I need a good excuse for something. Paulie Mack, what the hell's the matter with you? How'd you screw that whole thing up? I had some mental cramps happening.
Mental cramps.
Yeah, mental cramps.
Mental cramps.
Yeah.
Anyway, here he is, hum baby number 3, and this is him talking to Norway's Casper Ruud after dismissing him in the French Open final.
Why, Novak? Why?
I'm sorry for the result today. For sure that's not the best way to finish for you. But you've had an incredible couple of years here. Finals last year, finals this year. And you've been one of the most consistent players in the world for the last couple of years. You played, I think, 3 or 4 Grand Slam finals out of 5, 6 last Grand Slams that you played. So it speaks about your quality of tennis and your consistency. And I wish you really all the best. I wish you to win against anybody except me when you play me. But if I lose earlier in the Grand Slam, you can win it, no problem.
There he is, the Joker. By the way, per capita, is Serbia the baddest ass country in the nation?
Great question. That's a great question.
We're being ruled by Serbians right now. Novak Djokovic and Nikola Jokic. Guys, I saw a fun little poll online. Best Joker. Because Novak goes by Joker. Nikola goes by Joker. And then you got...
Well, Jack Nicholson played the Joker.
Jack Nicholson went by Joker, so did Heath Ledger.
Heath Ledger did it pretty psychotically.
So who's the best Joker?
There's another Joker, too. Who's that guy, Marcus, the movie Suicide Squad? They trotted out another Joker.
Oh, Jared Leto.
Thank you. Jared Leto's done it, too. So there's a few of them we can point to.
And it wasn't the original in Batman.
So what do you want? So what do you need? Cesar Romeo, whatever his name is? I got you covered. Yeah.
Boy, so who's the best?
I personally have to go with Steve Miller Band, the Joker.
You know what, dude? You've been off them. I could use some today.
Were you on the flight with me flying to Chicago watching the August 78 Cap Center Landover, Maryland show?
I'm going to need some today.
I'm going to go Nikola. He's my number one
the
joker.
number one
right
joke. That number one.
Just everything about him. The legs draped over the carriage and
It's
all that.
a great
and, man, the head.
It's a great question.
Are you going Nicholson or Ledger? What are you going?
I like Ledger. I like both. I'm a big Jack fan, but I think probably Ledger's performance. He got nominated for an Academy Award for that performance, which, and unfortunately, I think he passed away before the Oscars that year, sadly. But no.
Somebody says Joaquin Phoenix as a Joker?
That's who it was. I knew there was. We were missing that guy, too. What was the name of the movie? Just Joker, I think they called that one.
Yeah,
the movie he was in.
that was the newest one they put out.
Yeah, and there's another one coming out. He's doing another one. I think as we speak, they're filming that.
Laura Ray says Jack Nicholson's the best Joker.
A lot of people like Jack. You know what's interesting now? A guy like Shannon Kaler, who's kind of like represents the morality police for all of us, thank God.
What would he say?
He'll tell you when you've made a mistake. Shout out Shannon Kaler. That's my boy. Yeah. He likes Nicholson the best. And he likes Keaton the best, which is at odds with his new agey kind of everything was offensive back in the late 80s.
That is surprising. There's an inconsistency there. Nobody took Novak as their top Joker?
Only you.
Even though he's won more Grand Slams. No, I'm going Nikola.
Oh, you are? That's
Nicola,
right. Okay, that's
Nicola.
Yeah.
Just for the charm of a Nikola. But Djokovic has that little wit, too. How about Serbians dominating and cracking one-liners, too?
Yeah, totally.
Anyway, there you go. There's your hum baby number 3.
Very satisfying.
Had to go with the all-time Grand Slam tennis champion. My God, this guy. And he passed on a bunch of them during COVID. He could be well in the lead. And, by the way, like I said, he's the favorite at Wimbledon and the U.S. Open coming up. So, fun stuff, guys. There's your hum babies. Okay, Tyro, Jock, and Brandon save the weekend.
Thank you.
Nuggets on Friday night.
Nuggets.
Pure Nuggets. And then the Joker, one of the Jokers, becoming the all-time tennis champ.
Time will tell.
Those are your hum babies. And now Mike Krukow and the Power Hour, the big hit and the cooler of content, all coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Padres. Thursday, June 22nd. First pitch, 12:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Morning Bay Area.
Good morning. Good Lord.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Mervyn Max Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Mac catch up with Kruk right now.
He hits it high. He hits it deep. It's out of here. Adios, pelota. Gone.
Sponsored by your NorCal Honda dealers. Check out the new models that are arriving daily. Buy or reserve yours today.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, before we get going, want to remind everybody that more Giants talk when Andy Baggerly joins Tolbert and Copes today at 2:50 to talk Giants baseball. They're in St. Louis today at 4:45. But we get to talk to Mike Krukow. We do it every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. After the Giants have bummers on Friday and Saturday, a lot of fun on Sunday. Mike, good morning. How are you?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're going to win one game, make it be the last game, because there was a little magic out there yesterday, and they had some energy heading into St. Louis. This next week's going to be rough. You know, they got 3 in St. Louis, day off in L.A., and then L.A. over the weekend. So that energy, I think, was a big deal. So, yeah, they salvaged one. Come on.
Yeah, and I want to start with the end. Let's start with Brandon Crawford on the hill.
There we go.
So we've seen the comp that came to mind immediately for me was Pablo Sandoval in terms of the fan reaction. Like, you know, we've seen like Brett Wisely and other people doing it. It's just different, though, with Crawford, right? Everything that he means. So knowing what you've known about this player since 2011, what was your reaction to seeing him on the hill? And then what did you see?
Yeah.
Well, if he ever wants to quit being a shortstop, he could go in the bullpen in a heartbeat. I mean, he went out there and they had like 6 throws in the cage behind the dugout, then goes out in the field and takes a few more, and, you know, he amped it up. But still in the back of his mind, he's thinking, man, I can't completely let it all out because I can't get hurt. You know, the one thing that they always tell everyday players to go out there and pitch an inning in a mop-up game is don't throw hard. Don't hurt your arm. But when you're 36 years old, you played for 13 years, and, you know, why not? Go out and have some fun. And it was kind of, we didn't know this until after the game, but, I mean, he'd never play any other position other than shortstop.
Right.
1,600 games at shortstop, and this was his first time to go into another position. I didn't know that. Which, you know, leads me back to this spring when they were talking about getting Carey, about he was willing to give that up and play third base, which is even more remarkable. But anyway, yesterday he trots out there, and right away in the anticipation, just, you know, our crowd's on it. You know, they're looking at the score, and all of a sudden here comes Crawford, who wasn't in the game. He had a day off. And he gets to the top step, and they all sensed that he indeed was going to pitch. Now, he's been begging for this inning for 13 years. He's been telling everybody, you know, I can pitch. And he did. I mean, I've always said this guy, I think, has had the best arm that ever came out of Northern California. In all sports, he's just a remarkable arm. And he wants to go out there and he wants to show it off. So this was his chance, but, you know, he still had to hold back. But still, he hit 90. He showed a curveball. He showed a sinker. He had movement. And once he calmed down a little bit, he started throwing strikes, and it was fun. Everybody loved it. And then he got to do the one thing that every pitcher loves to do, and that's get the 27th out and be able to be in the middle of the handshake.
Yeah.
And it was just so much fun to watch the smile on his face.
Yeah.
I mean, you think about it. The hit he had in Denver when he
he turned around a game the Giants were behind, and they wound up winning, and they wound up sweeping the Rockies. That smile that he had coming back to the dugout, I mean, that's the same smile he had when he first played back in 2011, and here he had it again in the middle of the infield yesterday. One of the most beloved Giants of all time, and we just know this guy so well. I mean, he's just so humble, and he's so calm and so soft-spoken, yet here he was, unable to suppress that smile. It was just way cool.
It really was. A question, Joe, just in general about him this season. He's on the. You always say the interstate haunts these guys, so he's hitting 192 right now. He had the big knock Thursday in Colorado. That was a huge moment for that guy, and we talked about that Friday. So, just the way this year's going for him in terms of he's had these little moments like pitching on Sunday and getting the hit Thursday, and yet he's if you ask him, he's not having the season he wants. So it's sort of a mixed bag.
Well, it is a mixed bag, and it happens to every player. I mean, when you start to get some age on you, and there aren't that many 36-year-old shortstops and point guards on the planet. There just isn't.
Yeah, right.
It's a position that it's a physical position, and you have to have quickness. You have to have everything. And then as you start to age, you still have it, but you might not be able to have it 2 days in a row or 3 days in a row or 4 days out of 7. So you have to be managed differently. And, we saw it happen with Bochy in 2010 when he had Edgar Renteria. And there was a time when Renteria just went to the bench. And he was going through the same thing that Crawford's going through right now. But Bochy, just say, hey, be positive, stay ready, keep working hard, and your chance will come. And lo and behold, it did. I mean, he was the star in that World Series in 2010. And it may be a similar story for Brandon Crawford this year. And, he can't play every day like he did before, but he can still play. And if you use him right, you can get the most out of him. And what I'm looking at, and I'm thinking Gabe's doing a pretty good job with him right now. And it remains to be seen just how much of an impact he's going to have on this season. But I do believe it'll be an impact. And certainly, if the Giants get to the playoff, which we all think that they have a chance to do, having watched them the last 3 weeks, so it is a story that still has to be written, and we all anticipate it's going to be a good one. I don't know if he'll ever wear another uniform other than the Giants. I hope not.
Yeah,
but I don't know if he's going to be back next year. I don't know.
Right.
And I don't think he knows.
Right. Big story to be written over this summer and fall. We'll see what happens. By the way, it's 1,600 games at shortstop. Just by way of comparison, I looked up the all-time leader, Omar Vizquel, 2,709.
Whoa.
He was the one. You talked about not many 36-year-old shortstops. There wasn't that many 42-year-old shortstops like that guy.
Yeah, right.
Well, and we got to watch him, every day. And the one thing that Vizquel and Crawford share is their outlook on the game. They absolutely love taking ground balls. To them, that's better than any sit-down meal in any restaurant in any king's palace. I mean, to them, they would rather take ground balls than do anything. And it's just how they stayed hungry for the game. I used to watch Kite do it. When even when his leg was shot and he couldn't move very well, I mean, he just loved taking ground balls. It was always a big deal when he went to the fantasy camp and he had retired, and we'd watch him and Chris Spire just take infield. And when Chris Spire was retired, and the two of them would put on a show, and it's what they do. And Crawford, I mean, long after he's done playing, he's still going to want to take ground balls. It's just, and they love the game.
I love it.
And we've been blessed to see the two of them.
So good. Talking to Mike Krukow every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Giants get back one game over 500 after a disappointing start to the weekend. Ends fun on Sunday. More from Sunday, Mike. Jock Peterson. And so all that matters, it's like all you need him is healthy. When he's healthy, he just barrels balls up. If you look at the StatCast, he's always in the leaders in exit velocity. 2 homers yesterday. So you just got to keep him healthy. 4 hits Friday, 4 hits Sunday. Stay hot, kid, right?
Well, and he's streaky. He's always been streaky, especially with the long ball. I mean, he had kind of a weird series. He had 4 hits in the first game, none in the second game, and 4 hits in the third game. I mean, that's a bit odd. But every swing that he had in all 3 games was balanced, and he had control of his bat head. And for guys with power to be able to do that, things are going to start happening. And it's the perfect timing. Giants are going into St. Louis and then, of course, on into L.A. That Jock Peterson is going to be motivated for both series, and I expect him to have big-time contribution offensively. And so does the team, and so does he.
Yeah, and so he gets the 2 bombs, and one goes in the water for 101, and the other guy who hits the 2 bombs is Thairo Estrada, Mike. So people are throwing this word all-star around, and, every market kind of favors their guys. Hey, Tyro's an all-star. You look at the National League second base, Luis Ariz is a second baseman. He's got to be the starter, but...
You see a day like yesterday, though, you start to...
Yeah, he's thinking maybe reserve. I don't know, but boy...
That's a nice swing he's got.
He just continues to be... I think his numbers across the board are dynamite.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to start. I don't think he's going to get enough votes to do that. I mean, it's tough. The first-time guy doing it, and I hope he does. I mean, there's always hope with Giants fans. I mean, they vote, and it's going to take a huge effort to get him on that starting team. But I think he's going to be on the team. What he has done has just been remarkable. He's right around 300, got big hits. But I love the fact that you watch this guy take his at bats. And you cannot pitch him inside far enough. You can't. I mean, he is as quick inside as anybody, and he can get balls that are literally boring in on his hands. We watched it with Strowman on Friday night. He took and he had a base hit that knocked in a run, but that ball was on his fist. It was 7 to 8 inches off the plate in with movement coming in on him, and he fought it off and had a base hit. And then yesterday he had a home run on a fastball that was off the plate in. And then he had a breaking ball that was down and in. Anything in with this guy. I mean, you can't jam him. I mean, those are guys you have to know when you're pitching against the Giants. The guys you can jam. You assume if you're a big league pitcher and you get mustard on the fastball, you can jam anybody. You can't jam Thairo Estrada. And if you do once, don't think you can do it again. And so I love that about him. But I want to talk about the 2 home runs from Jock Peterson.
Yeah,
I mean, he goes left center for the first one, backspins it out opposite gap, and then he puts one in the pond. Those are 2 pretty impressive swing of the bats. But hey, 2 guys that hit 2 home runs, you're gonna win. You're gonna overcome 4 errors. Let's talk about the 4 freaking errors.
Yeah, well, I wanted to ask you about Casey Schmidt. He remains everybody's fascination, and then obviously he was going to cool off, and he did, and then he made 2 errors yesterday. Could you break it down for people who didn't get to see the errors? And then he makes up for it with 2 doubles at the plate.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I don't think you should have gotten 2 errors on the play. I think you should have gotten 1. Okay. But here's a young player playing shortstop and basically learning the position at the big league level. I mean, he had 14 or so games in AAA, but prior to that, he'd been a third baseman, right? Well, there's a couple of nuances that happened in the game yesterday. And one, Trey Mancini, who was a big guy, he's coming into second base, and he never slides. Now, the play goes to the left side of the infield and to the left of Schmidt, and as he picks the ball up, there's a bobble. Now he picks up to throw the ball to first base, and Mancini's right in his way, and he's standing up. So what's he trying to do? He tries to throw the ball over the head, and you try and put something on the ball, but if you throw the ball over the guy's head, if it's got any mustard on the ball at all, it's going to go over the head of the first baseman, which is exactly what it did. Now, an experienced shortstop, he'd have lowered his arm angle, forcing Mancini to get his butt down to avoid being hit. And that's something that you have to learn. I mean, it's cold-blooded play because if the guy doesn't get down, you're going to hit him. But Mancini, I mean, he kind of took advantage of a young shortstop, and it wound up costing him an error. I don't believe he should have had 2 errors, and I think they're going to appeal that play, and I think that eventually it'll get amended. But that's just, inexperience. Those are things you have to learn, but you look at it and you think, well, now he's not swinging the bat like he was when he first got up. Is it going to carry over into his defense? And it has a little. It has a little bit. That's something that he can correct easily. But I still want him out there. I mean, he's still got a great glove, and I still like the potential with this kid. Yeah. He really reminds me of Matt Williams because now, I mean, his first 102 or 3 at bats, he had 1 walk. Well, teams are paying attention to that. They're not throwing strikes. And he's so aggressive that he's swinging at balls out of the strike zone. Well, he has to get more discipline to the strike zone. And that all can happen. But he has to look at it, and, of course, he will. But I don't want to see him get sent out. I still want him in that lineup every day.
Big picture, Mike, were you disappointed losing 2 out of 3 to the Cubs? I mean, I know everybody's feeling good about Sunday, because you come off the sweep of the Rockies, and the Cubs are under 500, and yet Marcus Strowman and Kyle Hendricks do a number on you Friday and Saturday. So, I mean, I thought it was a chance for them to maybe get, some distance between them and 500 but they go to St. Louis only one game over. How'd you feel about the series as a whole?
Well, I mean, outside of the errors on Sunday, I thought they played pretty well. Look, it's the big leagues. You're going to run into some buzzsaw, and Strowman is that way. And I mean, he's a guy that is really going to draw a lot of interest. I don't see the Cubs holding him all season long, and if he gets put up for sale, you're going to see a lot of teams come at him, and it may be that the Giants have interest too. They love sinker ballers, and he's a sinker baller. But he was really good, and that can happen. And then the next day, Colin Hendricks goes out there. His last, 5 starts or something. He was 4-0 coming into that game against the Giants, and then he just shoves it. I mean, here's a guy that did not hit 90 with one pitch in 7 2/3 innings, and he takes a no-hitter into the 8th inning. I mean, they just could not figure out the soft sink and the changeup and all the slop he was throwing up there. It's funny that Crawford had more 90-mile-an-hour fastballs than Hendricks did, and he winds up almost no-hitting the team. So look, and again, I mean, he's a guy that the Giants have not fared well against. It can happen, and it was a game they could have won either one of those games. They had a chance to, but they just couldn't come up with the big hits. But look, coming into the last game, there was a little pressure on them to get some momentum. You can't lose, and you can't get swept at home. I mean, that to me is just an absolute slap in the face. But when you're going into St. Louis and L.A. on the same road trip, you better have some steam. So yesterday was a huge game, despite having some sloppy play with the gloves. It was a difficult game, only because of the wind and the swirling wind it was almost impossible to catch pop-ups and fly balls. But still, I mean, they could have played better defensively. They did.
Mike, what'd you think of the back-to-back bullpen openers? Listen, we've seen a lot of them through the years with Farhan and with other teams around the league. But back-to-back is unusual, and it seems to be happening a lot. Now, Alex Wood's supposed to be back Friday. Maybe that's
going to help, yeah.
But what'd you think about back-to-back? Was there something inside you that was – did you have acid reflux?
Yeah, were you twitching? Yeah.
No, I don't like it. I don't think anybody likes it. I don't think the bullpen likes it. But look, that's their job. They call upon you. They give you the ball. You go out and do the best you can. End of story. Well, they didn't have a starter. Now, the good news is, Manaea is throwing great. I mean, he's looking to me like he's ready to go back in the rotation. Alex Wood's going to get back to the weekend against the Dodgers. And Ross Stripling is throwing to the point where he's throwing better and he's getting healthy. So all these guys are coming back. So the problem of having not enough arms to cover the rotational spots, that doesn't seem to be quite an issue as you're looking forward. But, to the bullpen's credit, I mean, they did well as they've been doing. They gave this team a chance to win on Saturday, and they got out-pitched. But, yesterday, I mean, they did well. And I thought that Tristan Beck, who really has been throwing great, yesterday he went out there and he didn't have anything. He had nothing. And they asked him to get 10 outs in 2 innings. They played so badly behind him. But he kept grinding with slop, and he found a way to do it. I mean, he gives up like 3 runs, and I don't think they were all earned. But you have to learn to do that as a pitcher. There's going to be days when you go out there and you don't have anything, and that was one of those days for him. Now, he's a young arm. It's especially difficult for a young pitcher to do it. You can freak out when your slider's rolling, you can't get the ball down, and everything just looks awful. But he got the job done. I thought that was a big step in his as him maturing as a pitcher. So, no, I don't like the back-to-back bullpen games, but I thought the bullpen shined, and they wound up winning one of those games. So that's a good thing. And the rotation, they're going to start. They're starting to get healthy. So that's an even better thing.
For sure, we got to look forward to see how this maybe corrects itself in the coming days. Mike, I can't let you go with that question about this College World Series. And just down the street in Stanford, Quinn Matthews, lefty, threw 156 pitches, complete game, 16 strikeouts to keep Stanford's season alive. Combined with another outing, he's thrown over 300 pitches in the last 10 days. So I'm just kind of wondering, is this like a hero? We should be throwing flowers at him? Or if you're Quinn Matthews in your future, you're concerned about your arm and shoulder going forward? Or what's your reaction?
Well, I mean, that was the road that I took when I was at Cal Poly. I mean, they just give you the ball and just go get them. There was a couple times I went into the 180s.
Oh,
and
what?
No, I mean that's a fact.
Wow.
And, it wasn't a big deal. I mean, it didn't bother me. I mean, my arm felt great.
Okay.
I got into professional baseball, and when I was going through the ranks in professional baseball, I was allowed to get into the 140s, 150s. It happened at the big leagues. And, it was just a different era. But we've seen gradually as teams started to go and protect their arms and players coming through the minor leagues, if you sign out of high school, you may never pitch a game where you throw 100 pitches before you get to the big leagues. But the college ranks are different. They condition guys differently. Mentally, they teach them to absorb that type of workload. Now, we don't see 150 pitches very often. It remains to be seen if this guy's going to get hurt down the road. I don't think he will. And look, they know what they're doing down at Stanford. The fact that he got pushed, this is not the first time that he's gone large with a pitch count. And obviously, a lot's on the line. So he's drawing some criticism because we are comparing it to the professional game where it's looked down upon, but it isn't in the collegiate level. And so I don't think, if the guy was throwing nothing but outings where he was throwing under 100 pitches and then you extended 150, that would be of concern. Now, I don't know. I just don't think it happened that way. But I don't think it's that big a deal, quite honestly, because I lived through it and I did it.
Great answer. By the way, last time a pitcher threw more than 150 in an MLB game, 1999. Colorado pitcher Pedro Estacio. Although Levon Hernandez as a Marlin, actually he would have been a Giant in 2005, huh? But anyway, he threw 150. Ron Vallone threw 150 in 2000. So that seems to be the top.
And here's the other thing too, Murph, and I do want to point this out. When you're mechanically sound, you're not taking a lot out of your arm. Yeah. You can absorb extra pitches. When you're mechanically screwed up, you can hurt your arm in 15 pitches. So the pitch count thing, there's a massive gray area there. But I'm dead set against it. I think that pitchers, big league pitchers, should be able to go out there and pitch at least 125 pitches every time they go out there. Nice. The fact that these guys come out in the sixth inning haven't thrown 90 pitches, it really upsets me. But I don't know if we'll ever go back to the way it was before. I just don't know if it'll ever change, but it should.
Yeah.
Well, it's quite fascinating and fun to watch down there. Last one is, as these minor league reports continue to dominate Giants fans' minds, Luis Matos hit 3 homers on Saturday and Sunday. Fans are clamoring, Mike. What do you think? The outfield's packed. Conforto, Haniger, Yaz, Slater. Matos is going off. What do you do? Just let him cook down there and sack and wait, or do you force him in?
Well, right now there is no spot for him. But you know how injuries happen, so you have to be ready to be able to go into your minor league system and hopefully have somebody that you're high on. Well, Matos, he's getting 2-3 hits every day. What he's doing right now is remarkable. It's not getting noticed only by the Giants. All of baseball is watching what this kid's doing down there. He's finally healthy. You go back and take a look at his numbers the previous 3 years, and they weren't spectacular. But he'd always had injuries. And now he's playing, he's healthy, and he's exciting. We will see him at some point this year. That I can guarantee that. And when we do, he'll be ready. The way you come up here, you make him bring you up, and then you have to come up here being pissed off that they didn't bring you up sooner. That's the best way to show up on the big league doorstep.
Well, he's definitely trending in that direction. So, all right, Logan Webb tonight against a lefty named Liberatore, and we'll see what the Giants do in St. Louis for 3. And Mike, great chat. We'll talk to you Wednesday.
Thanks, Kruk.
Got a bit.
There he is, Mike Krukow, after the Giants get 1 of 3. That was disappointing, but over 500 going to St. Louis.
You're not getting all new agey on me, or are you, Murph? I'm just checking in because I'm with Mike on this. Let these pitchers pitch. I like that. I like to see a guy go deep and clean up his own mess in some cases when they still got plenty of gas in the tank. Are you starting to feel this bullpen thing? Are you starting to side with the phlegm as opposed to Marty?
I'm going with the chant, Paulie. Let them pitch.
Me too.
Let them pitch.
Marcus, you're a pitcher. What do you think?
Pitch.
I don't know. I like watching a guy work. It's just me.
I love it. And that was probably my favorite thing about watching Quinn Matthews last night throw 156 pitches.
Yeah.
The pitching coach goes out there in the 9th inning, and he straight up pulled a Madison Bumgarner. He's like, I'm not giving you the ball. Get the hell away from me. I'm finishing off this inning. I'm getting on the bump for this last out.
Well, and as Mike said, if you're mechanically sound,
you can keep going.
Do it.
You just keep going.
Mike said he was in the 180s in Cal Poly.
Well, you really got to wonder back like when Murph and I were kids, and there was no such thing as a pitch clock. It wasn't a pitch count, rather. It wasn't something you thought about or even really ever tried to tally the number of pitches. But if they did, you got to think we probably saw pitchers throw a buck 30, 40, 50 pretty routinely.
There's a rumor that in 1974, in a 13-inning Angels-Red Sox game, Nolan Ryan threw 235, but nobody can count all the pitches.
It wouldn't shock me, though.
But they say that was the estimate, 235.
Wow. Speaking of Nolan Ryan, here's another one of these back in the day when pitchers would pitch. I got to always go back to my 30 for 30s. And by the way, is the new Bill Walton ones tonight?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to get my DVR going because I got to watch the Heat game, but I'll tape those. That in the 86 NLCS, how about this pitching matchup? It was game 5, Nolan Ryan versus Dwight Gooden. Gooden goes 10, okay? Gooden goes 10. The game went like 14 innings. Gooden goes 10. He gave up 1 run, no decision. After 10 innings of work. I think Nolan went 9. He got a no decision, too, though, because the Mets wound up tying it or something like that. But anyway, Gooden going 10.
Paulie, it reminds me of going to see a Giants game where you see John Brebbia go 1. You know what I mean?
Same kind of idea.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the help. Hey, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. We want the big hit to be fun on a Monday.
I think so.
Fun. The Giants. Fun. The big hit. Fun. So, of all the things that happened this weekend, we want to shine a light on Brandon Crawford taking the mound. And as we heard from one observer, moon landing-like attention being paid to the TVs as Crawford topped the mound yesterday. Give the Giants a good vibe going into Monday's game in St. Louis. The big hit, Crawford, all the feels next on the Sports Leader.
Fun. Mike Krukow with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on.
Feel the pride.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Brandon Crawford got on the bump for the first time in his MLB career and pitched a clean inning in the Giants' 13-3 win over the Chicago Cubs. So to see the top highlights from Brandon Crawford's first pitching performance, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
This is Murph and Mac's Big Hit.
I'll take a hit. Hit me. Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Drive ball into left field. Base hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at BenjaminMoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Swing, and there's a high drive in the left center field. Hit well. Way back there, and adios! Pelota! Jock Peterson plants one into the left center field seat.
High drive to left. Halfback! Out of here! High drive. Right field. Out of here! Into the water.
Swings it, drives one down the left field line. Toward the corner, it is gone, a home run. Wow, straight down the left field line. The second home run of the game for Tyro. Well, it is a moment that Brandon's experienced just about everything in his big league career. But he's been begging for years to do what he's going to do right now, and that is pitch.
Swing and a pop-up. First baseman Wilmer Flores into foul ground behind the coach's box. He's got it. And Brandon Crawford, he walked the first hitter, gave up a single to the second hitter, and then he ran the table. He came through in the clutch in his major league debut as a pitcher. What a performance. The Giants beat the Cubs, salvaging. The sad part is that they just destroyed them today, but the Cubs still won the series. 2 out of 3.
There it is. The big hit, Crawford on the mound, creating good Sunday vibes. By the way, multiple threads coming out for me.
Yeah.
First of all, a lot of people reacting to the pitch count discussion saying, didn't Lincecum go north of 150 in the no-hitter in San Diego? No, he did not. 148.
Okay, I was going to say 138. I didn't remember.
148. Edwin Jackson was the guy I was trying to think of who threw 149.
You happen to know, since you're throwing these? I don't. I'm not asking you. Do you know how many he threw against San Diego when he got the second one? At home, the home game?
Well, I could look it up.
Yeah, let's do that, because I don't think it was as many as the first one he did. I think he did it in fewer.
No, he did San Diego twice, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
First one on the road, that's the 148 you're referencing, and then the second one was a day game at Oracle Park. I just don't remember. I think it was fewer, though.
When was the no-hitter?
14? Was it 14, Marcus?
It might have been 2014.
The second Timmy no-hitter? I want to say it was 14.
How about Timmy no-hitters? How about you and I passing up?
I can't do it.
Passing up tickets that game. I got you right here. I got it.
Help a brother out.
What do we got? Right here, Paulie Mac. 113.
Yeah, see? That was
tiny.
Yeah,
a tiny
nice and
113.
tidy.
Yeah. All right, so the Good Vibes Sunday. Let me ask you this, too, because big Triple E writes on the Scribe, Good Vibes Sunday, Crawford pitching is the big hit. And is there a preferred day for you at the yard as a spectator?
Ooh, this is a great question. Hold on. What was that, Marcus?
Is there a preferred day? Like, is it the Wednesday day game, maybe? Is it the Friday night?
A Friday nighter can be big.
My podcast. See, I'm in the car early these days, Paul. I'm getting podcasts on the weekend. I heard you voting against the orange jerseys, but supporting the blacks, which I had to say to my windshield.
That's right. We talked about that.
I had to say to my windshield, no, Paul, I don't even support the blacks.
Yeah.
As you said, I'd like to see them in their uniform.
Well, my first choice is the home whites. I mean, that's the preferred look. We saw them, we saw them twice this weekend. It was kind of stunning. Because last weekend they went orange, black, black. They went Friday, orange, black, Saturday, black, Sunday. This weekend, orange, Friday, white, Saturday, Sunday.
Cream,
white. You know what I'm saying? But I got
creme.
Le creme de la creme.
Right.
Shout out creme brulee and all the other cream-based dishes. Cream-based dishes, 808 KNBR.
Do you like a creme brulee?
Not really. I'm not a heavy cream guy. I don't like the heavy creams.
Wow.
I know the French cuisine.
Most people like cream.
I know. I'm not a big cream guy.
Ginger Baker and cream? Or?
Nah, shut up. Prince cream.
Okay, all right,
yeah. But anyway, back to the thing. Yeah, no, Friday night is always good. There can be a nice edgy vibe out there, which I like.
I don't like the 7:15 start, though. A little late.
What do you prefer?
6:45.
Yeah. Well, maybe they do that because it's a Friday. People having happy hour.
Saturday?
Saturday, I like it if we can play some day ball. I like a nice day game. I like a day game on Sunday,
even
too.
though Sundays I do, but there's a slight melancholy on a Sunday because it's over.
Because it's almost over.
I got to go Chicago Saturday in the park. I thought it was the 4th of July. You know what I mean? So I think that's my number one day. How about you, Waterboy?
Yeah.
I'm a big day game guy. I love going out and watching day baseball if I'm out in the sun, but I do also like the games that start in the sun, get the sunset, and then it turns into nighttime.
You're looking for
I like a Saturday 4:15. I like that a lot.
No love for a Monday night at the yard? Come on, man. Where's everybody's Monday?
A Monday night at the yard? Yeah.
Anyway, let's get back to the big hit, which is Crawford on the mound. And Gabe Kapler starts us off talking about his conversation with Crawford about pitching the ninth inning.
Okay.
I think he thought I was going to ask him to go into the game for a different reason other than pitching. I don't think he would have been thrilled about that in that situation. Hey, go play short for an inning for us. So we kind of talked it through, and he got loose in the cage and started to get excited about it. It was obviously a really cool moment for everybody in the stadium, including the dugout and all of us in the organization. It was fun to see him get that opportunity.
First, there are a couple things going on here. Number one, I didn't know it's an insult to a veteran to go mop up the ninth inning of a blowout, but he indicated that it would have been a bit of an insult to, hey, go play the ninth for me. So there's etiquette here, Paulie.
Yeah,
there's standards here.
Right.
You're Brandon Crawford. You're not out there mopping up a 10-run blowout. There's this little hierarchy out there. You know what I mean? It's kind of interesting. But the other biggest takeaway is I don't think I've ever heard Kapler giggle.
Boy, I could use some more of that too. That really
that's a straight up. Is that a giggle?
That's music to my.
That's a giggle.
Give me that. I need more.
Has he ever done that?
Hey, Gabe, give us some more giggles.
Usually salty. Usually it's like, that's an uninformed take.
By the way, can I start my new webpage? I'm trying to design it right now. It's called GabesGiggles.com.
Yes, you can.
Try to get that one up by this afternoon. Yeah, it's just a collection of sound.
JPEGs or whatever.
Yes.
What do they got? Audio
Gabe's
files?
Giggles. Yeah.
MP3s.
Hashtag Gabe Giggles. And that's it.
Anyway, then he says, putting him in was that word that Chris Russo says, which we have to do, by the way. We have to stamp the win. He calls it fun. Yes.
Just fun. Just felt like the right time to have a little fun. And, I know that, as you mentioned, he's been looking for that opportunity for a long time, and it felt like a good point because we could bring somebody in behind him if necessary. Not that we needed it, obviously, but could have had Tyler Rogers, get an out or two if necessary. And sometimes you don't have that kind of luxury. The whole idea is to have a position player cover an inning so that somebody doesn't have to pitch. So we weren't in a position where we absolutely had to do it, but it felt like the right time.
Okay, a little fun at the yard after losing Friday and Saturday, too, by the way, which is no bueno. In fact, why don't we grab the moment right now to put the stamp on it?
Fun.
Okay. Yeah, totally.
Bum Baby for Paulie was Friday night. Bum Baby for Paulie was Saturday night.
I'm sorry.
And then I had to shine a Hum Baby light as Kai Correa calls Rob Manfred. Manfred said, you guys doing the 500 dance? By the way, shout out to the texter from the 925. Made my year.
What did he say?
He said, what do you give me for the Giants dance with 500 and Murph's Cal Neva jig? I'm in California. I'm in Nevada. I'm in Cal.
Wow, that's a good listener.
Texter of the year.
That's a serious listener.
The texter of the year. That was Brez doing the. Should I do that again on camera?
I think you should.
Should I do that again on camera?
To demonstrate it.
This is Brez. He said, so Cal Neva has a dotted line that goes through the casino. Well, you can see it on the stream.
You got to stream this, S.
Cal Neva has a dotted line that goes through the casino, and it has the state line. And San Diego Mike's wacky buddies, his buddy Brez said, hey, you want to see my Cal Neva jig? Watch. I'm in California. I'm in Nevada. I'm in California. I'm in Nevada.
Look, Marcus.
There it is, guys. Yeah. There it is.
I'll give it to you. Let me give you some applause.
He literally I went for the lame old man humor there, guys. Anyway, the texter says, that's the Giants. I'm over 500. I'm at 500. I'm under 500. I'm at 500. It's the 500 dance, guys. So shout him out. But Kai Correa calls Rob Manfred. Manfred said, weren't you just at 500? He goes, yeah, we're doing the jig. We're one game over now, suit. Put it in the books. San Francisco Giants 13, Chicago Cubs 3.
Oh, it's all good, baby. It's all good.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
The Giants. Fun.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
Runs
are cool, man.
There it is.
Clink, clink, clink.
And Paulie, while we have you, Bobby Weir from Wrigley Field.
I'm loose. I'm ready. 2 nights at Wrigley over the weekend. Good shows.
Jock Peterson into left center, number 6.
Bombs away.
Jock Peterson into the water, number 7.
Bombs away.
And number 101 by a Giant. Tyro Estrada.
Here we go, man.
Number 8.
Bombs away.
And he wasn't done yet. Tyro Estrada, number 9.
Bombs away.
There it is, guys. So we're all caught up. Waterboy, you had a thought there? Yeah? Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. So I know we're having a lot of fun this morning, boys. I know I don't like to mess with Chris Russo drops too often, but what do you guys think about this?
The Giants.
Fun.
Oh, dude.
No, it's his keeper.
The Giants.
How do I feel?
Fun.
How do I feel
really
about
good.
it?
Really good.
I feel very good about it.
That's some art right there, buddy.
Fun.
You're right. What are you, like Picasso back
Fun.
there, man? Do we put the giggle in the...
I tell you what, I wouldn't protest it. I would support it. I'd embrace it.
408 wants to know if Paulie Mack wants to do a tribute to the Giants using safety dance for the 500 dance.
First of all, I back safety dance. I do. I'll do it right now. SSSSAAA. Good track. Second of all, Murph, I will say this little sneak preview for this week in Murph and Mack history. Look forward to, I'm going to go ahead and be kind of bold and say at least one new installment in the Murph and Mack
as a
Jukebox.
podcast head, I heard you saying on the podcast that you had. I heard Shannon say he had some ideas for you.
I got ideas, man.
Did you ever get them?
Yeah, I got his ideas. We got good stuff.
Did you like it?
I'm saying you're going to get. I do. You're going to hear some stuff this week. Stay tuned.
Okay, that's it.
New tracks. That's the thing.
If Tony says so,
I'll be ready.
Brandon Crawford on the mound, creating good vibes on a Sunday and riffing.
Okay.
The dry wit of a Brandon Crawford.
I always give pitchers a hard time about it not being that hard. So I think I proved today that it's not. They probably don't love that I have a 0 ERA because I'll continue to give them a hard time about it.
Pretty good there. Pretty good. He's doing a little that Crawford wit. Now, this is good for him because he's still on the interstate, you know. But big week for him. The big hit Thursday in Colorado to win the game.
Yep.
Or to tie the game. And then to be on the mound.
Pitching
Sunday.
debut.
Yeah. More Crawford about coming into pitch. Was he all in? He says he was torn at first, yes.
I was a little bit torn. I've only played shortstop my whole career, so that was something I kind of thought about. But I doubt many guys have played only shortstop for 1,600 games and pitched one game. So on a list by myself there, I think.
All right. So, yeah, he kind of wanted to be that pure shortstop only. By the way, I was thinking, 1,600 games, that's really cool. I looked it up. Boy, he's like barely in the top 50. There have been some. Major League Baseball has been around for a while, and a lot of guys have played a lot of games.
He's barely in the top 50.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. I'm not trying to diminish
him.
him. I mean, being top 50 in Major League Baseball and anything's pretty darn cool.
True that.
But still, I was surprised.
But I feel you, right.
I was surprised.
Yeah.
I thought he would be pretty high up on the list.
Yeah.
I mean, what's his face? Vizquel is over like 1,100 more than him. And then, you know who's actually pretty high up there? Number 6 was Jimmy Rollins at 2,200.
Friend of the program, Jimmy Rollins. Never forget that.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Blake Sable. We got to get him.
Okay.
Dude, how about Sable out there? Like, hey, what? Bart's in the minors. Sable's. By the way, Joey Bart's in AAA.
I know.
We need to talk about that. Is that the big hit?
That's
Joey Bart's in AAA?
some real talk, yeah.
So Sable's just out here hanging out with his shades on and his look and the backwards helmet and his bat. Is at bats? He's like, I'm still here, guys. I'm not going anywhere.
Right.
How about another Farhan find, Blake Sable? And so he was the one who got to catch Brandon Crawford.
I mean, it was really cool. I was coming down the steps to put my gear on, and it was just a few seconds before that. They're like, "Hey, cross pitch," and I was like, "What? Okay, I guess so." So we went out there, and he shook me off on. I was just throwing down ones, and he shook me off to a sinker, and I was like, "All right, I guess we're mixing right now." He shook me off to a slider, so I kind of embraced it after that, and it was really fun.
I don't know, Sable 2 for 5 yesterday with 2 ribs. He struck out twice, but he's hitting 248. OPS in the 738 range. He's a rookie.
I like that Crawford's shaking him off, too. That's the greatest. We shouldn't be surprised, though. A lot of these quarterbacks, man, they don't forget he was that star quarterback out there. These kids, and speaking of, did you guys see Tom Brady on the yacht throwing at drones and all that? Did you guys see this?
Yeah, something like
that. He's got a great
arm. Was he the one responsible for canceling drone night then?
Nice, dude. Nice. I was thinking about Tom Brady, too, only because remember when he first retired and now Marcus is wringing his hands. He's like, oh, he's with the Raiders. Is he going to come out? We were all wondering, like, what's his next move going to be? Is he going to the booth, Murph? Is he going to, turns out he wants a piece of a team and ownership. But there was a time we were speculating, remember Tom Brady was like, there was like a rumor going around he was going to do like a comedy set somewhere. So then we did our own like interpretation, the Murph and Mack interpretation of Tom Brady doing stand-up comedy, which leads me to like a new idea live on the air. We're going to produce some live theater. Here's Tom Brady doing a live stand-up comedy set with Gabe Kapler in the audience.
Oh, man. There is a real crash landing element to all of this. Yeah. Doing it for as long as I've had, there's no soft landing either. It ends and it's over. And as much as you'd love for, something to be a little softer on the way out, it's just not the reality. So if I knew what I was going to fucking do, I'd have already done it.
Whoa.
Okay.
Anyway, Price. I saw something like that. Anyway, a little comedy on the fly right there.
408 says there's a quiet desperation to Gabe's giggle.
No, that's
what it is. There's a quiet desperation.
I'm just so happy to hear him laugh. That's all.
The Giants.
Fun.
Oh, Jock Peterson on Brandon Crawford's pitching performance. 2 Bay Area guys wearing a Giants uniform here. Yes.
Yeah, he's been talking about it for a long time, and it's fun to see him out there having a smile. He's so competitive, and he threw the ball really well. I mean, I think his arm might hurt tomorrow, but that was one to remember and a huge checklist for him.
There it is, man. All right, well, that's your big hit, guys, although we do have more sound. Jock talking about Tyro being an all-star. Now we'll move on. Okay, guys, there's your big hit, the fun and the giggles of Brandon Crawford on the mound.
Fun.
Kind of a little memorable moment in his career. It'll be in his, when we inevitably have Brandon Crawford Day out at the yard, and he's going out. That'll be in the montage.
You're making me get melancholy now. Yeah.
That'll be in the montage.
Totally. Totally.
So fun stuff.
Okay, man.
Big hit in the books. Cooler of content
Here
next
it comes.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
The Giants.
Fun.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Joey Bart is off the injured list, but will not be rejoining the San Francisco Giants after they announced earlier this weekend that he will be spending the next couple weeks with the Sacramento River Cats. So to read about the future of Joey Bart's time with the San Francisco Giants, check out that story and more, trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, the Cooler of Content opens with...
Yeah, man.
Andy Reid.
Okay.
You expecting Andy Reid to open the Cooler of Content?
That's a guy most people feel good about, Andy Reid. I don't know anybody who's like, oh, Andy Reid, I hate him. Pretty much everybody is like cool with Andy Reid.
Waterboy as a Raider fan.
Waterboy, do you hate Andy Reid? I bet you don't.
To be honest with you, I don't.
I knew it.
I always
could tell.
respected him as a coach in Philadelphia and felt like he got forced out of town. Now, I wish he wasn't coaching the Kansas City Chiefs, but...
Well, let me ask you, Paulie, the rivals, a Joe Gibbs, a Mike Ditka. I know how you feel about Parcells. So, in our heyday, did you hate Joe Gibbs?
That's a great question. I actually didn't hate him. I didn't hate Joe Gibbs. I kind of had a respect for him.
Did you hate John Robinson down at the LA Rams? Former SC Trojan?
I heard Ronnie Lott say so many good things about him that it was like hard to,
All right,
because he had a big...
you don't always have to hate the coach of your rival.
No, to Marcus's point right there with Andy. And I feel like most NFL football fans like Andy Reid. Like he's a universally liked guy.
And he's got a couple championships, and they went to the White House to be honored by the president. Okay. And, of course, he's talking not about that. He's a big man. He's going to talk about food.
Okay.
A French toast, grilled cheese, and ham sandwich that they sprinkled a little bit of powdered sugar on. I mean, it was phenomenal. The guys were, and there was abundance of this, and then they had chicken fingers, exotic chicken fingers to boot, and then maybe the best part was they had, which I hadn't seen before, but little bite-sized squares of the heart of the watermelon.
Ooh.
Boy, this is. Yeah. Boy, I wasn't expecting a turn like this, a cuisine
bite-sized
turn.
Squares of the heart of the watermelon. Do you really low rate the near the rind watermelon part where it gets a little pale?
Well, you're getting dicey now. The closer to the you're getting
still going down there.
Closer to the base.
Bite into the rind a little bit.
You're probably better off not doing that.
He's like, yeah. He's like, thumbs up.
Yeah. Do you the rind
guy? By the way, we need to talk about Triple E's role in my mishap today at some point.
Oh, yeah. What happened now?
Yeah, we'll talk about it later.
A lot of mishaps. Yeah, a lot going on with Triple E. A lot going on with that cut. First of all, I'm surprised that Andy Reid doesn't know what a Monte Cristo sandwich is. The French toast sandwich with ham and cheese in between.
With the powdered sugar. That puts it over the top.
You've had a Monte Cristo, right, Murph?
I mean, I want to say, yeah, but French toast?
Yeah, it's French toast.
It's a Monte Cristo.
I don't know if I've ever had a French toast Monte Cristo.
I love the certainty that Marcus is coming with because I don't think I've ever had a Monte Cristo, and I didn't know it was named.
Everybody's like calling out the Monte Cristo.
I love this kid so much.
I just had one a couple
you've had a Monte
ago.
Cristo?
Come on, guys. We're talking Monte Cristos.
Okay.
I love that it's named the Monte Cristo. I did not know that.
Delicious. Yeah, you throw a little jam on there as well.
You know what it is, dude? You can add sugar to just about anything and totally change the complexion.
Okay, a Monte Cristo sandwich is an egg-dipped or batter-dipped ham and cheese sandwich that is panned or deep-fried. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, shout out Monte Cristo.
Variation of the French croque monsieur. It sounds dynamic. You know what? I need to hang with you, Waterboy, more often.
Yeah, me and Boji in the Monte Cristo.
When you throw a Monte Cristo sandwich into the smoker.
Waterboy's like, who doesn't know the Monte Cristo?
No, that's what I'm saying.
See, but if you throw some smoked ham in there, Paulie, I'm sure it's fantastic.
Oh, that sounds good.
Who's the Count of Monte Cristo? Isn't that somebody?
The Count of Montefusco.
Count of Monte Cristo was a book. Yeah, it was a book back in the day.
Correct.
It was a French by Alexander Dumas who wrote the Three Musketeers.
Look at you. That's all.
That's how I do it, Paulie.
That's all.
You know how I do it. Anyway, Nikola Jokic is next up in the Cooler of Content. He's charming our pants off here, the Serbian guy here. Malika Andrews, he wasn't going there. She's like, what would a championship mean? He goes, I can't tell you what it would mean because we've never won one. And then she finally gets him to say, she says, would you buy another horse if you won?
Legitimate question.
Here's Jokic.
If you win, are you going to get another horse?
Probably, even if I lose.
That's the cut.
Let me ask you a quick question.
Even if I lose.
Out on the streets, Marcus, let's just say I'm on the street and I'm looking for a horse. What's the price tag on a horse?
Ooh, well,
I have no idea what a horse
Paulie,
costs.
they call it the sport of kings. They don't call it the sport of blue collar guys.
But see, there's different like levels of horses now, and I'm no expert, but I know like you got one horse for the Kentucky Derby, then there's another horse walking around the hills of Marin County. So I mean, you got different levels.
You got. Like, I think if you're rocking a horse, like if you tell me,
we're talking
I got a
five
horse,
figures at least, right? Like
I don't know about that. We had Bonnie.
Shout out to the
Bonnie
one
Jo-
percenters who know what I'm talking about.
Bonnie Jo was a big horse girl. Yeah, she was all about the horse.
So there you go.
I don't know. What am I?
He's got dough.
What am I spend? What's the Joker spending on a new? This is a horse probably for his carriage. With he can just ride around the village.
And he's I'm
50, 60K. I'm guessing.
Some of these bloodline with these Kentucky ones go for more than that, like in the hundreds of thousands.
Yeah,
right? Maybe even millions. By the way, how about this? Do we need to get into stud farms where they go out there and that's all they do?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Shout out to Brock Landers and Dirk Diggler of the horse community.
Shout out Tommy Lee.
Totally.
The horse community.
Totally.
And Paulie Mack, I just did some research.
Oh,
it says for most different horses, you can spend around $1,000 to $10,000. Most horses range around $3,000. But if you want one of the horses that breed, you're looking at $250,000.
That's like the Lamborghini of horses.
Those ones for like $1,000.
Oh, those are banged up. You don't want those guys.
Are we talking glue factory?
Yeah,
here?
missing a hoof, stuff
Can we
like
even
that.
say that anymore? The glue, you can't say that, can
Well,
you?
it's some horse
Didn't
lover.
Elmer's have an actual horse head on the bottle?
Wow.
It did. That was his logo, yeah.
Thank you.
Just coming right out with it. Here's where we got it.
Jimmy Butler.
Wow. This is scaring kids.
Jimmy Butler, I guess he makes coffee.
Nice.
And he says it's the best.
I should make him some of our coffee.
You know about this, Waterbury?
Oh, yeah. The story started during the pandemic when they were in the bubble down in Florida, Miami, wherever the hell they were. And Jimmy Butler started slanging cups of coffee for like $20 a cup and was making a profit off all these NBA players.
$20. Okay, Jimmy's coffee. Here it is.
Let's talk about coffee. We went to visit your trailer yesterday. How you grade your coffee? Is anybody else on the team drinking your coffee?
I grade it 10 out of 10. And nobody on my team can afford it, so they don't want to go over there and pay for it.
I could listen to Jimmy Butler talk about coffee all day. Shout out to my new coffee mug. I just got it over the weekend. It says, I like my coffee like my Sabbath.
Hey.
You guys got that? I like my coffee like my Sabbath.
Honestly?
Yeah.
I need more Black Sabbath.
True
That's
story.
a great book.
Says it
I
right
might
there on the
use
mug.
that.
I like
See
my
which
coffee
one I'm
like my
using
Sabbath.
today, guys.
Dwight Clark, DC. Rest
Got
in
the new one.
peace.
Thanks to Kirk and Terry Reynolds, I have the Dwight Clark Yeti.
I just want to make people know, too, I haven't forgotten, Jimmy Butler's not the only famous celebrity type that can pour his own coffee. How about Bill Murray pouring coffee for RZA?
Anybody need more coffee? Yep. Those who know caffeine could cause serious delirium.
Delirium?
Serious delirium.
That's Bill Murray and the RZA. Yes.
Somebody says that Elmer's has a cow head on it, not a horse.
You got to stop now,
No,
man.
I thought it was a horse.
Multiple people saying it's a cow head.
Listen,
I too thought it was a horse head real quick.
I don't know.
Yeah. People, the Monte Cristo community is coming in supporting Waterboy too.
Cow on Elmer's too. We're getting a lot of Elmer's response.
Shout out to the one percenters who eat Monte Cristo sandwich.
Shout out to the one percenters who know what I'm talking about.
Monte Cristos, man.
The very start of that Jimmy Butler cut might want to enter your coffee lore, where he says, let's talk about coffee.
Absolutely.
Listen.
Let's talk about coffee.
Love it. Cut it for me. I'll put it on today. It's a great cut. Good ear, Murph.
That's pretty big. That's pretty big.
Let's talk about coffee.
Actually, we need that. We need a little more diversity. We need to take it global.
And boys, I got a question for you because this is all from Jimmy Butler's coffee brand called Big Face Coffee. I know you guys are coffee connoisseurs.
Yeah.
Would you pay $100 for a cup of coffee? That's what Jimmy Butler's asking for now.
Well,
no.
Who knows how good this coffee is? I mean, 100, that's an expensive cup. How many ounces are we talking?
Hey, guys. Paulie and I have been around long enough to know when $5 milkshakes were considered so outrageous that Quentin Tarantino made a bit about it.
Must be a pretty good blanket milkshake.
Now, if you get a milkshake for $5, you're stealing.
It's a half price night. Yeah.
So, anyway, Dana White is in the cooler of content because Conor McGregor, in a big old shenanigan with the Miami Heat mascot Bernie to promote his pain relief play, did a little pro wrestling thing, but he took it too far. I guess he punched him too hard.
He threw like a left hook, like a serious left hook at him.
And they actually, Bernie, the mascot, the guy who's in the mascot, had to go to the ER for some pain medication.
Someone flying off of Bernie's head, too, like his little hat or something.
This reached Dana White, the highest levels.
Okay,
Dana White
yes.
here.
I don't know if you saw the kind of viral clip of Conor McGregor at the NBA Finals last night and how apparently that second punch sent the mascot to the ER or something like that. What do you make of that whole...
I saw the Deontay Wilder one, too. What's up with mascots wanting to get punched in the face by professional fighters? What do you expect? You want to get punched? I mean, what are those mascot things made out of? Unless you're like the Golden Knights mascot, I wouldn't be. I don't even know what the hell he wears, but I'm assuming it's a metal helmet. I wouldn't have professional fighters punching me in the face if I was a mascot. And doesn't seem like the brightest thing in the world.
How about that? Dana checking in. Yeah. What's the Deontay Wilder one he's talking about? Do you know?
So Deontay Wilder came out, I think it was against the Houston Rockets, and came out and just straight up threw a haymaker that dropped the Rockets mascot.
Okay.
Hey,
So
listen.
It seems like a weird bit, especially if you're
Beating up a mascot.
And if you're the Miami Heat at home, do you want to see your own mascot get knocked out in the middle of an NBA Finals game?
No, absolutely not. It'd be kind of traumatizing. And I'm not even kidding. Say you had like your little kids at the game, somebody walked over and knocked out Lucille. The kids would be upset. They'd be like, whoa.
How about knocking out Thunder?
I just did a selfie with Lucille.
Yeah. Someone coming over the top for a sourdough Sam?
But Thunder was pretty jacked up, though. He had some muscle on him.
was
there.
ripped.
At least in the...
Eric Spolster checked in about the Miami Bernie mascot. Says if there is a Game 6, he'll be ready.
All right. It's the first time I've ever asked a question like this. What does it say about your mascot that he could take a punch from Conor McGregor, bounce back, and still be ready to go likely in the next home game?
That's the Miami Heat toughness that we're talking about.
Yeah.
They should have been allowed to, take the first swing. Yeah. We won't reveal who that is, but he's tough. You can take a punch and get back up, and yeah, he's not going to miss any time.
Well, I got news for him. Bernie's probably off for the rest of the year. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I don't think there's...
What does that mean? There's no Game 6 to be...
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, see, Murph's getting the... Yeah.
Sorry to do that to you guys.
I'm not counting anybody out yet. I got a game tonight. That's all I know.
How about 84-year-old John Sterling, friend of the program, who joined us on opening day?
This is disturbing footage.
He was doing a game, and a foul ball hit him.
Yeah.
He exclaims pain, but soldiers on.
Yeah.
This is the next pitch mentality, 84-year-old John Sterling.
Okay.
Now the 3-2 swung on, a pop foul back here.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming back that far. So once again, it'll be a 3-2. And Holmes ready to deal. A ground ball to third. Donaldson squares, throws to first in time. Ball game over. Yankees win. The Yankees win.
How about that?
That foul ball actually hit me. It kind of glanced off my forehead. So I took one for the team.
Okay, John. My star of the game is Kyle Higashioka, who wants to know if you're all right. Are you okay, John?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
I am okay. Just a glancing blow.
Just a glancing blow.
There's your hero, guys.
That's that old world toughness.
Are we saying John Sterling toughness greater than Bernie the mascot toughness?
100%.
Right? There it is.
100%.
Not even in question, Murph.
Perfect way to end the
100%. That's not even disputable.
All right. Go, Sterling, go. Bernie, take some lessons there, buddy.
Ow!
What a poor guy now. They say it's hard to see in the
him.
booth.
We're getting some real... Just the sound of the collision.
Well, have you...
Listen to that.
No, that's right, hitting skull.
Ow.
That's right off the head.
Ow!
You got to stop doing that.
Ow!
Oh, man.
Ow!
Oh, boy.
Come on, Mork.
Yeah, I know.
You got to stop it.
Poor guy.
He's all right. I don't want to laugh at John.
He did the final call.
He still came back, like you said, being a pro.
Lost the series to the Red Sox.
Did you see the actual
guy Garrett Cole on Friday night, first loss of the season?
You love to hate him.
Yeah,
you hate Garrett Cole. Look at you,
where
man.
is he in these Red Sox games? That's all I'm asking.
I don't know.
Okay, so would you like him off the team or what?
No,
Would you like him
Murph.
off the team? We'll take him.
I'm just
we'll
rigging.
trade for him.
Ow!
Maybe trade. Would you take
Joey Bart to the Yankees?
Yes. Would you take him? Oh my God!
You got to stop doing that.
Brandon Crawford's
You gotta
ERA
stop.
is lower than Garrett Cole's, as Crawford will tell him. All right. Wow, poor Sterling.
I know.
All right.
I don't want to
There's
laugh
your
at
cool-
him. Would you cut?
There's your cooler of content. There's your Croque
So funny.
Macheurs or Monte Cristos.
Ow.
And by the way, the Monte Cristo community says that the place Mama's on Washington Square is famous for the Monte Cristo.
I got a guy here, too. In
I want a Monte Cristo now.
602 goes, Paulie and Murph, best Monte Cristo sandwich ever was the Old Pier 15 in San Rafael. I don't know.
Okay.
Showing it out there.
Sounds damn good with the powdered sugar and everything.
Oh, that's a Monte
Where
Cristo.
did you go for yours, Waterboy?
Ooh, so I was just, there's this breakfast spot down the street. It's called like Bill of Fares Cafe.
Look at you.
I took my mom out a couple weekends ago. I got a Monte Cristo.
And you got the Monte Cristo.
Oh, yeah, I
within
did.
the last couple of
What's
weeks.
that one within 2 weeks?
So if it's on the menu, I'm getting it.
Murph, I'm being completely serious with you right now. First of all, I've never heard of a Monte Cristo. I think there's cigars called Monte Cristos. I've heard of those. But I've never heard of the Monte Cristo sandwich, and I know I've never eaten one. This guy's talking about it like it's like commonplace.
Let's order them right now.
Right
now. Okay, George Kontos, Scott Ostler, all coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Ow!
Oh, man, Paulie Mack here trying to pick up the pieces. Mark is making me laugh during that last segment. Hey, you know what? Get well, John Sterling. You know what I might do? I might send him a bottle of blackened whiskey from the good boys over there in Metallica up in San Rafael doing their thing. By the way, 72 seasons. Have you heard the new record? It's really good. I mean, these guys, they don't put their name on anything unless they can back it 150%. And that's exactly what you'll find with this whiskey. By the way, it's Father's Day as well. It'll be a great gift for your dad. That matches his bold spirit. Blackened whiskey, it is born from Metallica's spirit of innovation. Also honed by seasoned experts and distillers, it is a fine blend of the finest straight bourbon and rye whiskeys, uniquely finished, sonically enhanced, my favorite part, in the brandy cask. And by the way, recently awarded a platinum medal at the Ascot Awards. So again, I can back it too. It's really smooth whiskey. If you like whiskey, it's a great gift for Father's Day. Grab Dad a blackened whiskey and let him know that being a kick-ass dad who likes to turn up the rock and roll pretty loud still, I got to tell you, that's how I'm doing it. I'm rocking my way into my senility and my senior citizen years. So do it with blackened whiskey. It's whiskey remastered. Check out the store locator on blackandwhiskey.com to find a retailer near you.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800.
Drives this one towards left field and hit well. On the move is Happ. It is out of here.
Jock punches this one over the head of Madrigal into left field. An opposite field bloop for Jock, who's got a big smile on his face as he heads down to first. Not a third home run, but a fourth hit. Jock Peterson's got 2 4-hit games in this series.
There it is. Jock Peterson used to use that as his hitting music. I don't think so anymore. His walk-up music, no. But it was. Paul, do you support a Dancing Queen?
Here's the problem with Dancing Queen for me. Good tune, very well-written song, hooks all over the place. I got to say this, though. I saw the Spike Lee movie called Summer of Sam. It's about the Son of Sam killings. I don't know if you guys ever saw that one.
It's an upbeat tale. Yes.
Well, bro, they use this track. It's very Scorsese-like, where he takes a song and then you can't get it out of your head, but he puts this on to like one of the pretty brutal Son of Sam murders. And so now when I hear this tune, I wind up thinking about Summer of Sam with Spike Lee as opposed to like the good time dance track it is.
What do you hear when you hear Dancing Queen? Paulie says serial killing.
Yeah, Son of Sam.
Killing. By the way, Andy Baggerly going to join Tolbert and Copes today at 2:50 to break down Giants baseball. And we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. Can I get something off my chest before George Kontos arrives?
Totally. I'd like you to.
I've been addled today. If you guys notice, maybe there's a little, like, if my takes have been slightly scattered.
No, your takes are good.
Today,
good
because there was an incident before work that rattled me.
Yeah.
I backed into the pole again in the garage.
Dude, I'm telling you, this garage is cursed.
This is now twice, but I got
and you just got your car fixed.
Unbelievable. I'm distraught.
Hey, at least when you go home, Candace will be psyched. It'd be like, hey, we just spent all the money getting the car fixed. Like, guess what? Here's another one.
Because she's like, but here's the deal. I'm blaming Triple E.
Oh, good. Okay, I like this. I like where your head's at.
Okay, so here's how the whole thing starts. Okay, so I arrive for work at my appointed time, because I'm a guy who keeps a schedule.
You're like maniacal about it too. I know you've got your whole routine, these steps you execute.
So I make the left on front, and now and dude, immediately as soon as I make the left from Broadway to front, there's a frickin' car in my rear view mirror. And I'm like, that's frickin' Triple E again. First of all, he's
just right on your ass.
It'd be ideal if he beat me to work. Right? It would be ideal.
He should be in front of you at the very least.
Well, I shouldn't even see him because he should be in here prepping.
Even better.
Shouldn't even he's see right him. In my so he's right. It wasn't like he was 2 blocks away. He was right
up your A. Right on your A.
So I get the
with his brights on.
Garage door opener out. I open it. Now I go in, and now I'm feeling. I ain't gonna lie. I'm feeling some heat.
Before you go any farther, let me just pose a theory. I'm gonna go ahead and suggest, because you've said this so many times now, it's starting to get suspicious. Where you say I pull in and the kid's right behind me.
Paulie, if you had mic'd my car, Triple E is a true story.
Yeah.
Well, you can see
he's
the
like
kid.
right on his
He's
bumper.
In the rectangle. If you had mic'd my car that morning, Waterboy, I literally said, Jesus blank. I said,
here he is again.
The kid on me again? I literally said, I said that in my car.
I'm gonna suggest,
if you look in the rearview mirror and there's a pair of headlights right in your rear views, with their blinker on too.
Yeah, no, I hate that too. I'm gonna suggest that he parks on Broadway, lights off, waits for Murph to appear, gets behind him, turns the lights back on, and then follows him in to kind of show Murph, like, hey, look at me. I'm like on my schedule. I'm doing everything to please you, Murph. But I'm saying it's a borderline stalker. That's just my own theory. I think he's waiting for you, and then he appears.
Waterboy, this is not,
Well, I understand, Murph, because at that time in the morning at 5 a.m., when you have someone right behind you,
it is a little disengaged.
You're like, who the hell is this guy? Is he trying to sneak into my parking lot? Now do I got to kick a guy out? Do I got to be the security guard? Do I got to stop him?
Am I going to have to go hand-to-hand combat with somebody?
So I pull in, and now I got two. I had one situation, which is him on my ass. I got another situation, which is for some reason this weekend, a bunch of cars pulled into our lot, and there weren't any the regular spaces that we park in weren't open. So now,
it was a madhouse in there today.
Now I got I'm out of my routine, because there's no spots, and I got this kid right behind me with his maniacal grin.
On your ass.
I can hear him laughing in the car.
Totally,
you know what I mean?
like you can hear him with his window open. Yeah, with his music on. He plays the music really loud.
I finally see a spot, but to back into it was a tight back in because there were cars everywhere.
But see, time out, though, because...
So I had to make it should have been about a 9-point turn.
Oh, it's like a 57-point turn.
But I tried to make it a 7, and dude, ready for this?
He's right on
the
your ass,
7th point,
I'm blaming him.
Let me tell you that sound. That sound. And I'm like, at that point in time, the moment that sound hit my ear, I was like, you didn't even want to be inside my head.
I thought you were going to say the moment that sound hit your ear, you speed dialed Mike Chilton. I'd be like, hey, Mike, it's Murph again. He'd be like, didn't I just fix your car last week?
I ain't lying. One of my first thoughts was, I can't go back to Chilton now.
Oh, it's too embarrassing. Just for your own rep, you can't go back.
This guy's still waiting for his spot, cackling.
And
like
in
2
a way,
feet
well, there's
away.
no question he put
his
the
leg-
pressure on you now. I'm
know what
going
he
to go ahead and
says to
say
me?
he had a hand in the accident itself.
That's what my entire point of this segment.
Yeah.
And so
we're gonna, we're going to do? We're going to get Triple E to pay for these repairs.
I pull out.
He's going to.
I forlornly back in without hitting it again a second time. He then he just whips into his spot. Gets out with that freaking grin on.
Hey, Murph.
You know what the
He's
first
all happy.
you know what the first thing he says to me? He goes, "I heard it."
It makes it compounds the moment with Triple E standing there, like with his own commentary. Hey, I heard the rick.
No question.
Now I'm aggravated. I haven't even left the garage and I'm aggravated.
Yeah, and
like
here's the thing.
workday.
If Triple E's pulling up at the same time every day, he should get out of his car and like back you in, like Murph, I'll guide you in here. I'll guide you in here.
See, that's something Mib would have done.
Hell, maybe you
Murph,
should take your
little more
keys.
to the left. Come on back. You're good.
You should just let Triple E park it for you, Murph.
Yeah.
Have him be your own little valet.
Wow, do you trust him to do that?
Yeah.
Do you trust him?
I don't know about that.
What if I had pulled up, just gotten out of the car, and just grabbed my backpack and walked and just left? You park it, kid.
Yeah, let's see you do it, funny guy.
Dude, 831 saying, is Triple E pulling a De Niro Cape Fear level stock with the headlights in the back?
You got to certainly hope not.
Oh, dude,
you don't want this. That's him in the car behind Murph when Murph's pulling in.
This is Aaron from the 821 saying, did I hear him at any point saying, counselor?
I pray for him. I'm here to help him.
I pray for him.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
So now I got, you know what the good news is, though? They say that the Turkish guy who runs this thing.
That's my boy.
Has a buffer. He has a buffer. And because he whips those cars around him.
Oh, he's like Mario Andretti in there.
He's not the first time any paint has been left on a pole.
He will go from 0 to 70 in about a 25-foot span, and then he'll just slam on the brakes and be like, here's your car.
I am going to, should I have, what do you think I should get Triple E to buff it a la McFly getting, or whatever.
That's not bad.
McFly gets, what's his face to buff it?
that's
Who
not
is
bad.
it? Who's the bully he gets to buff it?
No, yeah.
Come on, he's buff.
what's
Biff, right? Yeah,
Great call. Great
so
call.
I think Triple E should be Biff buffing it.
Yeah,
all right?
yeah.
And I'm gonna be Joaquin Phoenix or whichever Phoenix.
Let me ask
that
a
was.
serious question. If he wasn't behind you this morning, do you think you would have hit the pole?
I don't think there's any question I would not have hit it.
I don't think you would have either.
Hit it. No,
I'm saying.
Well, boys, real quick, Triple E just said he was actually rolling tape on Murph when he ran into the pole earlier this morning.
No, he's not.
Here's what it sounded like.
Ow! Ow!
Okay.
Perfect.
Hey, at least we're getting some good laughs out of this.
Perfect.
You might as well laugh.
Yeah, no, might as well laugh before I call Chilton. Once again, me backing into the pole.
Ow!
Yeah. And then he gets out. I heard
And
it.
Triple E behind you laughing.
By the way,
Yeah.
he went straight from saying, I heard it, into, dude, I went snowboarding this weekend.
No, he's big
That
on
was
that.
literally
No,
the next thing he said to me. And he said, and I met a 6'6" Lithuanian guy.
I heard that
and
story
I'm like,
too. Yeah.
Dude, so I'm still processing the fact that I've just banged the car and I got to call Chilton. He gives me
I got a Lithuanian dude.
The one courtesy, dude, I heard it.
Yeah.
Dude, I went snowboarding this weekend with a 6'6" Lithuanian guy.
Who turns out to be a Van Halen
And I'm
fan.
like, my head is still spinning about the freaking pole and Chilton and all that stuff.
I know. He's so
and
embarrassed.
he starts telling me, he goes, yeah, dude. He goes, and I'm like, all right, I just went with it.
You really can't call Mike Chilton just for your own rep. I'm going to go ahead and not let you do that.
The Turkish guy and I are going to have to buff this thing out.
Yeah, he'll take. You're in good hands with that dude.
Here's the ultimate. Can I get the 6'6" Lithuanian guy to come buff it?
Yeah,
all right?
while singing "Jump." I hope so.
That's what we found out. The guy was screaming.
He's a big VH guy.
Yeah, unbelievable. Anyway, I wanted to get that off my chest.
You got it.
All right,
I'm glad we could help.
George Kontos talking Giants baseball next on the Sports Leader.
Ow!
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
the North Bay. We love it. It's home, world-class beauty. And now we want to tell you about a world-class secret called Marin Health. Should not be a secret. It's not just the closest medical care, but the best. Yeah, with a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average. A world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7. An accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trails. And a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, it is a moment that Brandon's experienced just about everything in his big league career. But he's been begging for years to do what he's going to do right now, and that is pitch. So the Giants, with a 10-run lead, are going to use Brandon Crawford as their pitcher.
2 men on, 2 men out. The pitch. Swing and a pop-up. First baseman Wilmer Flores into foul ground behind the coach's box. He's got it. And Brandon Crawford, it did not start promisingly. He walked the first hitter, gave up a single to the second hitter, and then he ran the table. He came through in the clutch in his major league debut as a pitcher.
There it is, man. Brandon Crawford, a perfect way to start our conversation with Giants pitcher, World Series champ. You see him on NBC Sports Bay Area, pre and post, George Kontos. So, George, we say good morning and welcome back to the Murph and Mac Show. And then I go right into it. Brandon Crawford said, I've been telling pitchers it's not that hard, and today I proved
See?
it isn't.
Now he's talking about it.
How do you feel about that, George?
Well, first of all, good morning, guys. And, it's great. I'm glad that Brandon has a career ERA of 0, but him and Belk were always the closest guys to the infield when they were warming up. And they would always be throwing pitches to themselves, breaking balls, change-ups. And all the pitchers, we'd always walk by, and Krukow was like, this is nasty. How about this? How's that? He's like, it's not that hard. And he went out there and put up a 0. So I'm never going to hear the end of it, considering I was texting with him for about an hour yesterday. He's like, I told you for years it's not that hard. I'm like, all right, man.
Oh, man. So, I mean, isn't it funny? I'm kind of baffled as to why position players don't destroy guys like that or just throwing straight BP fastballs.
I was wondering the same thing. Yeah.
Well, I mean, first of all, there's no scouting report on him. You don't know what he throws. And Brandon's been working on his repertoire, which is like 10 pitches deep for a decade. So he's got, a little slurve breaking ball. He's got a little tighter one. He's got the, screwball changeup. And then he busts out 90 miles an hour. You're going into the at-bat blind as a hitter. And those are the most difficult at-bats when you don't really know if the guy can locate what he's going to throw, what's coming. He made it look a little bit easier than it actually is.
Well, he's got bragging rights forever now because that's it. That's the one inning. We'll never see that again, right?
I would imagine we probably won't, and not because of maybe he would get another opportunity, but I don't know that he'd want to make that shiny ERA go up at all. So I think he's going to forego any other opportunities he ever gets to pitch again.
George Kontos, the voice you hear. Let's spend a minute on Brandon because you were texting with him, and everybody had some fun with that. But it's an interesting season for him, We knew coming back that it might be his last. Nobody said anything, but, we don't know. But it's the last year of his contract. And then Casey Schmidt gets called up. And, yeah, he's a third baseman, but he can play short, too. And then Brandon's not hitting the way he wants. So that's, all sorts of stuff. And then there's some errors and all that. Put all that against Thursday when he goes into Colorado and gets the base hit, the big knock that ties the game. And then Sunday he has that little energy jolt for the team. So it's been a long and winding sort of season for him so far. I wonder what you're thinking about it, George. Are you seeing a guy who's coming to the end right before our eyes, or are you seeing a guy who can still contribute to the team?
No, I mean, I've said this for a long time, but I'm obviously very biased when it comes to Brandon Crawford just because we were teammates for so long, and trying to put that aside with, how good of friends we are, how well I know him. He still has some left in the tank. I mean, I see it when he makes great plays. His range is still there. I think if he were to just kind of get into a groove and get a little bit of consistency with his at-bats, that can kind of put a jolt not only for himself but for the team. Because I think when he's on the field, regardless of where you have, Tyro or where you have Casey Schmidt, Brandon Crawford makes that infield better when he's playing shortstop. And, he's going to have games where he, might make an error, or maybe it's a couple games in a row, but his overall defense is still fantastic. You're talking about a guy who's won 4 Gold Gloves. And just a couple years ago, was it in MVP talks? You don't just forget, how to do hitting and play baseball at that level. It's just you have to get the consistency and you have to really get into a groove. And a lot of times it's just in between the ears where you hit a couple balls really hard, and whether they fall for hits or whether they're hard outs, that will build your confidence. And once you can get into a groove, who knows what can happen. There's still almost 4 months of this baseball season left to go. So when I watch Krukow, when I see kind of his at-bats and when I watch him in the field, there's no doubt that there's still miles and gas left in the tank, in my opinion.
Well, it'll be a heck of a story, right? Mike Krukow keeps bringing up the Edgar Renteria example from 2010. I know that predated you, but he was a guy that they kind of thought was cooked and wound up being the dude in October.
Yeah, I mean, all you got to do is get there. I mean, he's a guy who has a ton of postseason experience, and the Giants are they're being pesky. They're a couple good wins away from putting themselves in the wild card. The division with how the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers are playing might be a little bit difficult to overcome, even though it's so early. And you have the next, after this St. Louis series that they have, you have a full throttle schedule ahead of intra-division games with those 3 horses that are in the NL West. So a lot of things can still happen, but like I mentioned, a good week, some consistent at-bats. You get Krukow in there 3-4 games in a row. He gets 5-6 hits. You never know. The guy's been around for a very long time, and he can ride that high for a long time. We've seen Brandon Belk do it and be streaky for pretty much his entire career, and Brandon Crawford has that same ability to just get hot and, run off a month where he hits 370 or 380.
George Kontos on the UMA guest line, our buddy George. We talked to Mike Krukow early in the show today, George, and Murph was asking him about bullpen games and how Mike feels about that. He's not a huge fan of it, and I don't know. What's your view of that and seeing it happen as often now as it seems to be happening? I mean, I know the Giants have some holes in their rotation, but as a guy who was in the bullpen, I don't know. What would there be a feeling of maybe this is happening too often, or do you guys feel like, no, this is the bullpen and we're up for it?
Well, I think you're kind of just handcuffed as to what the manager and the front office, what they want to do and what their best strategy going forward is. And right now you're filling those holes with those bullpen games, and you can't deny the outcomes of them. The bullpen games have been going decently, but my only concern is, the 6 years that I played with the Giants, obviously our rotation was one of our strong points, if not our strongest point. And the beginning of the season, April, May, even into June, mid-June, those starters being able to go out there and take a little bit of stress off the bullpen by going 6-7 innings and not wearing the bullpen out earlier in the year, that makes a huge difference in just the sweat equity that your guys down there have with ups and innings and dry humps and all those things that go on throughout the course of a season. You're not just seeing a guy when he comes in the game. You're seeing a guy get up and ready to go maybe a couple innings in a game, and maybe he doesn't get in the game. But you're throwing a ton of pitches that are high stress pitches getting ready for a game. And the more that you can take the workload off of those guys in the bullpen early, it pays dividends later on in the season, in the dog days, in August and in early September, when you're fighting and grinding, when maybe those starters aren't going as long because they're starting to, have their little sways in the season. Instead of going 6-7 innings, they're going maybe five in the third. Then you have the bullpen having to cover the last 4 innings. The fresher you can keep or hope to have your bullpen later in the year, the more that it pays off as the season's coming to an end and into the postseason.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, George, for sure. George Kontos, the voice you hear, Costa's Giants pre and post on NBC Sports Bay Area, World Series champ, joining us here on the Murphy Max Show as the Giants salvage a weekend against your hometown Cubs there. George, in general, is that disappointing for you, losing 2 out of 3, coming off the sweep of the Rockies, 2 over 500? You're thinking you're going to get 2 out of 3 from the Cubs, maybe even sweep and try to get that distance between the Giants and 500, but it didn't happen.
That's the beauty of baseball. You come in and you try to have that goal of just winning today and not having the overlying big picture kind of creep into your head so much. But after that second half of May, when they went, I think 11-3, the second half there, they were flowing on all cylinders. And I said this during one of our pre or post game shows. You don't have everything hitting on all cylinders a lot during the same season. Sometimes you have the pitching that's doing well. Sometimes the hitting is carrying you because they're scoring 7-8 runs a game. But when you have everything firing on all cylinders, you got to take advantage of that. And coming off of the series in Colorado where you go in there and you get a sweep, first of all, I hated playing there. I think my career ERA was like a 12. It was like pitching on the moon. But you have to come in with some confidence. And then, baseball is baseball. They came in, and the Cubs are a pesky team. Still living in Chicago, I get to watch a lot of their baseball games on TV. They can put together a good baseball game. They just got Kyle Hendricks back, who obviously pitched really well for them. But this month of June, I think, is going to be very telling for the Giants in their season, because you got the Cardinals, who have been scuffling. You got to take advantage of playing the Cardinals when they're not very good or when they're not playing to their full strength. Then you have the Dodgers, the Diamondbacks, and the Padres, and that could be a huge swing one way or another for the Giants this season. It could be detrimental or giving you a foreshadowment of what happens at the trade deadline. If you start, winning some games and getting yourself back into a couple games within the division, I think you have some moves and some splashes that you're going to make this team better. If you start losing too much ground, it kind of starts affecting the decision-making that comes up for August 1st.
And speaking of those decisions, George, Luis Matos is just going nuts down in Sacramento. And he's the shiny toy, man. Everybody wants him under the Christmas tree. And, the outfield's packed. You're going Haniger, Conforto, Yaz, Slater, even Jock sometimes, although not much. But point is that the outfield's packed. And I'm wondering, for you, analyzing this thing from Farhan's perspective, you got this young talent that everybody wants to see, and yet you got these outfielders. So are we looking at a trade to open up a spot for him?
I don't think that if you're looking to compete and still kind of make waves throughout the rest of the season, I've always been a guy who believes, and I think this is just kind of some of the moves that I've seen made over the years when Saves and some of the old regime were there. You never really want to take off of your major league roster if you're looking to make a postseason push. Mitch Haniger's at-bats have been much better as of late. I know he doesn't look like he's feeling quite confident yet, but the at-bats have gotten better. Confortos finally found his swing. Yaz has been putting really good at-bats together. I like his plate discipline. I think that you just have a logjam there, and I wouldn't take away from your major league roster just to bring Luis Matos up, even as exciting as he has been and tearing the cover off the ball. There's just something that's kind of ingrained in my thinking about baseball, in that you don't take away from what's been working to fill that spot with a prospect.
Okay, well, there you go. That's George's vote. Man, I mean, you know the fans. They just want anybody.
Yeah, they want them now.
Yeah. This is the year of the bringing up the fans or the prospects, right? I mean, you have Casey Schmidt who's come up and been a jolt. You have Patrick Bailey who's come up and looks like he's been around the game for a long time at the major league level. Kyle Harrison buzz is always there. You just have a lot of guys who are really young and exciting, and that's great. I mean, these are hopefully guys who are going to shape the path of the organization for years to come. But, I wouldn't get so caught up in just bringing everybody up, because you still are going to have your learning curves and your bumps in the road from these young guys, and they've done so well. But at some point you need, some of those veteran guys to kind of help them out, which they have been, and they're doing a great job. But I'm a firm believer of the good mix of the young guys who are doing well and the guys who have been there and done that before.
I want to ask you, George, about Casey Schmidt, because, he couldn't have gone. The first impression was off the charts and jerseys flying off the shelves. And then baseball is baseball. Sal's not going to hit 400, right? You know what I mean? So he's down
Unless
to
you're Luis Arias.
Right, exactly. Even he's under 400 now. I think he's down to 399. Anyway, Casey Schmidt then, the pitchers start figuring out he's taken one walk in 111 plate appearances.
That's tough.
So I'm wondering if you're seeing, what you're seeing, and is it, can he change his approach, have that plate discipline? And if not, can you keep playing him? You'd think defense would be good, but he did make an error yesterday. Anyway, your breakdown of what you're seeing now with Casey Schmidt right now as we enter mid-June.
Well, if I were Casey Schmidt, first of all, I mean, you said it right. The guy came in and he took his first 2 weeks by storm. It was like a hurricane, hitting everything, making hitting look very easy. He was taking fastballs in on his hands the other way, pulling breaking balls. There's two things that I have just a little bit of concern with, in a good way, and on the flip side, in something that we need to address. He's swinging and making contact at 80. When he swings at pitches in the zone, he's making contact 88% of the time, which is off the charts. The guy is not swinging and missing at pitches in the zone. He's also, though, offering at 50% of the pitches that are out of the zone, that are swing and miss pitches or pitches that the pitcher's designed to try and get him to chase. So he's swinging at 50% of those, which is way, way, way too high. If I was him, I'd walk right over to Lamont Wade Jr. and be like, hey, man, tell me what you have done, because Lamont Wade Jr. seems like he's swinging at beach balls right now. He's hitting everything hard. Yeah. His plate discipline has been fantastic. And, he credits it to just trying to not do too much. But the guy's healthy this year. You can see just how strong and how comfortable he looks at the plate. And there's nothing getting by him. Inside fastballs, he's turning and dropping the head on him and hitting them into McCovey Cove. And fastballs down and away and breaking balls away, he's staying back and pumping them the other way. His approach right now is just so good, and he's not leaving the zone to do so. And that's a dangerous at-bat as a pitcher when a guy is not going to chase so much. So I think that Casey Schmidt is obviously super high energy. He has done a great job. He continues to do a great job. I love his want to go make things happen, but I think you just need to be a little bit more selective at those pitches that are in zone to out zone, because the league is going to catch up with you really quickly, and he's going to start, as he has been, getting less good pitches to hit, because pitchers know that he will chase and expand to the zone.
It's definitely something to watch for sure. Hey, last one for you, George. George Kontos, kind enough to join us here on the Murph and Max Show. Giants at St. Louis tonight, 4:45 p.m. Logan Webb against a lefty named Matthew Liberatore. And that would be the College World Series is going on right now, or the Super Regionals before Omaha. Right here in the Bay Area, Stanford had Texas last night, and they won to stay alive. The catch is the Pac-12 Pitcher of the Year, Quinn Matthews, a lefty, threw 156 pitches. I'm just wondering your reaction. I mean, some people think Mike Krukow came on last hour and said, yeah, I threw 180 plus at Cal Poly. I hate the pitch count. He said, this is the way to go. Now, George, you're a little younger and you come from a different generation. Is 156 a swear word, or what do you think? The guy, he threw 156 complete game with 16 strikeouts to save Stanford's season.
Well, I think that to Kruk's point, I mean, you had only like a handful of relievers back then, right? You didn't have like a full bullpen. You had guys who were just like taking the ball, and I'm either going 9 or they're have to drag me off this field. We saw Timmy throw his no-hitters 157 or something like that, then 141. I've always been of the mentality that pitch count in general doesn't really matter as long as the pitches are not super, super stress pitches. I mean, if you're going out there, you have traffic on base every inning. 125, 130 of those pitches is a lot different than going out there and, maybe you have one high-stress inning and then the rest of them are, 13, 14, 15, 16, something like that. I've always been the believer of the amount of ups you have is much more important than the number of pitches you throw. So if you make, 75 pitches in, 5 ups, it's a lot different than 75 pitches in 3 or 4, just because there's more stress in their high stress pitches. So pitch count to me, as long as, guys are still locating, what I start doing is I start looking at where the fastball ends up. If the fastball starts leaking to be elevated, that's telling me guys are falling off the mound a little bit. They're starting to get tired and they're not able to get on top of the ball. But if guys can command the bottom part of the strike zone with the fastball down and away, the pitch count to me doesn't really matter. I think it's all just about the ups and downs.
Well, all right. Well, it's he did enough ups and downs, complete game 9 yesterday, and it was fun to watch, and we'll see what happens going forward. Hopefully they'll make it to Omaha, and we'll have more stuff to watch, man. George, it's always great catching up, man. When will we see you on the TV?
Yeah.
I am back this weekend for the Dodgers. I'm back after the Dodgers series, so I'll see you guys around the yard.
Okay, good man. Be a good one, man. Thanks, George.
All right, thanks for having me, fellas.
Yeah, George Kontos. So, the bullpen thing, as Marty and I told you, Marty and Flem had a little...
We'll see.
He said so far.
We'll see what happens.
So far.
Yeah. Well, Dave is defending it. I'm kind of with Mike, though. I just don't... It's just not for me. I get it. I understand why that has to happen. Unfortunately, as often as it's been happening lately, but I'm from the school of I like a starting pitcher to go out there, do some work, even clean up his own mess, which you don't get to see that often anymore.
I know Scott Ostler swinging a bat in the on-deck circle, but this is something we've kind of under-talked today.
Listen.
But Andy Bagley wrote a piece Saturday morning saying with the sending Joey Bart to AAA, he says that is officially, he is no longer the heir to Buster Posey, and according to the way Bags wrote it, Patrick Bailey is now officially the heir to Buster Posey.
Well, how much time we got right now?
30 seconds?
30 seconds? I'll give you a taste of what's to come.
Last year, audiences were captivated by a show so unique, so raw, so heartbreaking, that it speaks for an entire generation. Now your long wait is over because that show is back. Streaming exclusively at KNBR.com, it's season 2 of Joey and Jimmy. It's Joey and Trey by the Bay.
Well, there it is, you guys. That's just a sneak peek now. Sneak peek.
Oh, man. I mean,
poor guy. I know.
Something to discuss.
But listen, he had the opportunity, right? I mean, he had plenty of chances.
Now he's just going to have to be that guy who somehow finds a way back, becomes a comeback story.
We see some dog in him now. We need that dog to come out.
All right. Here's the deal. Scott Ostler, San Francisco Chronicle, next on The Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Brandon Crawford got on the bump for the first time in his MLB career and pitched a clean inning in the Giants' 13-3 win over the Chicago Cubs. So to see the top highlights from Brandon Crawford's first pitching performance, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
He sacrificed himself, and that's why he's a great teammate, and that's why he won us the game today. You know, I think if you sacrifice yourself for something bigger than yourself or the team or whatever. So he sacrificed himself, and that's why I think the one upstairs gave him the game today. You know, gave him today game that he had. He won us the game. He was our best player on the floor, and guarding the best player every night, that's not a tough job. And maybe you're not gonna get a lot of credit, but we know what he's doing for our team, and we are really thankful for him and appreciate him a lot.
There's Nikola Jokic talking about the Bay Area's own Aaron Gordon, San Jose Midi High School, as the Denver Nuggets get ready to try to win their first ever NBA championship tonight. One of the many things we can talk about with Scott Ostler, one of our favorites at the San Francisco Chronicle. Scott's been writing a lot, too, about the A's situation, which is intriguing as the Nevada State Legislature gathers, and all things on the table with Scotty O. Ostler. Scott, good morning. How are you, man?
Hey, Scott.
Good morning, fellas. How are you doing?
We're feeling good, man. We're feeling good. You're an NBA guy. You've followed the league for so long. How about the fact that the Denver Nuggets? Well, that's the team you used to fly into Denver to see who, like Dan Issel and Alex English.
Dan Issel, yeah. The guy with no teeth.
Look like a hockey player, right?
Yeah.
And how about them one win away and what that means for Denver Nugget culture and Jokic as a two-time MVP about to get that stamp of greatness?
Yeah. I think it's worthwhile, and I think it's cool. I'm kind of leaning towards Miami for a few reasons, and one of the things is that everybody loves Joker. He seems like a great guy and everything, right?
Right.
And he plays hard, and he's a great basketball player, phenomenal basketball player. But I hate what they allow him to do in the league, which is just when a guy tries to guard him legitimately straight up. He's not the only guy, but he's allowed to just crash into his defender, just lower his shoulder and crash into him like he's trying to break through the front door on a drug raid or something. And he just crash until the guy either falls down or flops or something like that, and then Joker puts up a little jump hook. But I just that kind of stuff bugs me. Plus, you know what? I miss the Warriors, and it's not just because they're our local guys, but just the style. I'm just one quick stat I was looking at today. The playoff leaders in this season's playoff, the Warriors, with all their faults, and they weren't really playing their style of ball all the time, and they were kind of out of sync in some ways, but they are still the leaders in assists per game by far through the playoffs, and just that speaks to me about their style of play, moving the ball and their movement, their flow, and all that stuff. And I kind of miss that.
Yeah, it's a good call, Scott.
I agree, Scott.
Yeah.
It's notice, like you feel it in your basketball heart when you're watching. Like something's missing here. Like the Warriors play a better
Miami style is about as far away from the Warriors as you can get, too. So like kind of slow and deliberate,
Exactly. Yeah. In fact, on the stats, Miami's assists are way down low on there. There's just a lot of ISO ball and a lot of pick and roll and a lot of one-on-one kind of stuff. And I kind of miss what the Warriors have gotten us used to.
It's true, and yet here the Warriors are on the outside looking in. By the way, here we are, kind of mid-June. I wonder is Lacob still calling Bob Myers today? 5 to 20 times. We haven't heard much on that
Great
front,
question.
I wonder. But he's on. Remember,
going to get his money's worth.
That famous press conference. We haven't talked to you, Scott, I think, since then. But the way Lacob sort of made his presence felt in that press conference, and that's the way it's going to be.
Yeah, you're not off the hook yet. Yeah.
Did you have a reaction to that?
Yeah, that was weird. Lacob, he's not known as a great comedian or anything, so I don't know if he meant that as a joke, but it kind of went over flat. It was sort of like, is he serious? Is he going to have Bob doing sponsor meet and greets the last day, or make him swing a couple trades the last day or something like that? So that was pretty weird. But that whole situation remains weird because they still haven't officially named a general manager, even though this is their most vital offseason in a long time.
It's true. I mean, is it everybody just, it seems like Dunleavy's the guy. And just, I don't know, I'm basing that just on sort of like licking my finger and sticking it out the window,
Yeah, I think there's enough insiders and the national guys who the top people in basketball leak stuff to. They would have told us if there was anything, like if Lacob's son was going to take the job instead, or if they're bring in somebody from the outside. So I don't think that's going to happen. So it looks like Dunleavy, but I don't know why they're delaying on announcing that. That's kind of strange.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, Scott, you've written a lot about the A's situation, and today the Nevada State Legislature, I think, reconvenes.
Yes, they do. That fact, in about a half an hour, I think they get back at it.
Ooh, is there a live stream we can check out? Do we know?
There is. I'm not sure how to get to it. I've got it on one of my Twitter feeds here. It's queued up. I did it last time. But there is smarter people than me can tell you how to get to the live stream.
Do you think that this is all just kind of part of a process, politicking, and that they eventually will get the votes? Or do you think this thing is really hanging in the balance right now, in jeopardy, a land deal in Vegas?
I think it's right on the edge right now. I think it could go either way. I think in general, it would, if it was just all of the factors were thrown out, they vote no. There's just too many. It's being rammed down their throat. It was a quickie deal. There's way too many voodoo numbers involved. The number of fans who are going to show up and all. There's too many questions. But from what I'm hearing and reading is that some of the people who would vote no on this deal are like the Democrats there, who have a lot of social programs that they want to get through, and those programs are being kind of held hostage. In other words, the governor is saying, hey, man, if you don't vote yes on the ballpark project, I'm going to vote no on your pet projects. So there's a lot of politicking going on. But so I think from what I read and heard and everything, I've kind of followed it. It's not a great deal for Nevada. I think they'd be kind of suckered into it, but it might happen.
Boy,
my sense is they're going to vote no, but it's going to be close.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a fantasy out there that they vote no, and Fisher just says the hell with it and sells. But it's
a fantasy.
That's fantasy land, isn't it? He's not. I mean, it's only 32. Yeah, go ahead.
That's my favorite scenario. Actually, my favorite scenario is that Nevada votes no, and Oakland, because Fisher, I believe, wants a ballpark deal somewhere in place so that the value of his franchise increases so he can sell it for a larger price. So my scenario is Nevada rejects the A's. The A's come back to Oakland and say, okay, all right, we love you. We still love Oakland. We want to work out a deal here. The mayor of Oakland says, okay, we'll sit down and talk. But in my scenario, the mayor of Oakland says, no, we don't want to talk to you. We have no interest in dealing with you anymore. We don't like the way you do business. We don't like the way you deal. You didn't deal with us honorably before, and now you're coming crawling back. Well, no, we don't want to talk to you. So in that case, the Oakland A's would be basically screwed. They would have no place to go because there's no other cities, Nashville, Portland. Those cities aren't ready for ball right now. So they'd have no place to go. So they would try to, okay, we'll stay at the Coliseum for a while. Well, the city could say, no, we're not going to lease the Coliseum beyond next year. So they'd be stuck, and they would be forced to sell now without a ballpark deal or anything.
Scott, I can see the banner, by the way, when you're pulling into the Coliseum now. Remember Candlestick, you got to love these kids and all their slogans. We got nowhere else to go. That's like the slogan for next year. A's baseball, we got nowhere to go. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's getting weird. It's becoming a national story, and the Oakland A's are now sort of America's team.
Yeah.
Because all this attention, it's all the weirdness.
Are you going to cover the reverse boycott tomorrow? And I'd love to see them pack the place. Although I was reading the story in the Chronicle this morning saying maybe they're not going to, maybe they'll get 15 to 25,000. I don't know. I would love to see it packed. That'd be a great story.
Yeah, I think packing is beyond expectation. And the thing is, you guys have seen this before in the past where outraged fans have said, we're going to organize a boycott. Nobody show up on Tuesday night or whatever. And those never work. They never, ever work.
No.
This is different. It's a reverse, so it's different spin. But on the surface, you would think it's not going to work. It's just another one of those fun fan movements that nobody pays attention to. But this one has a little bit of legs, I think. And I think they might get 20 to 25,000. And I think that would be a statement. Obviously, it would be great if they scored 50,000 people in there.
And they're going to start chanting. They'll be chanting like, sell, sell, sell.
Oh, yeah.
And they said they're going to stand.
That's the thing. It's bringing an embarrassment not only to Fisher and Dave Kaval, but to all of baseball.
They said,
but the other owners have to be looking at this thing and this is not working. This is not good for baseball.
No.
They said they're going to stand. They want everybody to stand at the top of the fifth inning and be silent to represent the 55 years they've been in Oakland. How about that?
All right.
Wow.
Hey,
yeah. Can you imagine 25,000? Like a haunting sight. And
like Children of the Corn. Yeah.
No, I think it's great that the Oakland fans are making themselves heard because there was that in the hearing last week in Las Vegas, one of the legislators who is in favor of the ballpark deal got up and said, well, even when the A's were good, even when they're going to the playoffs, they didn't really draw, which is, of course, complete fiction. And so they're bringing in fiction and lies and fake numbers and stuff to make their case, and that's kind of sad.
The fantasy is Lacob buys the A's and turns them into the West Coast Yankees, right?
I mean,
well, we might be closer to that than you think.
Ooh,
wow,
baby! And would you build on the? Would he build? I wonder if he would build on the Coliseum site.
I mean, there's
I think he would. This goes back 5 years ago. I was talking to Lacob, and this was something he didn't want printed at the time, but he said he would love to buy the A's. He's tried to buy the A's. Fisher was not interested in selling. Lacob told me he would love to buy the A's, and if he bought the A's, this is again about 6 years ago maybe. If he bought the A's, he and a group, he would put a group together to buy them. They would immediately build a ballpark at Howard Terminal.
Ooh.
Now, since then, John Shea has talked to him, and he's kind of revised that. He said, I think Howard Terminal is still doable, but I think I would have to take a strong look at the Coliseum as a spot to build a ballpark. So, and if he did build at Howard Terminal, I'm almost positive the Lacob would not go the full John Fisher, Dave Kaval route. This entire village with millions of office buildings and apartments and condos and stuff like that. He would go with a ballpark with maybe a little bit of some development around it. And that would be much more doable and feasible than what Fisher and Kaval were proposing. So, yeah, if Lacob took over, he would get it done.
I know. That's just,
He just gets stuff done, regardless of how he treats Bob Myers or the odd things he does or whatever. He gets stuff done.
Hey, and your gut instinct, last one on Myers, is your gut instinct that he just truly reached the end of just like, there's nothing more for me to do, or I can't, or do you think there was something more to it? Like something, I don't want to say nefarious, but that he had an ulterior motive beyond just, I ran out of gas.
Oh, I think it was a combo. I think it was definitely a combo. I think the gas thing is strong because Myers just has no ability to lay back. He doesn't own a hammock,
Yeah, right.
He's too. It was too stressful a job for him, so he does need some time off. But the factors that maybe it's hard to work for Joe. He's a demanding guy. He's fair, and he obviously is a great owner in a lot of ways. He's not cheap, and he brings in top people and everything. But he could be hard to work for. And maybe they did disagree somewhat about the money, and that becomes an ego thing in sports. It's not just Bob Myers needs more money or Joe Lacob doesn't have enough money or any of that stuff. It becomes a pride and ego thing. So I think all those factors came into play. I'd be surprised if Myers didn't get back into basketball in a year or two, but
I know. I'm very curious.
Needs the rest.
Very curious as to his next move. Always fun to go around the wide world of sports with you, Scotty. We'll read you in the Chronicle. Thanks for hopping on, man.
All right, fellas. Good talking to you.
You too, man. Scotty O. He's been covering this A's thing. So, reverse boycott.
Hey, man, whatever.
I'm down for sticking it to the man.
Me
I'd
too.
go.
Always. And I want the A's in Oakland. At the end of the day, when the smoke clears, cut the crap. Keep the A's in Oakland. I don't know how that's possible or if it's not possible.
Probably that's Larry Bear knocking on the glass door right now telling you to cut out.
No, it's okay, Larry. Listen, they're no threat to the Giants. I mean, honestly, they're not a threat to the Giants.
I'm going to go ahead and find 1989. I'm going to go ahead and
what do you
find
want?
this right
what do you
now.
want? Attendance?
I'm going to go both teams. What the Bay Area can.
Got to be north of 2 in each case, right?
I'm going to tell you what this market can support.
Had to be north of 2 in each case.
I'll give it to you right now.
I'm going to say 4 combined. 4 plus combined.
1989. Let's see here. Attendance. First of all, the A's were ready for this.
Yeah.
The A's were 5th in baseball. The Blue Jays were number 1.
That's
3.3.
insane. In 89.
Cardinals number 2. Dodgers 3. Mets 4. A's 5.
Yeah.
Dude, right after the Dodgers and the Mets.
Look at the teams in the markets, too. New York, Los Angeles.
Million.
Yeah.
San Francisco Giants, 2.05.
See?
So they were both north of 2, but the Giants only just barely. Well, that's Larry doesn't like that the A's were at 2.6 and Giants were at 2.05.
He's getting back on the Peloton right now.
Yes, he is.
Yep.
But anyway, so there you go. They both were at the facts are facts.
So that's the point. It's like it's possible. You can support both cities can support their own teams. But the A's fan, I don't blame them one bit. I mean, I don't blame A's fans for not going to the Yard. Why would you want to contribute more money to this black hole?
Talk about cyclical. You know what team that year was the only team under $1 million? Was the Atlanta Braves.
Where were the Yankees, by the way? Mets outdrawing the Yankees makes me happy. Sorry, Marcus, but it does.
Those were the lost Mattingly years.
Yeah, give it to me. I want to see where the Yankees were.
The Yankees were right ahead of the Giants at 2.1.
What a weird time in life that was. Mid to late 80s, the Mets were New York's team. It was just a quick kind of window.
Were 12th in baseball.
See? Yeah, it was hot. It was a hotter ticket to go to Shea than it was Yankee Stadium.
My very first trip to Yankee Stadium was June of '94, and it was kind of dead.
It was dead. It was dead for a while. Like, you can go back and see footage of the Mattingly years, like when he'll say you see a Mattingly home run to right field, the whole upper deck would be just stark empty.
Paulie,
nobody up there.
It's like we've been saying for years, Yankee fans, nothing but fair weather. Nothing but fair weather.
Oh, I had the game on last night for a little bit. They're probably, I mean, they got to be among the smartest baseball fans in the game, seriously.
Paulie, that's
every
Paulie,
pitch.
That's when they go to the games.
That's just so long as they're winning. No, they got great fans. They do. They got great fans.
If we're going to go down the road, one of the three of us used to be a Boston Red Sox fan at one point in their life.
Still a big part of my heart.
Talk about fair weather fans, huh?
Shout out Fred Lynn. Even I know that.
Big part of my heart.
We took a framed picture from Fred Lynn to sign
Carl,
things.
remember the Yastrzemski?
Oh, your dad. How about you? One of my favorite Bob Murphy stories.
Do you know
I'm just going to go ahead and take that off the wall. I guess you don't want
taking
this.
Taking it off the wall, yeah.
That's how you do it.
Because he popped out to end the 78 playoff game. 5-4, 2 runners on.
You know this story?
Goose Gossage got a foul out to third.
Greatest.
But my 11th birthday, my dad wrote to Jim Rice, Fred Lynn, and Carl Yastrzemski. He said, we have the biggest Red Sox fan in all of the West Coast here in Mill Valley, California. He's turning 11. Could one of you send an autographed picture? Nothing from Lynn, nothing from Rice. Yaz sends back. Best wishes, Brian, Carl Yastrzemski. By the way, I was a kid. I was an idiot. I wanted to prove that it was right, so I licked my finger and smeared the bottom of it, and it smeared.
Yeah.
So it has a little smear.
Have you ever told...
It's like me backing into the pole. Dude, so
have you
anyway,
ever told Mikey Yaz about this story? That he was the only guy that returned the picture? You should tell him at some point.
I did, and I think he kind of gave me the, you're giving me another grandpa story.
Well, that's all right. It's a good story. It's cool.
He was polite about it. He goes, thanks for telling me.
Well, it speaks to his grandpa being a great guy.
But then he was checking his phone for texts. I'm kidding. He was very
finish the
kind.
Bob Murphy tribute.
So anyway, it was like the greatest gift I could ever get. I was so excited. I had it in a frame. I hung it on my wall. And then, so that was September 5, 1978.
This guy.
Flash forward to October 3rd, 1978. So just 28 days later, they're in the one-game playoff. The Bucky Blanken-Dent game.
Oh.
I could tell you many stories about that, but I run home from school
Bucky
just in time.
Blanken-Dent.
My mom's downstairs ironing, and she yells, come down. The Red Sox are up in the bottom of the ninth. That's about as sports heavy as my mom got, other than she didn't like Bill Walton because he was a hippie.
Right.
And I ran down, and the only thing I saw was Yaz fouling out to Greg Nettles to end it. So that night, my dad was tucking me in, and I said, "Boo, Carl Yastrzemski."
Watch this.
My dad flips the light back on.
That's it. See, now,
walks in,
now no one's going to sleep.
Takes the picture off the wall and walks out.
I got to go ahead and
now
salute him.
I'm terrified. I run out into the hallway after him. I'm chasing after him.
Some gangster-esque.
Yeah. He said, if you don't support your team and your players through thick and thin when he's trying his best, then you don't deserve this."
Yeah, I think I'll hold on to this now.
And I said to apologize profusely until he hung it back up on the
Lesson
wall.
learned.
He said, "This is somebody who did something nice for you, who gave you a gift, and that is how you treated the person who gave you a gift. That's not how you do it."
I support that kind of parenting, and I got to tell you, you try a maneuver like that on one of your kids today, next thing you know, you got social services pulling up in the house.
If that happened today, a neighbor would get wind of it at pickup.
Oh, there's
and they would
abuse
call
going on.
Yes,
there's abuse going on next door. I'm concerned for the safety. What happened? Well, he took his Carl Yastrzemski picture.
I told you one time in front of the Mill Valley Public Library, I was giving one of my kids the business, and some woman pulled up and said, "Is everything okay here?"
Oh, forgot. You see, who asked you, lady?
Yeah,
Let me talk to my kid. Thanks, though. Good Lord, have mercy. I know it's nuts out there. You're better off without kids, Marcus. Keep doing your thing.
All right,
you don't want to
guys.
get involved.
This Joey Barton conundrum next on the Sports Leader.
Where in the world is Oakland A's owner John Fisher?
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's a crowded roster, and we could carry 3 catchers, but then somebody else is probably coming off the team, or you're going 1 pitcher short. So it's a tough call because I thought Blake did a great job today. Pat's obviously done a really nice job, and then Joey did a great job with the pitching staff earlier this season before he went down. So no decision made yet, but again, I think we had a bunch of guys come back over the last few days. The roster got pretty crowded, so it's going to make for a tough decision for us.
Yeah. There it is, man. Farhan Zaidi. That was last week with Tolbert and Copes talking about Joey Bart. And since then, a development over the weekend that we missed, and that was on Friday night. Joey came down to San Francisco, did a little workout, and pronounced fully healthy. And guess what? They sent him to Sacramento. Moving out to Sacramento. Here's Paulie Max.
I was going to say, how do you feel about me jumping in right here and with an unexpected take? Sounds pretty good right now. Hooks all over the place. I got a hook on top of a hook, sandwiched in the third hook. The guy knows how to write a song. Murph's been a fan for years. I'm just now seeing the light, maybe. Who knows? We'll see.
In Ted Lasso's season finale, there's an episode where they're talking about, is there anything perfect in this world? And at one point he goes, nobody's perfect. There's nothing perfect in this world. And then somebody says, except, I forget what he says. I think Ted says something like, except Arthur Bryant's barbecue ribs with a certain sauce. And then somebody else says, yeah, except Pele's goal in the 1958 World Cup. Right. I'm just making stuff up. But then at one point, Roy Kent says, except Billy, there's nothing perfect except Billy Joel's The Stranger album.
Wow.
That's what he says. So,
better than Glass Houses, Murph? Are you sure about that?
I actually was interested about that because I was thinking
Glass Houses is the big one now.
Might be better than The Stranger. Crazy. Yes, exactly. Anyway, back to Joey Bart, guys.
Poor Joey Bart. I'm a fan.
Bagley wrote it on Saturday morning, says the Giants unofficially rubber stamped Patrick Bailey as their primary catcher. And with Joey Bart activated an option to AAA Sacramento held symbolic importance is what Andy wrote.
Yeah.
And it's true.
Yeah.
Guys, I mean, he's their highest draft pick since Will Clark.
Can I riff real quick, too? Yeah. Not even at Joey Bart's expense. But if Patrick Bailey's been rubber stamped as a Giants starting catcher, boy, I'd love to see him out there at some point. I feel like I haven't seen, again, a lot to say, but anyway, I'm just
guy with the neck injury.
I'm just talking. I got a bad neck,
we need
too.
him healthy. He's young, right?
I know.
So anyway, guys, I mean, what a story. Now, I mean, I know Papa has suggested you trade him for a starting pitcher. I mean, yeah, he's not going to get you.
Well, in a package. He can't be the premier
He's not going to get you Marcus Strowman.
Well, like you said, what happens if you throw Joey Bart and a Conforto together in a deal? Now maybe you're going to get something.
Yeah, boy, it's hard for me to gauge.
Like that.
It's hard for me to gauge how the industry would value Joey Bart. Here he is. He's hitting .215 with a .296 on base in 97 games, 112 strikeouts and 261 at bats. That was last season. So, and then Kapler says it's an open competition. And yeah, let's look at his career numbers here, guys. What do you think, Waterboy? I mean, we were talking about this trade.
Yeah, I think you'd have to package him with somebody else, whether it is like a guy like Conforto or a Haniger.
That's a nice little package.
Or you know what name I was thinking about? The ultra hype prospect that nobody's talking about anymore. What about a Marco Luciano?
Well, you don't hear him anymore.
He homered over the weekend now.
Yeah.
Homered over the weekend.
He's 20. He's still 21 years old.
Right,
but if you're looking at Casey Schmidt as your future shortstop,
so you're looking at
what are you doing with Luciano?
Joey Bart's career. Well, Casey Schmidt's your future third baseman.
True. Some people might say shortstop, though.
Why not with Luciano coming up?
I think
Luciano could also play second or outfield, maybe. I don't know.
Honestly, I think Luciano might be more of a third baseman.
Maybe he's the third
shortstop.
baseman.
Yeah, exactly.
You're keeping Casey Schmidt as short.
Maybe.
Okay.
To be determined. So 492 plate appearances in 158 games for Joey Bart. He's hitting .223 with a .634 OPS.
Listen.
So the power's just not there.
That's not fun.
You know what's odd? He did hit 11 bombs last year.
He's got some pop. We've seen the pop. It's just not consistent.
This year in 84 plate appearances, no bombs.
Nothing.
That's
odd.
know. What happened?
It's not good.
Well, if you guys remember the first month of the season, he was hitting near 300. I know it's a small sample size, but it seemed like once he got that groin injury, that's when he started to slow down.
Yes.
They hung him on the team for like an extra week, and then they sent him down to the minor leagues, and it just seems like he hasn't fully recovered.
Yeah.
Boy. I mean, listen.
Listen.
We're high hopes, but guys,
Huge
let's be
high
honest.
hopes.
When they drafted Patrick Bailey,
We should have known something right then. We
did.
talked about it
We
then.
did
We're
know.
like, boy, that's weird. Yeah.
Probably it's like them just those two morning hosts that they have just hanging out in the bullpen right now. Is that a big deal at all?
I'm not
or
worried about it. Yeah, they're just observing now. For now, they're just observing.
So, now, guys, injuries happen, and stories.
Well, that's what
that get to be
Marcus is
written.
saying. You think the groin is like the pivotal reason as to why he's not been able to
Well,
put in?
that's when he
No, I'm
started
saying injuries
slumping a
happen
little
in terms
bit.
of him maybe having a chance to come back.
I mean, who knows how serious
Oh.
this neck injury was Patrick Bailey. We're all hoping for good news, but we didn't see him this week.
I got a bad neck, too. It sucks, but I'm still here.
So,
you know what I mean?
Anyway, guys, it's big news. It's big news, and can you trade him? I don't know. We were talking about other trade possibilities, being that if you want to get Luis Matos up, and by the way, we're just guaranteeing we're going to wave a wand and Matos is going to perform. I mean, yeah, and already people look at it, well, who do you bench? Conforto? I mean, Conforto's been a big part of this. I have a feeling the Giants are going to be buyers. Pretty much everybody's going to be buyers. That's one of the weird things about going up to this trade deadline next month is there's only going to be like 4 sellers. A's, Nationals, Royals, and one other team I'm forgetting, but there's like only 4 bottom feeders. Everybody else is kind of in it.
What's with the expanded format now? Yeah,
So it's kind of weird.
Everyone has life.
Rockies.
Yeah.
Rockies, Nats. Cardinals aren't going to sell. Rockies, Nats, Royals, A's, maybe the Tigers. They're 11 games under.
Yeah, maybe the White Sox. I know they have a couple good pitchers,
maybe
too.
the White Sox.
Mhm.
Okay, we'll throw them in there. They're up to 29 and 38. Maybe. Anyway, that's the situation, guys. So the trade deadline will be a lot of buyers, very few sellers, which means, what can you truly get with a Joey Bart?
Like Rodney said, then buy, sell,
Et cetera.
whatever
All right.
it takes.
Hey, I want to take a quick break and finish the show with something that was my favorite. I waited 4 hours. What have we done? 3 hours?
Look
3
at
hours
the
and 40
discipline of a
minutes?
Murph going 3 hours deep to save his favorite part.
Because we had so many different riffs today.
Yeah, we did. We
Including
had a
me
good
backing
time.
into a poll.
Which I'm blaming on Tripoli.
Tripoli.
I'm blaming Tripoli for a variety of things. The pop culture showdown, we'll see. I'm blaming him for that.
Let's not. I do want
In
to. I want to
advance.
get this out there
In
now.
advance,
And
it's
this
his
is,
fault.
This is a true story.
Okay.
It finished in a tie.
Wait, I'm sorry. What are we talking about?
It finished in a tie before there was a rash decision to
herky-jerky
Let's
stuff
go
going
back
on.
to,
But
like,
that's
why the real votes were a tie.
And that's why it
and
won't
you know what
count.
happens when you tie?
That's why.
It's still undefeated.
Right. It's not a loss. That doesn't go in the L column, I'll tell you that much. And then on top of that, when Murph hits the poll again today, after he just got his car back from the shop, I'm going to go ahead and say that's Tripoli's fault for being right on your bumper.
But one of my favorite things happened yesterday, and it has to do with the great art of radio. The great art of radio. Next on The Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's a base hit to center. This is going to drive in one. Peterson gets the green light. Or rather, Davis gets the green light. Peterson scores. Davis scores. Conforto a two-run single, and the Giants lead 7-2.
All right, that's what I wanted to talk about here before we get out of here. Also tell you Susan Slusser joining Papa and Lund today at 11:30. Talk about all the Giants news. And then also want to tell you guys that we're proudly sponsored by O'Donnell. Well, actually, we have a little situation on our hands.
Sure. What's that?
Tripoli want to sort out the difference between the title on the sponsor and the actual copy on the sponsor.
We got to,
See what I'm saying? See what it's called? And then see the copy?
I do.
We're
It's
just doing
good.
a little
bit of a mismatch there.
So
got
which
two
one
different
is it?
ideas.
Is it the...
But two different competing...
Is it the OD or the R? Well, then, here you go.
Oh, let me
Colin,
take care of this. Well, why don't I... Want to let me handle this? I got you covered right here. This segment finally brought to you by a Redwood Credit Union. You can start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account, no monthly fees. Murph, I'll continue. No monthly balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking. Federally insured by NCUA.
Thank you, Paulie.
Got it all right there.
So I was in the car a lot yesterday. And by the way, shout out, Paulie. You know me. I like to think of myself as a Bay Area guy.
You are. I would say that's accurate.
Born and raised, lived here.
I
did something I've never done in my life yesterday, which is drive the San Pablo Dam Road.
That's why when
from
people
Orinda to Richmond.
When people ask me about Murph, they say, "Tell me two things about Murph." I go, "Okay, one, he follows all the good players. Two, he knows all the good routes."
Until I learned a good route yesterday. I avoided a lot of mess, so shout out the San Pablo Dam Road.
He knows all the good routes.
I was listening to the Giants game forever yesterday, and John and Dave were on fire. They were great. And then at the end of the fourth inning, Dave Slim said, we got something special next inning. Legendary Cubs broadcaster Pat Hughes is going to sit in for the fifth inning. I go, wait a minute, Pat Hughes. Do you guys remember when I took the family to Wrigley? Lee Hammer arranged for us to visit Pat Hughes in the radio booth up at the top of the third.
do. What a treat.
It was so thrilling. He's got an unbelievable, and we've had him on the show. He's a San Jose guy.
Great guy.
He got the Ford Frick Award to go in the Hall of Fame, and I just listened to two golden voices, John Miller and Pat Hughes, and then they talked about a guy that I thought we should shine a light on, especially right before Papa comes on here. They talked about their idol, and my guy and your guy, Bill King.
Lefty to lefty, Yastrzemski will take low. But Bill King was also somebody that we both listened to a lot. And I think in the all-around category, John, this is my opinion, in football, basketball, and baseball radio announcing, Bill King is the greatest in the history of our country, and I don't think anybody is really even close. That's my opinion.
Well, I definitely agree, because he was such a craftsman, and that was his true medium, painting word pictures on the radio. Nobody was ever better at basketball.
I loved it. So I was like, oh, man, I told Triple E, you got to cut this. So football, basketball, this has long been my contention that there's never been anybody who does it as good as Bill King. And they go on to talk more, Bill King, Pat Hughes, and John Miller in the booth together in the fifth inning. It was awesome. It really was.
Laker fans will say, what about Chick Hearn? And Knicks fans will say, oh, Marv Albert was pretty good. Yeah, they were great, but they weren't better than Bill King. The picture that he painted of an NBA game and an NFL game of the Raiders, and then later on doing the A's games, and he got the Ford Frick Award for his baseball work, and deservedly so.
Absolutely.
All right, just wanted to get that out there, dude. That Pat Hughes and John Miller.
Yeah, legends.
Two legends in the booth.
Yeah.
So Miller's already won the Ford Frick Award. Pat Hughes is getting it this summer. And they talked a lot about it, and it was great. And then they both said, yeah, but we ain't nothing compared to Bill King. So
well, there's only one Bill King. You know.
Holy Toledo. Maybe what Bill King say about John Fisher. You know, Bill King was a man of profane honesty. He would have some words for John Fisher.
Give me the Bill King order at the movie theater, too. What was he going, Jujubes or something?
It was a medium popcorn and a large Sprite.
Just like a gentleman would.
And it was coming to see Carmen at the Sequoia Twin Cinemas in the week between Christmas and New Year's on a Sunday night late show, Paulie.
Badass.
Not light viewing.
Yeah, it's badass.
And I said, this is Bill King. I sold him his ticket, then I ran back and sold him his popcorn and Sprite.
That's why he's cool. That's when he hits the town on a Sunday night when everyone's going to bed. Bill King's like, now I take over.
Would you get a popcorn and a Sprite, Paulie?
I will now as a tribute to Bill King.
So shout out Pat Hughes and John Miller, and I believe it was Maria Jacinto's idea, and it was just golden radio for an inning.
Nice.
It was really, really good. All right, we'll figure it all out tomorrow. Watch your basketball tonight, Paulie.
Thanks,
Watch
boys.
your Giants. Logan Webb, 4:45.
Let's go. Give me a win.
We'll have a lot to talk about
Cheers,
tomorrow.
y'all.
I got to go buff out some paint from the side of my car. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I always give pitchers a hard time about it not being that hard. So I think I proved today that it's not.
The Giants.
Fun.
Ow!
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Well, it is a moment that Brandon's experienced just about everything in his big league career, but he's been begging for years to do what he's going to do right now, and that is pitch. So the Giants, with a 10-run lead, are going to use Brandon Crawford as their pitcher.
2 men on, 2 men out. The pitch. Swing and a pop-up. First baseman Wilmer Flores into foul ground behind the coach's box. He's got it. And Brandon Crawford, it did not start promisingly. He walked the first hitter, gave up a single to the second hitter, and then he ran the table. He came through in the clutch in his major league debut as a pitcher.
I always give pitchers a hard time about it not being that hard. So I think I proved today that it's not. They probably don't love that I have a 0 ERA because I'll continue to give them a hard time about it.
It is the Papa and Lund Show. FP Santangelo filling in for John Lund. He'll be back tomorrow. Greg Papa in San Francisco. I'm in St. Louis at Busch Stadium looking at the McDonald's Arch straight away center field.
Big Mac land that used to be.
Yeah, Big Mac land. I mean, this is, you come here a lot and you forget what a beautiful ballpark this is, but it's a great setting right now. I think the red seats makes it look even better than it really is, but it's a nice ballpark. We're downtown right now. And Greg, how you doing, man?
I'm doing well. How you doing, man? I know it was a long day's and night's journey to get there. You guys had a mechanical, so you're going to be working on short rest, and you got the game. So how you doing today? You all right?
Sleeping your dad, baby. I'm ready to go. I'm all caffeinated. I have the most beautiful view maybe I've ever had doing a radio show. So glad to be alongside today. Giants win 13-3 yesterday. The bats break out. It was a fun day at the yard. And, they got in late last night, but the Giants travel crew is one of the best I've ever been around. When you talk about how organized they are, they're amazing. But, that's just traveling in the big leagues. Sometimes there's hiccups here and there. Sometimes there's a little blip on the screen, and the Giants got in late last night. But they'll be ready to go, a night game tonight. They'll sleep all day and be ready to rock and roll against the Cardinals here at New Busch Stadium.
Busch 3. Big Mac land was more Busch 2. This is more the home of Albert Pujols. We're going to be joined by the great Chip Carey, who's worked for every team. Orlando Magic in the NBA is an expansion team, and went to work for the Cubbies, where his grandfather, Harry Carey, was legendary, and then to the Atlanta Braves, where his dad, Skip Carey, on TBS, captured the nation along when Harry is, Skip's dad was doing it on GN. And then this offseason, they bring Chip from Atlanta to St. Louis, so we got to get an update on what's going on with the Cardinals after their terrible 10-24 start. We got to determine whether they're sellers or buyers. And over the weekend, we talked about on Friday's show going to get Marcus Strowman as a trade pit, and then he goes out and just shoves with that sinker, ground ball after ground ball. Then Kyle Hendricks on Saturday. But the story, obviously, from yesterday was Brandon Crawford, who actually was throwing harder than Kyle Hendricks was on Saturday and nearly no-hitting the Giants. But he just looked the part. Once he got in the strike zone for the first time, FP, he began to lock in, throw a curveball, 90-mile-an-hour four-seamer, saw a two-seamer at 88 miles per hour. He has not pitched since he was at UCLA, at Oregon State, back May of 2008. He got the loss. He was 1-2 with a 10.98 ERA in 3 appearances for the Bruins, gave up 2 homers in those 3 games. But in the 1 o'clock hour, we're going back in the Wayback Machine. This fall, we had his high school football coach on from Foothill, Matt Sweeney. We're going to get his high school baseball coach on, Brian Freitas, and find out just what kind of a pitcher Brandon Crawford was in high school, because his major league ERA, 0.00, Blutarski.
Yeah, he said it's easy. Right after the game, I thought his tongue-in-cheek responses and the quotes last night were fantastic after the ball game. And for me, it was great to see him out there smiling and having fun. You talk about what his situation is, however you want to put it, with the Giants this year, and being an everyday player his whole career, and then now Casey Schmidt's playing shortstop, and he's playing here and there, not used to being a bench player, not used to pinch hitting. He got that big pinch hit in Colorado at the end of the series, and I thought that was fantastic. But to see him out there on the mound, he had all those consecutive games at shortstop. One of the only players in Major League history to play all those games in a row at shortstop, and then now to add an inning pitching to his resume and to go out there and just smile and have fun. I'll tell you this, with a lead, even though it was 13-3, when he threw 6 balls in a row, I started to get nervous in the press box watching him, because I know it's a 10-run lead. But then I've seen those things get weird. Gerardo Parra a few years ago pitched for the Nationals, and he had begged Davey Martinez to do it forever, and he finally put him in there, and he walked like 4 guys in a row, all 4 pitch walks, and he had to take them out. So that's where my mind went at first. I'm like, my first thought was he's coming off the bench in a 13-3 game. Like, what are the Giants doing? This guy's coming in to a 13-3 game. You get to a certain point in your career where you just don't caddy and you don't come in a 13-3 game. And then I saw the umpires checking his glove, and they made him take off his sweatbands. I'm like, oh man, he's pitching. This is going to be great. And the ovation, the electricity in the ballpark was the best part about it. Like, I was glad to see Brandon get on the mound and kind of live out a fantasy. Can you imagine? And then you throw 6 balls in a row, and I started, like, my palms were getting sweaty. I'm like, oh man, you got to throw a strike. But it was really cool to see. And he threw 90 miles an hour. And I mean, he was a quarterback in high school, a tremendous athlete, and it was just really nice to see. And I think if you'd, not to be a pitching coach, but I saw what George Kontos tweeted, and I was thinking at the same time, but if you'd have kept his front side closed a little bit longer, he could have been 93, 94 easily. He was throwing
flying open a little bit.
Flying open a little bit, but yeah, I'm going to critique Brandon Crawford's pitching. But like, if he would have just like had a little firmer front side, there was 94 in that gas tank yesterday. He was just flipping 90 in there, almost like he was turning a double play with no momentum. So that was cool. I mean, Giants won 13-3. Jock Peterson was 4 for 4, drove in 4, scored 4 runs. His box score looks really cool today. If you check it out, there's 4s.
Made a Moses Malone game. He went 4-4-4.
Yeah, he filled up a bunch of columns yesterday. So that was cool. Tyro Estrada's an all-star. The Giants won 13-3, and we'll see what happens tonight. But I got to tell you,
Nolan Gorman's pretty good. We're going to find out from the Cardinals because they got a couple of players, Goldschmidt at first and Gorman at second, that may block you. But we are going to get Brian Freitas, who was his high school baseball coach at Foothill out in Pleasanton, will give us the mechanical breakdown on what he was like. But you know what? When Brandon Crawford smiles on a baseball field, and he's had so many big moments, but he's pretty steely-eyed. It reminds you when Andrew Wiggins of the Warriors has any emotion and smiles. It's just everybody loosens up. So for him to come in and just embrace it, it reminded me a lot of Pablo Sandoval and his epic outing, years ago. And then speaking of these Cardinals, remember last year on Sunday Night Baseball when they used Albert Pujols to pitch the 9th inning? It's like this guy's a first ballot Hall of Famer. So when you get a great player like that is willing to do it, it just lightens up everybody. The first thing I thought of, and I'm going through Baseball Reference, I thought you would have been a candidate to do it. You never did it, FP? You never came in to pitch?
I never did. I never pitched.
Were you ever asked to?
I never played first base. I was never asked to. I didn't pitch at any point in my career except for maybe when I was 7 in Little League.
You were a high school
I was a shortstop.
Though.
I played shortstop. I played quarterback. I played wide receiver. I think I pitched 1 inning my senior year, and I didn't get an out and faced the whole lineup. I faced 9 hitters. And I was going to throw it by everybody as hard as I could, and they were just hitting the ball all over the place. And I'm like, this is why I don't pitch, and I'm never pitching again.
All right. I would have thought you would have been a guy that could do it. So,
well,
we were talking earlier, and we should mention John needs one more day to mend, although I think he's gone into a bit of a funk since his guy Casey Schmidt has gone into the first slump of his career. But he did come out of it yesterday with a couple of doubles. I think they got to change that error to a single error. We'll see if the official score changes to a double error. But we were talking about Casey Schmidt coming in to pitch, and Cap said he'd never do it because he throws too hard, and I think as a young guy there's an injury factor. So the one thing with Craw, when Albert Pujols came in, he was just eephus pitching it. He was just lobbing it up real high, and most guys that come in to pitch that are position players don't throw nearly as hard as Craw. He hit 90 miles per hour yesterday.
An easy 90. And those things usually happen when you're behind, and what it does is it kind of lightens the mood in the dugout. You're getting your ass kicked by a team, and all of a sudden a position player comes in. I'm not sure I'm a big fan of it. Like you see it a lot now, but yesterday with a 10-run lead, and the face of the franchise out there in the twilight of his career, I mean that was just must-see TV. It was great. It made a 10-run win, even better. Than just a 13-3 win, and just the mood in the clubhouse afterwards, the mood on the plane, and just to get a win, a salvage operation against the Cubs after a tough first couple of nights was a really good vibe, and we'll see if they can carry it on to St. Louis.
Without a doubt, Marcus Strowman was as advertised, and we were advocating the Giants should trade for him on Friday. And then we get the news about Joey Bart. He's healthy. He's back on the roster, but they send him right back down to AAA, even though Patrick Bailey. Any update on Patrick Bailey with the neck? And he took a nasty foul ball right off the cage on Friday night and then couldn't play Saturday and Sunday. So initially it was the pillows in Denver, and now it's more the classic, what's bothering a catcher's neck, a fastball right off the face mask. Hopefully he's good to go tonight, FP.
Yeah, that's a sensitive topic around here. Remember Mike Matheny back in the day? He took one off his mask, and the concussions, and the Giants have been really forward-thinking on how they deal with these things. I don't know what's going on with Patrick Bailey. I was away for the weekend. I honestly didn't see it, so I hope he's okay. He was obviously on the plane last night, and he's here. And he's a tough kid, so I'll look forward to seeing hopefully him in the lineup tonight. I got to tell you real quick, Greg, the guest list today, we have, let's see, Susan Slusser's coming up at 11:30, Chip Carey at 11:50, and Brian Freitas, like you said, in the 1 o'clock hour. Chip Carey is probably one of my best broadcast friends. We got to become real close when I was on the East Coast, and he's just become a really good friend. So I'm excited to catch up with him today. So I texted him that I'm doing the show from the booth today here at Busch Stadium, and he lives in a high-rise building. I don't know if you know, they built this brand-new high-rise in right dead straight away center field, where if you come on your balcony, you come out on your balcony and you look at the ballpark, you can see right into it. And so he lives in this building. So I have the binoculars here in the booth, and he said, and we were texting back and forth. He said, "I'm going to come out on my balcony." So
God.
He may or may not have given me a BA from his balcony this morning. I will neither confirm nor deny it. I'm just looking straight at him. I go, "That's you in the white hoodie." And yeah. Chip Carey.
Well, last year when we had him on, he was walking across the street with Jeff Francoeur and George Kontos. He was in town for the Atlanta Braves, and we were, most of the conversation is, how are the Braves doing? We really wanted to know about Dansby Swanson and poaching Dansby Swanson from their roster. I just wonder what they're going to do. When they got off to the 10-24 start, they began to play better baseball and got hot, but they lose a lot of one-run games. They have one of the worst records in the National League. Are they going to start to be traitors at the deadline? Jack Flaherty is going to pitch against the Giants tomorrow night, and then Jordan Montgomery, the lefty, the former Yankees. Are they going to be buyers, sellers, or neutral early August?
I think that remains to be seen. The mood around here is bleak. Like, you read the quotes in the paper, and they're like The Walking Dead right now. Their manager, Ali Marmol, said I'm reading it right now. I got the Post-Dispatch right in front of me. It's just the reality of it. They got swept by the Reds over the weekend. It's just the reality of it. We have to be perfect right now. We don't have the luxury of giving up extra outs or making a mistake or walking a guy. That's where we're at. I would say at the moment it feels like we can't make a mistake because the other team has found a way to capitalize on it every time. And then Nolan Arenado, paraphrasing the same article, was saying, last year we found ways to win. This year we're finding ways to lose. So it's not who you play, it's when you play them. And the Giants are catching the Cardinals at the absolute right time right now.
They're 7-15 in one-run games.
7-15 in one-run games.
They lost. They were leading that game. I was watching that game yesterday against the Reds. They were up 3-2 in the seventh inning, and they wound up losing by a run. 7-15 in one-run games.
So, yeah, they're catching them at the right time. They're runners in scoring position. We'll get all the numbers for you. Get ready for the Cardinals and the Giants. 3-game series starts right here in St. Louis. FP Santangelo at Busch Stadium. Greg Papa back in San Francisco. It's a Papa and Lunch show. We have Susan Slusser coming up at 11:30. Chip Carey, who I'm looking into his condo right now with my binoculars. That doesn't sound creepy. It's coming out at 11:50. Brian Freitas, it's FP Santangelo, filling in for John Lund. You're listening to KNBR 680, 104.5, the sports leader.
Trending now on KNBR.com.
Mike Krukow joined Murph and Mac to discuss the no-doubter all-star for the Giants after his 2-home-run game. Jock Peterson, no. Tyro Estrada. Vote for Tyro. Go on your computer right now, go to MLB.com and vote for Tyro Estrada for the all-star game. That podcast and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Lefty to lefty, Yastrzemski will take low. But Bill King was also somebody that we both listened to a lot. And I think in the all-around category, John, this is my opinion, in football, basketball, and baseball radio announcing, Bill King is the greatest in the history of our country, and I don't think anybody is really even close. That's my opinion.
Well, I definitely agree, because he was such a craftsman, and that was his true medium, painting word pictures on the radio. Nobody was ever better at basketball.
That was Hall of Fame broadcaster for the Cubs, Pat Hughes. He joined John Miller during yesterday's game. It was must-listen radio, 2 Ford C. Frick Award winners talking baseball on the radio. It was really cool yesterday to hear those guys talk about Bill King. And I know, Greg, you worked with Bill King. You knew him very well. I remember as a kid growing up listening to him at night doing Warriors games, and I didn't even like the Warriors then when I was a little kid, and I was just like, oh my gosh. And then the Raiders, obviously, and you guys have that tie in common. So a really cool conversation going on in the booth yesterday during the Giants game. I thought a great idea by Maria Jacinto for the Giants to get those two together. Really good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I'd listened to the entire game yesterday on the radio, and I listened to that fifth inning when Pat came in, and he also did play-by-play. And Pat, and he's doing a lot of games on TV. John Shambi, Boog Shambi, the TV voice of the Cubs on Marquee Sports, is away doing ESPN radio a lot. So Pat has been predominantly a radio voice, and he's from the Bay Area. He's from San Jose State. He's a good friend. I happened to be in Chicago last year. The 49ers were playing the Bears, first game of the year, when the Giants were there playing the Cubbies, and on that Saturday they put Pat into the Cubs Hall of Fame. And then this year we were, excited about Kipe's candidacy for the Ford Frick Award, and he didn't make it this time, but Kipe will go in, and Mike will go in as well. But Pat did go in, and he's a Bay Area guy, and he's been in that Cubs booth. We were talking, Chip Carey's going to join us coming up at 11:50. His dad, Harry Carey, did the Cardinals for years with Jack Buck, and then his
grandfather.
His dad is Skip. Yeah. The Careys are hard, and Chip's got 2 twins that are broadcasters as well. So it's hard to keep up with all. This is the original, the one and only Harry Carey. I could tell you about 50 stories about that guy. But anyway, as far as working in St. Louis with Jack Buck, and then going to Chicago, and Chip was in Atlanta where his dad was, and now to St. Louis, which is amazing, and what a career he has had. At the very end of Harry Carey's career, the last 2 years, he worked with a young up-and-coming Pat Hughes, who was doing radio. So Pat is just extraordinary. And Pat has also done, he's reached out to me over the years. He's done a lot of, and John was talking about it, CDs where he's made, compilations of different broadcasters' careers. And in a variety of sports, one on John Miller himself, the Hall of Famer, one on Russ Hodges and Lon Simmons, and one on Bill King as well. And Bill, had to wait a long time to get the Frick Award, and we lost Bill. But I just around Bill throughout a lot of my years. I mean, I was doing the A's games for 14 years. Bill was the radio voice of the A's the entire time. Part of it was Lon Simmons, but the entirety before Korak came in, Ken Korak, it was Bill. And we would sit next to each other on the charter, and right after a game is over, I like to decompress and not think about the game. Bill gets right into the way he kept his scorebook was just amazing, and the way he transferred his scorebook into his stat book. He wasn't an online guy back then. Very few of us were. It was all starting up, and Bill kept it all by hand. And he would sit there with his 3-ring binder and just put all of the notes. He kept stats the way we did in the minor leagues. It was amazing. But, yeah, they talked about Bill, and I echo Pat's sentiments, and I've said this many times. I think Bill's the greatest radio play-by-play announcer this country has ever known. When you look at the body of work, and certainly in football and basketball, but he added baseball, and I did some baseball on the radio, but very little, where that was Bill's real passion. And, when he left the Raiders, Joe Myers came in for a 5-year period, and then I came in after that. And I think one of the smartest things the A's ever did was hire Bill King and pair him with Lon Simmons in the early years, during the ownership of the great Haas family and the underrated Haases, to put them together. I mean, just look at their broadcasting department and where it's gone in years, FP, and we're going to have this reverse boycott tomorrow night for the A's, which is going to be really weird to me, because we always talked about when the challenge, even when, the great A's teams, and you guys won 20 in a row in 2002, or you were actually gone that year, the year before, Seattle had the legendary year, and you were right with them. Great teams. But we always said, yeah, but how are they going to draw on a Tuesday night against Tampa Bay? That was always the line. And now look at Tampa Bay. They're the best team in baseball. And it will be a Tuesday night against Tampa Bay tomorrow night when this reverse boycott comes into be, whatever it is. But isn't it ironic that the A's have gotten hot right at this very time? They go to Milwaukee and sweep over the weekend after taking the last 2 in Pittsburgh. And that's why you love baseball, FP. You never know. The A's have won 5 in a row.
Yeah, break up the A's. In the reverse boycott is what? They're going to get about 20 or 30,000 people in the Coliseum to show that they still want the A's there. It seems like there's all kinds of weird stuff going on with this move. It just feels gross. I mean, there's no other way to put it. Like, what's going on with the A's?
Wayne gross?
Just maybe
not
Wayne gross.
Not that gross.
It's dirty. It just feels wrong. I read the headlines on Twitter, so I don't really get into it, Greg. I hate politics, but it seems like the people in Nevada don't want the A's there. They don't want to pay for the A's. It seems like people in Oakland, the fans, want to keep the ball club. And then you get all the politics between owners and politicians, and that's not what baseball is about to me. Baseball is about you go to the ballpark, you enjoy your team, you root for your team, and it's the pastime during the summer. And if they built a new stadium in Oakland that was hip and fun and cool, it would be the place to be in the East Bay. You would get all of Danville and Moraga and Orinda and everything over on that side in Oakland, and it would thrive. And I just don't. You and I talked about this on Friday. I know the A's don't move the needle on KNBR, but it's a story right now. You heard Boomer Esiason during the break. It's a national story right now, and all of a sudden, the A's are becoming the darling of Major League Baseball. They're getting the empathy of all the fan bases across the country, and they may be one of the most popular teams going. Not because they're lovable losers. I think everybody just feels bad for them and feels bad for their fan base and what they're all going through.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Tomorrow night's going to be interesting. I think they're going to get closer to 40,000. We'll see. I'm not sure they're going to sell the Coliseum out, but hopefully they get more than 20 or 30. But they're hot. They're going to play Tampa Bay again, tonight to begin the series, then play them again tomorrow. I mean, we went through this on Friday. We'll talk more about it tomorrow, but it is sad. But I think the jumping point was Pat and John talking about Bill King, and it's just you've gone, so far. at one point, Monty Moore did the A's games forever and ever. Terrific broadcaster. Remember, they brought in Dick Stockton, one year on TV before I took over and did both cable and over the air. They've had a great history of great announcers. Bill actually did some, A's games on TV. Ted Robinson did them on TV. Harmon Killebrew was in the booth when I first moved to the Bay Area. So, and they competed with the Giants. The Giants typically outrated them no matter what the A's teams were. But there were years, I said, they coexisted for 32 years before the ballpark was built in the China Basin. And those 32 years, the A's outdrew the Giants 17 times to 15. And it was Candlestick was not a great baseball ballpark, and Oakland was, and it kind of changed a lot, obviously, when Al brought the Raiders back, and so it's been up and down and all around. It's kind of the history of the franchise. So we kind of think we're in the low moment of what they're doing right now, but maybe the Vegas thing does not go, obviously, with the vote last week, and all of a sudden on the field, it's unbelievable that they go to Milwaukee and they sweep the Brewers in a 3-game weekend set. Amazing.
I don't think I could tell you 5 A's players, and maybe I should admit that on the air. It's no slam against them. I just don't follow them. I grew up, Greg. Not that
you're not alone. That's the sad part.
I grew up listening to Ernie Harwell on the radio in Detroit as a young kid before we moved to California.
The Connor, Michigan and
Trumbull. And I actually, before this winter when I was practicing off of games on the internet, off the archive games on MLB.com. I went on YouTube and I Googled Ernie Harwell or searched him on YouTube, and I listened to a few full games that he did in the 80s when the Tigers won the World Series. I think it was 84. And just to listen how simple he kept it super simple, man. It wasn't like throwing a lot of stats at you or throwing a lot of facts at you. It was just calling the action, and just his vocabulary and the adjective he used and his voice and his tempo. That's the guy I grew up listening to, and loving. And even when we got to California, before I started listening to Hank Greenwald, we still would listen to Tigers games when we went back for the summer. And I think everybody has their own preference on voices in baseball, and it's like music, right? Some people there's people that never liked Vin Scully, which I'll never understand, because I would disagree in the sense I think Bill King was the most talented radio broadcaster for a lot of sports, but for baseball, for me, it's Ernie Harwell or Vin Scully. And John Miller now. I think John's the guy now.
Without a doubt. And look at the styles, and now you're going into radio play-by-play. Look at the difference in the styles between Ernie Harwell and Vin Scully. Vin was nonstop talk, and Ernie, as you say, was understated. Equally tremendous men. I had a chance. They touched me in different ways as an up-and-coming young broadcaster, and just their civility and just who they are as people. Vin reached me one day on a Father's Day that I'll never forget. It makes me cry. And Ernie Harwell, when I was doing what you're doing today. In the early days of the Ticket 1050, I was doing Ace Baseball, and I would host a radio show every day by myself. I think it was noon to 3. And then, so I did the show a lot of days from Fenway Park or Comiskey Park or Tiger Stadium. And I remember bringing in Ernie Harwell when we were in Tiger Stadium and having him sit down with me, and we chatted on the air for a half hour. He's not only one of the greatest broadcasters of all time, but what a quality individual. And he touched so many people. But as you embark on this, it's different styles. There's no right or wrong way to do it. Frank Paul, it's very different. Ernie Harwell, very understated. That southern drawl just made you want to pull up a lemonade, whether it's hard or soft, and just get on the porch and listen to Tiger baseball. And you're in Busch. I mean, one of the great World Series of all time was the '68 series between the Cardinals and the Tigers. So, who are you working with? You with John or Joe?
I'm with Joe. Yeah, okay. It's Mickey Lolich versus Bob Gibson today.
You're going back. You're right.
Yeah, right.
68.
Grew up a Tigers fan. So, Pat Hughes made that CD of all the great broadcasts. I'm actually on there messing up counts and outs and innings. It's just kind of a blooper reel that Pat made.
Oh, good. Got to have a little levity here and there.
Oh, trust me. I laugh at everything in my life. Things I should laugh at. I'm inappropriate. I find humor in everything, and maybe too much humor in myself. All right. Well, I want to get into, on the other side, Greg, talking about the Giants and the All-Stars. I'm looking at the ballot right now, and there's no Giants anywhere to be found. They just released the first wave.
As far as the voting?
They just released the first wave of results.
That's fan voting. That's fan voting.
Yeah, I want to talk about Giants in the All-Star. So Greg Papa, FP Santangelo filling in for John Lund. He'll be back tomorrow. I'm live from Busch Stadium. I'm looking at the Big Mac land sign. The arch is straight out in center field. I've never
How about
been to
Shannon's bar? We lost the great Mike Shannon recently.
We did.
You got to go out to his bar out there.
Speaking of radio voices that kept it very simple and had a good time.
He did.
Had a good time. Had a good time doing it on and off the field. So let's get to some Giants All-Star talk on the other side of the break. You're listening to the Papa and Lunch Show. FP Santangelo from St. Louis, Greg Papa from San Francisco on KNBR 680, 104.5, the sports leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Padres. Thursday, June 22nd. First pitch, 12:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, good Monday morning to you. It's Greg Papa. Whether you are retired or planning on being retired, wouldn't you want to know if you were paying too much in fees or taking on too much risk? That's a silly question. Of course you would. Or are you even going to be able to retire and live the lifestyle that you've always envisioned in retirement? For more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell, a huge Giant fan, by the way, has been helping people like you plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. If you are interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, then give him a call right now. Greg and his team are a breeze to talk to. Love all Bay Area sports, big Giant fans. So give them a call right now. There's a no cost or no obligation at all. So call them today at 866-496-2300 or visit them online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, because planning is a process, not a product.
of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Frank Paul Santangelo from Busch Stadium here in St. Louis. Greg Papa back in San Francisco. John Lund will be back tomorrow, and I can't wait for that. Hey, before we
get
get going
to sleep
here,
in tomorrow.
yeah, well, I got to thank Darren Chan, DC. I mean, we got into the hotel after 2:30 a.m. local time, and probably heads on the pillow around 3:30. He had to get up early, come over here, and set all this stuff up for us, kind of last minute, and I really appreciate it. He's the best in the business, a wonderful human being, great at what he does, and a better person. And he got up early and came over here and set this all up so we could do the show. So a big round of applause to DC.
Yay, DC.
Setting this whole thing up.
Carrying on the tradition of the one and only Lee J.
Yes.
The great Lee Jones.
One of the cool things about me doing the fill-in stuff here and doing the play-by-play is getting to know him, and he is the best in the business. So I got to give him a shout. He's out getting us coffee right now, walking around town. He set us up. He's going to get lunch. He's doing coffee. So
where do you go for coffee in St. Louis? McDonald Land?
I don't know.
Where do you go? Starbucks or Pete's? What are they big there?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I know it's the Midwest, so I know they like their throat rockets with their coffee. So that's kind of a given in this part of the country. So no idea. I'm not simulcast. Greg is. I can't see you. What do you got on, Pops? You got your Giant stuff.
I
on
got
right
my OG, my City Connect. I went traditional black on black first segment, rally cap, because it's all about getting to 500 and beyond here. And I know we're going to talk about All-Stars, and a lot of it's a popularity contest, obviously, and I think St. Louis's two, corner guys are going to make it, Goldschmidt and Arenado, which impacts Lamont Wade Jr. and J.D. Davis. And, they have another Nolan now. Gorman is tearing it up at second base that may impact Tyro Estrada. So getting to 500 and just being a better team, I think helps overall. And they are over 500 now, 33 and 32. But I thought last week was a week to pull away from 500. They did sweep the Rockies, and you were there. Losing the first two against the Cubs, and right-handed pitching is a little bit of a problem, and Strowman and Hendricks shoved. They bounced back yesterday in a big way, and Tyro Estrada and Jock Peterson went off. But St. Louis, I think this is an important series before you go to Dodger Stadium on the weekend, FP, just to bury the Cardinals. You don't want them to get hot and to get sweep. And now they make a move towards they're 12 under. At one point they were 10 and 24, which is amazing to me. They got hot and now they're sliding back the other way, and they're losing these one-run games. But if you go in there and win 2 out of 3, or even sweep, Mozeliak, their GM John Mozeliak, may be more of a seller. And then they got a couple of pitchers you may want to look at, and Flaherty and Montgomery will pitch tomorrow and Wednesday for the day game. So. Last segment I went rally cap because from the 6 and 13 they have gotten a couple of games over 500. But you'd like to see the Giants now pull away. And I thought after winning the first 3 against the Rockies, you may be able to go 5-1, 6-0 last week. You wound up going 4-2 and had to score 13 runs yesterday to get the 4th win.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're only as good as your last game, and they won 13-3 yesterday. And I think in baseball, from a player's perspective, we think about just winning today's game. Like, we'll go 1-0 today. There was times, Greg, and I've said this a lot on the air, where I was on the team charter, and I didn't even know where we were going. I would, the bus on the plane after the game, and I never looked at the schedule because I was so into the moment, into the game that I was playing that day to win that game. And I remember times where I'm sitting in the back, and we used to wear suits on the plane. I'd loosen my tie and have a beer, and I would turn to whomever and say, like, where are we heading? Because you're so focused on that game. So, from a player standpoint, you just go 1-0 today. You got Logan Webb on the mound. You try to win this game. From a fan standpoint and a broadcaster standpoint,
and a GM standpoint,
that's the way we think. I mean, when they swept the Rockies, I think I turned to Joe Rizzo after the last game and said, well, the Cubs are coming into town. They're scuffling this year. They're like, what, 26 and 36 or something, 10 games under 500.
10 under,
and then here come the Cardinals, who, I mean, you're talking about all these guys for the All-Star team for the Cardinals. It's hard to wrap your head around that the St. Louis Cardinals are in last place in the National League Central. They're 8 games back of the Pittsburgh Pirates, who are 34 and 30. The Cardinals are 27 and 39. So you have to. I know there's resume and reputation. It's the St. Louis Cardinals, but they're in last place, so they don't deserve any All-Stars in my mind. I'm just kidding.
They're not going to get any? Goldie, Arenado aren't going to make the All-Star team?
Sorry. You're last place.
Nolan Gorman's not going to make it?
I don't know. I think to be an all-star, it is about resume. So yes, I understand that the reigning MVP is having a DC's back with the coffee. Thanks, DC. I just gave you a big shout out of there. Yeah, you deserve it. So yeah, they Arenado at third with all the Gold Gloves and Goldschmidt, but they're still a last place team. But when you talk about the Giants, Thairo Estrada's hitting .297. He hit 2 home runs yesterday. He's got 9 on the year. He stole 14 bases. His OPS is .843. Played a tremendous second base. When I saw Thairo Estrada last year on defense, I saw a guy that was uncomfortable. He was fidgety. I'd watch him between pitches. He didn't believe in himself as a defender. He was making weird, silly little errors. Now he's locked down at second. He turns a double play. I'll put him up with anybody in the league the way he turns it from second base. He might be more comfortable at shortstop, as odd as that sounds. But the first half he's had, and I guess that's what the All-Star game is. It's about having a good first half. I was around Anthony Rendon for many years. He's never been an All-Star because he never had a good first half. But Thairo Estrada's having a great first half, and he deserves to be an All-Star. And I said that in spring training. I thought he was an All-Star type caliber player. It's kind of played out. And just even being around him on a daily basis, he's so quiet and humble, and he just goes about his business, and he's such a likable dude. Like, I don't know. He's total package for me, and he's a guy, when you talk about wanting to see a player in a Giants uniform for a long, long time, that would be my number one pick.
Well, we had Danny's big poll on Friday, and the All-Star game, you think you're a little early now. It's less than a month away. It's July the 11th in Seattle. Today's June the 12th, and, All-Star teams are made early in the year and then progressing close to. I mean, otherwise the deadline's upon us, and teams are already chosen by the 4th of July. So you got to do it now. And we asked, because a lot of guys are worthy candidates, take the position players only. We're not going to do pitchers. We're not going to do relievers, whether Camilo Duvall makes it or Tyler Rogers. Those are chosen in a different way. Fans get to vote for position players, and I think there are 4 worthy candidates. So that was Danny's big poll. We didn't give the final results because they do trickle into the weekend. But Thairo Estrada, who's your choice, FP, vote for Thairo, did get 44% of the vote in Danny's big poll on Friday. Which Giant position player is most deserving of being an All-Star? And then Lamont, full count Lamont, came in second at 40%. And Michael Conforto got 10% of the vote, and J.D. Davis got 6% of the vote. So, and as it relates to the Cardinals, and we'll ask Chip Carey this when he joins us at 11:50, I mean, we laid it out for you as far as the competition for Lamont to make the All-Star team. Some of the best players, Freddie Freeman, right now, and the Dodgers are, they had a rough weekend in Philadelphia, but they're still a very good team after their 13-13 start. We'll see them over the weekend. I mean, Freddie Freeman's one of the best players in baseball all the way around. He is just an offensive force. Pete Alonso's going to be out 3 weeks now. He landed on the injured list, so he's going to be out a while. They say 3 to 4 weeks. If it's 4 weeks, he may not play in the All-Star game. Will he take part in Home Run Derby? He loves that. So let's just take the polar bear out of it and say he doesn't make the team. He does lead the league in homers and RBIs. But if he's not on the All-Star team because of injury, or he's chosen and then has to be replaced, then you get to Matt Olson of the Braves, the former A, having a great year, and Paul Goldschmidt. And Paul Goldschmidt is a 10-time All-Star and has made numerous Gold Gloves, won 4. He's a reigning National League Most Valuable Player from a year ago, the longtime Arizona Diamondback, the guy that torments the Giants. Look at his numbers versus Lamont Wade Jr. And they're different in different categories, but they're very comparable. So if they take 3 first basemen, Alonso has to be replaced. Maybe Goldie doesn't want to go if he has to be an injury, fill-in guy. So and when you look at it, it's Freeman, it's Alonso, he's hurt, Goldschmidt, Olson. Those are the competition for full count Lamont. And then Luis Arraez let's just hope he gets voted onto the All-Star game, because he's obviously richly deserving. The guy's hitting 400. He should be there. And there's some other second basemen to look at. Nolan Gorman, of the St. Louis Cardinals. Chip will fill us in on him. I think he's a very worthy all-star candidate, but is he having a better year than your guy Thairo Estrada?
Yeah, Luis Arraez is number one in the voting right now. Ozzie Albies is second. Nolan Gorman is third.
Guys, right.
Miguel Vargas from the Dodgers is fourth. Come on. And then Jeff McNeil from the Mets.
Yeah, the voting one matters. So if you take three, Albies should make it, right? Arraez should make it. It may come down to Gorman or Thairo Estrada.
Yeah, hey, I don't know how this whole thing's going to end up, and I really think the All-Star game at points is overrated, but I think it's nice for these guys to get some recognition, and I think it's cool for Giants fans to try to vote these guys in, and then you get to what? The players and the managers and that whole
that's the one that's going to decide it for these guys. Getting voted in is going to be hard.
Yeah. Coming up on the show, Susan Slusser at 11:30. We'll talk some Giants baseball with her. Like Greg said, Chip Carey coming up right after Susan, and then Brian Freitas, the high school baseball coach of Brandon Crawford, is going to tell us what an awesome pitcher he was in high school and how much he bench pressed. Everybody bench presses probably the most they ever do in high school, right?
And not in the NFL. Baseball probably, not in the NFL.
Well, they do the reps, right, at the combine? How many
Drake
times
Jackson's
do you do
up to 315 on the bench now. So
three plates?
3 plates, yeah.
275 was the most I ever did in high school.
Really? When you were in high school?
Yeah, in high school. You know, it was about powerlifting and football. We did squats, and we had this strength contest at Oak Ridge High School in El Dorado Hills, California. We had this little shed that was a weight room, and we just lived in the weight room. Yeah. I was pound for pound the strongest guy on my team, Greg. I'm just going to sit here.
What'd you weigh?
I threw a football over a mountain. 165? I ran a 3.640. What?
3.640.
No, I'm kidding.
All right, downhill.
The older you get, the better he was. All right, it's FP Santangelo from Busch Stadium. I'm sitting here with the greatest view in the world. The half of the McDonald's arch is straight out in front of me. There's old hotels everywhere, and everybody's smoking cigarettes. It's amazing. Greg Papa is back in San Francisco. We're having fun. John Lennon will be back tomorrow. Susan Slusser coming up, and Chip Carey from his balcony. Maybe I'll watch him do the interview from his balcony.
Does he have like a cardinal red bathrobe he can throw on from the balcony? I bet he
Yeah, we can simulcast it. Hopefully he has the robe all the way closed.
Yeah, get him on the live stream. That's what I want.
He is a good-looking cat. All right, I want to talk about bullpen games on the other side and your thoughts on bullpen games and how that affects maybe the club over the long haul. And then, come on, if you go on Twitter and you follow any Giant sites, it's all you see is Luis Matos hitting home runs right now. Like if my Twitter feed is Luis Matos going deep, 5 in the last 5 games. He looks like a little Ronald Acuna Jr. Giants fans are clamoring for this guy to get called up, so I want to get into him and all the excitement about minor leaguers. And I want to get your thoughts on bullpen games on the other side. You're listening to FP Santangelo, Greg Papa on the Papa on Lunch Show on KNBR 680 104.5, the sports leader.
To the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Where it's 1-1 and Matos swings and drives one deep to left, and Brooks goes back angled to his left. He's at the wall. He leaps and it's gone. And Luis Matos has done it again. He's homered in a second straight game. Luis Matos with his 5th home run as a River Cat.
That's Zach Beruti on the call from AAA Sacramento. Papa and Lund is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. There are no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debt card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking. Federally insured by NCUA. FP Santangelo here in St. Louis. Greg Papa back in San Francisco. It's a Papa and Lund show. Luis Matos has been all the talk amongst Giants fans. I think it's awesome, the enthusiasm that the fan base and we as broadcasters and everybody associated with the Giants, the enthusiasm we have about the minor leagues now. All the questions that Gabe's being asked daily from the beat writers is about the minor league system and who's doing what. There's Wisenhunt, there's Matos, there's a lot of players, and I think the good part about that is it's because of Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey and Ryan Walker and all the call-ups they're doing, Tristan Beck, all these guys that are coming up and contributing. When you're talking about what Luis Matos is doing, total on the year, 348, 9 home runs, 35 driven, and he's got 15 stolen bases. His OPS between two levels is 963. In Sacramento right now, he has 5 homers in his last 5 games. He's hitting 396. His on-base percentage is 434. He's got 6 home runs, 19 RBI. He's 42 for 106. So to get promoted to the highest level as a player, or to just go from A-ball to AA to AAA, you have to show the organization and all the high-ups that you're better than the level you're playing at. You have to graduate, so to speak, from that level. And I think when you talk about Matos, Greg, right now, and what he's done, he's showing he's better than that level. I think the question is there room for him here, and where do you put him? Not my decision to make. But it seems, just based on watching a few Twitter videos and the stats and the numbers, Greg, you were in Sacramento. You saw him play, that he's ready for the major leagues.
Yeah, I don't know that. I don't know that he's not. A lot of this is a projection. We had Andrew Bagley on, and he went to Sacramento. The series he had against Tacoma, Before that, what was he, 16 for 30? So he played 31 games at Double-A. So he started the year at Double-A, he tore that up. That's a tough league. You know, PCL's an easier league to hit, but still, he's so calm. He's locked in right now. So I don't know if they think he's ready, Major League ready right now. But one thing is, if you do bring him up, he's got to play. He's not here to pinch hit or pinch run or, play only against left-handed pitching. He's here to play. So he's got to be ready to go. And if you do that, you are making an organizational decision. Who are you going to give up on? Mitch Haniger? Or are you just going to bench Mitch Haniger and play Luis Matos? You might. But will you do that now? Or will you wait till, July, leading up to the All-Star break, leading up to the trade deadline? I don't know what the right time is, but they invested a lot of money in Mitch Haniger, and he's struggling. I mean, Conforto came out of his funk. Different guys have. Mitch had the only hit. We almost got no hit. The Giants did on Saturday. He had the only hit. Right when you think he's starting with his flat swing to figure it out, he kind of goes back and he slides the other way. He had a bad misplay on a ball yesterday. Now it was windy and funky, and they just didn't catch the ball well yesterday. Had 4 errors, but that play seemed to be gripping a little bit. So if you are going to make that decision, and I'm not here to tell you he's ready or not. That's what they have to ascertain. And they brought up Casey Schmidt, and he tore it up right away. Now he's in a funk. He had 2 doubles yesterday. Let's see how he adjusts when the league adjusts to him. Bailey obviously, flipped things around. So I think with Matos, if he comes up, he's got to play. He's got to play every day. Do you want him to play in center and move Yaz to right and Conforto to left, and you bench Mitch Haniger, or Mitch Haniger becomes a line change guy? I mean, to me, this decision will be tied to playing time with Haniger. And I don't know if they want to do that, nor should you do that. Matos is obviously in fuego right now, and he's been all year at both levels, but they paid a lot of money for Mitch Haniger, and he's just not, for whatever reason, except for a couple of heaters he got on, Mexico City, and when you were on the trip in Milwaukee, where I thought he was going to lock in. He's been here, there, and everywhere. So how do you handle that? But as far as Matos being Major League ready, the numbers show that. But if you do bring him up, FP, whether it's June the 12th, July the 12th, August the 12th, September the 12th, you got to play him every single day. And I think, him coming up is, right now that you're healthy, is tied to what do you want to do with Mitch Haniger.
I'm sorry, did you say something? Gabe Kapler's running sprints in a sleeveless shirt right now across the field.
You got video of that?
No, I'm not
see that.
That would be, what do you think of?
Why don't you live stream that? I want to see that.
I just thought you didn't hear what you said.
His shirt is off and he's doing
I'm watching Gabe sleevelessly.
What's he going, line to
sprints.
line? Line to line?
He's going foul pole to foul pole right now.
That's what I figured.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
No, I'm with you. When you call up a guy like that, he's got to play every day. And it's the biggest jump. Whatever anybody says, when you go from AAA to the big leagues. And Greg, as a coach for the Giants back in the day, right when I retired from the A's, I got right into coaching with the Giants. And maybe I wasn't ready to be a coach because I had just retired. But I would sit in those evaluation meetings in spring training with all the coaches from all the levels. And I think what really shocked me is that, coaches are trying to get to the big leagues maybe faster than the players. And Felipe Alou pulled me aside in Scottsdale one day. And he said, FP, the best advice I can give you is make sure your players get there before you. And what a lot of coaches make the mistake is they try to climb the ladder faster than their players. And he goes, when you get there, it'll be very rewarding because all the players in the clubhouse, you'll be a reason why they got to the big leagues. And it was great advice. So I guess the reason I'm telling you this story is because when you evaluate guys, you have to decide, are they ready for the next level? And that's not just some willy-nilly meeting where you just are flipping coins and pulling names out of a hat. And yeah, I think he's ready. A lot goes into whether a player's ready to go to the next level. It's not just the numbers we're talking about on the radio right now. It's what kind of teammate he is, his work ethic, clubhouse presence, what kind of a person he is. Will he mesh into your clubhouse at the major league level as a human being? So a lot goes into all of it, stuff that we don't know from behind the scenes, and the evaluation process is very thorough. And then, like you said, really good points about when he gets called up, he's not going to be off the bench guy. I mean, the hardest thing for young players to learn how to come off the bench because you've never done it at the minor league level. You've been an everyday player. And to be an every other day player or every third day player takes a mindset that's really, really difficult. And it takes a talent to be able to keep your swing and your rhythm when you're not playing every single day. So we're all excited about the minor leagues right now. Everybody's director of minor league operations that's a Giants fan. We all think we know what's best for the team.
And that's a big change from last year, Frank Paul. The minor league system was not producing last year.
No, and that's a good problem to have if you're Farhan, if you're Gabe, if you're Pete Patella. Like, what are we doing right now, and what decision do we make? And I do think, I will say this, that you call a player up when he's most confident. You don't want to call up Luis Matos or anybody if they're starting to cool off a little bit and they're 0 for their last 12. When I want a kid to walk into my clubhouse, he's got swagger on high, he's confident. We're going to embrace him as veteran players and say, hey, man, you're helping us, a lot like they've done with Casey Schmidt and Pat Bailey. Like, let's go. Giddy up. We're back in the day, Greg, and you were around baseball a long time, that, rookies were seen and not heard, and you had to tiptoe around until the veterans accepted you, and you went on the road and they made you do something silly, and all of a sudden you're accepted. But if you came up in the old days and you were cocky, you were an outcast. Veterans wouldn't talk to you. It's different now. There's no vetting process. Like, if you come into a major league clubhouse and you can help us win games right away, let's go, man. Like, that's the way it's been for, I don't know, the last 10, 15 years in baseball. You don't have to act a certain way. You don't have to tiptoe around. You just have to be yourself. So if I'm making that decision, which I'm not, I'm just a dork that talks on the radio, I would have to know that all of these things inclusive, the great points that you made about playing time and who's going to be out. This is a big decision for the Giants, but I would say he's doing what he has to do to force the hand. That's exactly what you have to do as a minor league player. You have to force the organization's hand. You have to make them think hard about making a decision. And right now, based on Twitter videos I'm seeing and numbers, Luis Matos is doing exactly that.
Now, he's balling out, there's no doubt. But first of all, it's a big change from a year ago. And I don't know if it was a product of the pandemic and no minor league baseball in 2020 and impacting 21. But the Giant minor league system was not producing. These guys were not having big years for whatever reason. Injury with Luciano, or where's Elliot Ramos? That guy slid the other way. Did we think Patrick Bailey was this ready right now? Did we think Casey Schmidt would contribute? I mean, in the offseason, it was all about getting Aaron Judge and Carlos Correa, and you didn't think the minor league level would produce immediately. You thought over time. So these are all good problems. And then what do you do with it? What if these guys were having these years last year? Would you trade them all to get Juan Soto? That's what it was going to take to get Soto.
Yes.
The Giants didn't have enough in their minor league system to go get Juan Soto. So now that you have these chips, what do you do with them? And I don't think the Angels will trade Shohei, but if they think they're not going to be able to re-sign Shohei, they may make him available between now and August the 1st. So what do you do with all these minor league pieces that are starting to blossom, that are ready? And now there's some of them are up at the major league level and will help flip your year around. What do you do with Matos? What do you do with Kyle Harrison? Kyle had a good start on Friday night. How close is he away? One thing you asked about the openers, I'm all on board with it, but to do it back-to-back days is just, what? I mean, didn't John Brebbia just start yesterday? He's going to start again today. I mean, it's unbelievable. He did it 3 times in 6 games. How often can you do it? I kind of thought, Tampa Bay's in town to play the A's, and they kind of started this with Sergio Romo against the Angels lineup when it was, Justin Upton and Trout, and they had all those right-handed hitters all lined up. And, wow, that makes sense. I get it. And then there's some times where I don't really get it, but I'm willing to understand it to some degree. And, we see the A's start an opener in a wild card game in New York, and it blows up on you. And, we've seen Dodgers start, openers in World Series games. And, I mean, the Giants got to do it more than any team in baseball currently. I kind of thought it was being eliminated. But we're talking about Matos, and there's just no pressing need to bring him up to play in the outfield unless you want to, make a deletion from your lineup. And that would be Mitch Haniger would be the guy. I don't think they're ready to do that. But if Kyle Harrison could get on a heater like Matos, that would make a difference to me. Because I think you got to, add one arm as a starter. I know Alex Wood may come back over the weekend, and Manaea's throwing the hell out of the ball, is the bulk guy behind the opener. but I think they like to keep him in that spot. But that's why we keep talking about Marcus Strowman and trading for a guy. And the Cardinals, if they start to slide, would you trade for John Flaherty or Jordan Montgomery or Dylan Cease or Giolito with the White Sox? There's some arms that are going to be available at some point. So with Matos, it's kind of he's on a heater, but you don't have a pressing need. I think the need is in the starting rotation. I think it's both. Bring up Harrison when he's ready, and you think he's fully ready, and he has the arm side command. He can get in the strike zone more, and then still go out and trade for a starting pitcher. But we talked about trading Joey Bart on Friday. Would you ever trade Luis Matos to get a starting pitcher? Would you put Matos in a deal, FP, to get Marcus Strowman?
No. But for Shohei Ohtani, I would trade everybody, including you and Derek Papa. I would trade everybody that they wanted for that.
Derek
guy.
may go. I'm not going. But
You're not going. You have a no trade clause.
I'm not going to the Big A. No, I'm not going.
No, I'm just saying for a guy like Ohtani, I like parades.
You would empty the farm system to get him?
I like parades over prospects. Yes, I do. Every single day. And a guy like Ohtani, but I'm not trading Matos for, just to have another starting pitcher that's having a good year when you have resume and maybe a $600 player, a $600 million player, $600 player, that was me, $600 million player. Like
it's per diem in St. Louis.
I would trade, I would. Sorry, Gabe looks like Steve Austin, the $6 million man running.
You got to send me a video of this. Can you send me a video?
No, because then you'll post it and I'll get in trouble. No, I mean,
I don't post anything. I'm not going to post it.
All right. No, for a player like Ohtani, maybe Kyle Harrison and Matos. Yeah, I don't care. Like they're great players. They're great kids. And they're the future. You got a couple kids up here already, 3 or 4 of them that are
and more are coming.
Well.
Susan's going to join us at 11:30. She just tweeted out, and I heard Marty talking about it all day yesterday. I thought he was going to pitch yesterday behind Brebbia. Keaton Wynn has been called up, and Tristan Beck has been sent back down. So, when are they going to go opener again? Not tonight, right? Logan Webb's pitching tonight.
John Brebbia is starting all 3 games in the series.
Oh, come on, he's wearing me out.
No, it's Logan Webb.
And then Alex Cobb and then DeSclafani.
Yeah, you have starters.
So where does Keaton win? Just an arm, a bulk arm in the bullpen? Because Beck's not available for a while. Is that why they're doing it?
My Keaton win now. I know Brian Keaton. I
know Brian Keaton. You know Austin Wins.
I know Austin.
You know Randy Wynn.
I know
who was
Randy
in studio on pre and post tonight.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, Keaton Wynn. Bone up on him.
Yeah, I got to do my research, Greg. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I know anything about him, but I'm sure
stop videoing the manager going line to line. I got him like Keaton Wynn. Marty knows all about him. He was talking about him for 4 hours yesterday.
Yeah, well, maybe I need to do a little more homework and stay off TikTok.
You will. You got time.
All right, coming up at the bottom of the hour is Susan Slusser. Chip Carey's going to get us all ready with all kinds of Cardinal stuff that we really don't care about. He's coming up at 11:50. Brian Freitas, Brandon Crawford's high school baseball coach, is going to tell us how great Brandon was in high school. So star-studded guest list, I'm Santangelo, along with Greg Papa. I'm watching the grounds crew put Diamond Dry on the infield right now. I don't know. They're not expecting...
Double Capucci, man. You're getting a little punchy. You need a double Capucci.
Well, this is
send DC out again. You got to go.
This is
you got to go venti.
This is what happens when your head hits the pillow at 3:30 a.m.
I believe I've been there.
Yes, it's kind of fun. Who knows what the broadcast is going to be like tonight?
It's going to be the best one you've ever had.
I might be slurring by that point. All right.
Nights that I've had literally no sleep, I nailed the broadcast. You
really?
Were fine.
Good.
Yes.
That's encouraging. So this on the outs, Greg. I'm used to saying 808 KNBR is the number. Your call's next to these sports leaders. You guys don't take calls during the day, right?
We don't.
Yeah. Don't call 808. Don't call 808 KNBR. If you're in your car right now, don't even think about calling our station because Greg Papa.
No, you can call. We're just not going to put you on the air, but you can call.
Greg, yeah, you can call, but Greg doesn't like to talk to you guys. You can feel free to text on the text line. Text on the text line, which I don't have here in the booth, but Greg would be happy to read them. All right, coming up at the bottom of the hour, Susan Slusser, Chip Carey, Brian Freitas. All that and more Greg Papa on KNBR 680 104.5, the sports leader.
what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Danny's like, Trending's coming up. Trending's coming up. I don't have it. I don't know where it is. From Walter, yeah, there it is, the text message. I got it. Brandon Crawford crossed off pitching for the San Francisco Giants on his bucket list. That story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
KNBR app on your smartphone. You'll be glad you did. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
It's a crowded roster, and we could carry 3 catchers, but then somebody else is probably coming off the team, or you're going 1 pitcher short. So it's a tough call because I thought Blake did a great job today. Pat's obviously done a really nice job, and then Joey did a great job with the pitching staff earlier this season before he went down. So no decision made yet, but again, I think we had a bunch of guys come back over the last few days. The roster got pretty crowded, so it's going to make for a tough decision for us.
Yeah.
That's Farhan talking about the catching situation with the San Francisco Giants. Susan Slusser right around the corner. Greg Papa, FP Santangelo. I'm filling in for John Lund. He'll be back tomorrow. I am at Busch Stadium right now watching the grounds crew put Diamond Dry on the infield. No rain expected tonight. It looks like a nice forecast for all 3 days here in St. Louis. So, Greg, as we move forward with the show, let's talk a little Joey Bart in the AAA and what's going on with him and the situation with the catching with the Giants. It's my favorite. I'm kind of obsessed with catchers and catching because I think it's such an important position. I think it's the most important position. So, he's not doing very well in Sacramento, but just looking at the numbers. Sometimes numbers don't tell the whole story, but he's hitting 179 down there. He's I got 5 for 28 with 1 RBI.
Yeah, and he's not hit a home run in the AAA or in the major leagues, and so that was Farhan on with Tolbert and Copes on Thursday. And since then, we have news with Joey Bart. He's over the injury. You only have so long in a minor league rehab assignment. He's over the groin strain. So they brought him up, and they reassessed, and they decided we're going to send you back down to AAA. So his time down there now is not injury-related. It's baseball-related. And what they're saying is you're number 3 on the organizational catching flow chart behind Patrick Bailey and Blake Sabol. And Blake is getting better. And they're on record. Farhan told Tolbert and Copes weeks ago that he wanted to keep Blake the entire year. So it is what it is, and we'll get into it now. And Susan Slusser is going to join us coming up in a little bit, 11:30. And it seems like we've been talking to Susan about a lot of topics, but she'll laugh because we talk mainly about the catching, topic. Going back to spring training, Roberto Perez and Austin Wynns was in the mix. Who exactly is Blake Sabol, and what's he going to do as a Rule 5 guy? And obviously Joey, and now Perez is out the year. He got hurt in the home opener, and Austin Wynns where is he, in Colorado after a stopover in San Diego? I can't even keep up with him. Or the Dodgers. He went to the Dodgers. And Gary Sanchez was in the mix. Gary Sanchez is going off for San Diego. Hit 5 home runs his first 10 games as a Padre. Had a big base hit the other day. We'll see him on the next homestand. So now, we'll get into it all. And the Giants have called up Keaton Wynn to go into the bullpen. And then what do they do with right now you have 3 starters. And you're going to pitch your 3 starters in St. Louis. Webb, Cobb, DeSclafani. And they're cobbling it together with a bullpen game and off days, and they are off Thursday. Alex Wood will come back at some point this weekend, and they may plug him right into the rotation. His pitch count is not up, but he doesn't go through the rotation 3 times anyway. So if he gets up to 60, in theory, he could be a starter, FP. But what do you do with Joey Bart? And we're talking about, adding starting pitching, whether it's Marcus Stroman of the Cubs or, we'll look at John Flaherty of St. Louis tomorrow night, Jordan Montgomery, Giolito in Chicago, and Dylan Cease. There are other guys that are available as well. I think the first thing you have to do is identify who's a seller. Are the Giants playing well to be a buyer, and then would you give up? What could you get if you put Joey Bart on the market? And I think he's always on the market, but if you seriously put him on the market and look to move him, could you get a frontline starting pitcher, or would you have to add more to it? Probably you would. But you heard, Farhan on Thursday saying, are we going to keep 3 catchers? And for a while I thought it made sense. But getting Jack Peterson back and what he's doing now, 4 hits on Friday, 4 yesterday, and 2 bombs. And then you got Sabol as well. Sabol needs to catch. He's not going to play much, a little bit in the outfield, but not a lot. And he's not going to DH with Jock back, certainly against right-handed pitching. So really his role right now is to be your backup catcher. If he's your backup catcher, Joey Bart's your backup catcher. So now that he's at AAA and it's not, rehabbing from injury, what do you do with Joey Bart between now and August the 1st, the date of the deadline?
Well, it stinks for Joey Bart, but he's going to be in Sacramento. I don't think you could ever have enough depth at the catching position just based on you get banged up back there, injuries happen, a foul tip off a finger, and then all of a sudden, if say something happens to one of these guys, which I don't even like to go there, you need depth. You need an insurance policy. And it's kind of hard to even say this, but I think that's what he is right now because, hey, this is a bottom line industry, man. When you get your chance, you got to figure out a way to get it done. And it wasn't like he was terrible in any way, shape, or form. It's just I don't think, I just think Patrick Bailey came up and took advantage of opportunity. And that's the way this game has always been and it'll always be. When you get your day in the sun, you got to shine. And Patrick Bailey did just that. And it's not just the offense from Patrick Bailey because I think that's going to come back a little bit. And I think that's why he's here. That's a bonus right now. He calls a great game. He commands a great game. He runs a good game. And what does that entail as a catcher? It's confidence in your pitchers to when I press a button or put down a sign. That's exactly what I was thinking. We're on the same page. Boom. I'm 100% committed to that pitch. Not 80%, not 90%, but we're thinking the same. And now you don't have to waste any mental energy about disagreeing. Not that Joey Bart did that. I'm not saying. I'm just saying catching in general. Disagreeing with a guy. So when you have a catcher back there, Greg, that'll frame up 50-50 balls or pull an occasional ball into the strike zone and trick an umpire, and it's very subtle and it's soft and it's pretty to watch. That's why if they ever get the automated strike zone in the big leagues, I'll be totally against it because one of my favorite things to talk about on a broadcast and watch when I go to a game is how the catcher manipulates a strike zone that has soft hands that can do it subtly and convince an umpire he does that. The way he just peels a pitch, a check swing, it's quick, boom. The times he goes out to the mound, the trips he makes, and you have to learn personalities. Do I go out right now with this guy? Do I just stay here and let him figure it out? This guy's a red ass when I go out to the mound. He doesn't want me out there. Some pitchers will tell you, if a catcher or a coach comes out, I feel like I'm being shown up, and it's super awkward in front of 30 or 40,000 people to have a conference on the mound and have the game stop because I'm not doing something right. So it's
and everybody
a fine
on the
line.
staff. Every guy on the staff has been glowing in their praise of this guy. He's just a catching savant. I mean, it's the only way you could put it. I mean, when Joey bypassed AAA to come up and catch the pandemic year when Buster opted out, your initial inclination is, what catcher skips AAA? Pudge Rodriguez maybe, but nobody else does. And then, Joey needed more seasoning. Patrick Bailey essentially skipped AAA, 14 games there, 14 to AA. He went from high A to the major leagues, essentially, 28 games. And he's just a savant. And you hope all those qualities, if they do go to the automated strike zone, translate where you're talking about, pitch framing and stealing pitches. But going out to calm down pitchers is always going to be something that's important. I think the one thing that was interesting to me, and we'll ask Susan, the timing of sending Joey back down to AAA was Patrick Bailey had a bad neck in Denver. After his big game there, the first game of the series on Tuesday, did not start Wednesday and Thursday, came in Wednesday and got the safety squeeze down. And then he took a fastball right off the grill of the mask on Friday night, and he was not in the lineup Saturday. I don't know if he was playable on Saturday, maybe yesterday, but he didn't play either game. I mean, to go into a game thinking you don't really have a true backup catcher, who would be the emergency catcher if Blake has to come out of the game and not even have Joey hang around for the weekend was odd to me. They clearly have made the call on what they're doing. And, Nottingham is also down there. The one-time Oakland A's catching at AAA. And he's the classic, organizational inventory guy at AAA. Not a big leaguer right now. Maybe in time he will be. But, so if you wanted a guy like that to catch AAA, what they're saying right now is Joey Bart is third on the organizational catching flow chart, without a doubt, behind Patrick Bailey and Blake Sabol, who intrigues them in every way as a developing catcher. He's getting better, and obviously he's a much better hitter. So as we progress and try to fill the need as a pitcher without, Keaton Wynn's up, what role is he going to have on the staff? Do they need to make a trade to go get a frontline starting pitcher or two, possibly, depending on the development of Kyle Harrison and where does Matos and Bart and all the, the farmhands they have. Luciano, we hardly talk about him because he's a AA. The way Casey Schmidt is playing, you got David Villar back there, J.D. Davis. Where does Marco Luciano fit? Is he an infielder, a shortstop, a third baseman, or could you move Marco to the outfield?
Yeah, I don't know. He might be a trade piece if he's
might be a trade piece. Exactly.
Is Nottingham's nickname the Sheriff in AAA?
Is he? It got to be. It's got to be.
Right, the Sheriff of Nottingham.
It's got to be the Sheriff.
It has to be.
He's
Well,
a
look,
big guy. He's a big-bodied catcher, Jacob Nottingham.
The Giants drafted Joey Bart for his offensive skills, and they were hoping those would develop in the first round. And the Giants drafted Patrick Bailey for his defensive skills and hoping that, those would stay the same and his offense would develop. So Joey Bart was drafted for his offense. And if, that just hasn't panned out with all the strikeouts, and you're hoping that he gets it someday, and maybe a change of scenery would be best for him at this point. Who knows? But Patrick Bailey is here for his defense, and we've all seen that.
And he's still hitting.
And
he's been a better offensive performer this year than Joey at the big league level.
And Blake Sable, as you mentioned, Greg, is coming along. I watched the first game he caught Logan Webb, and he ran to the backstop at least 5 times.
6 pass balls. I never heard of such a thing.
Yeah,
without a knuckleballer on the mound.
I think I turned to Joe, and I'm like, boy, I don't know if this guy's going to make the team. And, obviously the Giants know more than I do about that, and he's starting to develop and get confidence back there, and the bat is played, and the power is played, and the hustle and the attitude, I think, things that don't show up on the stat sheet or the box score, has been awesome from Blake Sable. He's a fun guy to be around. All right, coming up next, Susan Slusser from the Chronicle. She covers the Giants. She'll get us all locked in the series. We'll talk some catchers with her. FP Santangelo filling in for Greg Papa. John Lund back tomorrow. You're listening to KNBR 680, 104.5, the sports leader.
Giants fans, can you feel the beat? Time for Papa and Lund to talk ball with the Chronicles Giants beat writer Susan Schlosser on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
2 men on, 2 men out. The pitch. Swing and a pop-up. First baseman Wilmer Flores into foul ground behind the coach's box. He's got it. And Brandon Crawford, it did not start promisingly. He walked the first hitter, gave up a single to the second hitter, and then he ran the table. He came through in the clutch in his major league debut as a pitcher.
Yeah, he came through in the clutch, and our first guest today comes through in the clutch. When she comes on the night show, I have to introduce her, but she has her own fancy introduction for the day show. Susan, how you doing?
I'm great. How are you? How come you're not here entertaining me?
I am. I'm in St. Louis. I'm in the booth right now. I'm in the broadcast booth. Yeah, so, I mean, before we get to the baseball stuff, where are we going tonight? That's the main question after the game.
So I'll do a little research.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us.
Tony's in Clayton. Remember I told you, Tony's in Clayton.
Tony's in Clayton. Greg
Great
Papa
Italian
endorses
meal.
it. I don't know. I want a beer in St.
Italian.
Louis.
It's on the hill. It's on the hill in St. Louis.
All right.
So
Susan, you're here. Talk about Brandon Crawford for a minute. That was a cool moment. I know you had the weekend off, or at least Saturday and Sunday off, but I mean, you had to see all the videos and Brandon Crawford pitching yesterday. That was really cool.
That was one of the things I really have been looking forward to most. I'm sorry I missed it. So I did watch the video. I read all the comments, saw all the comments. Absolutely loved it. You know, he's wanted to do that forever. And I know there's kind of a subset of baseball people and fans who don't love seeing position players pitch. I love it, especially when it's a guy like that. Late in his career, has always begged to do it, finally gets the chance. And look, hey, hit 90, scoreless inning. I love it. Let's see more of Brandon Crawford.
0.00 ERA. So we had Matt Sweeney, his high school football coach, on in the fall. We're going to have Brian Freitas, who's his high school baseball coach from Foothill, on at 1:15, and we'll get into Craw. But he made it look easy, and he had a smile on his face. When you think of the position players pitching, obviously Jose Canseco, and he lobbied years to do it when he was an A and throwing a knuckleball. It didn't go so well in Boston. He wound up getting hurt. Pablo, probably the funniest one in recent memory. And I know you were in St. Louis last year, weren't you, for that Sunday night game?
Oh, yeah.
When Albert Pujols came out of the bullpen to pitch? That was classic.
That was tremendous. And, I mean, both teams had position players going in that game. That was one of those games. Luis Gonzalez pitched really well, and he also homered, I think, off Pujols. So
he did, yeah.
That was all some crazy stuff. I love it.
Well, it was good to see him settle down. I've seen those things go sideways where a pitcher can't throw strikes, the position player, and I started getting nervous. My palms were getting 6 balls in a row, and then it got to the point where he was shaking Blake Sable off and asking for sliders and shaking off the catcher. So it was a good time had by all. Susan, we've been talking about the catching situation here, and I have to give you credit. Like when we talked during the off season on my show, off the air, you were on the Giants catching situation from day one. That was one of your main focuses in spring training. And maybe talk about from then to now and the Joey Bart situation, how this whole thing has evolved.
Yeah, I'm still a little surprised that Bailey's up as soon as he is, and has kind of been as all around good a player as he is. Which when you've got Blake stable and you got to keep him on the roster, there's no doubt. There's no way they can give him back. The guy can hit. He's not really a big league ready catcher, but that is what's happened with Joey Bart. He would be a great combo, I think, with Pat Bailey. You've got the switch hitter, and then you've got the right-handed hitter. Certainly Joey Bart can handle, sort of a semi-backup, maybe slightly more than that catching role. But with the roster concerns overall, they just can't carry 3 catchers, and I get that. They're going to have some interesting calls to make overall this year, if they want to keep going younger, we're going to start to see, I think, a few more of these if they hover around 500 for much longer.
Now, carrying 3 catchers is something they don't want to do. And right now, essentially, they're carrying 3 starting pitchers. It's unbelievable to me to go back-to-back bullpen games with John Brebbia on Saturday and Sunday and find a way to make it work yesterday, and he's been really good at it. But gaping holes in the starting rotation, obviously. I think Alex Wood may come back at some point. Is Sean Manaea going to make the transformation from bulk inning guy behind an opener to a starter again? And then, you know, we talked about Joey and using him as a piece possibly to trade for a starting pitcher. Could you fetch one of the big names here? So how long do you see them going with 3 starters and an opener and maybe getting Alex Wood back in? Are the Giants going to be in the starting pitching market over the next 6 weeks big time, do you think, Suze?
Well, I think they've really only got to cover the one spot in the rotation. I do think Alex Wood will be back Friday or Saturday. They've got regular starters lined up for all the games in St. Louis. So, and really most of the time, the using the opener and the bulk guy has worked pretty well. That's an easy one. You can either switch Manaea into the starting spot if you want, or just keep going like this. Gabe Kapler seems to think that Manaea has taken to this bulk innings role really well, and it sort of seems like he doesn't want to mess with that. So I think we'll keep seeing that. To me, that's basically like that's a spot in the rotation, right? If that's a regular thing. But you know, we're still the main thing to keep an eye on is Kyle Harrison at some point in the second half, and of course today Keaton Winn joins them. I think this is probably like a Sean Jelly, Tristan Beck. He'll provide some bulk innings, maybe gets a spot start somewhere. But he's the other guy during the spring that the coaching staff was raving about. You know, he throws upper 90s. He's hit 100. He's got a nasty splitter. I mean, this kid, after Kyle Harrison, was really creating the most stir among the young pitching prospects. So it's really interesting to see him kind of, he's older, he's 25, so he's not quite, you know, he's a little bit probably ahead of Kyle Harrison, but it's interesting that they're going that way right now with, I guess, with the need with Tristan Beck pitching yesterday, they may as well.
Good stuff from Susan Slusser. She covers the Giants for the Chronicle. Nice to join us on the show today. So yeah, bulk innings guy. I mean, if I'm an agent, how do I go to a team and say, yeah, my guy's a bulk innings guy, pay him? I mean, so I feel like to Sean Manaea's credit, he's embraced the role and done a really nice job. Susan, in all your time covering baseball, you've been around a lot of big-time prospects, but what Luis Matos is doing right now in AAA, he's kind of forcing the hand. Have you ever seen a situation where there's an established infield, say, or established outfield, and some guy just forces his way in there, even though there isn't a spot for him available?
I'm trying to think. I'm sure there have been. They have to really commit to having an everyday job for him at the big league level. I'm not convinced the Giants are quite there yet. They do say, hey, when somebody dominates a level, we want to reward them by promoting them. Right now, it's going to be fascinating to see how that happens. Do they move someone else? Some of their outfielders would bring back a nice, I think, return in a trade. Austin Slater is, obviously got such amazing numbers against lefties, but he's a reliable big league piece. When a guy jumps to the big leagues, you're never quite sure what you're going to get, no matter how hot they are at the AAA level. He's playing in a hitter's league. It's only been a few weeks that he's even been at Sacramento. So this is one where I couldn't call it, honestly. If they brought him up, I wouldn't be surprised. If they left him down there and said, hey, we don't have a need right now every day for an outfielder, and that's the kind of player he is, that wouldn't surprise me either.
I mean, the obvious one is Buster Posey when he had Benji Molina on the team.
Yeah.
Buster came up at the end of 2009 and struggled, came up in May and 10, and Buster's first game, he started at first base. Benji was Benji. And then they traded Benji Molina in July, and then Buster took off. The one guy, Peterson's raking now. Sable needs to be a backup catcher and not an outfielder DH with Peterson back. Yaz is starting to pick it up, obviously, and Conforto as well. The one guy would be Haniger. And there are times where you think he's going to start to lock in Suze, and then He slides back. He's been very up and down, except for a couple of heaters in Mexico City and in Milwaukee. I thought his outfield play's been pretty good, but he did drop a ball yesterday in the wind. I mean, if you bring Matos up, you're going to have to take playing time away from Haniger, right?
Yeah, and he's, the one guy that's got an actual longer deal. He's got a very impressive track record. He's local. He's a guy I keep saying he's about to turn it around. He's about to, he keeps showing signs. He's just not quite there. I would have thought that if either one of the new outfielders was going to really struggle to get going, it would be Conforto after missing a full season. Obviously, Haniger's missed a lot of time here and there with various injuries, but he's worked as hard as anyone I've ever seen to get back to full strength. He is totally healthy. He is just not clicking yet, and I'm not sure if anybody's quite figured out what it is. He says he's close, but we're not seeing it so far. But what do? He does have a long-term deal. He's got the great track record. He's an all-star. When he gets going, I think he is going for good. So you got to leave him in there for me and keep him going. You cannot hit your way out of a funk from the bench.
Yeah, you can't sign a guy to a deal and give up on him after 2.5 months. I mean, hopefully he figures it out and finds out what he's doing wrong. I think his swing is way too big right now, if I'm being honest on the air. I think if he thinks right center field for about 2 weeks stretch and lets the ball travel, like Michael Conforto did to get locked back in, but he looks like he's swinging really hard and trying to get 4 hits in one at-bat, and we've all been there and done that. I think it happens when you're with a new fan base and new teammates and you're trying to impress everybody, and especially when you're from the area, you have like your high school biology teacher coming to games, and you want to show everybody that the deal the Giants signed for you, I was worth it, and I'm coming back from injuries, I'm this great player. And sometimes it goes the other way, and baseball's not a try harder sport, it's a try easy sport. And I think, Joe Maddon's saying try easy. If you could get Mitch Haniger to buy into that right now, I think he would have some success.
Yeah, that makes absolute sense to me. He really does look like he's pressing. And then when you talk to him, it sounds like he's got a million things going through his head. And that is never good. I mean, we've talked about this, FP. The right level of sort of thinking for a hitter for me was always Jason Giambi. He was never going to overthink it, but he knew what guys were trying to do with him, and he knew what he was trying to do, and he kind of left it to that.
Yeah, when you run over, it's hard to overthink it.
Wow. That's a good point. I agree with that as a broadcaster as well. Speaking of Giambi, when Mark McGwire moved on, Jason took over there. When I think of the Cardinals, and obviously they have a great, history, 11 World Series championships and the 19 pennants. But when Mac went to St. Louis with, and Tony was there, they were there just a brief time, and they're like, what a great baseball city. We're going to stay here forever. And the Giants have a great rivalry with the Cardinals. And you've been covering the National League for a number of years now, but where do you rank St. Louis in all the baseball towns you go to, Suze?
I mean, the things they say about the fans, and I know this always rubs other fans, especially the Cubs fans, the wrong way. They're superb fans. Like the knowledge, and they're very nice. They're very welcoming. I've yet to run into a Cardinals fan that's really a jerk. And I kind of got to know some of the Cardinals fans from afar during the whole Stephen Piscotty thing, when the Cardinals and A's worked out a trade so he could be home with his mom when she was sort of at the end with ALS. And that group of fans continue to root for Stephen. They still do. I mean, they love him. They love his family. I'm impressed with this town as a baseball town. This is a true baseball town.
Yeah, they live and die with it too. Every pitch, every player transaction. If you're the 26th guy on the Cardinals roster, you're like the Beatles in this town, because there's not a whole lot else to do. It's the Cardinals, it's baseball, the tradition. It's a really cool place to play. Back in the day, when you walked across the street, you stayed at the Hilton downtown, they would ask for your autograph, say good luck in the game, Susan, and then I made a diving play once here, and they gave me an ovation on the road. Like I robbed one of their hitters of extra bases, and I threw the ball in the infield, and I'm like, are they clapping for me? I just made a play. And my favorite memory from here was I watched Mark McGwire hit the last 4 home runs of the year against the Expos when I was a member. It was really cool. And I challenged all the players, the young players on the plane. I went down the aisle on the plane, and I said, we owe it to this guy to not walk him. It was when the rest of the league was walking him, and he and Sammy were just kind of out of juice, out of energy. Well, not juice is the wrong word. Out of energy at the end of the season.
You had plenty of that.
Yeah, it was androstenedione, Greg.
Yes, I know. You and Brady Anderson.
It was in his locker. Yeah,
I got
so
you.
that
I got
was
you,
pretty
Thomas
cool.
Boswell.
Susan, I guess after my long ADD rant on nothing right there, like how do you see the Giants taking off and leaving 500 in the rearview mirror, not going back and forth? How do you see this team getting 5 games over, 10 games over, 15 games over? What's that recipe look like to you?
Oof.
Or not.
Beat the Cardinals and Dodgers.
I was thinking about this. It's starting to seem a little bit like last year to me, and that is not a good thing, because I really spent a lot of last year thinking they are just, every time they pocket a series, I go, okay, here they go. They just need to start winning series. And then they take a step back. They just couldn't stay consistent. The young kids come up, give them some energy, and then that sort of seems to wear off a little bit. I still don't really know where they are. I would hate to say anything sort of sweeping about them. They're, with the extra playoff teams, they always can be in the hunt. And who knows what they do at the deadline. But they need more than they're getting right now. And the thing that's been the most inconsistent has been the offense. I just don't know where it goes. I've liked some of these days where they've actually used a little bit of a small ball. They win a game with a safety squeeze. I love that kind of stuff. That kind of thing can really help a team that's got inconsistent offense. I'd like to see a little more of it.
All right, Susan. Well, hey, we always like to hear a little more of you, see a little more of you. So I'll see you at the ballpark today whenever you get here. Thanks for your time, and we'll catch up soon.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
That's Susan Slusser. She covers the Giants for the Chronicle, does a great job, one of my all-time favorites. All right, coming up next, we have Chip Carey. He's the play-by-play man. First year. I think I see him shirtless on his patio right now. Yep.
Or is that Gabe Kapler? Which one is that?
Wait, well, that would be breaking news if he was. What? Anyway, so Chip Carey is coming up next. He's the play-by-play man for the St. Louis Cardinals. Many years. Well, he did games in Chicago. Remember that, Greg, with Harry and his dad, and they were all together.
And then Atlanta, they were together. Yeah.
He and Harry were together, and I think the Braves came into town. He's shown me pictures of all three together at Wrigley Field. This is his first year with the Cardinals, and obviously his grandfather, Harry Carey, was the broadcaster for the Cardinals before he went to the Cubs. So Chip Carey gets all set for Giants and Cardinals tonight. He's coming up next on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
His third homer came down in Texas. Swing, fly ball. That's headed to the bullpen. Make it number 4 for Walker.
All right, our next guest was the Cubs announcer from 98 to 2004, then with the Braves from 2005 all the way to last year. His dad was Skip Carey, longtime broadcaster for the Braves, grandson of Harry Carey. I think his kids' names are Bip and Flip. This is Chip Carey, the current play-by-play man for the Atlanta Braves, and my friend joins the show. What's going on, Chipper? How you doing, buddy?
FP, it's 4 letters, but I don't think we can say it on a family radio show. So,
can you do me a favor before we get into the nuts and bolts of this and just step out on your balcony real quick? I'm looking. What's the name of the building you live in? It's overlooking the ballpark. So you're not only the broadcaster. Here he comes out. I'm going to take a picture of this. He's not only the broadcaster for the Cardinals here. I almost said the Braves. He lives right across the street from them. You look into the ballpark. Do you ever get away from the game of baseball?
No, I don't want to. And if I play my cards right, maybe Valley Sports Midwest will just set up a studio for me here, and I can do it here from my lounge chair with a T-shirt and shorts on. That'd be the best way to do it.
Without a doubt. Good to hear your voice, my friend. I thought of you over the off season. I mean, obviously you were in Atlanta so long. The franchise that your dad was so involved in, and now, John, we know your grandfather from the Cubs days, but you go back to Jack Buck and KMOX and in St. Louis. So just tell me about the change in going from the Braves all these years to the great baseball city that is St. Louis, Chip.
Yeah, it wasn't something, Greg, I ever envisioned. I made it very clear to the people I worked for in Atlanta that I'd like to retire there. It just got harder and harder to keep trying to stay there for whatever reason. And obviously the position here in St. Louis was occupied very, very well for almost 25 years. Dan McLaughlin had some problems off the field, and unfortunately he wasn't able to keep the position. And once that happened, they called to see if I had an interest in the job. And again, I grew up in St. Louis. My grandfather worked here starting in 1945. And when the opportunity to at least think about this change at this time in my life and my career, it was something that was intriguing for myriad reasons, most of which is I always wondered what it was like to be a Cardinals broadcaster. They offered me the job 32 years ago, and I couldn't take it. And at this stage in my life, I thought, let's at least explore it. And I came up for an interview on a Friday in January. They talked it over the weekend and called me Monday morning at 10 o'clock the following Monday and said, what is it going to take for us to bring you back to St. Louis? And it fell together very quickly. I'm sorry that Danny Mac isn't here. I'm sorry that things didn't work out in Atlanta for whatever reasons, but the good Lord had another plan for me, and I couldn't think of a better place to land than baseball heaven, a place where I grew up and a place where, as you know, Greg and FB, they're tremendous, huge baseball fans. And even when the team's not playing well, unfortunately, as we are now, they're passionate about it, and we get to have fun and talk about baseball, which is a real treat, a real pleasure.
Yeah, passionate's one way to put it. I'm sure everybody's losing their minds right now. The Cardinals in last place right now in the National League Central. They're 27-39, 8 games back at Pittsburgh. So I guess what's the mood of the fan base? And I'm looking at all the numbers. I'm reading the quotes, Chip, in the dispatch today from the manager, the players. It seems pretty glum around town right now.
Glum's one way of putting it. I think we're all shocked, to be honest with you. I mean, this is a team that had so much momentum and so much anticipation coming out of spring training. You've got 2 borderline Hall of Famers on your infield corners. They made the big splash with Contreras to bring him in and add offense to a team that won 90 games last year, albeit an offense it's without Albert Pujols and Yadier Molina. The pitching staff was back. It's intact. The bullpen has guys that can throw 100 miles an hour. It just hasn't clicked for whatever reason on a consistent basis. They won the first series against Toronto, swung the bats really well, and then all of a sudden, the rest of April, it was almost like they couldn't buy a run, and that's really carried over most of this season. They hit a lot of home runs. They're solo shots. If they don't hit a home run, they struggle to score. We've had guys in and out of the lineup because of injury and ineffectiveness. The starting pitching has been in and out, with the exception of Miles Mikolas and of late Jack Flaherty. The bullpen has, as I said, eye-popping numbers when it comes to the radar gun, but their availability on a day-to-day basis is sometimes in question. So nothing has really clicked right now, but I think what we're all trying to hope happens, and look, I worked for the Cubs for 8 years, so I know all about selling hope. As you said, we're playing in a bad division. The Cardinals, as badly as they've played, are only 8 games out of first place, and we've got 2 months until the trading deadline. If they can get their act together here over the next 5 or 6 weeks against teams outside the Central, they feel like they have as good a chance as anybody. It's in there. They had an 11-3 stretch where they played great baseball and looked like they were ready to turn things around, but then the entire outfield got hurt. So they're in games, they're close games, but they haven't gotten the big pitch, the big hit, the big defensive play that they've needed to put them over the top, and we're hoping that starts obviously tonight.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a team that won 95 games last year, Chip, and they're 10-24 start. I'm looking at the standings like, what's going on? Then they had that hot stretch that you detailed against good teams. You know, the Red Sox were in there, the Brewers and Dodgers, the Cubs to get it started. But you've lost 12 of your last 18, 4 series. I'm watching your game against the Reds yesterday. You have a 3-2 lead and you wind up losing 4-3. And it's the one-run games. 7-15 in one-run games. So when I look at the run differential, which sometimes is overrated, sometimes underrated, yeah, you're 8 games under, but you're only a -1. So how do you think Cardinal management handles this in the next month, 6 weeks to the deadline? Are you buyers? Are you sellers? Are you neutral? Are you better than the record shows? Just where are the Cardinals now?
I think they are better than the record has shown, but ultimately Bill Parcells is right. You are what your record says you is. And right now they're 12 games under 500. Yeah, they played a very tough schedule. I think one of the things that's caught the Cardinals, well, a couple of things have caught them. Number one, this is a ground ball staff. They are a team that relies on soft contact. There's no shift anymore. A lot of those ground balls that were outs last year are now hits. There hasn't been an awful lot of soft contact. Their starters have been hit, and they've been hit pretty hard, although in the last 3 weeks the starting pitching's been very, very good. The other thing that's an issue here is the new schedule, and I'm not making excuses, but the Cardinals have always beaten up on the National League Central. They now have 24 fewer games against the National League Central because we only play 13 games instead of 19 against our divisional opponents. That's a lot. Now, that said, we still haven't played all that well against the Pirates or the Reds for that matter, so it may be a moot point, but I think that's something that's worth investigating as this calendar moves towards September and what should be a pretty furious race. Were it me, I would try to add to this team. The Cardinals are going to draw 3.5 million fans. We have high TV ratings, despite my addition to the TV crew. The expectation here in St. Louis is very high. And, you know, we might be a team that only has to win 82 or 83 games to win the division and get into postseason play. And the Cardinals have a world championship in a season in which they won 82 or 83 games. It's not ideal. It's not what anybody drew up, but there still is a lot of baseball left. And in this Central Division, you go on a 7 out of 10 run a couple of times, you're going to be right back near the top of the Central Division pile.
Talking to Chip Carey, play-by-play man for the St. Louis Cardinals. Nice enough to join us today. So the whole Wilson Contreras thing, Chip, like it was weird on the outside. You're here every day. You make a grand announcement that he's not our catcher anymore, which to me seemed weird. I have to admit it. And now he's catching again. He's not hitting well. He's hitting right around 200. I don't know if he's gained the confidence of the pitching staff or what the reason was. But this whole thing with Contreras as a catcher, Kisner's a good catcher too. You guys got 2 good ones. I mean, how's that going here?
Well, it's funny. He's been catching better, but he's been hitting worse. So it's really kind of pick your poison. At the start of the year, I think Wilson fell into the all-time great trap, right? What's the old saying? Don't be the guy that follows the legend. Be the guy that follows the guy that follows the legend. For 20 years in St. Louis, and see, I just did it, FB. For 20 years in St. Louis, the pitchers, management, the manager, the pitching coach, whoever that was, had a pitching coach and a manager on the field in Yadier Molina, maybe the best defensive catcher in our generation, right? Well, he's gone. He's retired. And so all these pitchers who for so many years trusted what Yadier Molina put down now have to learn a new guy and a way that he calls the game and the way he catches the game. He had to learn an entirely new staff in the offseason. Remember, Wainwright, Michaelis, Genesis Cabrera, and others were away at the WBC. They didn't get the spring reps that were so critically important to build that kind of camaraderie. I think the last straw was the frustration exhibited by Jack Flaherty when he had a 10-run game and he said, we're accountable as a pitching staff, but we're making pitches with 2 strikes that don't make sense. At one point, the Cardinals led Major League Baseball in homers allowed with 2 strikes, hits allowed with 2 strikes, and average against with 2 strikes. Now, is that the catcher calling the wrong pitches, or is that the pitcher not having conviction in what he's going to throw and not executing? I'm sure it was a mix of all of that. So I think the Cardinals, in my opinion, what they gave Contreras was a mental reset. Let's focus on your offense. We want you to hit, you'll be the DH, and let's work behind the scenes to improve your game planning, to get you up to speed with the way that the Cardinals and this staff needs to have that done. He's done a much better job back there. Yesterday wasn't his best day, but I think by and large he's done a really good job of catching the staff with Andrew Kisner. Now we've got to get him to hit, because if the Cardinals are going to win games, they're big 3. Arenado, Contreras, and Goldschmidt have to contribute offensively. And right now, that's really a one-headed snake, and we need all 3 guys to hit the ball hard.
Chip, you were mentioning a lot of you guys, what was it, like 15 guys went to the WBC. How much has that contributed to some of these guys getting off to poor starts? I'm talking about your starting pitchers. Overall, the rotation numbers are just not Cardinal-like at 14 and 25 with a 4.63. You do have a lot of outfielders you could put up for trade. Do you think that you guys need to add starting pitching between now and the August 1st deadline? And tell me about the other side of it is some of the guys that you could possibly trade, but it sounds like you may not go that way with your rich history. We're going to see Jack Flaherty in Game 2 of the series tomorrow night, and then Jordan Montgomery, the former Yankee, the lefty, on Wednesday in the day game. So do you think you have to add more starting pitcher rather than trade a Flaherty or a Jordan Montgomery?
Well, I came from a place where starting pitching was first and foremost at the top of the list. You guys know, I think we overcomplicate the game. If you pitch, you win, right? It's pretty simple. You guys have Logan Webb. He's an ace. He's a top-of-the-rotation guy. When he goes out on the mound, you say, okay, we've got a 65% chance of winning this game before he even throws a pitch, because he's that talented. There is that kind of talent on this Cardinal staff. But to your point, Greg, I think you're exactly right. The WBC really wreaked havoc on what St. Louis did. Adam Wainwright was at the WBC, got hurt down there. Miles Michaelis was on the Team USA club, didn't pitch a lot. It took him March and most of April to round into form. That was his spring training when the Cardinals weren't hitting. So it was just a total miasma of everything that could go wrong did. But to their credit, the players, the manager, management has said, look, we dug this hole for ourselves. It's our job to dig ourselves out of it. They're capable of doing it, but it starts with the starting pitching. They've got to go deeper in games. They don't pitch 6 innings all that often. When they come out of the game, the bullpen's got to be a lot more consistent with what Oliver Marmol can expect, because that's also been a flip of the coin. And ultimately, it's nice when you go out to the mound and you have a 4 or 5 run lead. We haven't done that too often for our guys. So nothing, as I said, has really clicked for an extended period of time. The talent's there. Now it's up to the guys with the histories on the backs of the bubblegum cards to go out and do it, and they still feel that they can. There's still 90-some-odd games left, and I know it sounds Pollyannish to say it, but this team hasn't given up on the division whatsoever, and to a man, they say when we win it. It's not if. They say when we win it. It's going to be a very, very satisfying feeling to know what they've been able to overcome here in the first 8, 9, 10 weeks.
Yeah, the guy pitching tonight doesn't have a lot on the back of his baseball card, but he's first-round Tampa Rays 2018. He was the Cardinals minor league player of the year in 2021. Liberatore, the lefty, throws hard. Can you do my scouting report for me tonight right now on the air and just tell Giants fans what to expect?
Well, what else is new, FP? It's just like old times. Matthew came from Tampa Bay in the Arozarena deal. I believe the big, tall, left-handed guys take a little longer to develop for whatever reason. Randy Johnson's Exhibit A of that. Steve Carlton's another one. Jerry Royce, go on and on. Even Tom Glavine, it took him a while, too. He's got a plus fastball. The Cardinals wanted him to up his fastball velocity. He's done that. He's got 2 good breaking balls. He's got a changeup. It's just a matter of, does he have confidence to throw those pitches, and does he have the ability to get ahead consistently? If he does, he can give anybody fits. But he's a big part of what the Cardinals are hoping to build going forward. They don't have a lot of guys under control for next year. They've got Matz, who's now in the bullpen. Liberatore's a young guy, a renewable guy. You've got Miles Michaelis, who signed an extension. This is ostensibly Wainwright's last year. And then Flaherty and Jordan Montgomery are free agents at the end of the season. Liberatore's gotten an opportunity to start because Matz was winless in rotation, and he's now a long guy in the pen, and Liberatore is going to get a chance to run with this as long as he possibly can. But the talent, again, like so many of the players on this Cardinal team, the talent's in there. It's just a matter of him getting the reps and then having success and then doing it repeatedly over and over again for the Cardinals, who, again, need quality starting pitching going forward to have a chance in the Central.
Chip, since we're into mid-June, we're trying to figure out who's going to make all-star teams in the National League in particular. And you got the two Hall of Famers on the corners in Goldie and Nolan, but there's another Nolan playing second base for you guys that is just going off, Nolan Gorman. And we're looking at our guys, Lamont Wade Jr. at first base, and there's so much backup there. Alonso's hurt now. Will he play in the game? But Freddie Freeman's going off. Matt Olson, your guy Goldschmidt, we know from Arizona, just a giant killer. And then at second base with Tyro Estrada, Rise is going off there, and Ozzie Albies. But tell me about Nolan Gorman. Is he all-star worthy this year at second base?
Yeah, I think so. He's second in the league in RBIs. He's hit 15 home runs. Remember, for the first 6 weeks of the season, guys, he was basically a platoon player. He didn't play hardly at all against left-handed pitching. He's seeing more and more lefties now, and he's hitting them. He hits big home runs. He hits home runs late. He hits home runs with men on. He can play a good second base. Turns maybe the best double play for the Cardinals. He could make it as a DH. And when I tell you this guy has light tower power, the ball explodes off his bat. He had trouble handling the high fastball last year. Yes, he's going to strike out quite a bit. He does. That's just the nature of today's game. But he's done a much better job of forcing the pitcher to get the ball down in the strike zone. And when they do, if you throw something on the inner half, he's got Dansby Swanson-esque hands. He's that quick inside. Don't throw him inside because he'll hit it off the foul pole or into the second deck. He's a very quiet, almost taciturn kid, not because he's socially awkward. He's just shy, but he can really hit. He can really play. And for a young player who's in his first full season as a major leaguer to make the kind of advances offensively and defensively that he has is a really, really good sign for this Cardinals organization. And I would think, quite frankly, that Gorman's a guy that people would ask about if St. Louis decides to sell at the deadline because he's one of the youngsters that would probably bring a king's ransom, but I would be shocked if that was a direction that they went in.
Talk about this young kid, Ozzie Smith, you got from the Padres playing short. How's he doing?
He's pretty good. He can still do the backflip, FB. In fact, he had a clinic the other day where fans get to come in and turn 2 double plays with Ozzie Smith, and it was 6 hours he was on the field, still flipping, doing his thing. Yeah, he's such a delight. I mean, coming from Atlanta where they have so many wonderful Hall of Famers to St. Louis was one of the really great thrills. First time I got to see an opening day here, and I was born and raised here. First opening day I saw in person was this year, and I can't tell you what it was like to see the Clydesdale horses come out and then the Hall of Famers in their Cardinals red jackets. Mike Shannon couldn't be with us this year and passed away, obviously, this season. Tony La Russa couldn't be with us as well. But to see Ozzie Smith and Ray Lankford and Ted Simmons, who was my guy as a kid growing up here in the St. Louis suburbs. That was a really, really special thing, and the Cardinals organization really honors those guys, welcomes them here, and keeps them involved on a day-to-day basis, which is so great because they're so very proud and rightfully so of their legacy, much like the Giants are. But to see these guys in person and around and relevant and coming up to say hello to you, gives you a tingle down your spine because you're part of this amazing culture here. And again, it's been a great blessing for me personally so far, and hopefully we'll have a much better finish to the season than the one we started.
One of the great thrills of my career is after the Clydesdales pooped on the field for opening day here, I got the game-winning hit in the top of the ninth to put the Expos ahead. It was really cool. I mean, we were all excited opening day at Busch Stadium like you were, and I mean, it was toot my own horn a little bit. Really.
Big horses.
No, it was cool. It was cool.
So for the Cardinals, the game ended the way it started. That's perfect. That sounds like
And then I pooped on the field and just brought it all together full circle. Not do that. All right, Chip. Wait, what time are you getting to the ballpark? I can see you in your condo. You're overlooking the field. You could actually do the game from your balcony. What time are you getting to the yard today?
Well, hair preparation takes about 45 minutes, FP. I got to get the hospital good. So I'll head over there in about 45 minutes to an hour. We'll meet with the manager. I'll come up, and I'll bring you an ice cold frosty Budweiser. Hope you're enjoying one, too.
Yeah, well, after the game, I'm not going to be like your grandfather. I'll wait till after the game to pound some beers today. Chip, thanks for coming on today. It's always good to hear your voice, and I'll see you in a couple hours.
All right, brother. See you guys soon. Great to hear from you, man. Be good.
Thanks, Chip Carey.
He's a true Carey.
He is. He's taken me under his wing and helped me with broadcaster tips and life tips. He's one of my dear friends. So it's really good to catch up with him, and to have the honor to see him today is just very, very coincidental. I'm super grateful for it. So we'll see him in a couple hours. We're getting there, Pops. Coming up in the 1 o'clock hour, Brian Freitas, the high school coach of Brandon Crawford. We're going to have his 8th grade biology teacher on before that, but we're going to talk to Brian Freitas about Brandon Crawford's pitching and what he was like in high school. And we're going to maybe switch gears a little bit, talk some football coming up. We got, the voice of the 49ers. I got to pick your brain about what's going on with the Niners right now, so we'll switch gears a little bit before we get back to baseball. You're listening to FP Santangelo live from Busch Stadium. Greg Papa back in San Francisco on KNBR 680, the sports leader.
Trending now on KNBR.com.
The Giants optioned Joey Bart to AAA Sacramento. Where do we go from here? That story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Protect your assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcasts. We are the sports leader.
2 men on, 2 men out. The pitch. Swing and a pop-up. First baseman Wilmer Flores into foul ground behind the coach's box. He's got it. And Brandon Crawford, it did not start promisingly. He walked the first hitter, gave up a single to the second hitter, and then he ran the table. He came through in the clutch in his major league debut as a pitcher.
I always give pitchers a hard time about it not being that hard. So I think I proved today that it's not. They probably don't love that I have a 0 ERA because I'll continue to give them a hard time about it.
FP Santangelo filling in for John Lund today. John will be back tomorrow. And we talked yesterday, John and I, off the air, and he has a really good story to share with you guys on what he's been going through lately, and I think it's worthy of sharing with you guys because it could save someone's life. Papa and Lund is sponsored by Redwood Credit Unions. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with Redwood Credit Union free checking account. There are no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by the NCUA. That's about how the broadcast is going to go tonight with all the sleep I got. So,
you sound
Greg
like
Papa,
Harry Carey. You're a bud man in St. Louis.
It's starting to slur already, and I'm not even to the game yet. So you asked to come back with a Brandon Crawford sound, and you're going to tie that into the 49ers somehow?
Yeah, I am. Thanks for producing on the air.
Thanks. You're welcome.
And we are going to talk to his high school baseball coach coming up, as we've been saying. We had Matt Sweeney, Craw's high school football coach, on from Foothill High School, but Brian Freitas is going to join us coming up at 1:15, and we'll just talk about the mechanics. And Craw did pitch a little bit at UCLA and didn't do a great job there, but he was. I got the box score of his last game at Foothill, and he shoved against Amador Valley. But he was dual sport athlete. He played football. So Adam Peters, the assistant general manager of the 49ers, who's had opportunities to go other places to be a general manager in the NFL, was at the Giant game yesterday, grew up in the Bay Area. He's a huge San Francisco Giant fan. He brought his girls out to watch the game, and he sat right behind home plate and actually showed me some video of Craw going into the perfect form on the leg tuck and the turn. Look, he was throwing a curveball on this pitch. So I texted Adam, you signed Craw to a QB contract, and he wrote right back, he'd be a great 49er. He possesses all of the traits and intangibles we look for. Which leads me to the comment that I made to you on Friday, I believe, and you were kind of taken aback by it, that any one of the 49er quarterbacks could play this year, and this team can win big. Because there's no doubt, when you look at it man for man, position for position, and Jerry McDonald used the line in the Bay Area News Group, but he's been covering the NFL for years. This is the most loaded roster in the NFL. Where any position group you want to line up, the running back room, Saquon's holding on a little bit. What's going on with the Giants? The Atlanta Falcons drafted Bijan Robinson. Are they going to be as strong? 49ers have the best running back room in football. The O-line is solid, obviously. The eligibles, outside of just McCaffrey at fullback, tight end, wide receiver, they're just loaded. And then you bring in Javon Hargrave, and I was watching, Philadelphia Eagle video over the weekend. He wore 97 with the Eagles, now 98 here, next to 97, Nick Bosa. They're just loaded. Then you got the two best stacked linebackers in football, and Fred and Dre. You bring in Isaiah Oliver to play nickel. Diamador Lenore, Demo looks like he's going to take the next step, which Arvarius Ward. You got Jair Brown. They're going to use more 3 safety sets this year in combination with Talanoa Hufanga and T. Gipp to Sean Gibson. They're just loaded. And the bottom line is, when you look at last year, and they had 2 significant injuries at quarterback last year. They lost Trey Lance in the home opener, and they lost Jimmy Garoppolo right when Jimmy was playing the best football of his career against the Miami Dolphins. Every time they had to make a quarterback change because of injury, not because of performance, they played better at the position, and they played better as a football team. They got better when Jimmy came in from Trey, and then shocking to a lot of people, they got better when Brock Purdy took over for Jimmy and wound up not losing a game until he got hurt in the NFC Championship game. So I know it seems I'm not a hot take guy up here. You know that. I speak the truth. And I just feel like, and there'll be a genuine quarterback competition, and they love Brock. They're all in on Brock. He's the guy. But they can win with Sam Darnold. Trey Lance has gotten better. This is the best roster in the NFL, independent of the quarterback position. And then look at the quarterback production they got last year from the three combined quarterbacks. They threw for over 4,000 yards, and the touchdown to interception ratio was tremendous. And Trey's still developing. So you just look at it, and it speaks to the roster Adam Peters has put together with John Lynch and obviously everybody else. But this team is a loaded roster. Let the quarterback competition begin, and it will when they get to camp in late July. But no matter who plays quarterback for this team can win, and I mean win big, with any of the quarterbacks.
So if you missed it on Friday, I was filling in on the show. Greg said that he thinks the 49ers can win with any quarterback, and I'm not arguing with the guy that's around the team all day, but I'm a Brock Purdy guy. And what if I said this or asked you this? Don't you think in some regards with Trey Lance getting hurt, and here's Jimmy Garoppolo coming in, and he's established, he's been to a Super Bowl, NFC Championship game, he was their starting quarterback and took them a long ways, that okay, you have the best backup quarterback in football that's a starter for 90% of the teams, and he performed well, and then maybe got lucky with Brock Purdy. I know you thought Brock Purdy was great from the beginning, but when you say, this quarterback got hurt, they got better, this quarterback hurt, they got better, there's not a lot of teams in the NFL that can say that, and I think there's a lot of luck involved with the fact that they had these injuries and they got better with each quarterback. Because for all we knew, and then maybe you knew more than we did, when Brock Purdy came in, we all thought the season was over. When Jimmy G hurt his foot, we're like, oh, Mr. Irrelevance coming in? Like, I know you have told me, and you have spoke highly of him on the air a lot, but all of us normal Niners fans that aren't around the team every day, we all thought the season was over. So in that regard, you think they can go through three quarterbacks again this year with injuries and get better every single time?
Well, I don't want that to happen. I'm not saying that.
No, I know.
I think Brandon Allen is a legit fourth guy that if the 49ers have to cut him, he's going to get picked up by somebody. He was Cincinnati's backup. I think you can win with Brandon Allen. He knows the system very well from all the different spots he's been in. What I'm saying is, go back a year ago at this time. Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't even in the equation. Nobody ever heard of Brock Purdy. He was on the team because they drafted him, but nobody had known him except for those in the building. And then Jimmy comes back, he boomerangs back. So for whatever reason, Trey, they were on board with Trey because of the high draft pick and the potential, and they're still high on him, but he's the least accomplished. And I guess the X factor is, you know who Brock Purdy is, and I think Brock can still get better. And Brian Griese's challenging him to get better. His pocket presence a little bit, stepping up in the pocket to the right and not getting out to his left, and that's the play where he got hurt. There was an opening there to step up before Hassan Reddick got around Tyler Croft in the NFC Championship game. If he just would have stepped up in the pocket and leaked one step to his right, he would have hit Brandon Ayuk on the double move. He wouldn't have got hurt. And those are the subtle moves he's got to get a little better with, and that's a hard lesson to play. But beyond that, Brock balled out last year. I guess the point I'm making is Sam Darnold's ability. People look at the QBR and the one-loss record and the injury factor, and I'm seeing ghosts and all that. Sam Darnold can play. And honestly, if you're looking at it just on pure ability and you're at the park or at the county fair, Sam Darnold has a hose. He can throw. But it's more than that. So I'm just saying we talk so much about the quarterback. I hear a lot of people, when they look at the NFC, and Philadelphia lost Javon Hargrave. They lost their safeties. They lost both coordinators, their offensive coordinator and their defensive coordinator. They drafted a guy that's got a sketchy background that a lot of people, the Georgia player, Jalen Carter, a lot of people took off their draft board. He could be a great player, but he might not be. They added some at running back. They lost some people. But a lot of people are picking the Eagles over the Niners because they're uncertain of the quarterback position, which just means you don't know exactly who's going to play. But I'm telling you that they could play, certainly in Brock or Sam, they can win and win big. Trey's going to have to make some development, but I like what I've seen in the improvement of the offseason. Then you got Brandon Allen. So I think you just don't know, like you didn't know last year. Anybody know Jimmy would come back and save the season last year? And that Brock, Mr. 262 irrelevant, would be the most relevant player of the 49ers season last year? You had no way of knowing, and then we'll see where Trey's at. So independent of the quarterback position, this team is loaded. They are the most stacked roster in the NFL. And then the quarterback, they got guys that can play here.
Well, I don't deny that, and I'm not arguing with anything you say. I mean, obviously you know more about this team than I do, but what about when you hear veterans with quotes like he commands the huddle, his confidence, and, Brock Purdy popping off to Fred Warner during practice and them going back and forth, and the team having confidence in one guy, and the intangibles, I guess, with his presence on the field. I don't know about these other guys, but I feel like, we talked about Patrick Bailey and the comfort zone that the pitchers have with him and his game calling skills in the confidence level that they have in him as a catcher, maybe as opposed to other people. Doesn't that add up to something as far as wins and losses go in the course of a season in the NFL? Of course it
does, and that's why they love Brock Purdy. I mean, when Adam Peters was sitting behind home plate watching Brandon Crawford, and some of it was tongue-in-cheek, but what makes Brandon Crawford the great player that he is? And, he said he would be a great 49er, possesses all the traits and intangibles we look for. Beyond the obvious skill that a player has, and some guys have more overt skill, and it's obvious to everybody, there's the intangibles. And is that why Brock Purdy was an overnight immediate success in the NFL, where Sam Darnold has not found his way yet? Maybe it's just not the right team. But maybe this is, Jim Plunkett's third stop for Sam Darnold, for him to find the right equation. So a lot like Patrick Bailey, and everybody loves being around him, there's no question when Brock Purdy gets in the huddle, there's a quiet confidence, and sometimes not so quiet. Sometimes he'll spark up and speak up and say, shut up. I'm in charge. And you're looking at George Kittle and Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey in that huddle, and Deebo Samuel, some big personalities. You've got to be able to take charge in it. So that's what Trey's got to learn, obviously, as a young player. And then even though Darnold has the obvious skill, I mean, he's a great thrower of the ball, and his footwork and his body and his movement skill, those intangibles that Adam's talking about, does he truly have that? And that's the bottom line, isn't it? The way Patrick Bailey has stepped right in immediately, and Joey Bart still trying to find his way.
Yeah, I mean, if Darnold comes in the huddle and said, guys, did you see that? That was a ghost. Did you guys see that? And that's not going to go over well in the huddle.
You got to coax the ghost out of him, is what you got
to coax the ghost out. All right, I want to get into John Sterling. I don't know if you heard what happened to him yesterday. I want to talk about that and maybe some more Giant stuff on the other side. I'm in St. Louis right now in the booth. Greg Papa is back in San Francisco. John Lunn will be back tomorrow. You'll have the 8 team back in effect. Maybe we talk about Nolan Arenado and Paul Goldschmidt, too. They've been historic Giants killers as we get ready for the Giants and the Cardinals here tonight from St. Louis. So I want to get into John Sterling, talk some more Giants, coming up next on KNBR 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and it's rivalry week. The Giants going up against the LA Dodgers later in the week, and they're starting in St. Louis. Have you ever heard of St. Louis pizza? FP's got to tell me about that. I don't know what it is, but I guarantee you it's not as good as Tony's Pizza Napolitana by Tony Gemignani in the North Beach. Some people like St. Louis pizza, New York style, Jersey, Detroit, New Haven, California. Tony has them all. I mean, literally every single one of mouth-watering, award-winning pizza. He also makes the more traditionals like Neapolitan, Graham, and Sicilian pizzas. And if that doesn't satisfy your taste buds, check out the other Tony's restaurants in the North Beach like Capos for Detroit style, Chicago deep dish, and Cracker Thin tavern style pizza. He also has a full bar, artisan cocktails, curated wine list, and they make other things besides pizza pie. What is St. Louis pizza? Italian beef sandwiches, yummy, fresh house-made pasta and Italian sausages. And he also has all the Italian desserts, tiramisu, gelato, and holy cannoli as well. Tony Gemignani is a 13-time world pizza champion known for making the best pizza in the world. I strongly encourage you to look for his Slice House locations across the entire Bay Area.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Now the 3-2 swung on, a pop foul back here.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming back that far. So once again, it'll be a 3-2. And Holmes ready to deal. A ground ball to third. Donaldson squares, throws to first in time. Ball game over. Yankees win. The Yankees win.
That was John Sterling yesterday. He got smoked right in the coconut with a foul ball. Justin Turner hit it. And if you Google it, it went it hit the desk and then ricocheted up and hit him in the head. And then he put a Band-Aid on. I mean, it smoked him. So if you get a chance, check it out. I'm glad he's okay because he's one of the nicest guys in the business. He and Susan Walden do a great job on the Yankees radio broadcast. And you heard the call, and that's how he ends it when the Yankees win. So that happened yesterday. Pops, have you ever been hit with a foul ball in the booth?
Well, first of all, as far as John, did it get him in the head? I saw the Band-Aid just below his eye, so I'm not sure where it got him. And then he finished up the game, and I've known John forever when he did the Atlanta Hawks games. And he worked with Chip's father, Skip Carey, in the Braves. He did Atlanta Braves baseball forever. And he's the guy that replaced Hank Greenwald. I mean, Hank, after leaving the Giants, went to work as long as he could for George and wound up not lasting too long. And John came in with Michael Kay, and now Michael's on TV on the Yes Network. But in any event, I've known John forever and ever. I've never been hit by a foul ball doing a game, but you were talking about Tiger Stadium and Ernie Harwell. I mean, that ballpark, I don't know if you ever worked there before Comerica was built, but that was like a minor league ballpark, and you were literally right behind home plate. I mean, right behind the plate in the lower level, not the second or third level. So foul balls would come back in that area a lot. The one time where it was really rattling when I was I did the Syracuse Chiefs games, AAA team of the Toronto Blue Jays, when I was actually a student at Syracuse. We had the broadcast rights, if you can believe this, when I was at SU, of the AAA baseball team. Our student radio station, WAER, had the rights. And I was the sports director there. Sean McDonough was one of our partners. And so anyway, I did 2 full years of minor league baseball between my freshman and sophomore, my sophomore and junior year, and my junior and senior year. And the broadcast booth is a minor league ballpark, so you're really close like Tiger Stadium to home plate. And I remember, and there was a time where we did play-by-play, color, and the other crew would work the scoreboard and do PA. And I actually rigged it one night because everybody else was away doing Syracuse football, and I had to finish up the baseball season. Simultaneously, I was the only person there. I did play-by-play, I did color, but I operated the scoreboard and did PA all at the same time. And you got $14 for each job a day, so I had 3 jobs, so I got $42 for that. But I was distracted because I had so many things to do. I stopped doing play-by-play for a minute, and now batting shortstop Tony Fernandez, and then turned my mic off for the PA. So in any event, one day I'm doing this, and I'm not paying attention. I put my head down, I look up, and there's a foul ball, FP, coming right for my middle of my forehead. It's going to kill me, and it's 5 feet away. So I just dropped my head, and the ball went whizzing over my hair. I got a mohawk, and it took out a hole in the door behind me. And everybody's like, "Are you okay? Are you dead?" And my heart fluttered for a second, and then I picked it right up, and no one knew. But I'll never forget that. I looked up, and the ball was coming right for the middle of my forehead. It would have killed me at that velocity, but never got hit by one like John Sterling did yesterday.
Yeah, I caught one. I know you've done a lot of games in Fenway. In Fenway, you're pretty close. Not like Tiger Stadium. Ernie Harwell used to have the chicken wire over the booth toward the end, so he wouldn't get hurt because it literally hung over onto the playing field. From what I understand, I never worked there. But in Boston, you're pretty close, too. In 2012, I saw a foul ball come up. And there's like an overhang from the booth where you lose the foul ball. So it was coming up, and I knew it was coming toward me. I put my hand out, and I caught it. And I didn't even know where it was going to end up. It just went in my hand, and I kind of squeezed
it.
Barehanded during the game. If you Google it, I'm reaching out. I catch it. I get a standing ovation from the crowd. And the weird part about that, too, is my grandfather, who got the whole family involved in baseball back in the day when he was in Brooklyn, New York. He used to play on the sandlots, and he was a catcher. But, he had to work so many jobs that he didn't have time to play baseball, so he'd sneak out of the house and play with all of his friends. And he passed away that week. So it was almost like there was an angel in the booth with me. I lost sight of the ball, grabbed it, and caught it. But we were in spring training this year, and the Scottsdale booth at Scottsdale Stadium. Yeah. And John and I were doing a KNBR game, and the ball came screaming back at John Miller. I think you guys we
put it on the air last time you were on with John and I. Yes.
I'm telling you, this is no exaggeration. The exit velocity was over 100. Like I'd fielded a lot of baseballs in my life. This thing was coming right between his eyes. There was no exaggeration for broadcast purposes or, for embellish the story. It was coming right at him. I flinched because I've seen those things hit a TV monitor or something in the booth and ricochet, or like the lip of the booth or the window, and they can go either way. So like a wuss, I turned my back on John. I probably should have reached out, but it was going right for his eyes, and I thought, maybe I'll get some more games. No, I'm just kidding.
Wow.
So, no, I'm joking. That was the running joke for a couple of days.
I know.
He's heard. So I don't know, Danny, do you have that sound of in Scottsdale, the spring training foul ball that almost hit John?
We played it before. It's in the system, I know.
Yeah, it's somewhere in there. So, okay, can you play that?
Maybe a Starbucks gift card,
there you
something
go.
like that.
Yeah.
There's a foul right back in our direction. That's not supposed to happen.
In our booth. You okay?
My life passed before my eyes there.
That was tracking right between your eyes. Yeah, and no joke. It was. And he
How
went
close
down.
did that come to hitting him?
Like, I don't know, like less than a foot. I mean, tremendous. I didn't know John Miller was that tremendous of an athlete.
So it's like what happened to me at Syracuse. He just dropped his head or moved his body out of the way.
He went back down he went Matrix first, and then the Matrix, as it went over his head, Matrix style, like in slow motion. Then he fell down. I went to reach to help him up, and he was already up, and he just goes foul. Like all in one motion, because he uses the stick mic, right? So he's not on headset.
Right.
So he has the headphones on. He got up, and it's like, oh my God! Like literally, he almost got smoked with a laser beam.
So we've never. I don't think there's ever been one. There's never been one in the TV booth. Maybe in the radio booth at Oracle Park. But in Oakland, we used to get them near all the time. And you mentioned the lip. Is when it's scary is when you get one of those line drives coming back hard and you lose sight of the flight of the ball because it's on the deck above you, and then you don't know if it has top spin or back spin or what it is. Invariably, it has top spin, and it's going to drop a little bit. Those are the ones that are most scary, where you think it's coming at you, it's a little high, but then it's got the top spin on and that lip blocks it, and then you just wait 1 second. It's got to be gone, right? And then otherwise it's coming right at you. So when you lose sight of the ball, those are the ones that can smoke you.
Yeah, it's real. Anybody that's caught a foul ball in a game now, I love the fact that they put the protective netting up, not for foul balls per se. Those are dangerous, but the bats when they go flying in the stands,
right,
too. So, all right, we have Brian Freitas. He was Brandon Crawford's high school coach. Coming up soon. On the other side of the break, I want to tell you a story about a workout here at Busch Stadium in St. Louis that you're not going to believe. That coming up next on the Sports Leader. Hey, it's our good friend Steve Moskowitz, founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. He's always helping out the people. One thing you're helping people out with today, Steve, is like Danny Dunn on the other side of the glass. He still has never paid his taxes. What do you do when someone can't pay their taxes?
I'd say, Danny, don't worry about it. Just place the burden on us. There's a lot of good ways to deal with it. Like, we ask the government to just let you pay part and forgive the rest, or pay in monthly installments, or forgive the penalties, or just leave you alone until you're back on your feet. In almost all cases, we do everything for you. Danny, you don't have to talk to the government, deal with them, have anything to do with them. But Dan, don't stick your head in the sand, because I don't want the government to come and do something bad to you. And this way, you can have a normal life and sleep the sleep of the innocent.
Danny, I do want the government to do something bad to you. That is Steve Moskowitz, our good friend and founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. Danny, he'll take care of you. For more information, call Steve at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or visit him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You know, that foul ball actually hit me. It kind of glanced off my forehead. So I took one for the team.
Okay, John. My best driver of the game is Kyle Higashioka, who wants to know if you're all right. Are you okay, John?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
I am okay. Just a glancing blow.
Just a glancing blow.
I'm okay, and I don't know what town I'm in. John Sterling got hit with a foul ball yesterday in New York. It was Red Sox Yankees. It did glance him like right above the eye in the forehead. And we used to call those ugly finders in the dugout. Someone would yell at like a foul ball in the dugout, be ugly finder, and then whoever it hits.
Sean's a good-looking man, but he's 84 years of age, and he's not traveling. He's not doing Yankee road games anymore. So John's up there in years.
Well, one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. So I'm here in St. Louis. Greg Papa back in San Francisco, and I'm watching the grounds crew roll out the shell cage for batting practice. They got the half cage out there. They're putting the tarp on the field. It's 2:53 local time. I have a meeting with the manager around 4, so I'm going to have to scoot Pops at the end of the show.
Okay,
we sit in Gabe Kapler's office for the beginning of every series.
Why don't you do the last segment of the show from his office? We can go right into the caboose pistol to Gabe. That would be good.
Ooh. Hey, we'll ask him. I don't think he'll be for it, though. He's got a big league game to prepare. Willie McGee, you know that walk. He's walking across the outfield right now towards center field to get a baseball. It's one of the most
National League MVP and a batting champion.
Yeah, I mean it's the E.T. McGee walk. You could tell Willie McGee from miles away.
Remember when he was in Oakland A when Dave Henderson got hurt and Sandy traded for Willie McGee in 1990, right? I think it was 1990. And then he won a batting championship with the Cardinals, but he finished up the year in Oakland because all the numbers in the American League had froze in the National League. So he wound up winning a batting championship that year and played with the A's at the end of that 90 year.
Yeah, I'm doing the walk up here in the dugout. I mean, tremendous switch hitter. Paul Goldschmidt's the only Cardinal out of the dugout right now. He's doing some running drills. It looks like he's going to do some early batting practice since he's the only Cardinal out here. So the Cardinals in a big-time funk right now. They're 27-39. They're 8 games out of first place and last place. But I'm looking out at center field, Greg, and then I teased this story going to break. I think the year was 1997, and the Expos were starting the season out of the All-Star break in St. Louis. And you know how this goes. You have to be in town a day early so the manager can have everybody all present and accounted for because guys will go to the Bahamas. They'll go wherever during the All-Star break. So you generally have a workout the last day of the All-Star break going into the first game. And we were in St. Louis, and Felipe Alou called a mandatory workout. And we were taking batting practice and having a good time. And a lot of the guys were pissed off because they wanted that last day of the All-Star break. So it was kind of a screw-around, half-hearted workout.
And
it was
back then, the All-Star break wasn't as long. You went back and played like on Thursday.
Yeah, it was like basically an attendance check. So we're having a good time, and Mike Lansing was our second baseman for the Expos back in the day. And you start laughing because you know this guy's kind of wild. He was he was a guy that gave 0 Fs, for lack of a better term. And we're taking batting practice, and all of a sudden we look, and he's power shagging in the outfield, like running back and forth. Thing is, he doesn't have his uniform on. He's got a jock strap on and cleats and a baseball hat. And he's power shagging in his jock strap back and forth.
That's all he's wearing.
That's all he's wearing, and his cleats and his baseball hat. But we're laughing, we're horse laughing. Guys are rolling around. He's the funniest thing, and he's shagging like an idiot. He's not just like shagging; he's shagging like an idiot. He's a second baseman on the outfield. We think it's hilarious, and I've been seeing these all day here at Busch Stadium. They do tours during the day. Busch Stadium is like Disneyland. The classes will roll through here. I've seen 30 people in the Cardinals dugout already. When I went out to use the bathroom during a break, there was, 30 people in the broadcast booth. Like, this is where Mike Shannon does the broadcast, and this is the historic home of Harry Carey, and they're doing the thing. So Mike's out there shagging like a crazy man, and all of a sudden, this group of 6th graders rolls in, and he's out there in his jockstrap, and we all lost it, and he didn't get in trouble. I mean, nowadays he would, but it was a funny joke back in the day with a crazy teammate of mine.
Well,
Mark
how could you even do that today with, let alone what ballpark you're in, all the videos people are taking, there's no way you get away with that today.
Yeah, that was circa 1997. So every time I come to St. Louis, that's the first thing I think of. And the other thing is, the thing that I mentioned earlier in the show where we were flying in here in 1998, the last series of the season when Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa were going toe-to-toe for the home run title. Yeah. And I remember the first game, but looking at Mark, he was just dejected at first base. You know him very well from his A's days, and he was just really dejected. And you could see that this whole thing had just taken its toll on him. But on the plane flight coming here, it was a bunch of rookies, and I was in my third or fourth year in the majors with the Expos, which was a lot of seniority for that club because we lost our best players around the league every single year. So I was on the plane, and we were having beers, and we had a bunch of rookies, and that was when everyone was walking McGwire. And I said, hey, we got to challenge this guy. And Mark was a friend of mine at the time because we shared spring training in Jupiter together. And we used to go out and have beers, and I got to know him very well. And I challenged everybody on our team to throw him strikes. Well, Mark hit 65 through 70 against the Expos in that series. We challenged. I had a couple rookies come off the mound, sit next to me because I was banged up at the end of the year, say, well, I challenged him. I'm like, well, good job. I said, find out if your stuff plays here. Like, why would you pitch around a guy that's chasing history? What are you going to tell your grandkids? You walked Mark McGwire? So I was trying to give this Newt Rockne speech on the plane. Turns out he hit 5 home runs in the series against us. And I was actually driving. We were going to the airport, and I said, I-70, and he hit 70 that day. And I said, they're going to name this Mark McGwire Free Race someday, and they did. So those are my two favorite stories from St. Louis. A lot of good memories from this town in baseball.
Yeah.
It's a good
when you're
place
looking
to
up
be.
in the upper deck, and I know they have, McDonald's land up on top. This is Bush 3, Albert Pujols' home, but Bush 2 was Mac's home, and that was, Big Mac land up there. And Mac's last year, and he had the plantar fasciitis. He had so many years where he was just ravaged by injury, and then he just got so big. And this was after Canseco was already gone. But, he got Paul Bunyan-esque huge. And he had some years. I remember a weekend series at Fenway Park in 96 where he hit, I think it was 3 homers on Saturday, 2 more on Sunday. And he didn't hit him over the monster and over the big screen there. He hit him over Lansdowne, Ted Williams Way, out by the Citgo sign. So that year, his last year with the A's, he had 52 home runs, led the league in on-base percentage, slugging, and obviously ops. Almost 1,200 that year. And the next year, in 105 games with the A's, he hits 34 bombs. Goes to St. Louis, hits another 24 to get to 58. And then he hits the 98 year and the whole thing with Sosa, which helped change, save baseball after Cal Ripken Jr. and the streak and all that, and the lockout of 94, for whatever reason, rightfully or wrongfully, whatever they did that year, and it was a magical year. But to watch him hit 70 home runs after the A's traded him, FP, and he had 52 and he became, Big Mac, I got to say it was exciting to watch because he was that kind of guy, but it was painful, from the Oakland A's perspective, to trade Mark McGwire and have him break this solid home run record.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it captivated the whole country, and then we found out a lot of things after. All right. You're listening to KNBR 680 104.5. Here's the 4 pieces of sound that you don't want to miss. It's time for the foreplay.
Time for some foreplay with Papa in Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, the big news yesterday wasn't that the Giants won 13-3. Jock Peterson hit 2 home runs. Tyro Estrada hit 2 home runs. Well, it kind of was the big news of the day. But Brandon Crawford, who played every single one of his major league games at shortstop, no other position played a position that he's been wanting to play for a while. I don't know if you play pitcher, but if you haven't heard, you lived under a rock. Brandon Crawford pitched yesterday for the Giants, and he put up a goose egg. His ERA is at 0.00. He took everything his father Mike taught him, and he went out to the mound yesterday, and he pitched, and this is what he had to say after the game.
Well, it is a moment that Brandon's experienced just about everything in his big league career, but he's been begging for years to do what he's going to do right now, and that is pitch.
Swing and a pop-up. First baseman Wilmer Flores into foul ground behind the coach's box. He's got it. And Brandon Crawford, he walked the first hitter, gave up a single to the second hitter, and then he ran the table. He came through in the clutch in his major league debut as a pitcher. What a performance.
I always give pitchers a hard time about it not being that hard. So I think I proved today that it's not. They probably don't love that I have a 0 ERA because I'll continue to give them a hard time about it.
It's funny that he says that. Jim Palmer was in town during the homestand, and it was at the last homestand. They're all kind of running together for me. And he said something really interesting on the show, Greg. He was talking about how he tells young pitchers that you give the hitters too much credit. They fail 7 out of 10 times if they're the best hitter, and some fail out of 8 out of 10 times. I think what Brandon is saying right there is like, it's not that hard. Just throw strikes. And I don't know what your thoughts were, but I was at the ballpark yesterday, and when he threw the first 6 pitches for balls, I got nervous for him because it's one thing to want to do it. It's another thing to be the only guy on the mound in front of 39,000 people or whatever was there yesterday. I think it was 36. And then you throw 6 straight balls. So I was getting anxiety for him, and maybe I was projecting because as a hitting coach for the San Jose Giants, I had the thing and I couldn't throw strikes. But I've seen those things go sideways, so I was really rooting for him. But the crowd yesterday, Giants fans, when he took the mound, in a 13-3 game, that's more life than I've ever seen at the end of a 13-3 win.
That was great. That was like when Pablo pitched. It's exciting. Albert Pujols in the ballpark you're in last year in a Sunday night game against the Giants came in to pitch for the first time. So Craw had 1,525 games at short before this year. He's played exactly 35 games at short to get to 1,600 career. Luis Aparicio, Derek Jeter, and Ozzie Smith, who was a great Cardinal, a Padre first, and a Cardinal, the only guys in the history of Major League Baseball to play more games only at shortstop and no other position. And Craw knew that, and that was something that was important to him. So now he's got 1,600 games at shortstop and 1 as a pitcher. And he was saying, how many guys have that? Probably nobody. Omar played more games at short. Did he ever pitch? I mean, so it's just amazing. And then, whenever I hear you do the lineups, you always bring up the point. You don't play catcher. You catch, right? Doing the catching, not, batting second.
It's always
and
doing the
base.
catching.
Yeah, you always. So do you? It's not so much you're playing pitcher. You are pitching. You are catching, and you are pitching. But how many guys in the history of baseball can say 1,600 games at shortstop and 1 game doing the pitching, and let alone having a 0.00? He stands alone, right? Brandon Crawford now stands alone.
One guy could say that. It's Brandon Crawford. I think that's pretty cool. Blake Sable was the guy that caught him. And after the game, we caught up with Blake Sable, and this is what he had to say about catching Brandon Crawford's only time pitching as a San Francisco Giant or ever.
I mean, it was really cool. I was coming down the steps to put my gear on, and it was just a few seconds before that. They're like, "Hey, Craw's pitching." I was like, "What? Okay, I guess so." So we went out there, and he shook me off on. I was just throwing down ones, and he shook me off to a sinker, and I was like, "All right, I guess we're mixing right now." He shook me off to a slider, so I kind of embraced it after that, and it was really fun.
Yeah, but Brandon pitched in high school in UCLA, not ever, so scratch that from what I said. But, yeah, Blake Sable had a good time with it, and I like the fact that once the nerves got over, Pops, that Crawford was, like, shaking his sliders after he was throwing.
Was it a slider or a curveball? I didn't know he had a slide.
I think it was a slider from where I was sitting behind home plate. I think it said curveball on the scoreboard, but I think the scoreboard – it said changeup on his first fastball. I'm like, no, that was a fastball. Then he touched 90. He threw
harder than Kyle Hendricks did, one hitting the Giants on Saturday. So we're going to talk again. Brian Freitas, who coached him at Foothill High School, the baseball coach. We had Matt Sweeney, his football coach, on. So, Craw was a 3-sport athlete in high school. He was over in Mountain View and lived in Menlo Park before moving to Pleasanton in elementary school, but he attended Foothill. And we know what kind of football player. Well, I got to find about basketball, but just how hard did he throw when he was a high school baseball pitcher? Brian Freitas will give us the whole breakdown on Craw as a high school hurler.
Yeah, and we're going to have his high school badminton coach on Tuesday.
I don't think he played badminton. Maybe pickleball. Did he play pickleball there?
Pickleball. Maybe. Don't get me going on pickleball. It's the fastest growing sport in America. It's not an old man sport anymore. I love pickleball, but I am an old man, so what am I saying?
Trying to sell that league on me. I got you.
Yeah. Come on. I'll play it one-on-one. Let's go, Pops. Jock Peterson was talking about Tyro Estrada. We've been talking about Tyro Estrada. Vote for Tyro Estrada for the All-Star game, and I think Jock Peterson was saying the same thing.
Tyro swings it, drives one down the left field line toward the corner. It is gone, a home run. Wow, straight down the left field line. The second home run of the game for Tyro. A 3-run shot. It's 13-3. And that was just a lightning bolt.
He's been a catalyst to our team. He's posted every single day. He hits the ball over the field. He steals bases. He makes web jams. And then he can also knock it out the park. So he's doing it all. It's fun to watch. I'm really happy for him. And, yeah, he's definitely playing like an all-star, in my book, 100%.
Yeah, he is. We've been talking about it all day today, and I've been talking about it since spring training. I thought he's an all-star type caliber player, and he's making us all look smart. And I think when you talk about it, vote for him right now, obviously. But this is a guy that, you know, if I had money and I was an owner, I'm just a dork on the radio, that's a guy I would want to be around for a while. I don't know for how much. I'm not an agent. I'm not a GM. But that's a guy you can build a team around. And he's really turned into a total baseball player, whether it's running the bases, whether it's turning the double play at second, whether it's stealing bases. He's got 14 of them so far this year. He's only been caught 3 times. He's a complete baseball player, and he's a guy that you'd like to see in a Giants uniform for a long, long time.
Vote for Tyro. I haven't heard you say it on the last road trip and all the way through. Luis Arraez has got to be an all-star second baseman this year. Hopefully he'll start the game. The guy's hitting 400. Ozzie Albies is having a big year for Atlanta. You heard Chip Carey talk about Nolan Gorman. So just as you're watching this series and getting into it, yes, Tyro should be an all-star, but are they going to take 3 second basemen in the National League? Probably unlikely they'd take 4. So you'd have to agree, Arraez has got to make it. Albies. Look, I didn't Nolan Gorman, though Chip said, I know he had some power. That guy's hit 15 home runs this year at second base. So it may come down to Gorman against Tyro for that 3rd spot.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, those guys are all good players. It's a tough position, but, you know, we'd love to see Tyro representing the Giants and the National League in the All-Star game. I don't know how to say this last guy's...
injuries are a factor as well.
Yeah, I don't know how to say this last guy's name, but I did see this interview, and I've seen his interviews before, after a game, and it's a classic. He's a pitcher for Virginia. It's a post-game interview, and he talks about, his name is Stephen Schoch, Pops. I don't know how you say it, Schoch?
S-C-H-O-H?
S-C-H-O-C-H, my bad. S-C-H-O-C-H. Shosh?
Virginia. He's from Virginia. I don't know. Stephen
Schoch Brewery. You remember Schoch Brewery?
Yes, I do.
Shamil, Shamazel, Hassenpfeffer Corporated. Anyways, this is...
I'm the big ragu.
Laverne and Shirley. We were just in Milwaukee.
I got you.
All right. I guess this is an amazing post-game interview. I saw it on Twitter yesterday, but you guys want to give it a listen.
You know, you walk into a stadium, 8,000 people, they all want you to lose. But as long as you got your 26 guys ready to kick ass or kick butt, you're going to be all right. Sorry I sweared. I shouldn't have
No,
sweared.
you're good, man. Let's go back to that last inning, 9th inning. What are the emotions like entering that inning?
Well, the emotions are go in, win. I heard a fan offer free Dippin' Dots if I blew it, which the price of Dippin' Dots with inflation is just unreal. So for a brief moment, I was like, damn, Dippin' Dots sound good. But also I thought in the back of my head, we win today, we win tomorrow, or tonight. We're going to be here another day. That's more per diem. So that means I can buy my own Dippin' Dots and be a winner. So it's like, you know, I'm going to go out there. I'm going to attack. I think 3 words every time I'm out there. The first one's a swear word, starts with F. Second word's attack. Third one's win. And I just repeat that to myself. Unless, you know, there's a breach in the system and I walk a guy and I got to tell myself I'm a few different things that isn't a winner. I might break that, but then I get right back on it. Just this attack win, you know.
So I'm trying to figure out how the first command applies to baseball. I get the attack and the win part.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that applies to anything when you're standing on the mound, but maybe that's for another show. Yeah, I heard him do an interview last year on ESPN after a game from Virginia, after a game, and he's definitely got a career in broadcasting. If he can,
he's hilarious. He started to say ass and he'd fold it back. The Dippin' Dots, I can commiserate with that. The line at Oracle Park, the garlic fry line, is ridiculous. That just goes forever and ever. And Tony's Slice House and Tony G's Pizza is so good. But after that, the Dippin' Dot line is just who's waiting in that line. But I loved him when he started. Did he go, I sweared, is what he said?
Yeah, he goes to Virginia. He said,
It swore. You swore. And that gave away that he is a Virginia Cavalier right there.
I think I say he stole.
Shosh.
I say he
Shosh.
stole. I say he stole the base sometimes on the air.
Yeah, you don't want to say that.
No.
Sorry, I sweared.
He
I
sweared.
always say stole.
He sweared.
Sweared.
I swear he swore. Shosh.
He goes to UVA. Come on.
SCHOCH.
That's like the Stanford of the East Coast. You got to tighten it up.
That's
all
almost
right.
a
Coming up
palindrome
next.
name. That is hard to pronounce. That name. Shosh.
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 We need a pronunciation guide. I spell them. I don't know if you did this when you were. I don't know if you do this now with the Niners, but I do it on the broadcast. I don't know if you did it in baseball. I spell the names out phonetically on my scorecard. I don't care how they're spelled.
I print them out and I type it out. Yeah.
Like Weimer in.
Oh, you were having a hard
Brewers?
time with Weimer and Weimer. You and Sean Estes were going back and forth on that.
Yeah, I did. I was flip flopping on it, and I spelled it W-E-E.
You're thinking of the Milwaukee Weenies. That's why you were going Weimer.
Yeah,
Sorry.
you got to get it right.
DeYoung, Paul DeYoung. You got all the Cardinals guys down.
It's not DeJong.
Could be.
No.
Could be.
I know.
Could be DeJunk. I don't know what it is.
I know all these names on this team. There will not be a problem. One name you might not have heard of.
Libertor, right?
Libertor.
Matthew Libertor. Yeah.
I think it's like. Don't you take that for high blood pressure, or maybe we have commercials for that for erectile dysfunction? I'm not sure.
Oh wow. Yeah.
I've heard of that before, and he's pitching for the Cardinals tonight. All right, coming up next, a name you might not have heard of, and I don't know how to say it. It's Brian Freitas, and he's Brandon Crawford.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Where he's Brandon Crawford's high school baseball coach, and he'll talk about how Brandon pitched in high school, and how he was a quarterback in high school, and how he ran a 4.2 40, and how he benched 350 pounds. That coming up next on The Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Giants optioned Joey Bart to AAA Sacramento. Where do we go from here? That story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, what is going on with the Bay Area weather and climate change? I mean, it actually was raining in the Bay Area this weekend. The rainy season never ended, all during the winter and now continuing into the spring and near summer. And we're stuck indoors more than usual, which led many of us to realize that our home is rather dull. Greg Papa here to help you transition from bland to grand. Golden State Window and Doors work with designers and architects to spark the imagination of their clients. Each location throughout the Bay Area offers displays of attractive doors and windows of all kinds. You'll see a variety of accessories like hardware, handles, knobs, and locks that can add an additional element that represents your personality and style. Golden State's Window and Doors qualified staff can help you express your taste as only you can imagine it. So what you do is visit GoldenStateLumber.com, click on products, then windows and doors, and take a virtual tour and let the inspiration begin. And when you're ready to pick a date and a time with your designer and make an appointment on the Windows and Doors webpage, you're ready to roll. For 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Protect Your Assets with David Hollander, Business and Technology Report. Sports leader. It only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
I was a little bit torn. I've only played shortstop my whole career, so that was something I kind of thought about. But I doubt many guys have played only shortstop for 1,600 games and pitched one game. So on a list by myself there, I think.
Brandon Crawford, the only dude to do it ever, play all those games at shortstop, pitch one inning. So our next guest today coached Brandon Crawford in high school. He's the Foothill High School in Pleasanton's baseball coach, or was when he coached for Brandon Crawford. Brian Freitas joins the show. Brian, what's going on? How you doing today?
Doing great. Thanks for having me.
So are you still the high school coach at Foothill, or you just coached Brandon when he was in high school?
Yeah, I coached Brandon at Foothill. I went over to Doherty Valley High School after that and Cal State East Bay for a while. I'm out in Las Vegas now. I've been at Bishop Gorman the last 5 or 6 years. Just retired after 26 years coaching.
Well, so Bishop Gorman, yeah, that's the. I saw that on with the high school football team. There is nationally ranked every year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, football teams. They've won, I think, 3 or 4 national championships. Baseball's won 2, just finished number 4 in the country this year. So, yeah, it's a real great sports program. And my son's playing there now, so I'm step back and watch him and try to enjoy that.
Well, Coach, we're thinking about you after Craw took the mound yesterday, and I want to get your thoughts on what you saw there. But you coached him in high school baseball his senior year. We had Coach Sweeney on who coached him in football, and we got into his football career. But how much shortstop did he play in high school versus pitcher, and how fast did he throw? We saw him hit 90 yesterday on one pitch, and he had a little breaking ball, a slider, and a good changeup. What kind of a high school player was he, and what kind of a high school pitcher was he, Coach?
Yeah, so he was a shortstop through and through. He didn't pitch until his senior year, so it was kind of funny. Everybody kind of graduated the year before as the best team in school history, and Brandon was about the only one left, and so I knew what was at stake, because people will say, "Oh, he didn't get drafted out of high school," but he actually was talked about in the top 5 rounds. It's just he was going to college, and they kind of knew, so he went undrafted. But his dad really didn't want him to pitch, and there's a lot on the line. I totally understood it. I was good either way. But Brandon, he came to me and said, "Coach, I really want to pitch, and I want to be a starter. I want to get us to the playoffs my senior year." And I said, "Okay, that's great. I'm all with it. Your dad's okay. We'll go with it." We had him kind of in relief and a little bit in the beginning, then didn't take long, and he was our ace. He was 92 on the mound in high school, and he was fastball, changeup, curveball. He was really, really good. I mean, he could easily have gone that route in my mind. When I watched him yesterday, I was kind of laughing that. If he just goes that route, 100% out of high school, and Kruk mentioned it on the broadcast. He said, Brandon could have done this for a living for a long time, and I 100% agree. I mean, he's just phenomenal athlete, phenomenal arm, and there's no doubt in mind he could have done that. But he went the right route. I mean, when he was in high school, he was phenomenal. His glove. I mean, you have players. I've been at Gorman. I've been in college, a lot of great places, but when you hit Brandon Crawford a ground ball, it just looks completely different than it ever will with anyone you really coach, whether they're D1 players, 4-time All-League guys I've had, but it definitely looks different when you hit Brandon Crawford a ground ball.
Talking to Brian Freitas, Brandon Crawford's high school baseball coach at Foothill High School. The Foothill Falcons, nice enough to join us on KNBR. So yeah, he would have had Tommy John by now at age 36. So he definitely picked the right position. And Brian, we all talk about, like, we're the clubhouse's players at this level. We all talk about high school football. I feel like 85% of major leaguers are frustrated high school football stars. So maybe, I know you were the baseball coach, but talk about Brandon as a quarterback in high school. And you know, he played basketball too, so a three-sport star in high school.
Yes, I went to all the football games. Brandon was a quarterback, and he was an unbelievable quarterback. He was kind of a little bit ahead of his time when you think back. He was kind of like a dual threat guy who he'd get out of the pocket, spin around, you know, and make moves, and all of a sudden hit somebody downfield. He was good. He would have been recruited for sure. You know, they knew he was going to play baseball, but now more so these days, they would really look at Brandon in these type of offenses, and he could have been a really good quarterback in college.
Yeah, a lot of sprint right option, sprint left option. Coach Sweeney told us they ran. So I'm looking at his last game that he ever pitched for you at Foothill. It was against Amador Valley, and he went complete game. You guys won the game by a score of 5-3. But was he one of those guys that would take the ball and throw a CG for you, Coach?
You know, that was there's a funny story on that one, because throughout the year, you know, there was talk, is he going to pitch or is he not? I wanted to be careful with him, and there was times you talked about pulling back a little bit. But even in that game, we had to win to get to the playoffs, and Amador had to win the league title for the first time. I think it was like 22 years. So it was a huge game, and in-town rivalry, a lot of people there, and yeah, Brandon was dealing. We were up. They got a couple on him, and it come the sixth inning. I was feeling a little. I warmed somebody up, and you know, I said, I don't want to push this. I don't want to be that guy that hurts Brandon's arm. You know, in the time when he's going possibly to the draft. So Brandon came off the mound in the sixth, and you know, I said, "You okay? You done?" I got somebody up, and he said, "No, I'm finishing this." You know, and he went back out there. Yeah, it was a 125 pitch, a little bit high there for my liking, but you know, he wanted to do it. He went in there. He got it done. We got the victory, and thank God he's still 36 years old. His arm's still fine. So
the kid from Stanford yesterday, what did he pitch? 156 pitches? Everybody's talking about it today. The complete game. He struck out a bunch of guys, and everyone's like, 156 pitches. Old-timers are like, well, that's what we used to do, and everybody now is saying it's abuse what happened with that kid yesterday. I don't have a feeling either way. It's college baseball. They do that with these guys all the time. Coach, I would cringe if my high school coach came on KNBR and talked about what kind of person I was in high school. So thank God that he did. Doug Paul, great guy. He was my high school coach at Oak Ridge High School in El Dorado Hills, California. But was Brandon this chill as he is now in high school? Was he the same kind of guy?
he was super chill. He had like the long hair that wasn't really long hair. It wouldn't be long hair now. It was kind of long hair then. And but he was a great kid. I mean, he was. Of course, you love having a player like that, but just as a person, as a kid, you know, he never said one word one way or the other. Just put his head down. He shows up to practice. First one there, last one. Hey, coach, can I get extra ground balls? And when he was at UCLA, he would actually come back to campus. We had a young sophomore shortstop, and he would work him out, help him out with stuff, and take BP and ground balls with us. And so I still stay in touch with him. I texted him last night, and we were kind of joking about it and talking about the old days. And he was definitely. He said he had a lot of fun. You could tell he loved it.
So what did you think? We've talked about it and all around it and the history, but you actually watched him pitch in a major league game after 1,600 at shortstop to go out and pitch. How do you think he did yesterday?
He did great. I was thinking that 1,600. I was thinking of that. I was listening to you guys. How many guys have just stayed at shortstop in this generation that we've had lately? Most guys got moved over to third, right, or somewhere else. But for him to stick at short all the way up into age 36, only play that, phenomenal. 4 Gold Gloves. But last night was just fun. I knew, I see the first few pitches, I knew he was kind of nervous. But, he had that luck. He's having fun, but Brandon he not only wanted to do that, but he wanted to do well when he did it. He's a competitor, and you could see it on his face. And it was just fun. I was just hoping he got the 0. He put up the 0. He did. Now he's got all the jokes for his teammates.
Yeah, I think Henry Schulman texted Brandon Belt about Brandon Crawford pitching because Belt wanted to pitch his whole career and used to bug Bruce Bochy all the time. And Belt's response was, "I would have thrown an immaculate inning." So a funny response from Brandon
Classic
Belt.
captain.
Classic captain. Brian, thanks for your time today, man. Great catching up with you. And say hi to the A's when they get to Las Vegas.
Oh,
if we end up voting it, I don't know.
I don't know either. I just thought I'd say something dumb on the way out.
Coach.
I appreciate
Thank you.
I appreciate you coming on.
Wow.
All right, it's Brian Freitas. He's Brandon Belt's high school baseball coach. Bob's his senior year. It's time for the Caboose Pistol after the other side of the break. That's what we do at 1:30. All right, coming up next, the Caboose Pistol. You're listening to FP Santangelo, filling in for John Lund. He'll be back tomorrow. Greg Papa in San Francisco. I'm here in St. Louis. Coming up next on the Papa and Lund Show, the Caboose Pistol on the Sports Leader.
5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
You guys remember I got arrested for hood sliding on a car? You guys remember that? It was with me and Paul Pierce, we were hanging out. Too much tequila.
Was hood sliding on a police car?
Nah.
Just a random car?
Yeah, we were. So there was a robbery. There was a robbery at we were at Freitas in Beverly Hills watching some football. We got eliminated early that year. They made us stay in the restaurant, so we were there for like 3.5 hours, and I see Paul, and we just started taking down a bunch of tequila. We were talking about Starsky and Hutch because there was a bunch of cops that weren't letting anyone out, and as soon as they let us out, we were walking by a parking garage, and a car rolled up, and me being an idiot, I did like a little hood slide on it. Didn't really get a good hood slide. It was a little precipitation in the air, and I was wearing jeans, so I kind of like stuck. If I would have hood slid, I think it would have been good. But the guy gets out of the car, waves down a cop. Cops come up and hem me up like, "Yo, what
Beverly
for
Hills,
a hood
bro.
slide? For a hood slide."
Beverly Hills, and you were Paul Pierce. That's not,
Yeah.
The hood
Thanks, Paul.
slide?
Thanks, Paul.
So that was Julian Edelman talking about getting arrested for sliding on a hood. It's time
I
for
heard
the
it.
Caboose Pistol.
He's from the Bay Area. He's from Woodside. He went to Redwood City. He went to Woodside High School. I always thought he was such a hard worker that overcame everything. And then after he's retired, he's just going off on everything. He is hilarious. We got to get that guy in the air at one point.
Yeah, I want to live his life right now. But then did you see Tom Brady?
I saw him at the
like
French
he was at a
Open.
wedding or something, and some model threw himself at him. Yeah.
Wasn't he at the French Open? I saw him at the French Open yesterday.
Yeah. So maybe he'll be in L.A. for the U.S. Open this weekend. All right, it's time for the Caboose Pistol. First story pops, and I don't know how this goes, so I'm just winging it. Forgive me if I'm screwing this up. John will be back tomorrow. A man finds 1 million pennies while cleaning out his house.
A million pennies?
A million pennies. A family cleaning out their home in Los Angeles stumbled upon several bags containing 1 million pennies. John Reyes said that he was cleaning out his father-in-law's home when he made the discovery. The bags of pennies were unopened, sealed in bank bags. So if you see it right now, I got a picture. You can't because it's radio. There's 1 million like brown like bank bags, the kind you'd see in a movie if you were robbing an armored car, filled with pennies. I've actually been contacted a few coin collectors and people who specialize in this space.
Right.
And just based off some of the questions they asked me, for example, this is a quote, having the lead sealed bag or having bags from banks we don't necessarily recognize that are at least 40 years old or more. I've had quite a few collectors tell me that this is something that shouldn't be sold until we know what's going on. According to the New York Post, the family determined that the coins are copper and not zinc, which the United States switched to in the 80s. So it said the resale value is $25,000 for 1 million pennies.
Because of the value of the pennies? I mean, 1 million pennies is worth, what, $10,000, right?
Yeah, so he's going to make more.
So there's some rare pennies in there, you're saying?
There might be.
Is that why?
Yeah, I don't know how these. I don't know how these things.
So you remember in the old days when we actually bought things with U.S. currency? I don't even have a dollar bill in my pocket. It's all credit card. We would, you save the pennies and you throw it in a big fish bowl or something, and then you would, take it to the bank and you would think, I probably got a lot of money in there, and it'd be worth like $27. It'd be nothing. So where do you store 1 million pennies? That's a lot, and they're really heavy. So where do you store those?
I don't know. The name of this segment is Caboose Pistol, so you figure it out.
Is that where it is?
I don't know.
And John's the expert in the Caboose Pistol, especially after the procedure he just had done. He's really going to be an expert in the Caboose Pistol when he comes back.
Oh my goodness! All right, I'm trying to get this next story up here. Walter sent me a versus email. A guy won a lottery 14 times. Claimed he used simple math to make millions. Stefan Mendel made millions of dollars using the crack system.
What?
First using it as in native Romania, where he was trying to save enough money to leave the Soviet Union. He managed to win the lottery 14 times using an ingeniously simple trick that caught the attention of the American law enforcement agencies.
What's the crack system? How do you do
I don't
that?
know. I'm reading. I've done no show prep. These were just emailed to me during the break.
Why are you working on this? Would you work on the Cardinals lineup, please, and not this?
I just got it, by the way. You want to know the Cardinals lineup? It might be better than this crap I'm doing right now. He's made millions of dollars in the lottery wins simple by being clever enough to realize that buying every single ticket in a lottery would not only guarantee a win, but would also cover the initial investment needed to win.
Wait a minute. He just bought up every single ticket? That's the crack system?
He spent this is really smart. He spent the 80s and 90s traveling. This is what Woody used to do in the NCAA pools. He would have like his uncles and his aunts and his brothers and his sisters and all his in-laws in the NCAA basketball tournament pools in the Giants clubhouse, and with the Expos, and he would win every single time. So he increased his odds, right?
Right.
He was trying to save enough money to leave the Soviet Union. He's 89 years old. Whatever. So I guess he bought all the lottery tickets. I don't know how many that is. It doesn't say.
And this was the lottery system in the old Soviet Union?
Yes, and he just would buy.
You don't want to get caught doing anything there. You're not going to go to the Russian front. Not good. I've often thought about that. If you just bought up a large amount of tickets, what would be the percentage? But how much are you paying to buy the tickets? Are you going to make more in the return on the lottery if you buy every single ticket?
Yeah, I guess that's the theory, right? You spend in whatever, how many rubles on a ticket, and then you win all the rubles.
Good one.
And then you're just the ruble lottery winner. All right, this is the last one because the show's going in the crapper right now.
How many rubles is worth 1 million pennies is what I want.
I don't know. There you go. Tied it all together.
Yeah.
See, it's all about money right now. Now it's all about sex toys. A Rhode Island man accused of breaking into homes to steal sex toys.
Wow.
A man is facing 4 felony charges after police say he admitted to breaking into homes to steal sex toys to give as a birthday gift? Wait a minute. Here
what
you
kind
go,
of
son.
sex toys are we talking about?
Here's a vibrator that Dad stole from the neighbors. Happy birthday.
Well,
Benjamin,
maybe give the vibrator to the daughter. I don't know.
It's not even you.
Wow.
It's not even new. It's you, son. Happy birthday.
Are you actually in the Jack Bucks Broadcast Center in St. Louis talking about dildos and sex toys?
Well, you should see the ones that I passed on. Ask Walter. He sent me these.
You went with the clean version, believe me.
I'm going
we started this Caboose Pistol. We know, but you're doing it. Go over to the Harry Carey booth. That one, this would fit in a lot better than the Jack Buck broadcast booth.
There had something to do with the owner's daughter. Is she around?
I don't know. The owner's wife. The owner's wife.
That's right.
That's why Harry got jumped by the Cardinals.
That's just a rumor, Greg.
Sure it is.
Nadrowski, 32, was arraigned before a judge in district court on Tuesday morning on 2 counts, each of entertaining building with felonious intent and attempting to break and entering. According to police, officers were dispatched around 10:45 p.m. on June 2nd to a home on Power Street for the suspicion to try to break through the window.
What city is this in? Where is this?
Somewhere in Connecticut. Dudes are stealing dildos. They used dildos.
Stanford.
Gotta
be Stanford. Yeah.
My question is how do you wrap them? Do you put them in a box, or do you just wrap
double
them
and
like
triple wrap them? You don't want them to break.
You just twist the ends on it?
That's a good. Depends on what exactly you're buying.
Well, he's not buying anything. He's stealing sex toys, and then he's selling them, or he's giving them as presents.
Right.
That's just. I mean, you should see the video of him. He looks like, as you'd imagine, Jeffrey Dahmer a little bit. Got a little Dahmer.
Oh no. Ted Kaczynski died, by the way, over the weekend. The Unabomber.
I saw that. I think that's the most referenced serial killer because he had the distinct look because he had the hood with the glasses. And anytime you see a guy with the hood and glasses, you're just like,
Son of Sam. You got Son of Sam.
That's not
How about
right.
Charles Manson. Charles Manson in San Quentin.
I don't see guys with swastika tattoos on their foreheads a lot.
Squeaky Fromm, you did it. Squeaky Fromm did it for years.
Walking down the street, but you do see guys with hoods and glasses. And it's just
the Ted Kaczynski look. Yeah.
Yeah. What are you going for? The Unabomber look right there?
Ocean's 11, a little bit of the Jeffrey Dahmer sunglasses look.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, and I know we're probably up against the clock here. But I had to
get to the manager's office.
I had to power through the first episode when the guy was in his house and he was handcuffed, he was drugged, and I'm just like, anxiety, turn it off.
It was tough.
And then the next night I got home.
It was so well made, and the acting was so good, and you felt like you were back in that era, but it was really painful to watch. I mean, what subject matter is, I can't deal with this, but it was good.
It was good once I powered through the first episode, and then I started watching him frying some liver on the for dinner, a little olive oil, a little salt and pepper, nothing like a good human liver for dinner.
Did you think about that when you were in Milwaukee? You were freaking out about the Hotel Pfister. Did you think about that?
I don't think. That's where he's from, right? Milwaukee.
Yeah, Milwaukee, right? Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah,
don't bring that up.
Well, Joe Rizzo pops just walked into the booth to Jeffrey Dahmer talk.
Oh,
so he's probably fired up to work with me today.
You better segue. Get him off the
Giants baseball. Jeffrey Dahmer is on the air. No, you can't tie those two together. There's just no way. There's no segue there. All right. Coming up next, we're going to tie a bow on this show. FP Santangelo in St. Louis. Greg Papa in San Francisco. You're listening to KNBR 680 104.5, the sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Lund is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with Redwood Credit Union free checking account. There are no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by NCUA. As we wrap up the show, I did this earlier in the show. I want to do it again. I want to thank Darren Chan for getting here real early this morning. The Giants got in late last night to St. Louis. They had a little mechanical issue with their plane. They have the best travel crew in all of baseball, and if you travel enough in Major League Baseball or any time, you're going to experience some unforeseen delays. So quick turnaround. It's probably heads on the pillow around 3:30 a.m., and Darren got up early. He came to the booth. He set up all this stuff so that I could talk with Greg Papa for 4 hours. So a big shout-out to the best in the business,
DC.
Yes, thank you, DC, for he went out and got coffee, he got lunch, and set up this whole thing. So a big thanks to Darren Chan, who's been at the ballpark since very early this morning, and he'll leave very late tonight. So, Pops, it's been fun catching up with you today. It's been a fun show talking about Giants baseball. We had Susan Slusser on the 11 o'clock hour, Chip Carey, the Giants play-by-play man, on right around noon, and then Brian Freitas, the baseball coach of Brandon Crawford, the high school baseball coach of Brandon Crawford, joined the show. So, yeah, it's been fun, man. I got a meeting with the manager. I got to switch gears and
get my broadcaster voice on. I got to get ready to broadcast.
What are you going to ask him? I mean, we haven't seen it. Have you gotten the Giant lineup? Did they text that to you a little bit earlier than the rest of us?
I don't have that. I have the Cardinals lineup that was just texted. It's
what do you got there?
I got
Paul DeJong is 5 for 9 with a homer against Logan Webb.
You mean DeJong? Paul DeJong? The short. That's how you say it, right?
Say it any way you want. DeJong. However
Paul
you want to say
DeJong. He's hitting eighth. His numbers against Brandon Crawford got him in the 8th place. Yeah. It's Donovan, Goldschmidt, Gorman, Arenado, Contreras, Carlson, Walker, DeYoung, Edman, and Liberatore's pitching. Tommy Edman's playing center field now. He's been all over the place.
He's playing the hell out of center. He's been great.
Yeah, he's a Gold Glove second baseman. You know what? When I moved from middle infield to center field, I thought it was just so much fun. You had the whole game in front of you. You got to see the umpire's strike zone when you're standing out there, whether he was wide away, you knew where he had to cover when you came up to the plate. If your pitcher was hitting his spots, you could position yourself accordingly. If you paid attention, you could read swings. If a guy was late on a 2-0 fastball and fouled it over, say, the first base dugout, if he's a right-hander, you would shade him in the other way. Even if Ron Wotus in the pre-series meeting had you playing him to pull. So, yeah, I mean, it's just when you talk about being here in St. Louis. Hey, I forgot to tell you this. Kurt Reeder's throwing out the first pitch tomorrow. So
is he?
Yeah, we're going to try to get him on the broadcast up here in the booth for an inning. Great Kurt Reeder. He's from Hoyleton,
Tonight,
Illinois.
you got to get him on, or tomorrow? You got to get him on.
Wait, what's today? He's coming on Tuesday.
Today's Monday, game 1 of the 3-game series.
Thanks, Greg. It's he's coming Tuesday to throw out the first pitch. So Woody's going to come up and do an inning with us.
Well, he lives in suburban St. Louis, coming from the shed. Giant lineup. I just got the lineup before you. Liberatore is going to lefty. So Austin Slater's leading off in center. Tyro Estrada at second. Wilmer Flores at first. J.D. Davis DHing. Mitch Haniger in left. Michael Conforto in right. Casey Schmidt at third. Patrick Bailey is back in the lineup. Bad pillow and all, and taking one off the face mask on Friday night. Bailey will catch Logan Webb, and Brandon Crawford, off his great relief pitching performance, will bat 9th and play shortstop. So J.D. Davis DHing tonight, FP.
Well, thanks for the skyboard.
That down?
Let me practice.
I love the way you do the lineups, by the way. Then go right into the disclaimer. I love it. You do a great job.
Well, I'm trying. See, here's the thing. Like, if you listen to Dave and John do it, like Dave does the lineups, and then he goes, and here with the first pitch is John Miller, the first pitch is coming. Yeah. So I'm trying to get Joe to the first pitch, and I'm just not that good yet. I just can't do it. But I want to practice.
Do you do the recap 3x3? Where you got to give Slater, Estrada, Flores.
Yes.
Followed by Davis, Haniger, Conforto.
Yes.
Schmidt, Bailey, and Crawford. I love the way they do the recap of the lineup 3x3.
Yeah, I learned that from Dwayne when I first started many years ago. Okay. So, yes, yeah. I do that. So if you're keeping score at home, you know, and you could go through it again one more time on the way out. But should I do like here's a bouncing ball to Crawford at short. He gloves it. And he throws it underhand to first because he can't throw overhand because he pitched yesterday.
Don't do that.
He rolls it to first underhand.
Because
we all thought that was great. So
what's that music I'm hearing? They're starting to crank up the system a little bit there?
Yes, we're starting to crank up the system. There's Giants pitchers. Let me paint the picture. I'm the radio guy. There's Giants pitchers warming up down the left field line. Yeah. They're playing long toss together. The Cardinals have taken their ground balls and they shot them out of a machine, which I'm totally against fundamentally. I don't think you take ground balls out of a machine because it has backspin, not topspin, so it's always going to hug the ground, and I don't really know what you get out of that. But they were doing that. And so we're getting ready for batting practice. I'm going down to Gabe's office. We have a pre-series meeting. He's going to tell us all about the secret things about the Giants that I can't say on the air.
Tell us.
It's just
Is Keaton Wynn, by the way, playing long toss? Do you see Keaton Wynn? Keaton Wynn, who they just called up. Susan says he throws 100? Wow.
Yeah, there's some guy down there throwing 100. I can see him from here.
Do you have a number on him?
There's no number. They're in their black T-shirts and gray pants. There's a ball bag next to him, and they're playing catch, and there's one guy there that's throwing 100. I don't know.
All right, even in pregame, just for long tossing, he's throwing 100?
No, I'm kidding. I don't know who he is. I got to go do my homework.
Yeah.
All right, Pops, it's been fun.
Sid Finch.
Thanks for
Go
putting
ahead,
up
get
with
down
me.
there.
And then thanks to Darren actually for listening to the show for 4 hours. That might have been harder than getting up early and listening to me at least, getting up early and coming to the ballpark. All right, stay tuned for Tolbert and Copes. They're coming up next. Pops, thanks for hanging around today.
You,
thanks
brother.
for putting up with me.
Yeah. No, you were great. It was fun. Now he's got to go down to the manager's office. I think Adam Copeland is there. John will be back tomorrow. So, Copes, you there?
I'm here, dude. Is this like...
How are you, bro?
I'm good, man. Good to talk to you. It's funny. FP signed off and said we're next, but you still got...
Yeah, I know.
We're like international waters right now. We can do whatever we want.
The mic. Yeah, we're just we're transitioning.
No laws
Buckingham
here.
Palace, the changing of the guards.
Right, exactly.
We got a few more minutes to go. So, I guess the good news today is Patrick Bailey is back and catching.
That is good.
And, you got Logan Webb on the mound. We gave the lineup, Cross at short and Schmidt at third, and you've got J.D. Davis DHing. The one thing, just looking at it, and I still think they need to trade for another pitcher. And
probably.
Maybe bring up, Kyle Harrison at some point when he's ready. You may have to trade for a couple here. You're going to get Alex Wood back at some point. Manaea's doing well. That's why the Cardinals, they're 12 games under 500. But these are the St. Louis Cardinals, Copes. They won 95 games last year. Their run differential is only a -1 for a team that's 12 under and started 10-24. So I think this series is big, obviously, to try to pull a little further away from a game over 500. But you go in there and sweep the St. Louis Cardinals, maybe you could make them sellers in 6 weeks. And they got a couple of pitchers here. Flaherty going tomorrow, and Montgomery, the lefty, the former Yankee, going to the day game on Wednesday. If you go in there and beat them 2 out of 3 or even sweep them and force them to be sellers, that could be huge.
Well, that's going to be the difficulty with the National League Central. I was hoping for some of the same from the matchup with the Cubs this week, because the issue with the NL Central right now is that the Pirates are on top again by a game over Milwaukee after they struggled with the A's this weekend. Sort of surprisingly, A's hit a couple of home runs late in the game yesterday to win that one. So they're 34-30. This is a division where it might only take 87, 88 games to win the division in general. They may only get one team out of this division into the playoffs based on the win totals right now in a league that's not all that deep. The American League appears to be a far better league right now. The NL East, or the American League East, is wild. The American League West is a tough division also. So I don't know. It feels to me like teams in the Central might hold on a little bit longer just
Good
because
point.
it might take more to knock them out of the race than it would anybody else. So to your point, though, about the Cardinals, a little bit of a stretch here where if they get into a little bit of a rut again, they have another 10-24 or 12-22 stretch, something like that. That could bury you in this division. Then you got to start thinking elsewhere.
Yeah, it's hard to believe when you look and you see them in last place. They won 95 games and won the division. But
MVP.
Is Pittsburgh really going to hold on here?
I don't
Are
think
they
so.
going to do this?
I don't think they have enough pitching to do it. They're young.
Well, maybe they had pitching, though.
And so maybe they try to. This is the thing, though, is there's a lot of teams. Everybody's going to want a starting pitcher, right? So all the starters that are out there are a lot of guys who have opt-outs after this year, opt-ins after this year. Eduardo Rodriguez is a guy. Marcus Strowman is a guy who's out there. Kyle Hendricks, potentially. If the Cubs decided to sell, they could move him. But the Cardinals went out. They added a couple of arms, didn't they? Didn't they add Montgomery from the Yankees? They added...
the Cardinals did, yeah.
Excuse me, a couple of other guys. So I don't know...
Yeah, for Harrison Bader. They traded for him last year.
That's right. So I don't know if they would look to be sellers. Would they move a stud player like a Ty O'Neill, a guy who's been hurt this year but has a lot of upside as a middle or top of the order hitter? Would they go get some depth there and add a piece that's maybe controllable in the rotation after this year? I just think the National League pennant race here towards the deadline is going to be a lot of fun because there's a lot of teams in it in the Central especially.
Just without question. And then the Dodgers, they're going to have to add a pitcher at some point here, aren't they? I think we're going to see Bobby Miller over the weekend on Friday. But Arizona now, the Diamondbacks have won 5 in a row. They've opened up a 3.5-game lead.
They're 20-11 on the road,
Dodgers.
Greg. They're a damn
the Giants
good team.
are 3.5 back of the Dodgers.
Yeah.
You got them. This is rivalry week. It's a fun week. 3 against the Cardinals in St. Louis off Thursday, then roll into Dodger Stadium on Friday.
And San Diego when you come on home. I mean, this is going to be a test for these next 3 series here. Well, the Cardinals, as you said, their record isn't all that good. They're a dangerous team. And I'm always wary when you catch a team like this because they'd say, you're getting them at the right time. They're also looking to get right, and you don't want them to get right against you.
Without question. Nice job, FP. We're going to get John Lund back tomorrow, Copes.
Good deal, man. Let's get Johnny Lund back in here. Get him back. So I'm tweeting.
Thing, brother.
All right, man. We'll talk to you later. Good to see you, Pop.
Thank you.
Well, that's going to do it. I guess Tolbert and Copes coming up next. I got to say goodbye for you now, too.
Oh, you got to say goodbye? Yeah, Papa and FP are done. Tolbert and Copes are coming up next. On KNBR 680, 104.5 FM. Is that what you do here?
That's it.
I never have to do that. I'm not the driver. I'm the back of the bus.
You got it. I'm the sports leader.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Got to come swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Got to be careful, though. Let that Tool song run too long, the show will be over. We're going to be out of here before 4, getting you ready for the Cardinals and the Giants. It is just bags. That is it. And we'll be ready to get you ready for the next couple days, and then the Cardinals will have a day game. We'll have a full show before that. But Cardinals for the next 3. Copes, what's up?
What's up, dude? How was the weekend, man?
Fantastic.
It was a Brebbia weekend in the Bay.
I was like, bro, what is happening
Brebbia.
Doing Brebbia again?
That's all you get.
Nothing says we need pitching like starting the same guy twice.
You said that yesterday. I laughed out loud. You said that in a text yesterday. I hadn't realized he was even opening again. So I went to the game on Saturday. I was out there Saturday. I almost saw a no-hitter, by the way. Kyle Hendricks cruising.
You did.
Almost saw another no-hitter. I seen 3. I was thinking, boy, I'm going to get a 4th no-no in here with Kyle Hendricks, and then Haniger smacked one off the wall. But, then Saturday, I was like doing some stuff yesterday morning, and you shot that text saying, dude, is Brebbia starting again? I was like, yeah, he is. And you thought that's where he started yesterday. I was like, dude, he did start yesterday, which is hilarious. And they've been successful when he does. And a nice hammered the Cubs yesterday, 13-3, but 4-0 the loss on Saturday, 3-2 on Friday. Always fun when you can outscore a team 15-9 in a series and lose 2 of the games. You know?
Absolutely.
Love that.
That's the way you want to do it. They just couldn't get the key hits in the first 2 games, and give the Cubs credit. They pitched well.
They're starting pitching,
and then you
tough,
get the last one. And look, it happens. Your bat's going to go cold occasionally, and you're hoping, like when they do, you're hoping to maybe win one of those games, like 2-1, 3-2, something like that. They couldn't quite get that done, but it's never the worst thing to lose 2 out of 3. Like, you'd like to win 2 out of 3, of course, but you lose a game. You just, the big ones are when, and look, if you string like 4 or 5 of those together, then of course, that becomes a problem. But if you can limit it to 1 and 2, or 1 and 2, then you're fine. I mean, it's okay. Like I said, Cubs aren't a good team. You'd like to win 2 out of 3 of those, but it's baseball. That happens. Teams are going to win games. Even the A's. What did the A's won 6 in a row now? On the road, you go through They go through Pittsburgh,
Pirates and Milwaukee.
Unbelievable.
If they were in the NL, they'd be good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
if they were a National League team, they'd be solid.
They would be playoff contention. So, Although I do got to say, the weekend was great, but today was maybe the highlight of the weekend because my granddaughter Camila wanted me to read to her for like 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And usually she doesn't sit still long enough for me to read to her. So we were laying on the ground, and she got her pillows out and her blanket. She wanted me to cover her up, and I was just laying there next to her. And then she handed me this little pocketbook that she wanted me to read her. And I go, "You want me to read this?" She goes, "Yeah." "You sure?" "Yeah."
Okay.
Declaration of Independence.
Nice, dude.
I read the entirety of the Declaration of Independence.
Let me say something real quick, though. not quite as long as you think.
It really isn't.
It's not all that long. For anybody who's like quoting the Declaration, it really isn't that long. You should probably give it a read. You know?
I mean, really, all it is us telling. It's just us telling England to F off.
Yeah, dude. It's just
look, we've had enough of your bleep. You guys are over there, we're over here. Yeah, stop screwing with us. Just stop screwing with us. If you don't stop screwing with us, then we're going to have a problem. And they didn't stop screwing with us, so ultimately,
we the people, all that.
Yeah, that's all it is. That's all it is. Like F off, get out of here. We've had it with you guys. Go away. And
here's a bunch of guys who signed it, like co-signing the F off. That's basically what they did.
Exactly what it was. And if things have gone another way, they'd all been hanged for treason, but good for them.
We ain't driving on the left side. We ain't dealing with wood teeth. We're not none of that. We're not drinking tea. Screw that. None of this nonsense. Football, yeah, we're playing it with our hands just to say F you. That's what we're doing.
It's exactly what we do. Yeah. So I didn't think I'd be reading the Declaration of Independence on a Monday to my granddaughter.
How about that, though? So where'd she get that? Where'd she get a pocketbook with the Declaration?
I don't know. I'd never seen it before.
She's not
pretty handy.
She's not old enough to go to school and stuff yet. Like, where's she acquiring?
No, she's starting in August.
Where's she acquiring things from the outside?
Who knows where this stuff comes from? I mean, maybe one of the kids got it somewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I have no idea where it came from. I just go, what the hell is this? I go, tomorrow we'll do the Constitution. She looked at me like,
Constitution,
maybe not.
And you're like, by Friday we'll have the Bill of Rights down. You'll be set.
We'll get it done. We're gonna have it all. You're gonna be way ahead of your class,
dude. You know what you ought to do? No joke. You ought to get her. You ought to have her sit down maybe today. You can throw it on YouTube even for her. Have her watch the Schoolhouse Rock on it, dude.
After
you read it to her, have her watch the Schoolhouse Rock on it.
Bill. Yeah, absolutely.
That's how I learned a lot of that stuff on Saturday morning.
No
cartoons,
doubt.
Or hammered it home more because of the cartoon. You know.
I'm gonna have her out in front of the the school at like playtime. We the people. She's gonna be standing up talking to
them. She's gonna start a union. She's gonna unionize her classmates.
God,
yeah, dude.
Yeah, the preschool will be unionized. Be fantastic.
I had this one dude.
Longer lunches, colder milk. Be good stuff.
Yeah, longer lunches. Yeah, that's her platform she's running on. Longer recess.
Exactly.
We'll have a pool day every month. I had a kid who I went to school with. I went to college with. Was one of my roommates for a year, and this guy, ultimate mouthpiece, Tom. Like, I think he swooned me into living with him, and it wasn't all it was cracked up to be. You know what I mean? Like he could talk his way in and out of everything. And at one point, one of my roommates was talking about a problem he was having at work, and he was like, "Why don't you guys just unionize?" We were like, "What do you mean just unionize?" He's like, "Get everybody together, get some beers, get some pizzas, like figure out how to do it." And we're like, "It's not how unions start, my man." I was like, "You don't just start with like a couple of pies and some beer." I was like, "That's getting together to watch a sporting event. That's not getting together to like
couple pies,
figure out what our right." Dude, he was legit about it too. He was like, "Get some pies, get some beers." He was like, but he was talking one of those guys who talks so forcefully and definitively that you're almost like buying into it. And then I heard what he was saying. I was like, "What are you talking about?" I was like, we did that last week, and we got drunk, and we ate pizza, and then we watched football. That's not we didn't figure anything out. I'm still looking for a flex option and a new tight end for this week. You know, but I figure that out. Then we'll figure out how to unionize.
Unionize must be a lot like losing my keys.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's easy. It's easy, dude. You just get a couple of pies and you're set. We do have we got NBA Finals tonight too. I was sort of bummed. I was thinking we had it Sunday night. I thought we were going to wrap it up last night.
I know we got screwed last night. We got no NBA, no NHL. Just like they both took 2 nights off. Thank you.
Hockey. We get hockey tomorrow though, I think too.
Yes.
We get
what is that though? Why
2 days off?
Did both hockey and NBA take 2 days off between games starting in game 4, I guess it was. Like, what are we doing here?
Is that normal?
Baseball.
I know it's to set it up for the for the Sunday because what would happen is if it went 7, we would get NBA Finals on Sunday night, Father's Day.
Correct.
Or Sunday afternoon, evening, whatever it would be.
Yeah.
But I guess that's why they set it up that way, so that they can get if there's a game 7, it's in prime time. They'd rather have because what's tonight, game 5? Right, so you go game 5 on a Monday, and then you get game 7 on the Sunday. They're setting it up for best case scenario for a game 7.
Yes. But what they used to do, I don't know why they don't do it anymore. It was Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday. So you had Sunday, day off Tuesday, day off Thursday, then 2 off for the Sunday and then do it all over again. But you'd only have like 2 games with 2 days off. It'd be between Thursday and Sunday. Other than that, it'd be Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday. But now I don't know what the hell they're doing. It's all screwed up.
Yeah, I've got it's taken too long, but it may end tonight. But because we're saying that, it may also go to the Miami Heat. We'll have plenty of time to talk about this one in just a little bit. We'll talk more about the Giants and the Cubs over the weekend. Giants dominate yesterday, 13-3 win. They hit the road to take on the St. Louis Cardinals. Talk a bit about this one. They slugged against Marcus Strowman. They struggled against Marcus Strowman and Kyle Hendricks on Saturday. But then they got back together yesterday with another bullpen game. They're still struggling for starting pitching. We'll talk a bit about that, and some crazy pitching from around the baseball world is coming your way as well. Tolbert and Copes, it's a Monday afternoon Giants pregame coming up at 3:45, only here on the Sports Leader. Despite dropping the first 2 games of the series, the Giants rolled against the Cubs 13-3 yesterday thanks to a pair of homers from Jock Peterson and Tyro Estrada. That story and more is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Baseball.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Swing, and there's a high drive in the left center field, hit well. Way back there, and adios! Pelota!
And Jock crushes one to deep right field. It is gone into San Francisco Bay.
Swing. There's a long drive to left field. Man, did he blast it. Way back there. Adios! Pelota!
Tyro swings it, drives one down the left field line. Toward the corner. It is gone! A home run. Wow, straight down the left field line. The second home run of the game for Tyro.
Giants 13-3 over the Cubs yesterday. A couple for Jock, a couple for Tyro. A splash hit there for Jock. Giants got the bats going again yesterday as they hit the road today. A 4:45 first pitch as Logan Webb takes the ball against Matt Liberatore, a lefty for the Cardinals. But Giants got back in the win column yesterday, Tom. Offense got rolling.
They did.
We do have a lineup for today. I'll tell you about that in just a couple of minutes here. Patrick Bailey's back in the lineup. Do want to hit on this because we saw him and we talked briefly about it on Friday. Joey Bart optioned to AAA on Saturday. We found out his rehab stint was over. He came back, and remember the quote was he's going to do anything. He said he was willing to do anything that the team needed. Right now they need him in AAA because they have the catching position handled, and they don't have a spot for him on the lineup, or on the roster, the big league level, I should say. I think he's fine for me as a backup catcher. If at some point they need more depth, I was fine with him there, taking a couple of at-bats a week, getting in there and helping the pitching staff. But if Patrick Bailey's able to go and he was dealing with a bit of a neck tweak, he's going to be the guy. You feel better with him at the plate. And if he can hit a little bit, I mean, he's really kind of matchup proof considering he's a switch hitter at catcher. You don't have reason to take him out of the lineup.
Well, I mean, maybe Bart gives you another piece of the trade deadline. We would have liked to have seen him. Like, he was a number 2 draft pick. He was a big-time blue-chip prospect, and he just didn't quite get it, and maybe some of it is this regime didn't draft him, so they don't feel as attached to him as maybe the other regime would have. But, and I've said this a number of times now, but Farhan stresses that defense at that position is key. Like, you have to be a good defender.
First and foremost,
bonus, right? Yeah,
they'll move you if you're not. If you can hit and you can't catch, they'll move you.
Right, that's Bailey.
Yep.
That he's great defensively, and he can hit a little bit so far. We don't know; it's a really small sample size, so you give him half a year and a year, see what he looks like. But we know he can catch. Like, that is a given. Usually, defense isn't going to slumps, so you got that taken care of, and you got Sable who can hit, and maybe not a great hitter, but it looks like he's going to be a solid hitter and maybe even get better. He has really good at bats. And he's getting better defensively. He's not there yet, but, a guy that's serviceable once a week, maybe twice a week if need be. So it just really, unless, Joey Bart was tearing the cover off the ball, which he wasn't, then you really don't have a spot for him because Bailey's better defensively, Sable's better offensively. It sucks, but that's the big boy leagues. I mean, it doesn't really matter what your draft pick is once you get here. You get the signing bonus and everything, but everyone's got to earn their stripes at some point. And if you don't, then, you end up being down in AAA, and maybe the best thing for him would be to get moved somewhere so he has a chance to go play every single day. Like, hey, you're our catcher, period, to the end of the year. You're going to be the guy. We need you back there. And a team that maybe isn't thinking about the playoffs, or that's not their number one priority. They just need to develop players. There's got to be something still that we haven't seen in there, you would think. I mean, he was drafted number 2 for a reason, but then again, it is baseball. Baseball is the one sport where you get tons of guys, top 10 guys who just never make it. You never even hear their names. So,
I'm looking right now at the top 10 draft for 2018. I was curious about that because you figure we're 5 years out from that draft now.
Yep.
A handful of those guys should get here. Of the top 10 players, so the number 8 pick, this guy Carter Stewart by the Braves. How about the Braves taking a pitcher number 8 overall? He didn't sign. Tough deal. That's
that is
rough.
a rough one. I feel so bad for him.
Yeah, I feel really bad for the Braves because none of their players ever hit, especially pitchers.
Hit.
Yeah, especially pitchers. Number 9, Kyler Murray.
Wow, that's right.
Number 10, a guy named Travis Swaggerty, who I believe has hit the big league level at least at some point. 11 was Grayson Rodriguez for the Orioles, and that's as far down as I can go where I recognize at least big league names. Outside of that guy Carter Stewart and Kyler Murray, every other player in the top 10 or 11 has reached the big league level.
Really?
Okay, but you tell me after Joey Bart if you'd have liked anybody better.
Okay.
So Casey Mize goes 1 to the Tigers, okay? And he was pretty clear-cut number 1. At the time, he was far and away. Joey Bart, number 2, he was supposedly the best offensive player. Number 3 is Alec Baum, the Phillies. Not fantastic. He's a contributor.
Of course I'd rather take him than
take him over Joey
I'm
Bart.
just trying to think where he would be.
He's a first or third baseman. He's not a good defender. He'd probably be playing some first base right now or DHing for you.
Okay.
As a right-handed bat. Alec Baum, Nick Madrigal is 4th. Of
the
White
Cubs.
Sox. Yeah, he's a Cub now. The White Sox drafted him.
I wasn't all that impressed with him.
No, nothing spectacular. Now, this guy I would take. Number 5, Jonathan India of the Cincinnati Reds.
Yeah, I like him.
He's a stud.
I like him.
I want to say he won Rookie of the Year, too. Or was it?
Where are they going to put him now? Doesn't Nelly De La Cruz play second?
Yeah, I think he's playing third now, India. Or they're bouncing him around. Because De La Cruz plays short. He's too big.
Oh, is he a shortstop? Oh, was India the shortstop?
India was playing short and third. And I think he was drafted as a third baseman, so they can move him around a little bit.
No, I like him. He's one of those dudes, a scrapper, like a guy you love to have on your team.
He's got some pop. He's at the long. Yep. He's like a poor man's Bo Bichette almost. Jonathan India. Bo Bichette's a monster, dude. He's leading the league in hits right now. He's going to be an all-star.
He was a second rounder.
He's incredible, Bo Bichette. Number 6, Jared Kelenic. He was drafted by the Mets, but of course now.
For the Seattle.
So he's a guy
him.
He's not lived up to his potential quite yet. And then Ryan Weathers would be number 7 of the Padres, and he's a piece. So Joey Bart being taken number 2. It's not like there's anybody that you're going outside of Jonathan India, who won Rookie of the Year. If you take the 5th pick and he wins Rookie of the Year, you're like, great. And if the guys are, so Logan Gilbert was the 14th pick. He's gotten to the big league level. He's been pretty good for the Mariners. A guy the Giants are going to see today, Matt Liberatore, was drafted 16th overall by the Rays in that very same draft. And Giants are going to see him today. He comes in 1-2 with an ERA of 6 even. Brady Singer was 18, Nolan Gorman 19 in the middle of that draft. So it's not
give me Liberatore or give me death.
Yeah, right. Give me Liberatore. Or give me death. There's not a lot of Grayson Rodriguez is a guy I like. You know what I mean? That number
for
11.
The Orioles?
He's sick for the Orioles, but there's not a bunch of guys in the top 15 here that blow you away that you go, oh man, they really missed on taking Joey Bart over somebody else. So
there wasn't like a sure shot guy. You're like, oh man, you blew it on that one.
And I wonder too, and we can talk to Farhan about this in a couple of weeks or next week when we talk to him again. But I think we'll talk to him again this week, says Derek. It may be sort of like with. And I don't know if evaluation is the same for like big men in the NBA. It's just that it's the hardest to develop that position because there's so much more you've got to work on and so many more elements you've got to develop, especially in today's game, different things you've got to be good at. You've got to be a better passer. You've got to be able to move up and down the court. You've just got more asked of you, I feel like, in today's game of a big man. And I think even back then in your day, Tom, you said it was the hardest position to develop. I think catching might be the hardest to evaluate because you might think a guy's a good receiver. It doesn't mean he knows what he's doing back there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he may not be on the same page as his pitchers all the time or understand pitch sequencing or what defensive things you should be paying attention to when you're behind the plate situationally. So for a guy like Patrick Bailey, who they say has all the tools physically, pretty clearly mentally has them too. And I'm not saying Joey Bart doesn't, but sometimes those things just come more naturally to some guys.
Yeah, I wonder if teams that have guys like Bailey in Buster, I wonder if they want computerized strike zone. because you're kind of losing a little bit of an edge, right? If you have a guy that can get you those calls anyway.
Plus defenders don't mean much anymore if you can steal strikes, yeah.
Yeah. And if you can't steal strikes. So you're just taking away all the advantage that a guy like Bailey might have. Like everybody becomes the same catcher because it didn't matter.
Right.
You don't have to steal anything. You just catch it. If it beeps, it beeps. If it doesn't beep, it doesn't beep. So really, it's going to come to how good your arm, and maybe at that point, the catcher will turn into an offensive position where they're not worried about some of the smaller things that they used to worry about. I still think we're a ways off from that. I could be wrong, but that to me seems like it's a way off. I don't know. Do you see that just around the corner?
I think it's closer than I hope it is, but yeah, but it's a funny thing too because I like bitching and moaning about the umps, and I sort of like. I never wanted instant replay to come to baseball. I liked that it was the last thing that it came to. I did think that there were elements where it could be useful. The Jeffrey Meyer play in the outfield, the home run plays, those were okay. The fair and foul stuff, okay, that's fine. We should be getting that right in the playoffs. I never liked the idea of having a challenge. I kind of liked the human element of, he screwed it, and that's just kind of it. You just kind of have to live with it. I'd like plays to get called correctly. Balls and strikes, I think, are always going to be an issue because, again, I don't know that a computerized strike zone this is a discussion we were having last week about does the computerized strike zone change for the size of the batter? And how accurate is that? Is the same strike?
I noticed it does move.
Oh, the box does get size. The size does
moves
change.
Up a little bit.
Okay. You were paying attention to that this weekend. Okay, interesting. Good to know. I'll start looking for that. But does the computerized strike zone move up and down, or is that just the box on the screen? It would have to.
Well, because if you can't have Altuve and Judge have the same strike zone.
Exactly. So that's my question. Yeah, it's weird. It's a weird thing. If you crouch down more for a guy who's taller, where's the strike zone?
Well, I think
if you're Mo Vaughn, you know what I mean. If you bend over at the waist,
the
Mo Vaughn,
Mo Vaughn, the hit dog, Pete Rose.
Pete Rose is like that, yeah.
Well, I think what they would try to do, is take your normal at bat, and that would be the strike zone. Like just everyone would have a normal stance.
What your height is,
what your height is, and just like a normal stance, and just kind of go knees to shoulders or knees to armpits, whatever they go to. And then you could duck down all you want, but it's still going to be your strike zone. Because I mean, you shouldn't be able to do I'm going to just crouch down into a little ball, and you can't throw me a strike. So, but I don't know. Maybe it is closer. I hope it's not. But that's the last thing I hope is still left standing, even though some umpires are very good and they can't get certain calls right. I'd rather have that. Than throw. I don't want to watch guys try to clip the top of the zone with breaking balls that are literally unhittable. Like you could throw breaking balls now that you just can't hit them.
And that's what guys have said. We've talked to, I think it was Alex Cobb we talked to about that, right? Where he was saying the strike zone has changed. It's gotten higher. So now guys, that used to be a thing. You don't ever want to throw a high breaking ball because you might hang it and it would get crushed. Now guys are like, well, I'll just throw one of those, like, what are they calling it? A sweeper. I'll throw a sweeper or a slider at the top of the zone instead of down at the knees where it just dives and dips away from you where you can't hit it. It'll be up at your eyes, and you still won't be able to hit it because it's moving at such a weird plane that it clips the top. It's not the point of the strike zone. It's not the spirit of the strike zone to have that be allowed. So, and again, in a game where we talk about how everything's just kind of been taken away in terms of variance, and there's nothing eclectic about so many sports now, I kind of like the element that, and maybe people don't like this, I like that there are different strike zones for different umpires. I've kind of liked that variance for a long time, that there are low ball and high ball guys. That you could, I liked the idea that Greg Maddux and Tom Glavine could work the strike zone wider based on pitches they were getting. Did you like that or hate that?
Oh, I liked it.
I thought it was a cool element of the game. I didn't like it when it happened to my team, but I liked that.
Yeah,
it was a thing.
I always thought it was dumb where they said this is so-and-so's strike zone, like everybody has their own strike zone. I thought it was dumb because there should be one strike zone, but I get it. Like I would rather have that. Like you shouldn't be a low ball or a high ball umpire. It should be knees, okay? And that should be it. Armpits, that should be it. But look, everybody's going to have
some guys' eyes or interpretation that are a little bit different.
They can't. Maybe they don't crouch down low enough. Maybe they can't quite see that low strike, or maybe they for whatever reason they always give the outside corner to left-handed hitters. Who knows?
They give up on certain pitches, right?
Yeah, but I'd rather have that than beep, because at that point, let's just let robots play.
Yep.
Let's just let robots play and robots ump, and then we won't have to have any humans involved. And then nobody will make errors. Nobody will make a bad pitch. Nobody will take a bad swing. Nobody will make a bad call. It'd be fantastic. I don't know how that'll work. I don't know how you could not make a bad pitch and not make a bad swing at the same time. I don't know if those two things can work in concert.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll find out soon enough. It'll be part of baseball, I'm sure. So we're moving everything else towards the automatic stuff. Like we've got that in the review in tennis. We've talked about that. I don't know. I hate taking away the variance from baseball. We talked about it with Jeff Van Gundy as it relates to basketball too, and I'm sure it'll continue to be a conversation, as will position players pitching. You got to be up 10 runs now for a position player to pitch. Brandon Crawford, after 1,600 games, he had never played another inning, a pitch at another position. Yesterday, he comes in, he throws a scoreless inning, an ERA of 0.00, and Brandon Belt is cheesed off. We'll tell you about it next. A hell of a weekend. Tons of stuff to talk about, by the way, in terms of pitching across baseball. College baseball, we're going to tell you about some performances and Brandon Crawford's outing yesterday. It's Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Padres. Thursday, June 22nd, first pitch 12:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Well, it is a moment that Brandon's experienced just about everything in his big league career, but he's been begging for years to do what he's going to do right now, and that is pitch. So the Giants, with a 10-run lead, are going to use Brandon Crawford as their pitcher.
2 men on, 2 men out. The pitch. Swing and a pop-up. First baseman Wilmer Flores into foul ground behind the coach's box. He's got it. And Brandon Crawford, it did not start promisingly. He walked the first hitter, gave up a single to the second hitter, and then he ran the table. He came through in the clutch in his major league debut as a pitcher.
I always give pitchers a hard time about it not being that hard, so I think I proved today that it's not.
Brandon Crawford, 1,600 plus games at shortstop. 1,601 actually was the number before he comes in Sunday. He had never played another pitch at another defensive position before he comes to the hill, and he looked pretty good. He had the nice Johnny Cueto kind of hold at the end of a few of his pitches, got some swings and misses. My buddy texts me, goes, dude, Crawford's throwing as hard as Kyle Hendricks did on Saturday night. He was like pumping pitches in the mid-80s, 13-3 blowout. It's kind of cool now that we've got – see, baseball is done – I'll give you this. This is a rule that they've come back on that I think has made this part of the game fun again, right, where we used to you'd get a position player pitching like once every year. Every guy, you get a couple of guys do it in a season. My favorite one ever was when Mark Grace did the Mike Fetters impression. Remember that?
Yes.
When he was on the Diamondbacks and he did the big and then snap his head real quick to the left. I was losing my mind as a kid. I was like, dude, he's doing Mike Fetters because the game's a blowout, and it's like it used to be a fun thing where you'd laugh, and then it got to a point where it became strategy and analytical, right? Yeah. Where it's like, we're losing by 7 in the 8th. All right, we'll just throw a shortstop out there. It's like it's happening all the time now. It's no fun.
Way too frequently.
They've now. So this is what Jeff Van Gundy was talking to us about last week in relation to basketball is when the game itself and the strategy and the players and the coaches themselves make the game have no diversity at all. It's up to the league then to create rules and parameters within the game that allow the game to still be exciting and be a fun, entertaining product. And he talked about how, we always talk about it from a baseball standpoint, but he brought up the great point about the Utah Jazz and the Pacers with the back screens and trying to get Reggie open. And then you'd see the triangle with the Bulls. You saw different offenses each and every night and different defensive sets every night. There were different teams. I think baseball's done this right by putting the restriction on when a position player can and cannot pitch. They've created another fun environment here where it was electric yesterday. By the way, good crowds all weekend at the ballpark. Friday night was a lot of fun. Saturday night, even though the Giants got beat bad, it was a good crowd. Sunday, there was an awesome crowd out there, and it was fun. There was an electricity when Crawford came in because it was a big blowout for the Giants, and you get an all-time great on the hill. That was cool.
Yeah, the last 2 years, it's the position player pitching has jumped the shark. It was like, that's enough.
Absolutely.
This is really fun. Look who's doing it. Are they doing it again? Really? Again? Like it was like 2 or 3 times a week. It used to be a few times a year. That's why it was fun. They took the fun. Of course, analytics takes the fun out of it. Shocker. How many pitches do we have? Did you carry the 2?
Dude, they even ruined position players pitching. Isn't that funny? Even analytics ruined that. Like, that was like one of the most unique, fun things. You'd never in any other sport be like, all right, it's 45-6. Let's put in our kicker at QB just for kicks.
Exactly. Yeah,
Like, that's never happened. Nobody's ever, hey, Earl Boykins, you want to play center against Yao? We're down by 100. Just go ahead and do it. Like, it would never happen.
70 in the 4th.
You'd never throw like a center or a left winger in goal in hockey. You know what I mean? Just for kicks. Just for fun.
Exactly.
Just to do it. But in baseball, it was unique to the game, and they even ruined that. So good on baseball for bringing it back, because for the first time since this rule's come into play this year, we got to see one, and it was Crawford. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, way to go, baseball. Way to ruin that.
Way to ruin it, baseball. Way to ruin it, baseball, and then try to fix it, and then have me praise you. That's the way to get it done.
No, but this is what it's supposed to be. Right? This is what it's supposed to be. You're up 10. You get Brandon Crawford coming to the mound. It's not, and it's Brandon Crawford. Like when Albert Pujols pitched, that was different. When I get some dude that I don't care about anyway, who's not a pitcher, pitching, what do I care?
Yeah.
Like, what do I care? I'll be honest. If it was J.D. Davis pitching, don't care. If it would have been Brandon Belt when he was here, I would have cared.
Yep.
That would have been funny.
Here's one.
Brandon Crawford's a good one. But you just start three. Hey, this guy's always wanted to pitch. So stop. Just stop. You're killing me here because now I don't even care about it at all.
It was fun when Pablo did it, too.
Yes.
Didn't Pablo do it like twice? Wasn't it the most? I think Pablo might have the most innings pitched by a position player without a run allowed. Something like that.
Really?
Which would be just stupid because Pablo is like such a funny character in baseball lore. You know,
that would
just
fit
like
Pablo.
You know, I mean, it's like most innings pitched by a position player without a run allowed, and then he's like one of a handful of guys to hit 3 homers in a World Series game, and every other one's a Hall of Famer. It's like Ruth, Jackson, Pujols, Pablo Sandoval. There might be another one out there too that I'm forgetting. But how about Casey Schmidt? I would have been excited to see Schmidt pitch because he throws heat. He might be pumping like 94. You know what I mean?
Dude, I thought he was going to take my man's head off in the dugout with that overthrow from short.
Oh,
from
dude,
second.
He's got
that thing was a laser. We could have taken Wisdom's head off. I'll give Wisdom's heart must have skipped a beat when he threw it right over his head. It was like a plane. Because that thing had to have made a sound when it went whizzing over his head. Hey, look, he's lucky. Casey Schmidt must be a nice guy because that was like an old school player. He would have threw it right between his eyes and said, "Hey, if you get down, you get down. If you don't, you don't. It's not my fault.
Yeah, it's not my problem.
I'm not going to ask you to get down." A little nicer ball players nowadays, nicer brand of players. So they're not going to drill dudes running in the base path.
You cross paths too much now. You know what I mean?
That
like back
thing
in the day.
was that had some heat. Yes, I would pay. Yes, I would be excited to watch him pitch because I'd want to see if he could touch like 91, 92.
He probably would. He's doing like over 100 across the diamond. Like, and I know he's got like a curl hop on those. But if you're telling me that he can't like get warmed up for a second and be touching 90, 92, 93, I think I would bet that he was closing in college like 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Less than
Crawford hit 90.
Yeah, Crawford was
Didn't
cruising.
he? Yeah, Crawford hit 90 last night, or yesterday. So, yeah, I'm thinking if he could hit 90, he could probably hit 92, 93. That'd be, yes, you're right. Like, give me a guy that's been around forever, that's never pitched, it's always wanted to pitch, it's been on the team.
I need Luis Gonzalez and his ephus, you know?
Yeah, that'd be that's fun. Or give me a left side of the infielder who can just let it rip. And I want to see that guy get on the mound, just let it rip and see what they have.
I'll give you the other one. It was cool when we got to see Pujols pitch against the Giants last year. That was kind of funny.
Yeah.
When Pujols
that was
pitched,
cool.
because he was also enormous out there, right? Like
massive.
He's way bigger. Like even when CC Sabathia pitched, you're like, yeah, if that guy plays any position in baseball, it's a pitcher. You look at Pujols, you're like, that guy ain't pitching. That guy's a DH. Look at him. Look at the way that guy. Look at his quads. He's got tree trunks. But I think Joey Bart took him deep, and I think Longoria took him deep, which is kind of funny. Hit home runs off of Albert Pujols would be kind of cool to do. So
yeah, I was trying to think because you mentioned it. I've been thinking like, is there anything in any other sport
similar to that
is similar? And I don't think there is because football, you don't see guys like Jerry Rice going to Bill Walsh going, "Hey, let me play left tackle.
Let me put one through the uprights.
We're getting blown out. I want to play left tackle.
let me kick that 35-yarder to tie it.
Let me lead the sweep play."
Yeah,
you're like, no, that's not gonna. You don't see that. You never even see like a team up 45. Like maybe if a team was down 45-10, maybe have like a position player come in and try the extra point just for the hell of it, see if they can make an extra point. But that would almost seem like silly.
Remember the dude on the Chiefs did it, the DB, when they lost their kicker, and like he was actually solid. I think he knocked a couple of extra points through it.
I do.
Previously
I remember
been a kicker.
that. But you would never see anything like this, where a team is up and then having you would never see a team up 45-10 and go, "Hey, let's let the wide receiver kick an extra point," because that would be rubbing it in. That would just be like, "Come on, you guys, are you serious? You're doing that to us?" Like this seems different because you're pitching, and we're actually giving you a chance to hit the ball. Like if you could get like 7-8 straight hits and come back on us. Yep. But we're gonna let the guy. You can't do that in other sports. Basketball.
It doesn't really work because everybody's out there. Like everybody's
you just
there.
Let the bench guys play. Exactly. You only have so many guys.
You might get switched onto a big man anyway. Like it doesn't. Yeah. There's no real mismatch.
And then I've never seen nobody's gonna say, "Hey, let me put on the goalie gear. Let me put on the pads and get." Who wants to get between the pipes?
I was gonna ask that.
Who wants to get ripped with slaps?
Nobody 150 miles an hour.
Yeah. Nobody wants that. Like, oh, hell yeah, no, I don't want to do that.
I would imagine nobody vies to be the emergency catcher like they do to pitch. Nobody's like, can I be the emergency catcher if we need one?
Like, get the gear.
Can I catch sliders in the dirt? Can I work the pitch com? Please let me work the pitch com.
Hey, let me go out there and catch Camilo Duvall. That sounds like fun.
Oh, dude, no way. If you're an emergency catcher, Duvall ain't touching the hill. That's the way that goes. Duvall doesn't get the pitch. By the way, Brandon Bell. Well, first it was I'm blanking on his name here. Grant Brisbee is the one who tweeted out yesterday. He goes, I think this move is 20% to save the Giants bullpen, 20% because Crawford wants to do it, and 60% to cheese off Brandon Belt, which I thought was a pretty funny line because Belt has always wanted to do it. Then Henry Shulman, if you missed it, wrote a piece, a special exclusive for MLB.com where he tracked down Brandon Belt. He talked to Brandon Belt about Crawford's scoreless inning. Belt said, quote, yeah, that's great, but I would have pitched an immaculate inning. 9 pitches, 3 strikeouts. Out of the inning is an immaculate inning. Brandon Belt still hoping to get his opportunity. I hope when he retires as a Giant, when Belt comes back, we let him like warm up on the hill or something like that. Let him get it in. Yeah, Crawford touched 90, ERA at 0.00. We'll tell you about some of the other great pitching performances from across baseball just a little bit later. Yeah. We'll talk to Andy Baggerly on the other side. Giants opening up a 3-game series in St. Louis. Pregame in about an hour at 3:45. Bags is next right here on the Sports Leader. Joey Bard finished his rehab assignment but was optioned back to AAA in Sacramento. There's more on that story trending on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Goldman back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, tell the people what to do if they can't pay their taxes.
Call us and stop worrying. And the bottom line is this. It's really, really common. People get in a situation where they just can't pay their taxes. You're not a bad person. You just can't pay your taxes. But don't stick your head in the sand because I don't want the government coming and doing something bad to you. In almost all cases, we can do everything for you. You don't have to talk to the government, deal with them, have anything to do with them. There's a lot of good options, like maybe you qualify to just pay part and the government forgives the rest. Or you pay in monthly installments or get the penalties forgiven. Or the government just leaves you alone until you're back on your feet and then we can work out some deal. But the bottom line is this. Don't ignore it. Don't try to do it on your own either. We have a lot of experience doing this. Let us take care of you. And then you can live a normal life and sleep the sleep of the innocent.
Thanks so much, Steve. Let Steve take care of it for you. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. The bases are bigger, but our bags stays the same. Andrew Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic, and he's on with Tolbert and Copes. Now, on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
We are working on making the connection with Andy Baggerly, who covers the Giants for The Athletic. Giants open on a 3-game series in St. Louis. 3:45 first pitch, a 4:45 pregame coming your way. Logan Webb on the hill against Matt Liberatore. We were just talking about him because he was drafted 14 spots after Joey Bart was drafted. Joey Bart finishes up his rehab assignment, option back to AAA. You do have Patrick Bailey in the lineup tonight. I'll get you the lineup for the Giants here. Austin Slater leads off in center field. Tyro Estrada bats second at second. Flores hits third at first base. J.D. Davis hits fourth at DH. Haniger hits fifth and left. Conforto hits sixth in right field. Casey Schmidt plays third base and hits seventh. Bailey hitting eighth and catching. Crawford hits ninth at short. For the Cardinals, Donovan leads off at second. Goldschmidt bats second at first. Gorman hits third at DH. Arenado hits fourth at third. Contreras hits fifth catching. Carlson hits sixth and right. Walker hits seventh and left. DeYoung does, he'll be at short actually hitting eighth, and then Edman is going to be the center fielder batting ninth. Just before we connect here with Andy Baggerly, Tom, the other pitching performances we didn't get to from yesterday, not just across Major League Baseball. We talked about Crawford's outing. You said this one yesterday. Stanford pitcher Quinn Matthews threw 156 pitches with 16 strikeouts in an elimination complete game that he threw for Stanford. He told ESPN after the game he'll be available for 3 more outs for the Super Regional finale. That's against Texas. That's tonight, right?
Yep.
How about that, dude? 150. Dude, isn't that funny? In the analytic age, some of these guys are getting drafted. They will be drafted. Nobody gives a damn. You get to the Super Regional, it's about winning. And in baseball and in every sport, I think it comes down to that. It's the Kurt Schilling bloody sock. It's Kirk Gibson, ice your knee till you can't feel it anymore and then go out and try to hit. They empty the tank when they got to do it. I love when a college kid does stuff like this. 156, 16 Ks, unreal.
And then the guy for Johns Hopkins,
even more impressive,
160 game.
That's
160 pitch complete
John
game.
Hopkins, Gabe Romano is his name. He goes 160 for the national championship.
Yeah.
He goes 160 pitches. Keith Law commented saying, quote, no MLB pitcher has thrown more than 150 pitches in a game this century because it's bad for arms. Romano commented back saying,
crushed him.
Last game of my baseball career as a fifth-year grad student looking to send my team to a winner-take-all game. I don't think there's anything wrong with this. At the end of the day, it was my call, and I can confirm my arm is doing just fine.
I love it.
I got chills for reading that. Gabe Romano, how about that kid?
It was awesome.
Johns Hopkins, he's like, I may never throw a pitch again, dude.
Yeah, noted crusher of fun, Keith Law. I mean, did this guy. It's like, I mean, people, it's not, you don't have to go back to the early 1900s. Go back to the 70s and 80s. Guys did throw like 140, 150, 160, 70 occasionally. When did we get to this arbitrary number of 100? Is it just because it's all of a sudden we went from double digits to triple digits and that became like, oh my gosh, we're now at 100. We got to start watching the pitchers. Like, at what point does the arm start falling off? At what point is it detrimental to the pitcher? Do we know? Is it 130? Is it 127?
And why are they all the same all of a sudden? When they don't have the same velocity and don't have the same control and mechanics, why do we?
Yeah.
Like, is 140 pitches the same for Max Scherzer as it is for Tyler Rogers?
No.
How could you ever argue that? Like, there's no way. Yeah.
And look, there are guys that are probably more susceptible to getting hurt between pitches 80 and 90 than some pitchers would be at 130. Why? Because they've had more stress on their arm.
They throw all splitters, right? Yeah.
Yep, their mechanics aren't as good as the other pitcher. Like, I don't know when we got to this point where everyone could pick out a number. Like, Keith Law picks out 150. Yes, Edwin Jackson threw a no-hitter in 2010 to 149 pitches. I think he walked 8 guys for the Diamondbacks that night. He went on to pitch 10 more years. His arm did not fall off after that 149 pitch performance. I forget what Lincecum's was.
I think it was 148. I think he was.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, I think
not
it was.
Not to be
there
fair,
exactly.
his arm did fall off shortly thereafter.
It did. His arm was.
We can riff and love Tim Lincecum all in one comment. It did maybe fall off a little bit after that.
But I mean, how many guys threw well over 100 every? We used to have 4-man rotations. It wasn't that big a deal for a guy to throw 130, 140 pitches, and especially like I don't know if it's wise to go 140 every outing, but I don't know at what. Someone's got to tell me at what point pitches for a season, pitches for a 5-year stint, pitches for a game where you're like, okay, now we're into the red here. We are into the red. Is
about
it
out of the stretch or rotation or stretch or windup? Is there a difference there?
I don't know. I mean, and I don't know how these guys. Now they just see a big number because all of a sudden it started becoming 100, and I remember it becoming a thing when Pedro would go over 100, and remember he lost the game to the Yankees, and because he went over 100, and Grady Little left him in there, and he got a lot of flack for leaving him in there. And guess what?
That's cool,
You remember the one hit that scored the winning run? I think Posada dumped one into center field. Like it was a bloop hit. I mean, he didn't scorch it. He didn't square it up because it's a bad pitch. He blooped it into center field. Like there were a couple hits you'd look at and go, well, that's just bad luck getting that. But at what point did 100 become the de facto? Okay,
we got to get off
start
here.
Paying attention to this pitcher, and he's about run out of gas here. Like whatever happened to watching pitchers, seeing how they're going through the innings, see how they look, see how their stuff looks. Is it up? How do the mechanics look? Instead of just like, okay, where are we at? We're 100. Okay, let's start getting the bullpen up now. Why is that the number?
Right.
Why isn't it 110? Why isn't it 95? Why isn't it 107? Like he's he's got to 107. Got to start getting the bullpen up. Like, because 100 sounds. Think about that. It's so dumb. Like 100. Like, we've hit 3 digits now. We've hit 100 pitches now. Now we got to start paying attention and keeping track.
When did he throw the 100? Did he throw 15 an inning over 8 or 9 innings, or did he throw 40 in the first inning and then he was like 3, 5, 9, 12? You know what I mean? Like, does it matter if you're fresh when you throw a bulk of them versus when you're not fresh? Like, I get exhaustion, but that's different than saying it's just bad for you because you're doing it too much. And to your point, what's too much in one? Like, how can you say for one guy it's the same for another? Livan Hernandez had a rubber arm. That guy was out there. That guy was like, you could count on 115 a game, 120 a game almost from that guy. And he was throwing 88, 90, 91 by the time he was near the end of his career. I think we made the connection with Andy Baggerly. We talk to him every week. He covers the Giants for The Athletic. Bags, you out in St. Louis?
I am. Sorry I was unable to respond a little bit earlier. I was in the middle of an interview. I'll give you one guess who it was with.
Brandon Crawford.
Yes, and I could not get him to shut up about his pitching.
Can we get a tease on what he was so hyped on talking about besides simply just the art of pitching?
Yeah, it was basically my phone ringing with KNBR calling, oh no, and then and me saying as I continue to record Brandon talking about his pitching. Basically, he's like, I've got a 0 ERA, I've 19 more appearances, and I'm officially a two-way player.
Officially 2 ways, pretty good. He's almost there.
Oh, that's hilarious.
He said he got a billion texts from the people you might expect. Matt Cain texted him, and it was like, now you got to do your rotator cuff exercises. Go ice it down. So.
Whereas I was thinking if Lincecum hit him, it would just be like, dude, you threw way too many warm-up pitches. Like, you don't need to ice or take care of anything you just said.
Oh,
dude.
yeah.
Lincecum was insane.
No, I was going through and talking to some of the pitchers, the Giants pitchers. We all missed it because you open a series in St. Louis, you really can't fly day of games. So all of us, Susan Slosser, Maria Guardado, that are here in St. Louis, we were all flying yesterday. So I'm getting to my connecting city, and I'm looking at Twitter and I'm seeing what I missed, and I'm like, oh no.
I saw you write that. You said, oh no, what did I miss?
And I was paranoid that it was going to be, they'd call up Kyle Harrison and have him pitch on Sunday or something. I've been lucky. I've been really lucky. 20 years on the beat, and really, I haven't had a day off on a day when someone's throwing a no-hitter or Kane's perfect game or miss a road series where something really significant happens. I've really been lucky, and this might be the one I most regret not being there to see. But yeah, I mean, how much fun was that?
Oh, I mean, we were talking about it, that it used to be really fun, and then somehow, some way, analytics got involved, and they even ruined position players pitching because it started happening like 3-4 times a week. And I think everyone was sick of it. I was tired of it. We're just done with it. This is what it was meant for. It's a blowout. You get somebody that you really want to see pitch, that's always wanted to pitch. Like, that was cool. That was fun. I think everybody at the ballpark enjoyed it. I was loving it at home watching. It was just awesome. He touched 90 one time, threw a few curveballs. I mean, that's what it's for. That's when it's fun. So yeah, I think everybody that watched that and that was there got a kick out of that, a big kick out of it.
Let's make sure we get it right. It was 89.7. We don't need 90 going to his head. We don't need.
I round up. I'm old school, Bags. I round up.
He said he did not throw max effort at all. He said he easily had more in the tank, but he's out there trying not to get hurt. So, but you're right.
I love that.
When a novelty kind of got lost and it was just guys just basically throwing lollipops to just get it over with, it did take the fun out of it. And it's almost like, can't this be like a match play in golf where you just seed the 4 foot putt and just say, okay, let's just end this thing after 8.5 or whatever. But I mean, if when someone does go out there and has some showmanship, I mean, the game's fun. I think the analytics a lot of times can squeeze the fun out of the game where it feels that way. Even if it's not intentional, that's the effect it has. And this was one where it's like, you know what? No, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it my way. I'm going to have fun. Good for Brandon Crawford for doing that because I like fun baseball, don't you?
Yeah,
absolutely.
I do. Love fun baseball. Talking to
fun baseball.
Andy Packerley on the UMA guest line. Tom sent a text to me yesterday, Bags. It said, "Is Brebbia starting again?" And then he followed it up saying today, if you're starting an opener back-to-back games, it's kind of like having two quarterbacks in the NFL. You don't have a quarterback. If you're starting two openers and it's the same guy back-to-back days, you don't have a rotation. It's really the one part of the roster right now where they are sort of considerably lacking.
Yeah, and I think the only reason it's worked to this point is because they've got so many sort of bulk innings options. And, Minaya they could use as a starter, obviously, but I think they realized that, letting him begin against maybe a selected pocket of the lineup and letting him ease into his start, he's had success with that. And so, but for the most part, he could be used as a starter. And, Jacob Junis, obviously a bulk guy. Now they've got Keaton Wynn up, and they traded out Tristan Beck for him to have a fresh arm. And I don't think it was really orchestrated this way, but Wynn is from a little town, Ollie, Iowa, and it's about a 3.5-4 hour drive from St. Louis. So he's going to have his whole family here. I told him, I think there's like 80 people in the town. I said, is anybody left in Ollie to feed the dogs or anything? I don't think so. But he said he's never been in a big league ballpark before, ever.
Whoa, that doesn't happen in today's game, man. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, it's like you never went to drove to Chicago, went to a Cubs game. It's like, well, we planned to one time, but didn't do it.
He's never been to a Major League Baseball game. This is his first Major League Baseball game, Keaton Wynn.
His first time stepping into a Major League stadium. Normally guys in high school will play in like a playoff game or something.
Away. I'm blown away.
Brothers. But he grew up in Iowa, and went to Iowa Western College, so he didn't, they never had the opportunity to be a big league. He doesn't live anywhere near a big league stadium, but, his family is a mix of Cardinals fans and Cub fans, as they often are in Iowa. I know that my mom's from Iowa too, same Cardinal Cub kind of sort of I guess neutral zone, so to speak. And yeah, he said he's never stepped foot inside a big league stadium until today. So he got here and he took a red eye and got here in the morning and sat in the stands by himself and just sort of, that's what a third deck looks like in a stadium.
That takes on a whole new meaning, making your debut then. Wow, that's pretty cool. Better chances than not Joey Bart's going to be part of a trade package somewhere?
Oh, I think it's hard to say. I mean, they don't have a ton of upper-level catching depth, so I don't think they're going to give away Joey Bart just just because, hey, this is an awkward situation or something. He's still important to them as a depth piece at a position where they know what happens when all of a sudden you don't have catching depth. I mean, they really struggled in the 2020 season after Buster, opted out, and I think that if a team asks for him, and he's part of a trade package, and I don't think they would say no, and that would become a stumbling block. But I don't know. I don't know how much he's going to be asked about. I think it's going to depend on his performance from this point forward. But I don't think the Giants are going to look to deal him just to get rid of him. I mean, he's still an important depth piece for them.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. I wasn't suggesting they just try to get rid of him. I was suggesting that he still could be a valuable player somewhere. He still, I would say, hasn't gotten to the peak of his abilities, and maybe other teams would look and go, hey, we need catching. This is the guy who has more in the tank, and maybe he can, with somebody else, can get you that starting pitcher. Because what I sent Copes was, nothing says we need starting pitching like starting the same guy back-to-back games. I mean, that's just like we could use some starting pitching. So to me, he could be a valuable piece in that he's a catcher. People need catching. We all know everyone needs catching, and I still think he has some left in the tank, but I just don't know if he'll have much here, since Bailey's already going to be the catcher because he's great defensively. That's not going away. And Sable's a better hitter than Bart, I think, at this point. So I don't know where he fits in unless one of those two guys gets hurt.
Well, that's just it. If one of those guys gets hurt, then you're going to need him. And the thing is, if you're looking to make a trade, then I guess presumably in most cases, it'd be a team that's a seller, that's not a contender, that where Joey Bart would be going the opposite way. And one thing to keep in mind is this is the last year he's got minor league options. He's not going to have minor league options next year, and that definitely reduces sort of the value or sort of the allure of having a player like him. He's got less utility to you next year, and if you're a team that's trading for him, you'd probably be looking more toward next year. So that might be something to keep in mind too.
Let me ask you this before we let you run, Bags. We always appreciate you coming on with us. We've been talking about pitch counts because in college the last couple of days there's been a couple monster pitch counts. Kid for Stanford, 156 pitches. Johns Hopkins, 160 pitches. And we're wondering, we just went back to, when did 100 become the de facto going into the red number? Like, oh, he's at 100 now, we got to start watching this. And how do we know for sure what number is too much? Like, is it 117, 114, 108, 132? Like, how do we know? Why should we take everyone's word for that is too many pitches when we don't even know what too many pitches is?
Yeah, I think everyone's different. I mean, there's obviously been a ton of research poured into this. I mean, these pitchers are making millions and millions of dollars, so teams have poured a ton of R&D into trying to be prescriptive and predictive about this. And, the less is more approach. You can see it as the Giants are ramping up their minor league pitchers and really watching their pitch counts. It's not just innings anymore. It's really how many innings are stressful innings, how many pitches were thrown in each inning. 100 pitches can look very different if they're thrown in 4 1/3 innings versus 7 1/3 innings.
Sure.
So I think all of that goes into account. I will say, in terms of like the Johns Hopkins kid, you know what? This is probably the last time this kid's going to throw in something other than a men's rec league. So let him go out and have like the day of his life and help his buddies and his team win a championship. If he's really the best option for that team all the way through, and that's what the coach or manager believes, and he's still okay, then, I don't think you have a magic number that you hit and say, well, it's just criminal to let him throw 130, 140, whatever. It's like he's making memories for the rest of his life there. Now, it's different if you've got someone's career. So I'm not sure, in the case of the other kid you mentioned, just what his draft prospects are, or if, he's a Stanford kid, so obviously he's pretty good to have a spot on the Stanford team. But I don't know. I really don't know what that's a tougher one because you may be looking at someone's future career prospects. But I hear also from fans that are like, well, the Giants shouldn't trade prospects to pump up this roster. This is just a middling roster, and it's like, you know what? Someone said to me on Twitter, it says, they're not going to buy from Marcus Strowman. They're going to be a fourth-place team at the trade deadline. I said, go back and see where they were in 2010. They were a fourth-place team at the All-Star break. And, the whole notion of being so conservative that you miss what's happening right in front of you and the chance to make an experience, make a memory, and do something that's rewarding and lasting, that matters too. And you got to always – I think that sometimes folks get too conservative, thinking about stuff like that, and not necessarily thinking, hey, this is the person. This is Madison Bumgarner in his fourth inning of relief. He's still better than anybody else we got. We're trying to win a World Series here, so let's set aside what may be conventional wisdom here or the safe thing to do, and let our best competitor go out and compete.
Yeah, when did all the fans become members of the front office where no one wants to trade prospects anymore? It used to be whatever, they're prospects.
I was like, dude, get rid of these guys. I don't know who they are.
Let's go get some dudes and try to win here. But the fan base now, and not just the Giants fan base, all fan bases are starting to behave more like front offices. Oh, don't give up the prospects. We gotta have our prospects. I'm like, what happened, Bags? What the hell happened?
Yeah, and a lot of prospects end up, not making. Most don't make it, And another thing that I think I have to catch myself with sometimes is, as a beat writer, I think a big part of my job is to try to explain the front office's thinking on moves, especially moves that maybe don't make sense on first blush. And sometimes I'll be like, okay, there's a line between explaining their thought process and defending their thought process, and sometimes I'll have to catch myself and like I wrote the other day about how little room they really have under before they hit the luxury tax threshold to add payroll. Right. It's like 11 million, and I had to even interject a little bit in there because that's not the outcome you should be rooting for. If they want to go over it and they've got good reason to do it, they should do it. It's not like we should root for them. They're not gonna have a parade down Market Street for staying under the CBT number, But I do try to explain why that's important for them to do it, why it does, it will be disadvantageous for them in X, Y, and Z for them if they do go over it. But I do have to catch myself sometimes and say, you know what, we're not rooting for them to stay under a payroll line. We're rooting for them to have the best team they can possibly have and hope to watch some compelling baseball in October and maybe even win a World Series, because who knows? You miss 100% of the chance of the shots you don't take, right? I think that's something we forget.
Well, something like that. Yeah.
Well, you know what? I've never ever seen a fan wear a shirt in their team colors that says fiscally responsible.
Right. Yeah.
Who cares? Get the players. That's what I want.
You're at a game buying beer. You're not fiscally responsible. You've already made decisions that show you shouldn't be in the front office. You know what I'm saying?
Fiscally responsible for 9 straight years. Yeah. Bags, have a great time in St. Louis, and we will talk to you again next week.
I got another T-shirt for you. Future financial flexibility.
Yeah, dude.
Think about the great T-shirts we could come up with, Bags.
Future financial flexibility is pretty good. Triple F. I'm in, Bags. I'm in.
CBT champs.
CBT.
Oh, yeah. Suck my apron. Yeah,
nice.
There you go. Good one, Bags.
See you, Bags. Good stuff from Andy.
It's funny,
Bagel.
though, that the fans are like, oh, got to preserve the prospects. I'm like, what happened? What happened? You remember, like, when I was growing up, I don't know when you were growing up because I'm older, but when I was growing up, nobody even knew who the prospects were.
Yeah.
They didn't even know who they were. Just like, oh, we have a chance to get so-and-so.
My mom always says Will Clark's the first one she really knew about. Like, that was a big deal. Like, oh, this guy Will Clark is supposedly huge and he's coming. Then he shows up day one and does that to Nolan Ryan, and you were like, oh, okay, that was a thing. But it was like you'd be checking the back of a newspaper. Even when I was a kid, we were following prospects like that. I'd be looking at box scores for San Jose Giants and stuff like that. But I love future financial. What was it? Future fiscally. I didn't remember what he said.
With an F. I think we're putting them all together. Yeah.
Yeah. FFF with an F.
With an F.
Thank you. Physical with an F. All right, we got a nice beefy sound soiree. We'll see how much we can get to. I know we try to squeeze the juice out of the sound soiree. Sometimes we don't get a whole lot of it because we end up riffing. So we'll get to some sound on the other side, and then we are less than a half hour from Giants and the Cardinals pregame. Logan Webb, Matt Liberatore, it's Stolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader. Despite dropping the first 2 games of the series, the Giants rolled against the Cubs 13-3 yesterday thanks to a pair of homers from Jock Peterson and Tyro Estrada. That story and more is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Baseball.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for NorCal Honda. Summer is here. You know what that means? Road trip time. That's what I'm talking about. If you want to get away quickly, easily, and affordably, you can't beat a road trip in a Honda. Fuel efficiency? That's right. More MPGs and regular gasoline means you're going to save money at the pump. That is a great start. You want to be safe when you're on the road. Oh, you're going to be safe with the multi-angle review camera, the Honda Lane Watch. You start sliding lanes, boom, pulls you back in. Honda Sensing. It's a safety package. Sweet package? Suite of safety package. So, yeah, whatever. It's safe. Let's put it that way. I'm screwing that up more ways than I care to. So, I'm not going to tell you can't get into an accident, but it's going to be harder to get into an accident when you have a Honda. Trust me, I know. I've been there. It was like, hey, I'm switching lanes here. I didn't mean to switch lanes. Pulls me back over. Good to go. Thank you, Honda. I appreciate that. Their reliability is legendary. Wherever you go, you're going to go there with confidence. The new Honda comes with Honda Service Plan, their complimentary maintenance program. And the technology, listen to what you want, watch what you want. Everyone is taken care of. And, oh yeah, room. I'm 6'8". When I go on a road trip, I need to have room. Go up to Tahoe with my buddies playing golf during the summer. Everybody's throwing their bags in there. Everyone's got their gear. I travel with a bunch of big dudes. Everyone is taken care of comfortably, I might add. Honda has a full lineup of SUVs, all perfect for road trips. Pilot has room for 8, as I just said. Very, very room. Well, I don't know if it's 8 with my buddies, but it's 5 of my buddies and gear. So before you hit the road this summer, hit up your NorCal Honda dealer. There are great lease and financing options happening now on every new model. For more info, ask anyone who owns a Honda, like me, or visit NorCalHondaDealers.com.
This is Tolbert & Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, your Sound Soiree for Monday, June 12th, 2023. Giants pregame coming up in about 20 minutes or so at 3:45. First pitch at 4:45. Let's get you your Sound Soiree, some sound from the weekend that you may have missed. Stand by here. Stand by. Okay, here we go. Dude, we were talking Friday about great broadcasters. This may quickly enter into like the top 3 favorite pieces of sound of mine of all time. I heard this yesterday, laughed out loud, watched it maybe 25 times yesterday, forgot about it mid-afternoon. I was like laying in bed last night, threw it back on, like laughed out loud again in bed. Could not wait to play this in the Sounds Foray. Great broadcasters. We were talking one of our favorites, John Sterling. John Sterling on the call yesterday, dude. He's on the call. This isn't a classic John Sterling home run call. He's just on the call. There's a foul ball back near the booth. Just take a listen to what happens.
Now the 3-2 swung on, a pop foul back here. Ow! 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 It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming back that far. You know, that foul ball actually hit me. It kind of glanced off my forehead. So I took one for the team.
It hit him in his forehead, dude. I didn't know it was coming back that far. It hit him in his forehead, like right in his head, dude, straight back.
My man just watched it.
Oh, dude.
Ow!
Ow! He got 3. One more. I want to hear it one more time.
Let me hear the whole thing.
3 owls. Ow!
I want to hear the foul ball.
3-2 swung on, a pop foul back here. Ow! 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 It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming back that
hit me. Dude, by the way, think about how long it took from foul tip to actual contact.
Dude, he just watched it. It was like that scene. I can't remember what movie it was.
Yankees win!
What was that scene? I can't remember what movie it was. Dumb and Dumber or some movie like that where a guy like stood there and he got run over by a Zamboni machine, or maybe that was Austin Powers. We got run over.
It's Austin Powers.
There was also one at the end of Naked Gun where the steamroller ran over the Trojan band. It's going 2 miles an hour. How can you not get out of the way? That's why it's funny. That's what he did though. Like he just stood there and watched it. He had ample time to get out of the way. And then it just hit him. Like he didn't move until it hit him. I love the triple though. Ow! Ow! Ow.
Dude, he did play-by-play of it hitting him. It sort of glanced off my forehead.
Back here. Ow! Ow!
Ow! 3 owls. Triple ow. I was doing the same thing you were. I kept watching it.
Dude, I watched it so many times. I couldn't believe it.
I laugh every time. Every time.
Cano. Don't you know?
Don't you know? Oh,
my favorite.
Man.
Oh, the Grandy Man can.
Oh, the Grandy Man can.
On cue. Oh, because I love my favorite part about that. He says it like he goes, the Grandy Man can. And then at that point he goes, oh, the Grandy Man can.
Oh, the Grandy Man can.
Ow.
Like 3 owls was
he
amazing.
Solo too? No Susan Waldron? She wasn't hanging with him there telling him to get out of the way, dude. She was there later, says Derek. Dude, I'm telling you, that's maybe top 3 favorite pieces of sound of mine of all time. That's an incredible piece of audio. We paid part of this on Friday. We didn't get a chance to react to all of it.
God.
We've got more from the Vegas A's meetings with Las Vegas state senators. We haven't had a chance to riff on some of this. So we played a piece of it last week where they kept asking Cavill, are you going to pay the live entertainment tax? Well, no, you're not answering the question, yes or no. And he would not give an answer. He's like, well, I'm not satisfied. That was pretty piss poor, is basically what the senator told him. Here's another one. Senator Rochelle Nguyen questions the A's intentions or what their plans are for the future.
I want to get this correct. You've all called us in here for a special session and are asking minimally for the state to give you all $36 million per year for the next 5 years, a for a taxpayer-funded stadium at the same time that the governor has vetoed funding for summer school, a bill to support children's mental health, a bill requiring paid family leave, all because the governor said we couldn't afford them. Can you explain to me why we need to provide hundreds of millions of dollars for a billionaire team to come to the Las Vegas Strip on some of the most valuable property in the world if we can't provide funding for critical resources like summer school and healthcare? And to follow up on that, I guess my specific question is can you explain to me why this is such a good deal that we should agree that no taxes generated on the corner of Las Vegas Boulevard and Tropicana should go to these critical state and local services for the next 30 years?
Senator Steve Hill, we don't really have standing to talk about some of the questions that you asked that are outside of this.
I mean, she makes some points, and I don't think the A's are prepared to answer any of this. It's just kind of the point here. The A's don't have any intention or a plan to answer or support any of this. And this is the issue with the A's. They're not looking to go be a part of anyone's community, and I think that's part of the problem here. They weren't a part of this community. They didn't make it ever feel like they were part of this ownership group. Never made it feel like the A's were part of Oakland, right? And I think the Warriors did a great job of that when they were in Oakland, and I think the Warriors proved you were capable of revitalizing that type of spirit and fandom in that part of our region. And for a fan base that had really nothing to latch onto ever, they proved that they could do that right there, quite literally in the same parking lot next door, 100 yards away. So it all looks bad for the A's, but also when you're not looking to really be a part of a community, I mean, one of the best things you can do, when Jared Goff got traded, he took a bunch of his charities to Detroit with him and went and continued to do stuff in Los Angeles and wanted to do like send-off stuff for some of the charities he was leaving because he felt like he was part of that community and wanted to do the same when he got to Detroit. Individuals can do it. Organizations can do it. And I think the A's, one of the worst in baseball at making themselves latch to a region or a town.
Terrible. And there's a really good article out there or a thread on Twitter. I can't remember which, and I wish I could tell you who it was so they could explain it better. But it was illuminating to me, and I think it was the governor that – was it the governor that put this a special session together? I think it was. But anyway, like all these representatives – are what they call them.
It's Casey Pratt is the one who wrote it, is what you're talking about.
No, I don't know if this was. I think it might have been somebody from Nevada.
Okay,
but
so
they
maybe
were
been somebody
explaining how this was getting jammed through this special session.
Gotcha.
Like the representatives aren't full-time representatives; they all have other jobs, and they meet to get the budget passed, the bills passed, and all that stuff, and then they go back and work their jobs. And 75% of them live in Vegas. And they have to commute to Carson City to do it. It goes over 3 months. So a lot of them stay, a lot of them fly every night, commute back and forth between Carson City and Vegas, maybe on the weekend, stuff like that. So what happened was they had called one special session and they said it wouldn't be about the A's. And they'd already been there a few months trying to get everything passed. And then at the end of the special session, they said, we're going to have another special session. This one is going to be about the A's. But nobody was ready to really be as informed as they wanted to be about it because they didn't think they were going to be talking about this, and they were trying to jam it through. So
she's like, let me get this straight here. Let me get this clear.
Haphazard. It's so haphazard.
Shocking. The A's are doing things haphazardly.
Yeah.
Well, we've got more. One more clip here from the A's meeting in Vegas. This is last week. Former A's executive Steve Pastorino. This is great because he just eviscerates this cheese D, Dave Kaval.
From 2014 to 2018, I was a senior executive for the Oakland Athletics, living in Oakland, California. I worked for Dave Kaval and 2 desks over from Catherine Aker. There are so many holes in what the A's are trying to sell us that I can't cover it in 2 minutes, but just a few. First of all, the walking, talking bobblehead known as Dave Kaval can't even answer Senator Donate's questions today about whether the A's will participate in the live entertainment tax. You cannot trust Dave Kaval. My former colleague Catherine Aker sent here to do John Fisher's bidding, meekly offering $1 million in community support. How many fields does $1 million build? Those of us who are in Clark County who have seen our high schools redo all their football fields in recent years, $1 million is a drop in the bucket. The A's community programs are a joke in Oakland, and they're going to be no better here in Las Vegas. My last question is, where is John Fisher? Where the hell is John Fisher? The corner of Tropicana and Las Vegas Boulevard is great real estate. It's a great place for a ballpark. I'd love to see Major League Baseball in my town. John Fisher does not need a penny of our dollars.
And if you could go ahead and wrap it up.
To get them here.
Gotta love the assembly. You gotta follow the rules.
They gotta have the Oscars music, like the
play them off,
playing them off. Yeah,
pretty good points there. I mean, he's like, dude, I worked in this office, two desks down. I worked under Dave Cavill. Don't trust him. Don't trust him for a second. This guy doesn't need our money. Where is he, by the way? Great. I mean, all points that needed to be made and asked by somebody opposing this move.
The A's are a joke. The best thing that could happen to the A's is they sell and they get new buyers that'll keep them here.
Yep,
they belong here.
It's my hope.
They have great fans here. The fans that don't go out to the ballpark aren't a reflection of their passion for the A's or the team
or the area or baseball.
It's their hatred of John Fisher, and the fact that he's said through his actions or his words that he's wanted to leave Oakland for the last 7 or 8 years, and he's completely butchered everything he's touched, he's tried to do. It's absurd to think the A's fans would want to give him a dime of their money. They're lucky they get anybody at those games. Maybe they're fans of other teams, maybe they're just fans of baseball, but who wants to give money to that guy? He already has enough, and now he's asking for more. If I was Vegas, it'd be awesome to have a baseball team. Awesome.
Don't forget he wasn't going to pay his minor leaguers in COVID. Remember all that, too? I mean, this guy's just a cheap bastard.
Let me tell you something right now, too. And my mom and brother live in Vegas, and it's going Knights crazy right now. The A's will not be nearly as big as the Knights. They love the Knights. The Knights are their team. They are part of the community, and they even love the Knights more than they love the Raiders, even though it's the NFL.
Because it's their team. Because it's their first team. It's a spawn team there. I mean, it's their franchise.
This will be a bleep show from the time they get there.
The walking, talking bobblehead known as Dave Cavill.
That was awesome. That was great. So it'll be interesting to see what they do. And it's a joke, too. They tried to shove this thing through without due diligence. All the representatives getting a chance to read it and really absorb it. And then they asked good enough questions, but they didn't get a chance to see everything. I mean, they're trying to get it through, trying to sneak it through and get it through. And Fisher trying to make millions and millions of more money when the guy already has billions. I mean, spend some of your own money, bonehead.
Yeah, Gap sucks. Steven Scotch, is this his name, from Virginia baseball? This guy, he's apparently like the actual Kenny Powers. He's doing his post-game interview for Virginia
Kenny
baseball,
Powers.
And he's a character. He's taken the internet by storm. Here is Steven Scotch, Virginia baseball player.
You know, you walk into a stadium, 8,000 people, they all want you to lose. But as long as you got your 26 guys ready to kick butt, you're going to be all right. Sorry I sweared. I heard a fan offer free Dippin' Dots if I blew it, which the price of Dippin' Dots with inflation is just unreal. So for a brief moment, I was like, damn, Dippin' Dots sound good. But also I thought in the back of my head, we win today, we win tomorrow, or tonight. We're going to be here another day. That's more per diem. So that means I can buy my own Dippin' Dots and be a winner. So it's like, you know, I'm going to go out there, I'm going to attack. I think 3 words every time I'm out there. The first one's a swear word, starts with F. Second word's attack, third one's win. And I just repeat that to myself.
Does anything make you nervous?
Caves. Mainly. Nothing really. I mean, I don't see any caves out here. I know we're in the South, but it's not the desert. That's where I find most caves are probably at. But, you know, this is just a game. There's going to be way harder things in life than striking out the side or not walking somebody. So I don't really get too caught up in all the jibber jabber and all the mean things people might say to me, because it's just, you know, I think I'm a cool guy. My dogs think I'm awesome. My teammates like me. And my friends like me. So I'm going to attack. I'm going to win. Simple.
Here's one last one for you.
Yeah, no problem.
You've heard this before.
Yeah.
When people say Kenny Powers, what do you think?
I think, damn, I'm doing a good job. Because like I said, the dude took 86 to the big leagues after being out of the big leagues. You kidding me? You kidding me? He took that and turned it into a winner. So people are like, oh, 20,000. I'm like, I mean, I might throw a little differently, a little firmer than he did after, he started boozing and doing drugs. But I mean, that probably won't be a big part of my life as it was his. But hey, it's Kenny P. He's a winner. End of the day.
This guy, I can listen to this guy all day. This guy's incredible.
Caves.
What's the one thing that scares you? Caves. We're in the south. There's not like caves down here. I think it's probably more desert, dry area, so should be all right. I'm not worried about anything but caves. That's incredible. I'll tell you what, though, I second it. Scared of caves. All right, that's it for Steven Scotch, the closer for Virginia baseball. Hope they keep winning. He keeps getting his per diem so he can get more Dippin' Dots. On the other side, we'll send you off to Giants pregame. Giants and the Cardinals coming your way next. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Whether you're retired or you're planning on being retired, don't you want to know if you're paying too much in fees or taking too much risk, or if you're even going to be able to live the lifestyle that you've always envisioned when you finally get to retirement? Well, for more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell has been helping people just like you right here in the Bay Area plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. So if you're interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, give them a call. Greg and his team are a breeze to talk to. There's no cost, no obligation. Just give them a call today, 866-496-2300, or visit them online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300 or online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com, because planning is a process, not a product. Investment advice offered through O'Donnell Financial Services, LLC, a registered investment advisor, registered representatives offering securities and advisory services through Independent Financial Group, LLC.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Grandy Man can.
The Grandy Man can. Ow.
Incredible. Ow. Such good sound, dude.
All right, real quick. Man loses his job in China for going to the restroom.
Where?
Not quite that simple. Apparently, he had surgery, came back from his surgery, and said he was in some sort of discomfort, which caused him to have to go to the bathroom 2 to 3 times a day during his work shift.
Come on.
But when he went to the bathroom, it was between 47 minutes and 6 hours.
That sounds pretty gross.
My man spent 6 hours in the restroom.
He's like, I only go twice a day, but they net about 7 hours.
Like, bro, like if you have to go to the bathroom for 6 hours, maybe not come into work. Like, seriously.
Can you work from toilet? We have WFH. Can we do WFT? Work from pot.
Says Wang's former employee, it's a parking lot, Wang. Former employee claims that during a period of 10 days, he took a total of 22 bathroom breaks, which lasted between 47 minutes and 6 hours. Six hours in the restroom. Dude, mix in some bran.
Yeah,
you kidding
dude,
me?
seriously.
I mean, get some Metamucil.
Seriously, man. Come on, dude. Well, milk of magnesium might help you. Yeah.
Let's get the hell out of here. Thank you very much to Bags for joining us. Thank you, Derek. Appreciate it. As always, Tim, hell of a job. Time to get you ready for the Cardinals and the Giants here in the Sports Leader. Take it away, Dirk.